Content synopsis. Navigating through the sword canon, the Imperial body scriptures, the Six Paths sword classic, the 9-9 blade technique, the War Gods Compendium, the dominant blade text, the supreme mystical sword formula, the Spear Gods Jade disc. Each volume contains premier techniques, while prodigious talents emerge one after another, alongside ancient legacy sects. This is an era where martial arts flourish in their utmost splendor, a time of fierce competition among 100 schools of thought. Armed with the unparalleled wisdom of the Ghost Valley, the young hero Ling Tian rises to prominence. Prologue. Bang, bang, bang. A series of piercing gunshots shattered the stillness of the night, cutting through the quiet like a knife. In the moonlight, the thickets echoed with the sound of hasty footsteps. As his energy quickly waned, Xuan gritted his teeth, pushing on despite the dizziness clouding his mind and the wounds on his shoulders and waist, blood gushing forth like springs with every stride, every painful reminder that his body had reached its limit. Looks like I'm going to meet my end here today, he thought bitterly, licking his cracked lips. Leaning against a massive tree, he drew a deep breath, stifling the weariness swelling within him while listening keenly to the rustling sounds of breaking branches nearby. Estimating the number of pursuers, he inhaled deeply, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. You want to take my life so easily, Xuan? Just give it up. Xuan, save your energy. You cannot escape my grasp. If you come out now, I might just let you keep your corpse intact. At that moment, a sinister voice echoed from not far behind. Recognizing the voice, Xuan knew it belonged to Thunder Tiger, one of the two vice leaders of the Tiger Gang. The other vice leader was none other than Xuan himself. Orphaned at a young age, Xuan was adopted by the old leader of the Tiger Gang and began his involvement in the underworld at the age of 15. Having lost his parents early, Xuan experienced the indifference and bitterness of human relationships. Growing up in the gang environment, he matured far beyond his peers, exhibiting a calm demeanor, ruthlessness, and remarkable decisiveness. By the age of 20, Xuan had achieved countless feats for the Tiger Gang, elevating it to the leading gang in the city and earning a notable reputation throughout the province. His accomplishments led him to the position of vice leader, second only to the gang leader. However, news recently emerged that the old leader was gravely ill and did not have much time left. Instantly, the gang members regarded Xuan as the ideal candidate for the next leader. But who could have anticipated that on this very day, it would be revealed that the other vice leader, Thunder Tiger, was the biological son of the old leader and was thus next in line to inherit the leadership. The announcement sent shockwaves through the gang. Simultaneously, Xuan found himself ambushed at a bar under the gang's influence. Although he received assistance from his loyal followers to break free, he sustained gunshot wounds to his shoulder and waist. Indeed, the corrupting influence of power is undeniable. Despite my dedication and accomplishments for the gang, I still meet such a fate. The high achiever often overshadows the master with a moment to catch his breath. Xuan realized the bitter truth, resulting in a wry smile. Ignoring Thunder Tiger's taunts from the distance, Xuan quietly lay in the grass, recovering his strength, his eyes sharp and hawk-like as they scanned the group searching for him. Despite being in dire circumstances, Xuan retained his composure, constantly evaluating his surroundings and listening intently. His mind spiraled with analyses of the personnel distribution and his next countermeasures. As he felt the search party drawing closer, his heart began to sink. Thunder Tiger had brought over 30 men to pursue him, each armed with a pistol, some even wielded submachine guns. Under such circumstances, escaping felt hopeless, even if he had wings. Though he knew death was looming, Xuan felt an unwillingness to accept it. Since he was 15, he had fought for the Tiger Gang, enduring life and death battles, spilling blood for its cause. He saw the current Tiger Gang as a product of his sacrifices. Yet here he was, a once proud benefactor reduced to this woeful state. Gazing at Thunder Tiger, who continued to shout from a distance, a cold, murderous intent surged in Xuan's dark eyes. Even if I die, I will take you down with me, he muttered, icy determination chilling the very air around him. Without hesitation, he rose quietly and retreated from the bushes, vanishing into the darkness. If he planned to kill Thunder Tiger, he had to eliminate the remaining 30 or so men first, otherwise he wouldn't stand a chance of reaching Thunder Tiger, much less taking his life. Let's see how long you can hide, little pup. Hurry up and search for him. Kill that bastard, and he'll reward each of you greatly. Extra bonuses of 100,000 for taking him down. Afterward, the ladies at Tianshang Rinjian are yours ill treat. Thunder Tiger, feeling increasingly agitated that Han Xuan had yet to be dealt with, shouted orders to his men. Despite the old leader's bequeathment of the position to him, many in the gang still supported Han Xuan. As long as Han Xuan was alive, Thunder Tiger could forget about claiming the leader's throne. Under the promise of generous rewards, the 30 or so guys, invigorated like they'd just received a jolt of adrenaline, increased their search efforts. Han Xuan, hidden in the shadows, watched the frantic searches unfold, a cold smirk tugging at his lips. He raised his right hand, aiming at the nearest group. Bang, bang, bang. A series of rapid shots rang out, and without waiting to see the outcome, he swiftly retreated from his position. Having undergone nearly a decade of firearms training, Han Xuan was confident in his marksmanship, especially at such close range of just over 10 yards. As he vanished soundlessly, the group of men collapsed under his gunfire, revealing bloody puncture wounds in their foreheads. Hearing the shots, nearby comrades quickly converged, but they discovered no trace of Han Xuan, only the lifeless bodies of their fallen brothers growing cold on the ground. The still warm corpses felt like cold water, dousing their frenzied nerves. The group exchanged apprehensive glances, a chill creeping down their spines. The gunfire had lasted a mere 2 seconds. In that fleeting moment, Han Xuan had struck true, taking lives in the unforgiving darkness. Doubts about those promised rewards now twisted in their minds. Yet, despite their fear, they were bound by Thunder Tiger's command, and the men steeled themselves to continue the pursuit. For the following moments, Han Xuan moved like a specter in the night. Sporadic gunfire erupted, and with each shot, another lifeless body crumpled to the earth. However, Han Xuan was no invincible superhuman. After dispatching over 20 men, he himself sustained gunshot wounds to his left chest and thigh, blood flowing freely. Now Thunder Tiger was seething with rage. He had assumed it would be easy to pursue an injured target with 30 armed men instead. He had lost over 20 of his own brothers without even managing to catch Han Xuan. If his father learned of this, he would undoubtedly face severe consequences. If Han Xuan managed to escape, garnering the support of the gang members to ascend as the leader, Thunder Tiger's life would be in jeopardy. Damn it, send another 30 men. I refuse to believe this bastard can survive. Thunder Tiger bellowed into his radio, frustration evident in his voice. Suddenly, another gunshot rang out, followed by a jubilant voice crackling through Thunder Tiger's radio. Boss, we've got him. We caught him. Thunder Tiger erupted in laughter, ignoring the sudden radio silence, rushing to the source of the gunfire with his remaining brothers. Arriving at the scene, Thunder Tiger was met with a grim sight. 7 or 8 men lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies frozen in death, blood pooling beneath them, their eyes wide open, even in death creating a macabre tableau. Among them, one man still lay moaning, his head lowered. In a muffled voice, he spoke to Thunder Tiger. Boss, that bastard is right there. He gestured to a young man on the ground, motionless, with a gunshot wound in his back. Good, good. You'll be handsomely rewarded, Thunder Tiger exclaimed, elated. Caught up in his triumph, he paid little attention to the strange demeanor of the moaning man. Finally, he would rid himself of this nuisance and secure his hold over the Tiger Gang. He stepped forward towards a young man lying on the ground. Only 3 meters away, an unexpected turn of Kurita's sudden burst of motion as the previously moaning man sprang to his feet, crashing into Thunder Tiger's embrace. A glinting dagger flashed in his right hand. Thunder Tiger felt a chill at his throat, the realization dawning upon him too late. A wave of pain radiated from his chest, and as his consciousness began to fade, he felt the coldness envelop his neck, blood trailing down to his chest. Weak and powerless, he staggered backward. Thud! Thunder Tiger fell to the ground, already lifeless. Cough, cough. Even if I die, you're coming with me. The man, now revealed to be Han Xuan, raised his head and looked at Thunder Tiger's corpse with a twisted smile, but the pain from his own wound made him cough violently. The remaining men, witnessing their leader clutching his throat and bleeding out, stood frozen in disbelief. Kill him! Avenge Brother Tiger! Someone shouted amidst the crowd, snapping everyone back to reality, and they began pulling triggers at the immobile Han Xuan. In response, Han Xuan merely smiled and slowly closed his eyes. Having killed Thunder Tiger had drained him of his last ounce of strength. He could barely muster the energy to move. Bang, bang. Bang, a torrent of bullets rained down on Han, and only when they confirmed he had been shot to death did the crowd reluctantly regain their composure. Gazing upon the incredulous expression in Thunder Tiger's lifeless eyes, their bodies chilled. The leader's son had died. Before them, how would they return? A shared glance among the group led to a swift decision to scatter, fleeing as far away as possible from the Tiger Gang without looking back. As over 10 men fled into the night, the forest was left littered with bodies. Finally breaking the silence, a coarse voice called out from the darkness, "Old Bull, hurry up. It's time to work." From the shadows, a silhouette emerged, a figure with the head of a horse and the body of a robust man, wielding a black iron chain. "I'm coming. Goodness, this kid is ruthless. Even in death, he takes someone with him." Another figure appeared, possessing the head of an ox and a similarly imposing frame, gripping a dark iron chain. This lad piques my interest," the horsehead man chuckled, stepping forward to where Han Chen's bloodied corpse lay. With a flourish of his right hand, he unleashed a dark glow, grabbing at the air above Han Chen's mangled body. A faint, ethereal form resembling Han Chen rose, bewilderedly observing his surroundings. On the other side, the ox-head man followed suit with another corpse, causing shadowy figures to rise from the lifeless bodies. He and his horsehead counterpart then flicked their chains. Whoosh! The black chains darted forward like sinuous serpents, piercing the illusory figures. "What's happening? Wasn't I dead?" Han Chen murmured, confusion flooding his once intent gaze. Little brother, you are indeed dead, but now you are merely a fleeting soul," the horsehead man grinned knowingly. "Wait, you can read my thoughts?" "Ah, you are." The horse face? Spotting the horsehead fellow's visage, Han Chen was taken aback but quickly regained his composure, having seen many things in his life as a gang member. He deduced that these could very well be the legendary soul catcher and grim reaper, Horseface and Oxhead. "Quite perceptive, young fellow. Indeed, I am Horseface, and this is Oxhead." Having gathered the ethereal forms into a gray bag, Oxhead approached Han Chen. Seeing their otherworldly appearance, Han Chen was only slightly startled, recovering his usual demeanor, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. He remarked, "Death is merely eternal darkness. There's nothing to be feared." Understanding his fate, having taken Thunder Tiger down with him, Han Chen shook his head slightly. "You indeed meet death with grace. Now, we must get back to our duties." Oxhead and Horseface, mutually impressed, nonetheless returned to the matter at hand. Oxhead retrieved the gray bag from his waist and, gesturing toward Han Chen, bellowed, "Gather." With those words, a potent force erupted from the bag, yanking Han Chen into its depths. In the next moment, the forms of the two grim reapers blurred and vanished. Han Chen found himself in an ethereal, dark void, his thoughts racing as he aroused and was whisked away again. When his feet landed firmly on solid ground, he understood he had arrived in the underworld. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he slowly raised his gaze and took in the legendary realm of the afterlife. Black was the predominant hue here, casting a heavy gloom that enveloped the floor, rivers, and bridges, stifling and oppressive. Ahead, a grand black hall loomed, adorned with intricate carvings, its luxurious yet ominous design suffused with ghostly energies, striking fear in Han Chen's heart. In the hall sat a middle-aged man clad in an elaborate black dragon robe, with a rugged beard covering his face. His eyes bore down on Han Chen, exuding an aura of immense power that made every movement feel laborious. "This must be the King of Hell," Han Chen mused. Stepping forward with great effort, he bowed with difficulty, addressing the seated figure. "I pay my respects to the King of Hell." Strange indeed, the King of Hell appeared to be lost in thought, fixated on Han Chen's ethereal form while muttering to himself. Curious as to the king's distraction, Han Chen turned to the figure beside him dressed as a scholar, holding a death book in one hand and a judge's pen in the other. The judge was equally puzzled by the king's uncharacteristic demeanor and managed to cough heavily to regain his attention. "Read!" Only then did the king seem to snap back, brushing off the moment and commanding the judge with a casual air. "Huan Chun, male, on ethnicity born." The judge's tone grew serious as he opened the death book and began reciting, each name and event stirring memories for Han Chen. As the judge's voice droned on, Han Chen was enveloped in memories of his life, racing through his mind like a film reel, a lifetime of experiences flashing before him. Eventually, the judge's voice fell silent, and Han Chen emerged from his reverie with a deep sigh. I led a dog's life, despite holding true to my principles. Yet, in the underworld, wrapped in violence as I fought for the Tiger Gang, I've shed much blood. I dedicated my life to it, only to face betrayal and die a nameless death. Han Chen shook his head in bitter self-reflection. The deceased, Han Chen, has committed grievous sins in life, totally irredeemable thus. I decree you to undergo 3 cycles of rebirth in the realm of beasts. After reading through Han Chen's life, the king made his ruling. Understanding this was his just punishment, Han Chen felt no need to rebut. Any attempt to do so would be futile. Thus, he chose silence, tacitly accepting his fate. Take him away, commanded the judge, dismissive. Han Chen's fate was sealed as Oxhead and Horseface approached to escort him toward the wheel of reincarnation. Your Majesty, may I ask why you were so distracted earlier? The judge inquired after Han Chen was led away. Ah, such a pity. To maintain composure amidst my presence is a feat, revealing his indomitable spirit. Furthermore, upon observing his soul, I discerned formidable strength far superior to an ordinary individual. A fine candidate indeed, the King of Hell remarked, appearing to lament the loss. The judge's eyes widened. As descendants of ancient ancestors, both heads of Hell held keen insight, and hearing such high praise from the king for Han Chen took him by complete surprise. Traversing the road to Een, Han Chen soon reached the Niha Bridge. Walking through the afterlife filled him with an inexplicable sense of wonder. Yet when he reached the bridge, he couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, the legend of the Mengpa soup was true. Countless ethereal souls queued to cross the bridge. At the bridge's edge stood an elderly lady, presumably Mengpa herself. Each spirit that passed received a bowl of what appeared to be soup from Mengpa's hands. It was the fabled soup. After drinking, they were said to have their memories erased, thereby allowed to cross the Niha Bridge to be reborn. The effects of Mengpa's soup were well known, ensuring no memory of past lives remained. Although Han Chen recoiled at the thought of drinking that soup, he knew the choice was no longer in his hands. As he prepared to join the line, a sudden disturbance jolted the tranquility of the Niha Bridge. You've tried to catch me for thousands of years, but have yet to succeed. Do you plan to give up? A nonchalant voice echoed through the air. Ghost Valley Master, surrender at once. You were meant to be reincarnated, yet the king has granted you the option to remain as a ghost in my jurisdiction. How ungrateful! I shall cast you into the depths of hell to suffer endlessly. Barked a voice, a sharp reprimand. Han Chen recognized this voice as the judge's. Looking up, he spotted 2 figures above him. One was the scholarly judge, and the other, an elder donned in Taoist robes. Their appearance returned a calm to the bridge. The souls resumed their orderly passage toward reincarnation. Initially assuming only incompetent reapers had come after him, Han Chen quickly realized the gravity of the situation. The judge's presence was a serious threat. Though the reapers had pursued him for millennia, they had been mere trifle compared to the judge. Yet the judge was no ordinary enforcer. If he were caught, it could bring the attention of other reapers down upon him. In a moment of desperation, Han Chen glanced behind at the wheel of reincarnation. I won't let myself be taken so easily. No way I'm selling myself to your underworld. I refuse to be your pawn. With a calm demeanor, he mused to himself, feigning fearlessness. Anticipating the judge's words, the elder retaliated decisively. Without warning, Han Chen surged back toward the wheel of reincarnation. The judge's expression darkened and realized Han Chen's intentions, chasing after him. The two clashed. In mere moments, the Niha Bridge became a scene of chaos, winds howling, powerful spells clashing. The souls, caught like driftwood, were sent spiraling in every direction. Some were swept off the bridge, falling into the waters below, dissipating into nothingness in a few seconds. Seeing the bridge fall into turmoil, Han Chen felt an uneasy apprehension. They may fight all they wished, but if he were caught in the crossfire, he would be in dire straits. But with Mengpa nowhere in sight, Han Chen's eyes brightened. In her absence, he could forgo the soup. He would retain his memories even if reincarnated. The chaos around the Niha Bridge provided a perfect cover to escape. Why should he settle for being a beast in his next life? Besides, the spectral duo now seemed preoccupied with hunting the fleeing souls. No one would pay him any mind. With a swift resolution, Han seized his chance and darted toward the opposite end of the Naiha bridge. Although the gusts raged, he was undeterred. The disturbance diminished as the two combatants moved further away. Keeping low to the ground, he clung to the bridge's structure, evading the worst of the winds. In a matter of moments, he crossed the Naiha bridge, his heart racing with exhilaration as he neared the wheel of reincarnation. With urgency on his side, he raced toward a well-like opening etched with the word human. Before he could leap, however, a sudden force barreled into him from behind, causing him to stumble. In an involuntary motion, he lost his balance, tumbling into a dark abyss below. Damn it! Who just shoved me? My destiny for the next life. That was the last thought that crossed Han Chen's mind as he fell. This is bad. That's the wheel of reincarnation for the mortal realm. It malfunctioned during the last resurrection cycle, and I haven't had time to fix it. Rushing to the dark well, the judge grasped his head in frustration. Suddenly an idea struck. What are you all standing there for? Ghost Valley Master has been dealt with. Hurry up and get to your tasks. He ordered the nearby reapers, casually departs the wheel of reincarnation. Chapter 0002. The Blood-Transforming Bone Elixir. Master, how can I resolve the issue that prevents me from cultivating? After respectfully completing the formalities of apprenticeship, Han Chen could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired of Gue Guzi. Young man, do not be overly anxious. When my soul awakened yesterday, I took the liberty to examine your physique. The reason you are unable to cultivate lies in the fact that since the moment of your birth, an exceedingly cold and ominous chill has resided within you. As time has passed, this icy essence has not dissipated. Rather, it has absorbed the natural spiritual energy from the surroundings. After years of accumulation, it has now congealed into a crystal of icy spiritual essence within your dantian, containing an astonishing amount of spiritual energy. Consequently, due to this icy essence, your dantian is incapable of gathering internal breath, thereby preventing you from cultivating. Furthermore, over the years, your body has been eroded and damaged by this icy essence, leaving you with numerous hidden ailments and injuries that if this issue is not addressed soon, in no more than 2 years, your body will be utterly depleted, and you shall enter the cycle of reincarnation. Guzi slowly elucidated the condition of Han Chen's body. Han Chen had gained some understanding of his physical state during this time, primarily that he could not gather internal breath and thus could not cultivate. However, hearing Gue Guzi's words, he realized that his condition was even worse than he had imagined, causing him to involuntarily draw a sharp breath. What should I do then? Master, you did say it could be cured. You are not deceiving me, are you? The gravity of the matter regarding his life and death made Han Chen increasingly anxious. Look at your lack of resolve. I never said it was incurable, Gue Guzi retorted with a roll of his eyes, feigning a smile as he scolded Han Chen. Though your condition is severe, it is not beyond my concern. This situation can be remedied. We merely need to transform your current fire-based constitution into an ice-based one, allowing it to resonate more harmoniously with the icy spiritual essence. This way, the influence of the icy spiritual essence on your body will be significantly reduced, and cultivating will no longer pose a problem. The icy spiritual essence is, by its nature, pure spiritual energy. Once you refine it slightly, you will be able to absorb it at that point. The icy spiritual essence will become a treasure you can command at will. Gue Guzi spoke with a gentle smile. Is it truly as simple as a mere transformation of constitution? If it were that easy, wouldn't everyone in the world be a genius? While Han Chen was intrigued by Gue Guzi's words, he was not so naive as to lose his composure, and he immediately expressed his skepticism with a raised brow that, of course, the method is not simple. But you are fortunate that I have spent several millennia in the underworld, during which I fortuitously came across a recipe for a pill known as the Blood-Transforming Bone Elixir. This elixir boasts remarkable effects, capable of reversing life and death, and more importantly, it can alter one's constitution. Moreover, for those cultivators who specialize in body refinement, the Blood-Transforming Bone Elixir is a true treasure. Ironically, since the beings of the underworld lack physical bodies, this recipe is considered somewhat useless there. Gue Guzi concluded with a self-deprecating smile, contemplating how valuable the elixir's effects were, yet lamenting his own ghostly form. Han Chen could discern the trace of regret and profound helplessness in Gue Guzi's tone, as well as the yearning for a tangible body and a life akin to that of ordinary humans. After all, No one relishes the idea of existing as a disembodied spirit. Rest assured, Master, I shall ensure that you possess a physical form, truly standing upon this earthly realm, Han Chen declared earnestly. Han Chen's arrival in this wondrous world was entirely due to Gue Guzi's assistance. Furthermore, Gue Guzi's decision to take Han Chen as his disciple, aiding him in resolving his physical issues and cultivating to escape the cycle of reincarnation, had not gone unnoticed by Han Chen. He felt profoundly moved, for Gue Guzi could easily have chosen to disregard Han Chen and roam this world freely. Han Chen was the kind of person who reciprocated kindness. If someone treated him well, he would respond with even greater generosity. Though the time he had spent with Gue Guzi was brief, the connections forged in this world could be remarkably profound, with some individuals able to cultivate deep bonds in a short span, while others might take decades without ever attaining genuine emotion. Gue Guzi's selfless aid moved Han Chen, and he resolved to return that kindness sincerely. It is heartening that you possess such resolve. Do your best, Gue Guzi chuckled lightly, then resumed his nonchalant demeanor. Han Chen, however, made a mental note of the task of restoring Gue Guzi's physical form and nodded quietly in agreement. All right, let us return for now. Consuming the blood-transforming bone elixir to change your constitution is no trivial matter. Your physical resilience must meet certain standards before it can be taken. Otherwise, the potency of the elixir could overwhelm your body and lead to fatal consequences. As for the medicinal herbs, allow your father to gather them, as he is one of the 3 major powers in Haiyan Town. While some essential herbs may be difficult to procure, it would be prudent to prepare all that can be gathered now, so we do not have to seek them out one by one later. Additionally, I shall impart to you a body refinement technique. In the coming days, you should focus on strengthening your physical form. Without waiting for Han Chen to respond, Gue Guzi swiftly directed. Upon hearing Gue Guzi's words, Han Chen nodded in agreement. Now that he had taken residence in this young man's body, he was no longer the orphan Han Chen who once mingled with the underworld. From now on, he would be Han Chen, the second young master of the Han family, with a father of his own. Rising from the grove he had frequented for a month, he followed the mountain path downwards. In the span of a tea's brew, a town came into view. This was Haiyan Town. As he passed through the town gate, the Han family's peripheral disciples stationed on either side cast scornful and derisive glances at Han Chen. Yet, Han Chen appeared oblivious, walking at a leisurely pace as he entered the gates. His childhood experiences and years spent in the underworld had endowed him with a composure and maturity that surpassed his peers. He had long since learned to disregard such glares, vowing to shatter their pitiful pride through his own strength. Traversing the courtyard and proceeding along the long corridor, Han Chen came to an abrupt halt after turning a corner. At the corridor's end, a group of youths, approximately 14 or 15 years of age and clad in black training attire, approached, surrounding 2 notably handsome boys. Han Chen's gaze sharpened, and his brow furrowed slightly. Yet he remained motionless, quietly observing the advancing group. Though he typically preferred to keep a low profile and avoid interactions, Han Chen was well acquainted with the members of the Han family. The youths in black training attire were all peripheral disciples of the clan. However, the 2 boys at the forefront held somewhat distinguished identities. The one on the left, slightly taller with a pallid complexion, was named Han Hu, the grandson of the 3rd elder, Han Mu. The one on the right, with slightly darker skin and a 2-inch scar running down his left cheek, was Han Ning, the grandson of the 5th elder, BY lineage. Both were Han Chen's cousins to AT merely 15 years of age. They possessed the strength of 6-star swordsmen, placing them among the upper echelons of the younger generation within the Han family. Han Chen's memories of these 2 were particularly vivid over the years. They had not hesitated to make his life difficult, each encounter marked by their cold mockery and humiliation that on several occasions. They had even resorted to physical altercations, and Han Chen's suicide at the age of 11 was significantly tied to their actions. Despite his efforts to remain cautious and avoid them, circumstances had made it inevitable that he would cross paths with them. For 3 years, these 2 had cared for him relentlessly, and Han Chen had never forgotten their torment. "Oh dear, cousin Han Chen, you have proven rather elusive," Han Hu exclaimed with a mocking grin as he and his companions approached Han Chen. "I have recently practiced a new technique of yellow tier. 3rd-grade combat skills. How about a sparring match? Allow me to show you how to conduct yourself as the 2nd young master of the Han family." His laughter echoed, and Han Ning and the others joined in. their mirth unabated. Han Hu, do be gentle. It would not do to accidentally harm our second young master. Let us not forget he is a waste. Han Ning chimed in, patting Han Hu's shoulder with a tone that dripped with sarcasm. His gaze towards Han Chen laden with disdain. The group erupted into laughter once more. Unfazed by their derision, Han Chen maintained a calm demeanor, his eyes steady upon Han Hu and his companions, revealing no hint of displeasure despite their mockery. Step aside. Han Chen's lips moved slightly, delivering his words in an even tone devoid of anger. The mere utterance caused Han Hu and his companions to freeze, their laughter stifling as they regarded the pale, frail youth before them with darkened expressions. Previously, Han Chen had always appeared frightened and anxious in their presence, often lowering his head and retreating in defeat. Even when assaulted, he had never dared to report it to the clan elder. Yet, for reasons unknown, ever since 3 years prior, this fellow had unexpectedly grown bold, although they could still bully him at will. The sight of Han Chen's placid face, seemingly unperturbed, stirred an uncomfortable feeling within them. As Han Hu observed Han Chen's tranquil expression once more, the thrill of having just tormented him evaporated, replaced swiftly by a surge of anger. It seems that my cousin has grown quite audacious since our last meeting. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on how to address your elder brother. Han Hu's fury intensified as he raised his hand, ready to discipline Han Chen. Han Hu, Han Ning, what are you both doing? Just as Han Hu was about to take action, a girl's voice suddenly echoed from around the corner in the corridor. The voice was crisp and melodious, akin to the sweet song of a nightingale, lively as pearls dancing on a plate, and one could easily surmise that its owner was a beauty. Chapter 0003. The Han family has a daughter. Han Ling, upon hearing this voice, the expressions of Han Hu and the others abruptly changed. The former's eyes flickered, and the right hand he had just raised now hung, suspended in midair. Seemingly wary of the voice's owner, caught in a dilemma, neither striking nor withdrawing, he appeared exceedingly awkward. Han Chen was also taken aback, but a tinge of helplessness quickly crossed his mind, following the sound. They beheld a young girl clad in a purple dress, gracefully approaching them with delicate steps. Unfazed by the gazes upon her, the girl wore an expression of serene indifference on her exquisitely crafted face. Moments later, she stood before them, her autumn-like eyes sweeping slowly over the crowd before finally resting on Han Chen, who was encircled by the others. Upon seeing that he was unharmed, she could not help but breathe a silent sigh of relief. Gazing at the girl before him, even Han Chen, who had encountered countless stunning celebrities in his previous life, could not help but marvel at the heavens' favoritism towards her. The tranquil and composed aura coupled with her unparalleled beauty was something Han Chen had never witnessed before. Judging by her youthful visage, she could not be older than 15, yet her developing form was already curvaceous and alluring, destined to become a captivating beauty in a few years, although he was not unfamiliar with this girl. Her charm, capable of enchanting all, still caused Han Chen's heart to race uncontrollably each time they met, prompting him to silently chant femme fatale, pink skeleton, in an attempt to calm his unruly heart. But once his heartbeat steadied, he found himself unable to resist stealing glances at this enchanting girl, in contrast to Han Chen. Han Hu and the others were even more overwhelmed, despite their tender age. Their gazes towards the girl were filled with predatory intent, akin to wolves eyeing a little lamb, wishing to devour her whole. Sensing Han Chen's gaze upon her, the girl playfully winked at him. The moment their eyes met, Han Chen's heart raced once more, as if it might leap from his chest, and he quickly averted his gaze. Noticing Han Chen's reaction, a hint of amusement danced across the girl's delicate face. This scene, witnessed by Han Hu and his companions, ignited a blend of envy and desire towards Han Chen, intensifying their fervent glances at the girl, shifting her gaze to meet their unabashed stares. The girl's expression turned cold, and she let out a dismissive huff. The sound struck Han Hu and the others like a thunderclap, jolting their minds back to clarity. Their previously brazen gazes now held a mix of heat and caution as they regarded the girl. With Han Chen's demeanor restored calm, he rolled his eyes at the spectacle, having grown accustomed to such antics that, no need to misunderstand. Cousin Ling, we were merely chatting with Cousin Han Chen. Han Ning stepped forward, chuckling nervously in an attempt to diffuse the tension that had arisen since the girl's appearance. Once the girl arrived, the young disciples clad in training attire behind Han Hu fell silent, watching the unfolding drama with bated breath. They understood that apart from Han Xuan, none among them dared to provoke any of the others that as the situation turned sour, they instinctively took a step back, signaling their desire to remain uninvolved, for the prospect of offending Han Linger was far less appealing than currying favor with Han, who, unbeknownst to them, their attempts at subtlety were entirely visible to Han Xuan and the others. Observing the actions of the boys behind him, Han Ning felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, but knew better than to voice his thoughts. Although Han, who maintained a seemingly pleasant demeanor, his eyes were dark and foreboding. Have you forgotten the clan rules? If I were to report today's events to the clan leader and the elders, what do you think their reaction would be? The girl's eyes glinted with a hint of coldness, utterly disregarding Han Ning's explanation as she pointedly addressed them. The foremost rule of the Han clan, its most crucial tenet, dictated that kin must not engage in internal strife. This principle underscored the importance of unity and collective growth for prosperity. Although mere words, the consequences of ignoring this rule were seared into the memories of the clan members after a pivotal incident. Once, two members of the inner clan had a minor dispute, which escalated into a private duel. Initially, it seemed inconsequential, but as neither could decisively claim victory, their youthful tempers flared, and they unleashed their true powers. The result was one severely injuring the other, leaving him with a lost arm. The spectators, having witnessed the outcome, began to lose interest and were preparing to leave when the clan's fourth elder, Han Xuan, appeared. He swiftly punished both for harming kin and violating clan rules, shattering their cultivation and demoting them to servants. From that day forth, the admonition against internal conflict was indelibly etched into the minds of the Han clan members. Deterring any thoughts of challenging this decree, Cousin Linger, you misinterpret. We merely exchanged pleasantries with Cousin Han Xuan. No breach of clan rules occurred. We must take our leave now, Han Hu said, a shiver running through him as he recalled the incident. Though his smile remained intact before the girl, without waiting for her response, he shot a cold glance at Han Xuan and turned to leave. Observing Han Hu's departure, Han Ning bowed slightly to the girl before hastily following suit. The group of boys behind them followed suit, as if released from a great burden. With Han Hu and the others gone, Han Xuan let out a sigh of relief. Although his physical prowess was still lacking, he was not one to be easily bullied. However, he preferred to avoid conflict if possible, recognizing that in a contest of strength, he would inevitably be the one to suffer. Once again, I owe you a favor, Han Xuan thought, gazing at the stunning girl before him, shaking his head with a wry smile. Cousin Han Xuan, why are you being so formal with me? Han Linger rolled her eyes at him, her tone softening, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. The gentle timbre of the girl's voice sent a jolt through Han Xuan as he gazed upon her breathtaking visage, recalling her numerous deeds. A phrase emerged unbidden in his mind. The chosen of heaven. This girl, Han Linga, was not a member of the Han clan by blood. She had been raised within the household, a descendant of an old friend of the clan leader, Han Tian. What was meant to be a temporary stay had stretched into 14 years. From a young age, Han Linger had displayed remarkable talent in cultivation, and now, at her tender age, she had already reached the pinnacle of the 8-star sword attendant level. Poised to break through into the 9-star rank shortly, as she matured, her beauty and charm blossomed, making her a vision of allure that captivated nearly every young man in the Han clan, with young Han Xuan among them. Yet, timid and self-aware, Han Xuan buried his feelings for Han Linger deep within, regarding her as a spiritual idol. Thus, during the fusion of their memories, his recollections of Han Linger remained hidden in the recesses of his heart. Though many admired her, Han Linger maintained a demeanor of calm indifference towards all, neither overly familiar nor distant, creating an illusion of accessibility while remaining unattainable. Strangely, this flawless girl often showed concern for Han Xuan, coming to his aid during times of bullying, which incited a mix of admiration and resentment among the young men of the clan. However, rather than feeling grateful for her assistance, Han Xuan's self-esteem plummeted further. His identity as a failure and years of timidity left him without the courage to engage with her. Each encounter saw him fleeing in embarrassment, watching her from afar. The attention she bestowed upon him only fueled the jealousy of the other young men, leading to much of the bullying he endured. One curiosity that lingered in Han Xuan's mind was the profound respect the elders of the clan seemed to hold for her. Even the clan leader, Han Tian, treating her with utmost courtesy. Well, since there's nothing more, I shall take my leave, Han Xuan said with a forced chuckle, not waiting for her reply as he hastily departed to as he hurried away. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Han Linger's eyes. The impression Han Chen left on her today was markedly different from before. Though he still maintained a deliberate distance, it was a significant improvement from the past. Returning to his room, Han Chen collapsed onto his bed without shedding his clothes, exhaling heavily, that he was uncertain whether his racing heart was due to lingering effects from Han Chen's memories or genuine feelings towards Han Linger. But he felt an unusual nervousness in her presence. That little girl is quite remarkable. Young men should seize their opportunities. At this moment, the voice of Guguzi suddenly echoed in Han Chen's mind. Jesting, I still know my own strengths. Given my current predicament, would rushing in not be courting trouble? With a roll of his eyes, Han Chen replied helplessly. For the past 3 years, whenever Han Chen was subjected to humiliation, Han Linger would invariably appear to shield him. It would be a lie to say that such a captivating and exceptionally talented girl did not stir his heart. Yet, fully aware of his current status as a mere waste, Han Chen possessed a degree of self-awareness. Ultimately, it boiled down to a lack of power. Had he been endowed with formidable strength, he would not have found himself in such a passive state. The sensation of being protected by a woman was far from pleasant. At this juncture, Han Chen's yearning for strength intensified. With this thought, he abruptly sat up and meticulously transcribed the formula for the Rongshuegu Dan that Guguzi had implanted in his mind. After securing the formula, he realized that Han Tian would not return until tomorrow, leaving Han Chen with no choice but to entrust it to him for assistance in gathering the necessary ingredients. Having completed these tasks, Han Chen felt an overwhelming heaviness in his head as a wave of drowsiness washed over him. Alas, this body is truly weak. With a bitter smile, he lay down on his bed, fully clothed, and succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 0004 Gathering Herbs. Haiyan Town is situated near the Beast Mountain Range. Although it falls under the jurisdiction of the Qingyun Empire, its remoteness from the imperial capital, Qingyun City, is considerable. Moreover, this area has long been a haven for mercenaries, a veritable melting pot of diverse characters. Consequently, strength has become the sole currency of authority here, rendering even the official governance impotent. Thus, the Han, Song, and Gongyang families have carved out their territories within this town. Haiyan Town serves as the only stopover along the periphery of the Beast Mountain Range, naturally establishing itself as the mercenaries' singular refuge. Every day, a multitude of mercenaries traverse in and out of the Beast Mountain Range, some returning laden with spoils, while others vanish forever within its depths. Although the 3 major factions have covertly clashed in Haiyan Town for nearly a century, none have managed to gain the upper hand, wary that infighting might allow a third party to seize the advantage. Thus, while occasional skirmishes occur, a precarious peace has been maintained in recent years. Haiyan Town is divided into 4 principal regions. The eastern sector belongs to the Han family, the southern to the Song family, and the western to the Gongyang family. The northern region is dominated by another faction, which, though a force in its own right, has been largely ignored by the 3 families, who have never contemplated encroaching upon it. It is not a matter of disdain. Rather, Haiyan Town's appeal to mercenaries lies not only in the ready supply of medicines and provisions, but, more crucially, in the expedient liquidation of the spoils they acquire from the Beast Mountain Range. This efficiency saves them the time required to sell their goods in other cities, allowing them more opportunities to explore the mountains and hunt beasts. Consequently, many mercenary groups have opted to settle in Haiyan Town for the long term. This arrangement hinges upon the presence of the northern faction, Weir Auction House, which, to clarify, is merely a branch. The main auction house resides in the imperial capital and is affiliated with the Weir family. In the Qingyun Empire, the Weir family stands alongside the Li, Hai, and Duga families, collectively known as the 4 Great Families. These families not only dominate the commercial landscape but also wield immense political power, which serves as the primary deterrent against any ambitions the 3 factions might harbor towards them. After all, who would dare to forfeit the opportunity to exploit such a lucrative entity as the Weir Auction House? As dawn broke, the morning sun pierced through the clouds, casting warmth and light upon the earth. Dewdrops clung precariously to the blades of grass by the roadside. Yet, Haiyan Town buzzed with an extraordinary vitality. Bustling with life, the marketplaces under the aegis of the 4 major factions had long since opened for business. In the eastern sector, the streets of the Han family's marketplace were thronged with mercenaries. hastily procuring supplies and preparing for departure, all hoping for a bountiful harvest within the Beast Mountain range. Some mercenaries were seen at the roadside, submitting rental fees to the marketplace overseers of the Han family, setting up stalls on the ground and vociferously hawking their wares at this moment. A young man clad in a black robe was scrutinizing the offerings at a young mercenary's stall, after thoroughly examining all the items, but finding nothing to his liking. He could not help but let out a disappointed sigh and shook his head as he rose to leave. This young man was none other than Han Xin. "Teacher, will there be any herbs here? I've checked over a dozen stalls, yet to no avail." Han Xin silently pondered. "Fear not, those herbs are hardly rare. You will undoubtedly find them." Giguzi's voice resonated nonchalantly in his mind, with no other options. Han Xin proceeded to the next mercenary stall to continue his search. This morning, Giguzi had transmitted a body refinement technique to Han Xin, yet just as he was about to immerse himself in cultivation, he was confronted with yet another dilemma. Over the past 14 years, Han Xin's body had been ravaged and eroded by the ice spirit crystal, rendering it akin to a tattered and decaying rag. Let alone cultivating. Even engaging in vigorous exercise could leave him bedridden. Han Tian would not return until the afternoon, granting Han Xin a whole morning to spare. Thus, Giguzi instructed him to visit the family marketplace to procure a few herbs essential for concocting an auxiliary elixir, Yuanling liquid. The Yuanling liquid is effective in nurturing the meridians and flesh, enabling rapid recovery of vigor and stamina, making it perfectly suited to Han Xin's current state. Han Xin had once inquired of Giguzi why, despite not being a denizen of this world, he possessed such familiarity with its herbs and alchemy. "I have roamed the underworld for millennia. I have encountered all manner of people. It is worth noting that those who perish in this world also enter the underworld," Giguzi had replied, rolling his eyes. Although the Yuanling liquid boasts commendable effects, it is regarded as superfluous by others, primarily benefiting those in frail health, akin to a tonic. For ordinary individuals, its use merely imparts a sense of renewed vitality and stamina, without aiding in the restoration of internal energy. However, for Han Xin, it could yield remarkable results. If only he could extricate himself from his current feeble state, he would be enabled to accomplish much. Though its effects are temporary, once Han Xin commences his cultivation, his physical condition will inevitably improve over time. I found the snake's saliva fruit. Han Xin's eyes brightened as he rummaged through the stall. He excitedly touched a red fruit wrapped in cloth. It could only be produced after a 2-star magical beast, the black scale snake, had salivated and bled on it for a century, judging by its hue. This particular fruit appeared to have just surpassed the 100-year mark. Despite his excitement, he maintained a facade of composure. Han Xin, being no stranger to the ways of the world, had lived as a formidable figure for 2 decades. He possessed the experience to avoid falling prey to unscrupulous merchants. Had he approached the stall like an inexperienced novice, he would have been ripe for exploitation. Although Han Xin currently held the title of the Han family's second young master, it did not equate to wealth. Indeed, aside from not having to worry about food and shelter, he possessed scant funds. Casually selecting a few vessels and herbs, Han Xin discreetly included the snake's saliva fruit among them and asked the mercenary in a flat tone, "What is the total price for these?" The young mercenary, though somewhat disheveled in appearance, had spent several years in the trade and had developed a keen eye for discerning character that he had observed Han Xin's earlier rummaging through numerous stalls. Despite Han Xin's rough black robe, the glimpses of luxurious silk garments peeking from beneath indicated that he was undoubtedly a person of means. However, the mercenary noted Han Xin's apparent indifference and impatience as he quickly scanned the items in Han Xin's possession, which were all rather ordinary. Leaving him uncertain whether to charge a premium 0.5 gold coins that the mercenary cautiously quoted a price, his demeanor tense as he awaited Han Xin's response. Han Xin nonchalantly tossed 5 gold coins to the mercenary and took his leave. The swiftness of his actions left the mercenary momentarily dumbfounded, and by the time he realized what had transpired, Han Xin had already merged into the crowd, leaving the mercenary to lament his missed opportunity. Wishing he had quoted a higher price, such individuals would never grasp the concept of contentment. Thus they would be condemned to a life of relentless toil. Subsequently, Han Xin discovered various herbs during his further explorations of the stalls, including 50-year-old withered leaf flower and 80-year-old green vine root, among a dozen others. However, he still required one final 1-star, would attribute magical core. After a thorough inspection of the herbs, Han Xin realized that, after an entire morning of searching. He had nearly acquired all the necessary ingredients, save for the last 1-star with magical core. Having visited several marketplaces, he had seen a few options but dismissed them due to their exorbitant prices. The southern and western regions belonged to the other two families, and it was uncertain whether he could even find a way to venture there in recent years, although the Song, Han, and Gongyang families had maintained a semblance of peace. It did not signify an improvement in relations. Members of each family continued to harbor a degree of wariness, if not outright hostility, towards those of the others. Han Chen glanced at his frail, pale arms and imagined the mercenaries whose arms were thicker than his thighs. Rubbing his delicate chin, he resolutely turned towards the northern region, heading for the Weir auction house. Although 1-star with magical cores were not particularly rare, they were certainly not in abundance either. Competent mercenaries could easily procure them. It stood to reason that those mercenaries looking to quickly offload their stock and fetch a good price would naturally gravitate towards the Weir auction house. Nevertheless, Han Chen was not foolish. Walking in such a conspicuous manner would only serve to expose him to the watchful eyes of others. That he gathered some black mud from the ground and smeared it across his face, instantly transforming into an indistinct figure cloaked in darkness. Turning, he entered a nearby shop, and upon emerging, he was draped in a flowing black cloak. The voluminous garment not only concealed Han Chen's face, but also made his frail physique appear quite robust. The mercenaries bustling along the street paid him little mind. It was not uncommon to see individuals obscuring their identities in such a manner, though they were not in the majority, most preferring to keep their identities hidden. After traversing several market lanes, Han Chen soon arrived at the Weir auction house. Looking up, he noted the towering structure standing out prominently in the area. The steps leading to the entrance were busy with comings and goings, while the vigilant guards flanked the door, their keen eyes scanning the ebb and flow of the crowd. Taking a deep breath, Han Chen pulled down the wide brim of his hat, and undeterred by the guard's scrutiny, he sauntered forward with measured calm. Chapter 0005 Benevolent Father Han Tian. Upon entering the hall and surveying the surroundings, Han Chen was filled with astonishment, although he was aware of the Weir auction house's popularity among mercenaries. The sheer level of activity was truly staggering. The hall was packed with a sea of heads, the throngs of people rendering the spacious area akin to a bustling plaza da. How astute of the Weir auction house to maintain such vigilance. Han Chen mused, just as he was interrupted by the voice of Gui Guzi. What is it, master? Han Chen queried, puzzled. It seemed that the Weir auction house placed great importance on this hall, for there were 3 7-star sword guards stationed within, and that was merely in the entrance area. The guards by the passage were equally formidable, and one could only surmise that the defenses within the inner chambers and auction hall were even more stringent. While Gui Guzi may have deemed these guards lacking in strength, to the majority of mercenaries, they were indeed formidable foes. Following Gui Guzi's indication, Han Chen discerned 3 middle-aged men patrolling the perimeter of the hall. Their imposing presence alone was enough to instill a slight feeling of pressure within Han Chen, hinting at their considerable prowess. The trio moved methodically, their eyes sharp as hawks, ensuring order and safety within the hall. On the opposite side of the hall lay 2 passages, though obscured by black beaded curtains, rendering their interiors invisible. The guards stationed at these entrances exuded a palpable aura of strength, matching that of the earlier trio. With so many guards on duty, it was likely that these passages led to the inner chambers and auction hall. However, Han Chen felt no astonishment at the Weir auction house's formidable setup. After all, it would be impossible for them to maintain their status as the only neutral power among the 3 great forces of Black Rock Town without sufficient backing. Moreover, Han Chen was merely there to purchase items. Harboring no ulterior motives, after a brief moment of admiration, he continued his exploration. His gaze returned to the hall, where countless crystal counters displayed an array of rare items, each accompanied by a crystal plaque indicating its price. From various herbs and weapons costing mere hundreds of gold coins to yellow rank techniques priced in the thousands, the diversity was remarkable. In this world, techniques were categorized by rank, with heaven, earth, profound, and yellow levels, the latter being the lowest. Each rank was further divided into 5 tiers, with the first tier being the least valuable and the 5th tier the most esteemed. This was merely the hall. And while it offered many items, the truly rare goods were likely found only in the inner chambers and auction hall. It was only logical. The items displayed suffice for the ordinary mercenaries. And who would sell precious goods in such a public venue? Han Chen had come seeking a one-star wood-type magic core. Although the hall was brimming with wares, his interest lay solely in herbs and magic cores. The exorbitantly priced yellow rank techniques, some reaching tens of thousands of gold coins, were dismissed by Han Chen, as he knew that the techniques from the Han family sword pavilion were predominantly yellow rank, with even higher level techniques rumored to exist in the inner pavilion. Navigating through the throng, he made his way toward the crystal counter dedicated to magic cores. Despite his frail physique, he found himself navigating the crowd with unexpected ease. As if some unseen force were shielding him from the mercenaries' imposing presence, that a closer inspection would reveal that the mercenaries were not truly colliding with him. Rather, a subtle flow of dark energy, akin to a shadow, enveloped his form, causing those nearby to inadvertently shift away. Before long, Han Chen arrived at the counter featuring magic cores. True to its reputation, the Weir auction house boasted a wide selection of one-star and two-star magic cores of various attributes, with a commendable quantity on display. However, cores of higher ranks belonged to a different echelon and were not for sale in the hall. They could only be procured from the inner chambers and auction hall. Each core was accompanied by a crystal plaque displaying its price, ranging from several hundred to thousands of gold coins. His attention was immediately drawn to a one-star wood-type magic core. After glancing at the price on the plaque, Han Chen let out a soft sigh. 500 gold coins. Although a significant sum, it remained within his means that he gestured to a nearby attendant to wrap the magic core, then produced the necessary gold coins to complete the transaction. After feeling the now-deflated pouch at his side, he chuckled ruefully. He had effectively returned to square one that despite the seamless nature of the purchase, it represented nearly all of his wealth, leaving him with only a handful of gold coins and some valuable herbs. Han Chen had no intention of leaving after acquiring the magic core. Since he was there, he might as well explore further, and he approached the counter where herbs were sold, hoping to find something of interest. However, after perusing the offerings, disappointment set in. The selection consisted of common herbs readily available in the Han family's market. Losing interest, he glanced at the time, realizing it had unexpectedly become midday. As he made his way to the exit, he couldn't help but glance back at the two guarded passages, his curiosity about what lay beyond increasing. Upon returning to his family, Han Chen inquired with a maid and learned that Han Tian was in his study, prompting him to head there immediately. Although 3 years had passed, he had scarcely seen Han Tian during that time. Each encounter had left Han Chen silent and downcast, careful to mask any hint of his true self, resulting in Han Tian's frequent sighs of disappointment that in a household that scorned and looked down upon him, Han Tian remained a steadfast source of concern and care for Han Chen. Almost every request made by Han Chen was met with compliance. In Han Chen's memories, Han Tian had always returned from outings bearing rare treasures meant to bolster Han Chen's health. Even if they were of little practical use, it could be said that having Han Tian as a father was a stroke of fortune for young Han Chen. Perhaps it was the merging of memories or Han Chen's past as an orphan that allowed him to revel in the paternal affection bestowed upon him by Han Tian. Strangely enough, Han Chen felt a deep familiarity with Han Tian, a comfort he had never anticipated. Knocking gently on the door, he heard a voice, authoritative yet warm, beckoning him to enter. "Father," he called softly as he stepped inside, gazing at the middle-aged man seated behind the desk. This marked the first time Han Chen had addressed Han Tian in such a manner since arriving in this world, to his surprise. The words flowed effortlessly from his lips, devoid of hesitation. "Perhaps this is what you have longed for," he thought. "I was concerned you might still be mired in your troubles. Life is meant to be lived for oneself. One should not be overly concerned with others' opinions," Han Tian said, observing his son's pallid complexion but clear gaze, a stark contrast to the listlessness he had shown previously. He was genuinely pleased. "Father, do not worry. I have come to terms with things," Han Chen reassured him, feeling an overwhelming sense of affection from his father. It was a sentiment he had never experienced before. Looking at Han Tian, who, despite being in his prime, bore traces of aging around his eyes, Han Chen felt a pang of sorrow. Contemplating the burdens Han Tian had carried for his sake over the years, he forced a smile, bowing his head to hide the moisture gathering in his eyes. "That is good. This world is not devoid of hope simply because one cannot cultivate. Look at the Imperial teacher of the Qinyan Empire. He was but an ordinary man, yet he raised 2 illustrious sovereigns, earning the respect of the populace." Han Tian offered, wishing to alleviate Han Chen's lingering fears about living in the shadow of his limitations. Rest assured, Father, I will not dwell on such thoughts any longer. I have come with a request. Han Chen quickly shifted the conversation to comfort his father. Oh, pray tell. Han Tian's eyes brightened with interest at his son's words. Without hesitation, Han Chen retrieved a scroll from his pocket, which detailed the herbs required for crafting the blood-transmuting pill. Han Tian, taken aback by Han Chen's solemn demeanor as he presented the scroll filled with meticulous writing, accepted it with curiosity and began to read it intently. The text on the alchemical formula was not extensive, but in a brief moment, Han Tian finished reading and gently placed the formula on the table. He raised his head, his expression slightly grave, and addressed Han Chen. Chinner, from where did you acquire this formula? What elixirs can be concocted from it? And what are their effects? Upon hearing this, Han Chen exhibited no surprise, as he had anticipated Han Tian's inquiry while preparing to ask for help in gathering medicinal herbs. Fortunately, Han Chen had already devised a plausible explanation and began to articulate it smoothly. That he recounted that a few days prior, he had encountered a mysterious elder who recognized his innate talent and wished to take him as a disciple, thus offering to assist him in overcoming his cultivation impediments. This blood-melding bone transformation pill was the key to his dilemma. Upon hearing Han Chen's account, Han Tian's expression grew serious as he scrutinized the list of dozens of herbs meticulously detailed on the paper. His brow furrowed in contemplation. Although Han Chen's explanation seemed cliché and contained numerous inaccuracies, Han Tian harbored no doubts. Firstly, in his memory, Han Chen had always been obedient and had never engaged in deceit or falsehood. Secondly, over the years, Han Tian had consulted countless esteemed physicians in pursuit of a remedy for Han Chen's condition, even seeking out some alchemists that he considered himself somewhat knowledgeable about herbs and alchemical formulas. While he could not discern the intricacies of the formula, he sensed its extraordinary nature, noting that it included many rare and exotic herbs that if the herbs listed were combined to create an elixir, its effects would undoubtedly be remarkable. Noticing Han Tian lost in thought, Han Chen refrained from interrupting and sat upright, closing his eyes to meditate. The room fell into silence. Han Tian's fingers rhythmically tapped on the table. Although he had confirmed the formula's potential benefits for Han Chen, he remained cautious. His caution was warranted, for the internal dynamics of the Han family were not as tranquil as they appeared. Many coveted his position, and Han Chen was a source of concern for him. However, should he be forced to choose between resolving Han Chen's issues and securing the position of family head, Han Tian would unhesitatingly opt for the former. After a brief contemplation, he made his decision. Rest assured, within 3 days, I shall gather all the necessary herbs. However, Chinner, could you arrange for me to meet that esteemed elder? I must express my gratitude to him, Han Tian said with a gentle smile. Although he had made his choice, Han Tian remained apprehensive about Han Chen's safety, that if that elder genuinely wished to take Han Chen as a disciple, Han Tian would gladly relinquish his position as clan leader. Conversely, if the elder harbored ulterior motives, Han Tian would have to exercise caution. Yet the truth of the matter could only be discerned upon meeting. If the elder genuinely intended to take Chinner as a disciple and heal him, he would be a benefactor to Han Tian. That if, however, he harbored ill intentions, that a glimmer of coldness flashed in Han Tian's eyes. Han Chen was well aware of Han Tian's thoughts. After a moment of reflection, and upon receiving a nod from Biguzi, he gently replied, "Yes, that I believe that could be arranged, but the elder is currently not in Hyantown. He mentioned he would return once I have gathered the herbs to concoct the elixir. Could he be an alchemist?" Han Tian exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing that the mysterious elder intended to personally concoct the elixir. What exactly is an alchemist? Han Chen inquired, curiosity piqued by Han Tian's unusual reaction. Han Tian, despite being the clan leader, quickly regained his composure. After a moment's thought, he began to explain that on the Zijin continent, there are not only martial practitioners but also various niche professions such as blacksmiths, alchemists, and rune masters, among others, each with their own distinct characteristics. However, due to a cataclysmic war long ago, the disappearance of magical elements led to turmoil in the natural spiritual energies. To this day, some professions, lacking the support of magical elements, have lost their original potency and have either declined or vanished entirely. Very few have survived the ravages of time, and blacksmiths and alchemists are among the few professions that have endured and even flourished over time. Han Tian's voice was not loud, but it carried a unique resonance. Han Chen listened attentively, refraining from interrupting. After a pause, Han Tian continued, "Blacksmiths can use rare metals, ores, and other materials to forge various weapons, equipment, and precious items. However, that pertains only to low-tier blacksmiths. High-tier blacksmiths can even forge extraordinary weapons and equipment that assist their masters in combat and cultivation. Possessing a quality weapon or piece of equipment can significantly enhance one's strength. And in the battles of the powerful, even a slight increase in strength can be of paramount importance. Alchemists are even more remarkable. Certain special elixirs can effortlessly help individuals break through bottlenecks and yield unexpected benefits. For this reason, blacksmiths and alchemists hold esteemed positions on the continent and are highly respected and sought after by the strong on the Zijin continent. The classification of blacksmiths and alchemists is identical, divided into 9 ranks and 27 tiers, with the first rank being the lowest and the 9th rank the highest. Each rank is further subdivided into high, middle, and low tiers. Achieving even a single rank in either profession signifies a meteoric rise. The promise of wealth and honor is self-evident, and concerns regarding high-level techniques, battle skills, sword techniques, and alchemical weapons are rendered moot. However, the requirements to become either profession are exceedingly stringent. To become a blacksmith, one must possess exceptional talent for cultivation, a robust foundation in true energy, and the physical strength to endure prolonged forging. Most importantly, one must be a natural-born fire spirit physique practitioner. Those with the fire spirit physique are rare geniuses among fire attribute practitioners. Such a gifted practitioner must dedicate themselves to the study of blacksmithing, for mastery in one area necessitates relinquishment in another. To pursue blacksmithing inevitably slows one's cultivation speed, while still faster than ordinary martial practitioners. One can ultimately only attain mediocrity. Although it is said that one must sacrifice in order to gain, this is indeed a difficult choice in comparison to the stringent requirements for blacksmithing. The prerequisites for becoming an alchemist are equally formidable. Firstly, one's physique must possess a fire attribute. Secondly, there must be a trace of wood energy within the fire to catalyze the efficacy of the herbs. While many practitioners possess fire attribute physiques, those embodying 2 distinct attributes in harmony are exceedingly rare. For wood and fire are inherently opposing forces. Nevertheless, the vastness of the Zijin continent may harbor individuals with mutated physiques, and such individuals possess the potential to become alchemists. Even so, potential alone is insufficient. A competent alchemist must also possess formidable and keen spiritual strength, also known as soul power. The combination of these rigorous criteria is daunting, which is why, despite the allure of these 2 professions, they remain exceedingly scarce. Thus, those who attain even the lowest rank in either profession become highly sought-after individuals among various factions. After sharing this extensive information, Han Tian felt somewhat parched and took a sip from the now lukewarm tea on the table. Feeling a bit more refreshed, from the moment Han Tian began his narrative, Han Xuan sensed something amiss. After absorbing Han Tian's explanation, Han Xuan felt increasingly perplexed, for he could not shake the impression that both blacksmiths and alchemists bore striking resemblances to Giguzi's practices of forging and alchemy. The stringent conditions for becoming a blacksmith or alchemist were daunting, and he knew he could not meet them. Yet it mattered little. After all, his teacher's methods for forging and alchemy posed no such requirements. At this thought, Han Xuan felt a rush of exhilaration at his decision to apprentice under Giguzi the previous day. Upon learning that the mysterious elder was an alchemist, Han Tian felt completely at ease. Given the elder's identity as an alchemist, even if he sought the downfall of the Han family, it would be a trivial endeavor. Why complicate matters? The notion that Han Xuan could eventually return to normalcy, cultivate like others, and even become a distinguished alchemist filled Han Tian with delight, prompting him to laugh heartily and feel a sense of reassurance, understanding that the formula provided by the elder was likely genuine. Han Tian wasted no time and promptly instructed others to gather the necessary herbs. With Han Tian attending to the herb collection, Han Xuan felt no need to linger and turned to leave the room. Heading towards his own quarters, he had already gathered all the herbs required for concocting the Yuan Ling liquid and planned to have Giguzi prepare it that evening. The thought of being able to cultivate like a normal person sent a wave of excitement through Han Xuan. After hastily consuming a simple lunch, he returned to his room, instructed the maid not to disturb him, secured the door, and lay down on the bed, quickly falling into a deep slumber. Time flowed like water. And before long, night had descended. Suddenly, Han Xuan's eyes flew open as he sat up, washed up briefly, and grabbed a few pastries from the table to stave off his hunger. After cracking the door open to ensure no one was nearby, he took a deep breath, approached the wardrobe, and retrieved a package from within. Returning to the bedside, he opened the package to reveal the herbs he had purchased with his entire fortune that morning. He then pulled out a small wood-type magic core he had hidden in his bosom and placed it alongside the herbs. "Teacher, that depends on you," Hanshin spoke softly. Almost immediately, a flicker of black light emanated from his brow, gradually coalescing into a slender black thread. The next moment, he felt a shift before him, and an elderly figure stood before him, his ethereal form exuding an air of tranquility that it was none other than Giguzi. You are quite cautious. However, that is for the best. Some secrets must remain undisclosed, Giguzi teased Hanshin, manifesting his soul form. One's life is of paramount importance. I certainly do not wish to be hunted down in the future. Hanshin chuckled in response that in truth. When Han Tian mentioned the roles of alchemist and blacksmith during the day, Hanshin realized the gravity of the situation to others. Aspiring to become either of these professions seemed nearly insurmountable. Achieving even the lowest rank would grant one a life of ease and comfort, and one could fathom that someone who failed to meet these requirements could aspire to be both an alchemist and a blacksmith. There was no doubt that Hanshin would seek to learn from Giguzi's expertise in forging and alchemy. Unlike the conventional blacksmiths and alchemists, these skills could be acquired even by ordinary individuals, free from the burdensome prerequisites. This fact alone was enough to incite envy in countless hearts, should the common folk discover that Hanshin, who did not meet the criteria, could accomplish such feats. He would not receive respect or alliances, but rather insatiable greed. Desire has the power to corrupt one's very essence. If they could glean the methods of forging and alchemy from Hanshin, it would not be long before they sought to dominate the entire Zijin continent, if not beyond. Therefore, Hanshin resolved that until he possessed sufficient strength, he must keep this knowledge concealed, the worst-case scenario. He could always don the title of alchemist later. Yet his current strength was lacking, and he felt akin to a child ensnared in a pack of wolves, needing to disguise and conceal himself, lest he be torn to shreds by the ravenous beasts surrounding him. This oppressive weight upon his heart left Hanshin feeling uneasy, intensifying his yearning for power. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself, suppressing his restless thoughts, and quietly observed Giguzi as he began to concoct the Yuan Lingyi spirit liquid. Giguzi's lips curled into a slight smile. Surely, he was aware of Hanshin's thoughts. Without pressure, there can be no drive. Only by perpetually feeling the threat of danger can one remain vigilant and strive to uncover their fullest potential. Although Giguzi had been closely monitoring Hanshin, his hands never faltered. He raised his index and middle fingers to tap his brow, gently coaxing a spark of crimson flame to manifest from his forehead into his palm. With a resounding boom, the spark exploded into a massive inferno, the surrounding space rippling as if a stone had splashed into a placid lake. Giguzi frowned slightly, and with a subtle flick of his fingers, the flames danced like blood-colored sprites in his grasp, swirling and contracting, maintaining a consistent height, hovering gently above his palm. Gazing at the mesmerizing, blood-hued flames, Hanshin was filled with awe. He had witnessed the spatial fluctuations caused by the flames, a phenomenon he had only seen in mythological dramas. Although standing nearby, he felt no heat. Anyone witnessing the scene would instinctively recognize the danger of such flames. Unable to restrain himself, Hanshin took a few steps back, distancing himself from the fire. "Master, what kind of fire is this? It's terrifying," he stammered, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Sanmei Jinhua, true fire of three mysteries," Giguzi replied, observing the flickering flames with a mix of resignation and pride. "Were it not for the injury to my soul, that earlier incident would not have occurred." Chapter 0007. The refinement of Yuan Lingyi. Upon hearing this, Hanshin gazed in astonishment at the blood-colored, sprite-like flames. He murmured, "So this is Sanmei Jinhua. The true fire of three mysteries is divided into three realms: wood fire, stone fire, and heavenly fire. The wood fire realm consists of earthly flames which, although mortal, can effortlessly melt gold and iron. The stone fire realm encompasses flames imbued with celestial might, capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas in an instant. The flames of the heavenly fire realm are legendary. As for their power, even my master is uncertain. Each realm is further divided into 9 tiers, and I have only reached the 8th tier of the stone fire realm, Geguzi concluded with a sigh. Han Xin was utterly astounded by Geguzi's words. His gaze fixed on the dancing Sammeja with unquenchable desire, he muttered, "This is merely the stone fire realm. What if I ascend to the legendary heavenly fire realm? Look at you, drooling like a fool." Geguzi chuckled, "Rest assured, I will teach you everything I know in due time." Han Xin, caught off guard, scratched his head sheepishly. Geguzi was not surprised by Han Qin's reaction. He recalled his own initial encounter with the Sanmei, which had elicited a similar response. With a slight smile, Geguzi refocused, gesturing with his right hand towards the herbs on the table, summoning the snake saliva fruit with his soul power and casting it into the Sanmei. The blood-red flames surged violently, akin to a beast devouring its prey. As soon as the fruit entered the Sanmei, it was enveloped by the intense heat, its skin rapidly turning black, and soon it crumbled into powder, transforming into a mass of gray particles within mere breaths. Geguzi deftly nudged the gray mass to the periphery of the Sanmei, maintaining it at a stable temperature before beckoning the remaining herbs forward, enveloping them in his soul power and casting them into the flames. The herbs each have varying heat tolerances, thus you must use your soul power to control the temperature of the fire. If it's too low, you'll lose the essence of the herbs. If it's too high, they will be destroyed, Geguzi explained calmly, his gaze unwavering as he observed the herbs roasting in the flames. Han Xin nodded thoughtfully, albeit with a hint of confusion. The path of alchemy could not be elucidated in mere words. Geguzi did not expect Han Xin to grasp it all at once. Watching the herbs within the Sanmei as their essences were extracted, some turned into powder, while others became viscous liquids, Geguzi nodded approvingly once all the essences had been refined. He withdrew his left hand from the Sanmei and clasped both hands together, swiftly forming 9 distinct seals. The essences extracted from the herbs rapidly coalesced and began to merge. This is the Danjue seal. Each type of elixir has its specific seal, typically grouped in 3s that I will explain this in detail later, Geguzi clarified to the bewildered Han Xin. Hearing this, Han Xin rubbed his slightly aching forehead, feeling even more perplexed. Observing Han Qin's expression, Geguzi merely smiled faintly, opting not to elaborate further. With his soul power in motion, he maintained the temperature of the flames surrounding the merging essences, allowing them to fuse autonomously. He then waved his hand, casting a single wood-type magic core into the Sanmei. As soon as the core entered the flames, it quivered as if alive, a vibrant green aura emanating from its surface, striving to withstand the Sanmei's searing heat. "Humph," Geguzi scoffed, noting the magic core's resistance against the flames. With a flick of his fingers, the temperature surged to a terrifying level, shattering the green aura and forcing it back into the core. With a crack, fissures appeared on the core's surface, and the flame's temperature then stabilized, initiating a gradual refining process. After about a quarter of an hour, the core had melted into a viscous green liquid. Geguzi formed another set of 9 seals before calling out, "Condense," with a commanding tone. The refined essence of the herbs, now in a pale red liquid form, enveloped the green gelatinous mass, merging them once more. As the fusion commenced, the surrounding flames rose in temperature under Geguzi's control, pausing once it reached a certain threshold. The flames grew denser, taking on a blood-red hue, obscuring the view of the process for Han Xin. Moments passed, and Geguzi adjusted his hand seals, reducing them to 3 to rise. He commanded, and a translucent amber liquid flew forth from the Sanmei, landing in a white jade porcelain bottle that had been prepared at the edge of the table. As the amber liquid exited, the Sanmei rapidly diminished, ultimately returning to a vibrant red flame, which Geguzi drew back into his brow. "Master, is it done?" Han Xin, still reeling from the spectacle, finally regained his senses and asked. Bewildered, "Indeed, this Yuan Ling is sufficient for your cultivation for some time," Geguzi replied with a smile, nodding affirmatively. "Teacher, when will you teach me the art of alchemy?" Yet, Han Xin did not exhibit the exuberant laughter that Geguzi had anticipated. Instead, he gazed at himself with eyes full of hope. Geguzi, slightly puzzled, soon shook his head with a smile, understanding Han Xin's thoughts. "There is no rush. Once we resolve the issue of the ice spirit crystal within you, I shall begin imparting the true fire of Samadhi. As long as you can reach the 1-starwood fire realm, I shall certainly guide you in the path of alchemy." Geguzi spoke with a serene smile. "Must it take so long?" Han Xin replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice. "You ungrateful rascal, do not be so discontented. The fundamental requirement for alchemy is to cultivate the true fire of samadhi to the one-star wood fire realm, allowing your dantian to generate wood fire. However, the issue of the ice spirit crystal within you remains unresolved. Should I allow you to cultivate the true fire of samadhi now, the clash of ice and fire would be perilous. Even if you had 10 lives, it would not suffice." Gue Guzi, despite his normally good temper, was incensed by Han Chen's attitude. Han Chen reflected on this, realizing that water and fire cannot coexist. If he were to cultivate the true fire of samadhi now, his body would become a battlefield for them. Just the thought of it sent a shiver down his spine. Setting aside such impractical thoughts, he resolved to address his own issues first. His gaze drifted to the white jade porcelain vial on the table. Filled with eagerness, but soon furrowed his brow as he turned to Gue Guzi, asking, "Teacher, how do I use this?" Gue Guzi glanced at the sky outside, having taken only half an hour to concoct the Yuan Ling liquid. It was still the dead of night. There was still time, so he promptly explained the method of use to Han Chen and instructed him to begin immediately. Following Gue Guzi's directives, Han Chen exited the room to fetch a bathing tub from the family storeroom. Returning repeatedly to fill it with water, by the time he completed this task, a good half hour had passed, leaving him utterly exhausted. Every part of his body ached. Guzi picked up the white jade porcelain vial and approached the bathing tub. Removing the wooden cork, he tilted the vial slightly, allowing a drop of amber-colored viscous liquid to fall into the tub. With a crisp sound, as the Yuan Ling liquid touched the clear water, it rapidly dissolved, transforming the formerly clear water into an amber hue that exuded a delightful fragrance within mere moments. "Remove your clothes and step in," Guzi instructed Han Chen, who was panting beside him. Han Chen remained silent, too fatigued to respond, and slowly undressed before stepping into the tub, where the water reached just below his neck. Breathing in the fragrant air, he felt a sudden clarity of mind, as if the weariness in his entire being had vanished, filling him with comfort. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to cultivate. Focusing his mind, the 9 styles of spirit absorption appeared vividly in his thoughts, according to Gue Guzi. This technique belonged to his sect, the Gue Gu school, and was the most common method of body refinement, divided into 9 levels, each breakthrough significantly enhancing physical strength. Gue Guzi estimated that achieving the great perfection stage would equate to the pinnacle strength of a sword guardian. Below the technique lay its cultivation mantra, accompanied by 9 illustrations, each depicting a set of human movements, with 3 postures corresponding to the early, middle, and late stages of each level. In the evenings, you will absorb the medicinal liquid and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from this Yuan Ling liquid to refine your body and recover your vitality. During the day, I shall guide you in tempering your physical form and honing your strength, with each realm paired with a corresponding set of movements, synchronizing your postures with the absorption of heaven and earth's spiritual energy. You can refine your sinews and bones, enhancing your power, Guzi instructed as he observed Han Chen entering the tub. "Understood." Han Chen nodded firmly in response to Gue Guzi's words, taking a deep breath as he began to cultivate according to the technique in his mind. Chapter 0008. The 9 styles of spirit absorption immersed in the bathing tub filled with amber liquid. The cool water enveloped Han Chen's body, imparting an invigorating sensation. Every pore seemed to open, allowing the refreshing, cool air to seep into him, and the delightful feeling almost compelled him to moan in pleasure. Indeed, this is a remarkable substance, he thought to himself, unable to resist praising it inwardly. He then crossed his legs, focused his mind, and formed a peculiar hand seal across his abdomen, allowing his breathing to deepen and slow as the 9 styles of spirit absorption gradually commenced its circulation within him. As the technique began to operate, Han Chen sensed the previously sluggish, cool air swiftly accelerating, surging into his body with increased volume. As if alive, eager to enter through his pores, simultaneously, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within the room seemed to be drawn to him, slowly gathering around him in a swirling embrace. The amber liquid in the tub began to emit a faint stream of vapor, which rose gently into the air, mingling with the surrounding spiritual energy, transforming it into a delicate hue that harmonized with the liquid. Han Chen's breathing took on a rhythmic quality, and the subtly tinted spiritual energy surrounding him was inhaled with each breath. flowing into his internal meridians. However, as this unrefined energy rushed into his fragile meridians, it felt like a wild horse rampaging through them, causing intense pain that made him emit a muffled groan. Nevertheless, despite the excruciating pain, his body remained steadfast, as the 9 styles of spirit absorption accelerated its operation, that he felt the cool air surge into him like a tidal wave, flooding his meridians, and the discomfort began to dissipate as the ice-cold energy coursed through him. Han Chen realized he was approaching a critical point. Changing the hand seal, the spiritual energy within him began to circulate along a mysterious pathway, completing 9 cycles before being refined into internal energy. At that moment, the continuous influx of cool air surged again, intertwining with the refined internal energy, diffusing through his meridians, coursing throughout his body. With every movement, the cool energy carried some internal energy, dispersing it among his meridians. Bones and organs, akin to droplets of water falling into a desert, vanishing upon impact and merging seamlessly as time passed. The amount of refined internal energy increased, and Han Chen faintly sensed that with each intake of cool energy and internal energy, the strength of his meridians, bones, and organs grew more robust. Although it was merely a vague sensation, he understood that his frail physical condition was gradually improving through the refining process of the cool energy. This realization filled Han Chen with immense exhilaration, prompting him to immerse himself entirely in the operation of the technique. The cool energy continuously nourished every part of his being, while the slowly absorbed spiritual energy of heaven and earth, once refined, merged with the cool energy to further enhance his sinews and flesh, cleansing the hidden injuries inflicted by the ice spirit crystal over the years. Seeing Han Chen officially enter a state of cultivation, Gue Guzi let out a sigh of relief, a faint smile gracing his lips as he transformed into a streak of black light, penetrating Han Chen's brow and entering his sea of consciousness. As night quietly slipped away, dawn broke. The warm sunlight filtered through the cracks of the doors and windows, casting patches of light in various shapes and sizes, illuminating the entire room that a young man sat naked in the bathing tub, the clear water reaching his neck. Yet he remained oblivious to his surroundings. His hands were clasped in a peculiar seal across his abdomen, his eyes tightly shut, and his breathing steady and powerful. With each breath, he seemed to resonate with a certain rhythm, drawing in the dwindling, faint amber spiritual energy surrounding him, that as the last trace of this ethereal energy entered his body, a hint of health returned to his pale complexion. His eyelashes fluttered slightly, and moments later he suddenly opened his eyes, revealing dark pupils that briefly sparkled with a touch of amber before returning to their inky depths. Exhaling a breath of stagnation, he glanced at the remaining faint amber liquid in the tub, astonished to find that a single drop had been consumed overnight. However, his attention was soon captured by the state of his own body. He abruptly stood up from the tub, allowing the amber liquid to cascade down his skin, droplets falling away as his eyes widened in disbelief, swiftly replaced by overwhelming joy, after a night's nurturing from the Yuan Ling liquid and the refining power of the spiritual energy. Han Chen felt entirely transformed. The sensation within him was as if boundless energy surged through his being. Though his physique remained frail, he was certain that if tasked with the same chore of moving the tub and filling it with water as he had done the night before, he would not falter as he had then. His physical condition had undeniably improved significantly. After a moment of ecstatic revelry, Han Chen regained his composure, determination flickering in his eyes. This was merely the beginning. He would become stronger and stronger in the days to come. Turning away from the bathtub, he wiped away the lingering water droplets from his body, changing out of the black robe he had worn the previous day and donning a set of black training attire. With his physical condition having improved, it was time to commence the rigorous training of his body and strength during the day that he casually consumed a few pieces of pastries from the table. As Han Chen was not picky about food, anything that could satisfy his hunger would suffice. Subsequently, he selected a few of his preferred flavors, wrapping them in a piece of white silk and tucking them into his bosom. Just as he was about to pull open the door and step outside, he glanced back at the bathtub in the room, only to return and pour out the water, pushing the tub into the corner and pulling over a screen for concealment. After completing these tasks, Han Chen merely felt a slight warmth in his body that did not blame Han Chen for being wasteful. The room was cleaned daily by maids, who also replenished the pastries and tea. If someone were to uncover the secret of the Yuan Ling liquid, it would spell disaster. Facing the scornful gazes of the collateral disciples, Han Chen walked out of the Han family gate with an air of indifference, heading towards the forest he had visited yesterday. The world has truly changed. This waste has actually put on training attire. Observing Han Chen's figure merging into the crowd, gradually fading from sight, one of the guards at the entrance could not help but scoff. Han-san, you have some nerve to speak ill of the second young master behind his back. Aren't you afraid of punishment? However, who knows? Perhaps he has suddenly awakened to begin cultivating. Another guard chided immediately. Yet, despite the warning, there was no trace of fear on their faces, and the conversation quickly turned to mocking banter. To Han Si, don't pretend with me. Who in the Han family hasn't gossiped about him behind his back? As if this waste could ever cultivate. Be careful not to end up killing yourself. With just over 5 months until the year-end assessment, there will surely be a spectacle then. Han-san said disdainfully to Han Si, following it up with a cruel remark. Damn it, Han-san, if you want to throw your life away, don't drag me down with you. There are plenty of eyes on us for this job. Gossiping behind someone's back is one thing, but if your words reach the family head's ears, you can prepare for your coffin. Upon hearing Han-san's reckless words, which seemed to curse Han Chen's life, Han Si's expression changed instantly, and he muttered angrily. Han San's face paled, and he immediately fell silent, glancing around nervously, realizing he had nearly risked his life with his loose tongue. Learning their lesson, the two ceased their chatter and focused on guarding the Han residence's entrance. Meanwhile, Han Chun, who had already exited the Black Rock town and was heading towards the familiar forest on the back mountain, was oblivious to their conversation. Otherwise, he would certainly have taken an interest in the year-end assessment selection they mentioned. Chapter 0009. The Art of Chimenduanjiao for Body Refinement Master. What are you doing with these stones? In the forest behind Black Rock Town, Han Chen watched as Gue Guzi, emerging from a sea of consciousness, arranged fist-sized stones in a mysterious formation. You will find out soon enough, Gue Guzi replied with a mysterious smile, not providing further explanation. This only heightened Han Chen's curiosity. However, since Gue Guzi had said so, he could only watch quietly. After a moment, all the stones were arranged by Gue Guzi, using his spiritual power in a specific orientation. Glancing over the open space, Gue Guzi nodded in satisfaction, then stepped into the center of the area. Stopping with his hands clasped together, he swiftly formed hand seals, and in an instant, 36 seals were created, culminating in a decisive shout, formation. Immediately, several tendrils of dark energy shot forth from Gue Guzi, dissipating into the surroundings. Few did it's done. Watching as the stones gradually became ethereal until they vanished, Gue Guzi remarked with a faint smile. Master. What is this? Han Chun, who had been rendered speechless by the spectacle, immediately approached Gue Guzi as the latter completed the arrangement. Why not step in and find out for yourself? Gue Guzi said with a mysterious grin, urging Han Chun to try entering the open area. Without hesitation, Han Chun jumped down from the large stone beside the open space and stepped inside. As soon as he entered, his expression changed drastically. He felt an overwhelming weight pressing down on him, as if an immense mountain were resting upon him, rendering him nearly immobile. In just a few breaths, beads of sweat like pearls began to form on his forehead, accumulating and flowing down like a stream. Dripping onto the ground as time elapsed, his legs felt as if they were filled with lead, unbearably heavy. After 2 breaths, he could no longer endure the mountain-like pressure. His body softened, and he collapsed onto the ground. His previously pale face now resembling a sheet of paper, leaning against the nearby stone while gasping for air. His legs quivered uncontrollably. Master, what is happening? Why is it so strange? Taking a deep breath to calm his ragged breathing, he turned to the still-smiling Gue Guzi and inquired. This is the 1,000-layer formation from the art of Chimenduanjia that I just arranged the stones to form a formation and use my spiritual power to gather the earth attributes spiritual energy from the surroundings, sealing it within. The pressure within has correspondingly increased. Unfortunately, without high-quality jade stones, this 1,000-layer formation made with mere stones cannot display its true power. It can only be considered the lowest tier. Nonetheless, it has to suffice. The earth, with its profound virtue, bears all things, and its earth attribute spiritual energy is inherently weighty. That it is indeed the best spiritual energy for tempering the body. Moreover, What you are experiencing is merely 20% of its potential. Seeing Han Xuan in such a state, Gue Guzi explained with a faint smile. Upon hearing Gue Guzi's explanation, Han Xuan looked at the not-so-large open space before him, his eyes filled with astonishment. This was merely the lowest tier. Although he had known that Gue Guzi was exceptionally knowledgeable and skilled, initially thinking that alchemy and artifact forging were already remarkable, he was now left in awe by Gue Guzi's display. Peering through the keyhole, just observing the effects of this 1,000-layer formation made it clear that the art of Chimen was by no means inferior to alchemy or artifact forging. The fundamental requirement for both alchemy and artifact forging was mastery of the true fire of Samadhi. Yet, he was still far from cultivating the true fire of Samadhi. He first needed to resolve the issue of the cold ice spirit crystal within his body. Master, are there any limitations to learning this art of Chimen? It seems there are no restrictions, Han Xuan asked tentatively, still feeling uncertain. Rest assured, everything I know, I will teach you. Although the laws of this world cannot tolerate the existence of cultivation, preventing me from imparting my cultivation methods to you, I can certainly share these skills. Once you break through to the 4th layer of nailing 9 styles, I will begin teaching you the art of Chimen. However, for now, you must not be distracted. Focus on your training. Gue Guzi, having lived for several millennia, was well aware of Han Xuan's thoughts, and he pointed this out clearly. Han Xuan understood that Gue Guzi was right. The immediate priority was to resolve his inability to cultivate internal energy, which hinged upon possessing formidable physical strength. Though he had experienced some enhancement after a night of nurturing with Yuan Ling liquid and the tempering of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, the time had been too short. Despite feeling significantly stronger than the previous day, he was still quite weak. Even a collateral disciple from the Han family could easily overpower him. Understood, Han Xuan acknowledged, breaking free from the allure of the art of Chimen. Calming his mind and nodding in agreement. Step in. Your body is still quite fragile. I have adjusted the internal pressure to 10%, that IT is roughly double your body weight. Once you adapt, I will gradually increase it. Seeing that Han Xuan could resist the temptation within, Gue Guzi nodded subtly and spoke softly. Han Xuan nodded lightly, took a moment to rest and recover, then stepped back into the 1,000-layer formation. Having had prior experience, he was now much more cautious, his muscles tensed and prepared to resist the pressure. He lifted his leg and stepped inside. His shoulders sank slightly, yet his body remained upright. Although beads of sweat still poured down his forehead, the pressure he faced this time was significantly less than before. After a slight gasp, Han Xuan began to walk towards the center of the open area. Though the pressure had diminished considerably, it was still not an easy feat for Han Xuan that a faint flush appeared on his pale face from the exertion. Despite the struggle, the determination in his eyes remained unchanged. In a mere span of several dozen meters, Han Xuan took nearly half an hour to traverse the distance, his black training attire soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to his body. The extensive exertion left him panting heavily. And at last his legs buckled, leaving him no strength to continue. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Now, according to the 1st layer of nailing 9 styles, absorb the spiritual energy to refine your body. Gue Guzi, seated beside the large stone, instructed at the opportune moment. Han Xuan, too exhausted to speak, merely nodded in response. After expending so much energy, he finally managed to complete the first posture of the 1st layer. His body drenched in sweat, feeling pain throughout as if all his joints were dislocated. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to concentrate, following the movements of the first posture in his mind's eye of nailing 9 styles to absorb the spiritual energy and refine his body. Seeing Han Xuan enter into cultivation, Gue Guzi waved his hand lightly, and in an instant, threads of pale yellow spiritual energy surged forth from the surrounding air, enveloping Han Xuan in a shimmering aura. As the cultivation technique commenced, a faint yellow aura enveloped Han Xuan, drawn into his body with each breath. Following the trajectory of the technique, the earth attribute spiritual energy circulated within him. After completing a full cycle, rather than being refined into internal breath, the energy gradually dissipated, tempering his sinews, bones, and flesh. The once sore and exhausted muscles of Han Xuan now felt akin to a famished child, voraciously consuming the scattered earth attribute's spiritual energy. With each morsel ingested, his sinews and flesh grew, increasingly robust. The pain induced by his posture diminished bit by bit until it vanished entirely to a sensation akin to soaking in a hot spring enveloped Han Xuan, prompting an involuntary sigh of satisfaction. After a quarter of an hour, the faint yellow earth attribute spiritual energy around him gradually dissipated. Moments later, Han Xuan's half-closed eyes suddenly opened wide, filled with astonishment. He felt utterly refreshed, his muscles devoid of any fatigue, and a surge of vitality coursed through him, suggesting an increase in strength and remarkable flexibility. Though it was but a trace, Han Xuan could distinctly feel it. He understood that this progress was attributable to the 9 styles of spirit absorption. Filled with a renewed vigor, Han Xuan began to acclimate to the pressures of the 1,000 layers array. He first started moving around the open space, exhausting his stamina, then immediately assumed a posture on the ground to absorb the earth attribute's spiritual energy and restore his energy. Afterward, he continued to walk, gradually adapting before transitioning into a run, and subsequently engaging in push-ups, sit-ups, and squats. For the sake of his strength, Han Xuan tirelessly exerted every ounce of energy and potential within him, absorbing the earth attribute spiritual energy to temper every part of his body. Chapter 0010. Breaking through the 3rd layer, the blazing sun hung high in the sky, rendering the air stifling. The mercenaries in Black Rock Town became lethargic due to the rare heat. Even those peddling in the market were too lazy to call out for business. They casually sought out shady spots to recline and doze off. Despite the sweltering weather outside, the woods behind the mountain provided ample shade, with a cool breeze blowing, creating an unexpectedly refreshing atmosphere. This moment, Han Xuan sat atop a large stone beside the open ground, enjoying the pastries he had brought from his room for lunch after a morning of cultivation. The refreshing breeze alleviated his discomfort from the heat, providing an extraordinary sense of comfort. The ice flame, blood lotus. How is it that I am still missing this crucial herb? Is it truly so elusive? Han Xuan mumbled, biting into the last piece of pastry and glancing at the inconspicuous black ring on his left hand, which adorned his index finger. Today marked the 3rd day that Han Tian had been gathering herbs for Han Xuan. This ring, which Han Tian had entrusted to him that morning, was an empty ring crafted from a rare metal known as void, possessing its own spatial dimension. Although the space within Han Xuan's ring was limited to 3 cubic meters, it sufficed for his needs. Over these 3 days, Han Tian had discreetly collected the herbs required for the blood fusion bone refining pill. And while most had been acquired, one crucial herb remained elusive, the ice flame blood lotus. Teacher, is the ice flame blood lotus truly so hard to find? Han Xuan, unable to suppress his curiosity after venting his frustrations, inquired of Giguzi. This was to be expected. The ice flame blood lotus is no ordinary spiritual herb. It typically grows in frigid lands, taking 500 years to mature into a single ice lotus, that stage. It is merely a rare curiosity that T.O. elevated to the ice flame blood lotus within a decade. It must be nourished with the blood of at least a 4th-tier fire attribute magical beast for 100 days, which grants it the qualification for advancement. However, this merely bestows it with the potential for advancement. Subsequently, it requires another 300 years of nurturing for the icy aura within to undergo a transformation due to the blood of the fire attribute beast, resulting in the emergence of a trace of blood flame. Only then can it truly be considered an ice flame blood lotus. Giguzi elaborated, seated beside Han Xuan, his expression solemn. Blood lotus seeds? 1 every 100 years, eh? They must be quite valuable. Upon hearing about the blood lotus seeds and their conditions for formation, Han Xuan couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. That depends on the individual that I in the right hands. It is a treasure gem. In the wrong hands, it becomes a deadly weapon. Giguzi continued, the blood lotus seed is a rare treasure formed from the ice flame blood lotus after 100 years of condensing immense amounts of ice attribute spiritual energy. The trace of blood flame power within is a culmination of the ice flame blood lotus refining its icy spiritual energy to the utmost limit over a century. Its potency is immense. Should an average swordsman be invaded by it, they would find themselves in a life-threatening situation. However, if absorbed and refined by those cultivating water or ice attribute techniques, the blood flame power not only aids in tempering their combat energy, but also contains a vast reservoir of ice attribute spiritual energy, significantly enhancing their strength. Yet for those practicing other attribute techniques, attempting to forcefully absorb and refine it would lead to catastrophic consequences. The clash of attributes may result in an explosive backlash, rendering them powerless. Or worse, leading to their very demise. Giguzi chuckled ominously. Han Chen inhaled sharply at Giguzi's explanation. The blood lotus seed was not only a sacred object for practitioners of water or ice attributes, but for some cultivators it was a lethal weapon. The thought sent a shiver down his spine, but soon his heart ignited with fervor. He had not forgotten that upon consuming the blood fusion bone, refining pill and transforming his constitution, he would evolve into the rarest ice attribute physique among water attribute cultivators. Not obtaining that blood lotus seed would be a disservice to myself, Han Chen finally exclaimed. If you desire that blood lotus seed, you must strive to enhance your strength and seek it out yourself. Relying on others will yield nothing. You may not even catch a glimpse of the blood lotus flower. Giguzi encouraged Han Chen, his tone growing increasingly stern. While Giguzi's words were harsh, Han Chen understood they were for his own good, that a warm feeling welled up in his heart, and he silently reminded himself that external forces are ultimately just that, external. Only by becoming stronger could he attain true power. Indeed, Han Chen made no grandiose promises, as he understood that commitments are proven through actions, not words. After finishing the last piece of pastry, he rose and walked toward the 1,000 layers array. Upon entering, he felt a slight weight on his shoulders, which quickly normalized. Though the pressure remained heavy, Han Chen gradually began to adapt after 3 days of rigorous training. After a brief warm-up, his voice rang out in the woods as he shouted with vigor. Though fatigue would occasionally compel him to pause, he resumed his exertions within mere moments. The cultivation continued relentlessly as the sun blazed overhead, yet it could not hinder Han Chen's resolute heart striving for strength. Inside the 1,000 layers array, the air was thick with faint yellow earth attribute spiritual energy. Giguzi remained seated nonchalantly on a nearby stone, casting a sidelong glance at the youth within the array. A hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Within the 1,000 layers array, Han Chen unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, the sound of wind whistling and shadows of his legs striking heavily, each blow bursting with power. After exhausting his stamina, he collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Disregarding the sweat that drenched him, that he immediately assumed a peculiar posture to begin circulating his technique, drawing the surrounding faint yellow earth attribute spiritual energy toward him. With each breath, the energy was absorbed into his body, undergoing refinement to temper his blood, flesh, and bones. However, Han Chen appeared dissatisfied with the pace. As the 9 styles of spirit absorption accelerated, his absorption rate of spiritual energy increased correspondingly. Gradually, all the earth attribute spiritual energy within the 1,000 layers array began to converge upon him, forming a thin mist of earthy yellow that obscured his figure. Continuous streams of earth attribute spiritual energy circulated through his body, refining every part of him. Yet as time passed, the speed at which Han Chen's body absorbed the energy began to slow, eventually halting as he reached saturation. Nevertheless, Han Chen gritted his teeth, disregarding the limits. As he forcefully circulated his technique, pulling the surrounding spiritual energy into his body, filling every corner with at that moment, Han Chen felt an unbearable pressure in his meridians, as if his body were on the verge of exploding. Beads of sweat cascading down like rain, his handsome face flushed crimson. The pain within intensified, yet Han Chen resolutely endured it. After what felt like an eternity, just as Han Chen felt his body might burst from the influx of spiritual energy, and his mind began to blur, a sudden tremor coursed through him, a deafening roar echoing within his mind. The sinews, bones, and flesh within have nearly reached saturation, swiftly devouring the abundant spiritual energy coursing through the meridians at an astonishing rate. In mere moments, the spiritual energy that filled the meridians was consumed entirely. Yet, as soon as this energy was absorbed, the external earth attribute spiritual energy was rapidly drawn into Han Chen's body, refined and reintegrated into the vast army of consumed energy. Time passed inexorably, and as Han Chen continued to engulf the external earth attribute spiritual energy like a whale swallowing its prey, the surrounding earth attribute spiritual energy grew increasingly sparse. The energy absorbed into his body was continually refined, before being devoured by his sinews, bones, and flesh, all proceeding methodically and steadily. Correspondingly, with each morsel of spiritual energy consumed, Han Chen's physique became more robust. After just a brief interval, The last remnants of Earth attributes spiritual energy encircling him were also absorbed at this moment. Han Chen's figure finally emerged in full. However, he remained in a state of deep focus. His eyes slightly narrowed, his breathing calm, and the sweat on his body had long since evaporated in the gentle breeze, with even his flushed face returning to a normal hue. Reclining in the center of the thousand-layer array, he maintained an unusual posture, seemingly in slumber. Beside him, Guzi sat upon a large stone, his eyes also slightly narrowed, appearing neither fully asleep nor fully awake, seemingly indifferent to the world for a time. The forest was enveloped in tranquility, save for the soft rustle of leaves stirred by the breeze. Warm sunlight filtered through the towering trees, casting a gentle warmth upon the cool clearing. Half an hour passed. Yet Han Chen remained motionless. Suddenly, his tightly shut eyes snapped open, a faint yellow light flickering within his pitch-black pupils, only to soon revert to their inky depth. Rising slowly, he exhaled a breath of stale air, stretching his body and producing a series of cracking sounds reminiscent of beans being fried. Sensing the immense power coursing within him, a subtle smile crept upon Han Chen's lips as he approached Guzi with a lightness in his step. For the pressure of the thousand-layer array no longer bore down upon him heavily. Splendid. To break through to the third layer in just a month's time. Clearly, the pressure within the array has lost its potency against you. Guzi remarked with a gentle smile as he observed Han Chen's approach. Han Chen had been diligently training here for a month, arriving at dawn to endure the weighty pressure of the thousand-layer array until nightfall. After a light meal, he would immerse himself in a tub, soaking in Yuan Ling liquid to nurture his meridians and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine his body. This routine continued day after day. Through a month of arduous training, Han Chen, in the midst of his growth, had rapidly increased in height, now reaching approximately 170 centimeters. Although he still bore a somewhat frail appearance. The subtly pronounced muscles upon his lean frame, coupled with his calm and composed demeanor, indicated that he had undergone a significant transformation, no longer resembling the frail second young master of the Han family. Not too shabby. If I couldn't break through after such diligent training, I might as well hang myself from a crooked tree, Han Chen quipped with a light-hearted smile, his youthful face now tinged with a hint of maturity. Chapter 0011 Unexpected Delight. Refining the soul. The results of this month of rigorous training were indeed gratifying. As early as 2 weeks prior, Han Chen had successfully advanced the 9 styles of spirit absorption to its second layer. His body had fully acclimatized to 1/5 of the pressure within the thousand-layer array, equivalent to 2 times his own weight. Observing this, Guzi had adjusted the array's pressure to 2/5. This increase meant that the pressure now amounted to 4 times his body weight. Such a daunting burden proved challenging even for Han Chen, who had just entered the second layer of the 9 styles of spirit absorption. However, he did not allow his recent breakthrough to foster any complacency. Resolutely, he stepped into the thousand-layer array once more, embarking on another round of arduous training. After another fortnight, Han Chen achieved yet another breakthrough, successfully advancing the 9 styles of spirit absorption to the third layer, endowing him with a more formidable physique and astonishing physical strength. Renowned for their powerful physicality, body refiners often exhibited prowess that far surpassed that of their peers. Despite the arduous and gradual nature of their training, this advantage was particularly pronounced in the early stages of cultivation. Thus, although Han Chen had merely advanced the 9 styles of spirit absorption to the third layer, Guzi estimated that the full force of his potential should rival that of a peak 4-star swordsman. However, Han Chen had yet to engage in battle, rendering his understanding of the swordsman tier somewhat nebulous. So Guzi could only make an educated guess. The true measure of his capabilities could only be ascertained through practical combat experience. Through this month of intense training, Han Chen not only made remarkable strides in strength, but also tempered his will, rendering it more resolute and his demeanor increasingly composed, that he appeared ever more mature. That I never expected you would break through to the third layer in just a month. Your training speed is astonishing, even surprising your teacher. Yet, do not allow a trace of arrogance to creep in. Remember, there are always greater heights and talents beyond your own. While your innate abilities are commendable, they do not place you among the elite. Many other young prodigies with superior talents abound, Guzi cautioned, his expression serious as he regarded the smiling Han Chen. Rest assured, teacher, I am well aware of this, that my aspirations extend far beyond my current station. I do not wish to falter along the way, Han Chen replied, nodding earnestly in response to Guzi's admonition. The world teems with individuals numbering in the billions, and among them are countless talented figures, such as Han Ling. Moreover, in a populous realm, exceptional talents inevitably emerge. While achieving in a month what others might take a year to accomplish is no small feat, many external factors contributed, namely the 1,000-layer array, Yuan Ling liquid, and 9 styles of spirit absorption, all critical to his progress. Although his innate talent played a role, when compared to those geniuses, a gap remained that if he wished to surpass them, he must exert even greater effort and dedication. Your understanding is commendable. I shall not elaborate further. Now that you have advanced the 9 styles of spirit absorption to the 3rd layer, your physical strength is sufficient to contend with a 4-star swordsman. However, remember that star ranks do not encapsulate all. For instance, should you face an early-stage 4-star swordsman who has mastered a combat skill or sword technique, you would likely find yourself at a disadvantage. Guzi continued, noting the importance of practical skills. That doesn't your Han family sword pavilion house numerous combat techniques and sword skills. Do not rush into further cultivation. First, seek out 2 scrolls of combat techniques to practice, so you may fully master your own strength. Otherwise, possessing immense power without the ability to wield it is futile. Understanding his mentor's intent, Han Chen nodded in agreement that at present, he possessed strength without the means to effectively utilize it, akin to a bull with brute force but lacking direction. However, observing Guzi in his meditative state, Han Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Teacher, while I acknowledge the necessity of learning combat techniques, surely I should not settle for anything less than the best. Would you be so kind as to impart a formidable technique to me? He inquired, recognizing the opportunity before him. Indeed, the teachings of my school, the Gu sect, prioritize alchemy, the path, and the I Ching. Yet, our martial arts are also formidable. While I possess numerous combat techniques, it is regrettable that your current strength is insufficient to practice even the most basic techniques within our sect, Guzi replied, fully aware of Han Chen's intentions. Though he anticipated such a response, Han Chen remained hopeful that if there existed techniques akin to the 9 styles of spirit absorption, suitable for establishing a foundation at the swordsman tier, it would be most advantageous. However, hearing Guzi's words, he couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. Yet he pressed on with his inquiries. What level of strength is required to practice the most basic techniques? Once you resolve the issue with the ice spirit crystal within you and break through to the swordsman rank, forming a true chi vortex in your dantian to become a 1-star swordsman, you will be able to practice, Guzi replied, a hint of amusement in his eyes as he observed Han Chen's relentless spirit to 1-star swordsman. Han Chen murmured, momentarily lost in thought. With the goal set before him, he had no choice but to confront reality. The path to becoming a 1-star swordsman lay far ahead. For now, he would focus on seeking out 2 sets of combat techniques to practice. Glancing at the sun overhead, which was nearing noon, he resolved to delay no longer, gathering his belongings to prepare to descend the mountain. Guzi, having remained seated, stood and entered the 1,000-layer array, his ethereal hands coming together as he swiftly formed 9 seals. Dissipate, he commanded, and as the 9 seals were completed, the pressure of the 1,000-layer array vanished without a trace. Better safe than sorry. While this place is secluded, it does not mean it is devoid of visitors. Should anyone discover the secrets held here, it would spell trouble that Han Chen observed Guzi's actions. He couldn't help but reflect on the adage. Having an elder is like possessing a treasure. Indeed, in certain matters, he recognized his own relative inexperience. Having completed all of this, Guzi let out a faint smile, subsequently transforming into a black light that penetrated Han Chen's brow, entering his sea of consciousness to nourish his soul, that he then strolled down the winding path towards the mountain's base. Although it was now deep autumn, the leaves on the trees remained as verdant as spring, and the dense canopy was visible all around. Occasionally, 1 or 2 weary birds flapped their wings as they returned to their nests. That as Han Chen passed by a waterfall, he suddenly paused to quietly observe. Standing above the waterfall, he gazed down, taking in the breathtaking scenery below. The emerald mountains were layered one upon another, resembling an endless sea of forest, and the gentle breeze that occasionally swept through stirred the foliage, creating waves of green. The rustling sound of leaves brushing against each other approached from afar, reminiscent of surging ocean waves or soft, melodic chants, cleansing the soul, perhaps due to the proximity of the waterfall. The mist here was quite dense, swirling like smoke and, under the gentle caress of the breeze, forming long, white ribbons in the forest, evoking a sense of ethereal wonder. The thunderous roar of the waterfall resonated in his ears, while birds flitted joyfully among the branches, chirping merrily that a cool breeze brushed against his face, the heavy moisture mingling with the air, refreshing his skin and invigorating his entire being, leaving his mind feeling remarkably clear. Standing there, immersed in this enchanting vista, Han Chen remained still. After half an hour, he slowly closed his eyes, gradually releasing his mind to feel everything before him. The thunderous waterfall and the whispering winds of the forest echoed around him. A profound tranquility enveloped Han Chen's heart, and gradually, the tension from a month of intense training began to ease. With his eyes shut and his mind a blank slate, he thought of nothing, simply savoring the moment of peace. Time slipped away unnoticed, and suddenly, Han Chen felt a gentle tremor in his mind, followed by a refreshing wave coursing through his body, bringing clarity to his thoughts. The composure and serenity cultivated from a month of arduous practice became even more evident, that a slight smile graced his lips as he realized he had inadvertently stumbled upon some kind of opportunity. Yet, in his current state of mind, Han Chen felt no desire to delve deeper into it. After all, it was harmless. Indeed, opportunities are often serendipitous. Giguzi sighed softly in Han Chen's mind. It turned out that the month of rigorous training had left Han Chen's spirit tightly wound and utterly fatigued. As the saying goes, moderation is key. Giguzi had already noticed this and had intended to advise Han Chen to take a break from his training to restore his spirit after his recent breakthrough. Just moments ago, upon experiencing the stark contrast of the beautiful scenery and the serene atmosphere, Han Chen instinctively loosened his mind to connect with nature, inadvertently entering a profound state of tranquility. In the ebb and flow of relaxation, not only did his weary spirit receive nurturing, but even his soul was refined, leading to Han Chen's earlier sensations. This state bore resemblance to an opportunity and was akin to an epiphany. Even Giguzi found himself taken aback by the experience to be why the time Han Chen returned to the Han estate. It was already noon. However, a small incident occurred as he entered. Over the past month, Han Chen had been rising early and returning late, often leaving for the back mountain before the peripheral disciples assigned to guard duty had even awoken. He typically returned only after nightfall, and to avoid drawing attention to his training, he had made a concerted effort to evade them, sometimes even entering through a side door. Consequently, these peripheral disciples had scarcely seen Han Chen throughout the month. And after a month of rigorous training, Han Chen's transformation was so substantial, especially in terms of his demeanor and physique, that when he attempted to enter his own home, he was unexpectedly stopped by the guards, who mistook him for a stranger. Ultimately, he was only recognized by his unchanged appearance and voice. However, even as he entered, the two guards remained somewhat skeptical. They eventually relaxed their concerns, thinking of the many powerful individuals within the estate. This was merely a minor episode and did not dampen Han Chen's spirits. After returning to his room, he enjoyed a long bath, changed out of his black training attire, and donned a flowing white robe. His long, glossy black hair, reaching down to his waist, was casually draped behind him and tied with a white ribbon. After tidying his appearance, he made his way to the outer hall of the Sword Pavilion. To seek martial skills, he could only go to the outer hall of the Sword Pavilion. As the inner hall was not accessible to him, it seemed to open only once a year. And Han Chen was unsure of the specific requirements for entry. It was rumored that the inner hall housed profound techniques and combat skills of the Xian rank. If given the opportunity, Han Chen certainly wished to explore it. Chapter 0012. A reunion with Han Ling in the corridor. Han Chen, who had been leisurely strolling, suddenly halted, his brow furrowed slightly before relaxing, a look of helplessness crossing his face. It was not that he had encountered Han Hu and his associates again. Even if he did, Han Chen would not feel so helpless. Back when he was frail and powerless, he had never feared them. And now, possessing the strength to contend with a 4-star sword attendant, he was even less intimidated. The reason for his pause was that Han Chen had just realized he did not know where the Sword Pavilion was located. For 3 years, he had lived a secluded life. One reason was to avoid exposing any weaknesses, while the other was due to his awareness of his current situation, prompting him to be extra cautious and minimize his visibility to others. He had no desire to encounter anyone from his family, fearing they would bully him. Most days, he would leave the family estate to practice Wing Chun in the woods, attempting to strengthen his frail body. Although the results were minimal, he had never given up that in such circumstances, he had little interest in inquiring about the location of the sword pavilion. Following his encounter with Giguzi, he had trained directly under his guidance for a month, rendering any search unnecessary. Moreover, Han Xin had scoured his memories for information about the sword pavilion, only to find a blank slate aside from a few basic introductions that in his 11 years of life. He had never once visited it. It was understandable, given that he had borne the identity of a good-for-nothing who could not cultivate, seeking to avoid drawing attention to himself. What should he do? Should he ask someone for directions? Glancing at the 3 or 4 maidservants outside the corridor, tending to the flower beds, Han Xin mumbled to himself that he quickly shook his head, dismissing the idea. He could not bear to ask for directions within his own family. He feared that if he approached them, those with ulterior motives might catch wind of the situation. Due to Han Linger, there were many in the family who harbored resentment towards him that it was likely that before he even reached the sword pavilion, many would already be waiting for him, such as Han Hu and Han Ning. Although he now possessed sufficient strength to contend with a late-stage 4-star sword attendant, such power would only rank him as average within the family. One individual, Han Ning, wielded the strength of a 6-star sword attendant, a challenge Han Xin could not hope to overcome, especially considering the possibility of numerous followers at their backs. While Han Xin was not averse to fighting them, he preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble until he had sufficient strength. Brother Han Xin. Just as Han Xin was lost in thought, a clear and melodious youthful voice came from behind him, reminiscent of a lark emerging from the valley. Enchanting and delightful. Startled out of his dilemma about whether to disregard his pride and ask the maidservants for directions, Han Xin turned around upon recognizing the familiar voice that a young girl was gracefully approaching him. Dressed in a sky-blue dress, her long, dark hair cascaded like a waterfall down her back, reaching her delicate waist. Despite her tender age, her figure was already curvaceous, and her serene and gentle demeanor further captivated the heart. The girl was none other than Han Linge, who had come to Han Chen's aid a month prior. Oh, it's my cousin Linge, though he was already very familiar with her enchanting figure. Han Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration as he gazed at the approaching girl. From a distance, Han Linge recognized the young man in white and immediately identified him as Han Chen, whom she had not seen for over a month. However, as she drew closer and noticed that he was now taller and more upright than before, she hesitated momentarily, yet couldn't resist calling out to him. When Han Chen turned around and she saw his fair and radiant face, her first thought was that she had mistaken him for someone else. Yet upon hearing Han Chen's familiar voice, a glimmer of surprise flashed in her eyes, confirming that she had not erred, that a warm smile blossomed on her exquisitely delicate face. What a coincidence, Brother Han Chen. What are you doing here? Although she was puzzled by the significant changes in Han Chen after a month, she refrained from questioning him, remembering his past attitude towards her. After all, everyone has their secrets, though. I was simply passing time and thought I'd check out the sword pavilion, but I don't know the way. Realizing that Han Linger could guide him, Han Chen shrugged helplessly, concealing his intention of seeking combat techniques. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flickered in Han Linger's autumn-like eyes. For 14 years, Han Chen had endured countless instances of bullying from his clan due to his inability to cultivate. He had always kept to himself, rarely appearing in public, and when he did, it was to avoid others. Fearing confrontation. Though much has changed over the past 3 years, and I am no longer as timid as before, I have yet to set foot in the sword pavilion, a place that gathers most of my family members. So that is how it is. I happen to be heading to the sword pavilion as well. Let us go together, Brother Han Chen. A fleeting glimmer of surprise flashed in her eyes as they swept over the tall figure before her, landing on Han Chen's fair, rosy face. After a moment of contemplation, with a smile, Han Linger spoke to Han Chen. Achieving the peak of an 8-star sword servant at merely 14 years of age is a testament to Han Linger's extraordinary talent. It is important to note that the sword servant rank is fundamentally a foundational stage. Progressing from a mere 1-star sword servant to the completion of a 9-star rank typically requires over a decade of dedicated training. Only a select few with exceptional innate abilities can master this foundational stage in just a few years, and those gifted individuals possess minds of equal caliber. After a brief moment of reflection, it became clear to her that Han Xuan had likely already begun his training, and what could possibly be so fascinating within the sword pavilion. Aside from sword techniques, there are only battle skills and martial arts, all revolving around the path of cultivation. It stands to reason that Han Xuan's visit to the sword pavilion is likely to seek out some battle techniques for his own training. Although everything seemed utterly incredible, Han Linger felt that it was only natural. At the very least, the changes in Han Xuan were the best evidence of this, as she gazed at the charming youth with a smile. She found herself bewildered by the sudden surge of trust she felt towards him, her delicate face unexpectedly tinged with a blush. Han Xuan, oblivious to her inner turmoil, eagerly responded upon hearing Han Linger's willingness to lead the way. "I appreciate your assistance, Cousin Linger." Startled by Han Xuan's words, Han Linger snapped back to reality. The blush on her face deepened, and she offered no reply, hastening ahead to guide him toward the sword pavilion. Han Xuan, puzzled by her sudden change, followed closely behind. Although they often crossed paths, their conversations had been limited due to Han Xuan's deliberate distance. Thus, he found himself at a loss for words, opting for silence as he trailed behind Han Ling. Meanwhile, the blush on her face lingered, further exacerbated by her earlier daydreams, leaving her too shy to speak with Han Xuan. Consequently, the two proceeded in silence toward the sword pavilion. After a month of training, Han Xuan had grown considerably taller, now standing at 170 centimeters, a head taller than Han Linger. While not exceptionally muscular, his physique was well-proportioned and elongated. Clad in a snow-white robe, his already handsome features exuded an air of elegance. Walking alongside the stunning Han Linger, whose smiling face bore a hint of shyness, they indeed appeared to be a match made in heaven from a distance. "Who is that young man? I don't believe I've seen him before. But he seems quite well matched with Miss Linger." A maid tending to the flowers in the corridor glanced up and, noticing Han Xuan and Han Linger, whispered curiously to her companion. Han Xuan's transformation was so remarkable that many of the maids had only heard tales of the second young master of the Han family, a so-called incapable youth, without ever having seen him. Moreover, given his dramatic change, it was no wonder they were bewildered. "That I don't know, but these matters concern the young masters and mistresses. We should refrain from gossiping. If we're caught, we'll be in serious trouble." The maid beside her, lacking the curiosity of the first, advised her companion, likely having learned from past experiences. Ultimately, she murmured in agreement, "But they do make quite a charming pair." Upon hearing her companion's remark, the first maid instinctively recoiled, casting a wary glance around. Satisfied that no one was watching, she returned to her duties, choosing to speak no more on the subject. Although the two maids believed their voices were hushed, their words reached Han Xuan and Han Linger's ears. The blush that had just faded from Han Ling's exquisite face surged back, rendering her delicate ears a vivid red. Even Han Xuan felt his heart race upon hearing their comments, his breath momentarily faltering. When he noticed the rosy hue of Han Linger's delicate earlobes, he swallowed hard, suddenly struck by the unexpected allure of this girl. Both felt the peculiar tension in the air, rendering the previously silent atmosphere even more awkward. Han Xuan began to regret walking alongside Han Linger. After more than 20 years of life, he had never encountered such a situation. Had he known it would turn out like this, he would have inquired about the way beforehand. In the distance, some collateral disciples observed the close proximity of the two and promptly turned to report to their masters. Upon hearing that the beloved Han Linger was so close to an unfamiliar young man, those who adored her could no longer remain seated. They hastily made their way to the sword pavilion, eager to ascertain the identity of the bold youth daring to approach Han Linger. Unbeknownst to Han Xuan and Han Linger, individuals were already waiting for them at the sword pavilion. Chapter 0013. Entering the sword pavilion. The Han family estate is no ordinary residence, the foundation of the clan. Its expanse is quite considerable. The estate comprises a front courtyard, a back courtyard, and an inner courtyard. The front courtyard primarily serves as a space for receiving guests and providing accommodations for servants and maids. The back courtyard is designated for family members' habitation, while the inner courtyard is reserved for the elders and the clan leader, serving as the heart of the family. Within this inner courtyard lie the accounts office, the herbal storage, the armory, and the family's fundamental stronghold, the sword pavilion. This area is of utmost importance, with guards patrolling day and night. Even collateral disciples of the family cannot enter without permission. At this moment, Han Xuan and Han Ling had traversed the back courtyard and entered the inner courtyard. Walking through it, Han Chen couldn't help but marvel at how this inner courtyard resembled a city within a city. It was as if a small estate had been established within the family, occupying a space comparable to that of the front and back courtyards combined. Groups of 5 family guards could be seen patrolling back and forth. Soon, a grand pavilion came into view, its imposing and somewhat weathered structure eliciting a sigh from Han Chen as he quickened his pace toward it. As he approached, curiosity piqued. He observed that while the pavilion was flanked by numerous buildings, it stood quite independently, covering a vast area, yet not excessively tall, appearing somewhat shorter than the surrounding structures. From outside the family estate, one would hardly suspect the presence of such a building within. As he drew nearer, the pavilion's features became increasingly distinct. Lime-colored beams, dark brown roof tiles, and lofty eaves that made it feel as if a colossal beast were coiled upon the ground, evoking a sense of awe. The overall structure was a muted gray, blending discreetly with the surrounding buildings. An iron plaque adorned the entrance, inscribed with the word Sword Pavilion, executed in a style that exuded both grandeur and audacity. While merely 2 characters, they conveyed an undeniable sense of power. 4 family disciples stood guard at the entrance, positioned on either side to prevent any unauthorized individuals from removing scrolls containing sword techniques, battle skills, or martial arts from the Sword Pavilion. At first glance, the guards appeared somewhat relaxed. However, Han Chen, having been forewarned by Guguzi, was aware that 4 sword masters were concealed nearby, providing covert protection. Such stringent security made it exceedingly difficult for even a sword soldier to force their way in. Moreover, should any commotion arise, the clan's stronger members would quickly converge, ensuring that even the most formidable sword soldiers would have to retreat. The family's caution regarding this heavily guarded area was not without reason. Although the techniques, skills, and martial arts stored within the Sword Pavilion were of relatively low rank, their sheer quantity made them invaluable for the foundational training of family disciples below the Sword Guardian level. Thus, the importance of the Sword Pavilion, which housed these lower-tier techniques, could not be overstated. Furthermore, rumors suggested that it contained numerous top-tier yellow-grade techniques and even mysterious grade scrolls, making the family's vigilance all the more justified. The guards had already noticed Han Chen and Han Linger from a distance. As they approached, the guards focused their attention on the pair. They were well acquainted with Han Linger, who frequently entered and exited the Sword Pavilion. However, upon seeing Han Chen, they appeared confused. A robust, middle-aged man, seemingly the leader of the guards, furrowed his brow. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted entry into the clan's crucial areas. As Han Chen was about to step into the Sword Pavilion, the middle-aged man stepped forward, blocking his path and speaking in a stern voice. Unauthorized personnel. Han Chen frowned upon hearing the man's harsh words, slowly responding, "Do you not realize who I am?" His annoyance simmered beneath the surface. He never imagined that as a legitimate second young master of the Han family, he would be deemed an outsider by a mere guard. The middle-aged man, however, paid no heed to Han Chen's protest. Placing his hand on the hilt of his sword and maintaining a stoic gaze, clearly signaling that he would draw his weapon should Han Chen take another step forward. "Brother Han Zhong, you must be mistaken. He is certainly not an outsider. He is the second young master, Han Chen." Han Linger, noticing that Han Chen had not followed her, turned back to see him being obstructed by the guard, and couldn't help but chuckle. Previously, even Han Linger nearly failed to recognize the drastically transformed Han Chen, let alone Han Zhong, who had not seen Han Chen in years, second young master. Upon hearing Han Linger's explanation, Han Zhong felt a flicker of confusion in his heart. He had encountered the family head's son years ago, and the frail boy from his memories was in stark contrast to the young man before him, clad in white. Just as he was about to inquire further, a voice echoed in his ears. "Let him in." At the sound of this command, Han Zhong's heart sank. Since the figures from the Sword Pavilion had spoken, he would naturally refrain from further obstruction. He immediately clasped his fists in apology to Han Chen, saying, "I have met second young master. It is my duty as a subordinate. I hope you do not take offense." Han Zhong and his fellow guards were all orphans, adopted by Han Tian from a young age and taught the ways of cultivation. Thus, the Han family held immense significance in their hearts, and they were profoundly grateful to Han Tian. Consequently, although Han Chen was unable to cultivate and was deemed a waste, Han Zhong and the others did not exhibit the same disdain as other clan members. Rather, they respected him greatly, not only because he was Han Tian's son, but also due to his absence of the vices commonly found in other young masters and young ladies. Protecting the safety of the sword pavilion is also your responsibility, Brother Han Zhong. There is no need for concern. Initially feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction, Han Chen found himself pleasantly surprised by the middle-aged man's balanced demeanor and clarity of right and wrong. A wave of admiration surged within him. This was a true man, that he could not help but shake his head and smile. Upon hearing Han Chen's words, the gazes of Han Zhong and the four guards softened slightly. For Han Chen did not regard them as mere gatekeepers, as other young masters and ladies often did. Instead, he offered them the empathy and respect they had seldom felt. Ignoring Han Zhong, who had resumed his duties as a guard, Han Chen stepped into the sword pavilion. Hey, it seems the family head's younger son is not as worthless as rumored. After Han Chen and his companion entered the pavilion, a voice resonated from deep within. I hear from those below that it seems he has not been seen for over 2 months. There is indeed something noteworthy, another voice remarked casually. This time, we are in for an entertaining spectacle. The first voice chimed in again, before falling into silence. Upon entering, Han Chen was greeted by an expansive space divided into 3 sections that at the center stood an arena constructed of marble, where clan disciples could spar and validate their skills. To the left lay a cluster of chairs, with tables adorned with fruits, pastries, and tea for rest. The right side occupied nearly half of the pavilion, lined with rows of shelves filled with tomes and scrolls, presumably containing records of sword techniques, combat skills, and cultivation methods. At that moment, 2 clan disciples were engaged in a fierce sparring match on the arena, exchanging blows with intensity, yet their strengths seemed evenly matched, making it difficult to discern a victor in the short term. However, at that moment, one of the combatants caught sight of Han Chen and his companion standing at the entrance, momentarily stunned, causing his movements to falter and resulting in him being knocked off the arena by his opponent. The onlookers beside the arena also noticed the anomaly, shifting their gazes toward the entrance, landing on the 2 newcomers. The majority, however, focused their attention on Han Chen, their expressions revealing a mixture of schadenfreude, sympathy, disdain, and mockery, that a veritable tapestry of emotions. Sensing the unusual gazes directed at him, Han Chen felt a chill run down his spine, and his brow furrowed slightly. Silent, he observed the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, a group of young men seated to the left, enjoying tea and pastries while engaged in quiet conversation, redirected their attention. Upon seeing the girl clad in a sky-blue dress, their eyes brimmed with fervor, as their gazes shifted to the young man in white standing behind her. The warmth in their eyes gradually cooled. Rising, they slowly made their way toward the entrance. Among them were Han Hu and Han Ning, though they did not walk at the forefront. Instead, they trailed behind, their gazes toward Han Chen filled with malice. Among the group moving from the left, a striking young man clad in a white robe was at the forefront, surrounded by admirers that he addressed Han Linger, who stood quietly beside Han Chen, exclaiming, "I never expected to encounter my cousin Linger here today. It is truly delightful that I have heard you recently broke through to become a 9-star sword attendant. Indeed, you are the foremost genius of our Han family. Congratulations." Chapter 0014. Grandson of the Elder, Han Yu. Hearing the elegant youth's words, Han Chen was taken aback that he distinctly recalled that Han Linger had only broken through to the 8-star sword attendant level 5 months prior, and had only recently reached the peak of 8 stars a month ago. At that time, it had caused quite a stir within the family. As one progresses in cultivation, breakthroughs become increasingly challenging. Logically, Han Linger would have required several months to surpass her limits. Yet astonishingly, in just over a month, she had managed to break through to the 9-star sword attendant level. Han Chen had thought that achieving a comparable strength to a 4-star sword attendant after just a month of diligent practice was already commendable. But in comparison to a talent like Han Linger, he felt utterly diminished that it was well known across the purple-gold continent that while the sword attendant rank was merely foundational, it encompassed various bottlenecks. The transition from 1-star to 3-star sword attendant represented the initial foundational stage, where most individuals could reach this within a year if they were not particularly foolish. The progression from 4-star to 6-star sword attendant constituted the mid-stage, with the shift from 3-star to 4-star representing the first significant hurdle. The difficulty in overcoming this was considerable. However, once successfully surpassed, subsequent breakthroughs would become significantly less arduous, allowing even those of ordinary talent to gradually improve given sufficient time. The transition from 7-star to 9-star represented the late foundational stage, where breaking through from 6-star to 7-star was even more challenging, requiring a robust accumulation of internal energy to shatter the barriers of advancement. In the late foundational stage, each breakthrough became exponentially more difficult, making cultivation increasingly arduous. For some individuals, taking 1 or 2 years to advance a single star was entirely normal. Han Linger, however, had achieved the remarkable feat of advancing from the initial 8-star sword attendant to 9-star in less than half a year, underscoring her extraordinary talent and terrifying speed of cultivation. In contrast, Han Xuan felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he compared himself to Han Linger. Yet, despite the challenges of late-stage breakthroughs, he knew that upon reaching the pinnacle of 9 stars, one could condense a vortex of true energy, marking the transition from foundational stage to sword guard. Only after achieving the sword guard rank could one truly embark on the path of cultivation. With individual cultivation speeds varying drastically depending on innate talent, exceptional talents could even break through several star levels within a year. The average human lifespan on the purple gold continent, shaped by millennia of development and the insights of countless powerful beings, is approximately 200 years. Though this seems lengthy, the prime period for cultivation is recognized to be before the age of 40 to hence, it is commonly agreed that the younger one is when they become a sword guard. The better at just 14 years of age, given Han Linger's current rate of cultivation, she would likely condense her true energy vortex within a year, transitioning to the sword guard rank by the time she turns 15, making her prospects seemingly limitless. Alas, who would have thought this girl was such a prodigy? With this thought, Han Xuan could not help but gently touch his forehead, sighing helplessly. I see this little girl is rather impressive. And she seems to care for you quite a bit. Perhaps you should take her as your apprentice wife. The voice of Guzi suddenly urged Han Xuan with a mischievous laugh, his tone far from the usual solemnity, resembling a devil tempting an innocent youth. Han Xuan rolled his eyes, too lazy to engage with his shameless master. Meanwhile, observing the striking young man, surrounded by admirers as he approached. Han Linger's delicate brows furrowed slightly, evidently surprised by his presence. Upon spotting Han Hu and Han Ning mixed among the crowd, she quickly grasped their intentions, and her expression turned icy. Han Linger remained unfazed by the young man's overt flattery, revealing no trace of happiness, as if she regarded the achievement of reaching 9-star sword attendant at 14 as a trifling matter. She spoke coolly. Cousin Han Yu, you are being overly modest. You have reached the peak of 7-star sword attendant for quite some time now. I imagine you are on the verge of breaking through to 8-star. How could I possibly compare to Cousin Linger? Achieving 9-star sword attendant at the age of 14 is a remarkable feat. Even within the Qingyan Empire, it would place you among the ranks of genius figures. Han Yu responded, though he felt a twinge of embarrassment at being rebuffed in front of so many people, and he quickly offered a few humble words. Then his gaze shifted to Han Xuan, as if just now noticing the individual standing beside Han Linger. And he smiled as he inquired, and who might this young brother be? This Han Yu was the grandson of Han Lei, the second elder of the Han family, boasting exceptional talent, just 15 years old. He had already reached the pinnacle of 7-star sword attendant, poised to break through at any moment into the 8-star level. His prowess positioned him among the top 10 of the younger generation within the Han family. He was also one of Han Linger's admirers, and in terms of status and appearance among the young men of the Han family, none could surpass him. In terms of strength, he was also ranked among the elite. Thus, he considered himself the only one capable of matching Han Linger and becoming her future husband. Although the entire Han family was not united, the second elder Han Lei and the family head Han Tian harbored no animosity towards each other. However, due to Han Linger, Han Yu had never treated Han Xuan with kindness. Though he had never openly humiliated him, he had secretly sabotaged him on numerous occasions. Consequently, Han Xuan held a vivid memory of Han Yu. Observing the current situation, even the most obtuse individual could discern what was unfolding, let alone Han Xuan, who was far from foolish. He could no longer contain his amusement, thinking that he had been forgotten. Upon hearing Han Yu's question, Han Xuan scoffed inwardly, realizing it was time for him to speak. How forgetful his cousin was. He didn't even recognize the son of the family head. Han Xuan took a step forward, standing before Han Linger with a light-hearted smile, seemingly oblivious to his counterpart's comparable height and age, casually placing him in the position of a cousin to seize a verbal advantage. The son of the family head? Upon hearing Han Chen's response, not only did Han Yu and his companions frown, but even the onlookers gathered around the arena wore expressions of confusion. The first reaction of the crowd was to feel they had been played for fools. The elder son of the family head, Han Feng, had long departed from He Yin town for training and had not returned in years. Moreover, the two brothers bore no resemblance in age or stature. As for the younger son, Han Shun, the crowd outright ignored him, for his previous impression had been one of frailty and timidity. He had never dared to speak loudly or jest with Han Yu in front of so many people. "Are you the useless Han Shin?" Just as the crowd was frowning, feeling deceived, Han Hu and Han Ning, who had been staring at Han Shun, suddenly exclaimed, upon hearing Han Hu's brazen declaration, identifying Han Shun as a waste. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Han Linger's eyes behind him. However, since the two had revealed Han Chen's identity, all eyes turned to him, leaving no one to notice Han Linger's unusual demeanor. The crowd gazed in astonishment at the fair-skinned youth standing before the esteemed Han Linger, utterly unable to reconcile his delicate appearance with that of a sickly, useless individual. That Han Hu's voice echoed. Han Chen's smile gradually faded, and he cast a cold glance at the two men mingling in the crowd. Initially, Han Hu and Han Ning had intended to mock him further, to show off in front of the crowd. Yet, upon meeting Han Chen's icy demeanor and his unflinching gaze, the words that had been ready on their lips were swallowed back down. They felt a weight in their chests, their spirits trembling, their eyes flickering uneasily. Eventually, unable to withstand the pressure, their once raised chins began to lower, and they fell silent. Han Chen's soul was inherently more powerful than that of an ordinary person. Moreover, having lived two lives and merged their souls, his strength was further amplified. Coupled with a recent refinement of his spirit, his essence surged. Compared to the average individual, he emanated an aura of pressure, which, while ineffective against those of greater strength, weighed heavily on Han Hu and Han Ning. The pressure of his spirit was intangible, leaving even them puzzled as to why they suddenly felt fear towards Han Chen. Noticing Han Hu and Han Ning bowing their heads, Han Chen smiled faintly and slowly averted his gaze. The moment he did, the two felt a lightness in their hearts, their backs unexpectedly damp with sweat. However, the last trace of Han Chen's smile left them feeling humiliated. It was unmistakably a mockery. The thought of having bowed to this waste only served to redden their faces in embarrassment. Despite their simmering anger, they dared not act, for the sensation of trembling in their very souls had instilled fear within them, leaving them with widened eyes, glaring at him. Who would have thought that the refinement of your spirit would yield such an effect? It's a pity that this pressure is too weak to be of use in battle. Otherwise, your strength could have been further elevated. The voice of Gay Guzi echoed in Han Chen's mind, tinged with regret. Alas, such is the nature of things, Han Chen mused inwardly, feeling somewhat helpless in response to Gue Guzi's words. As the crowd fixated on Han Shun, they began to notice the odd behavior of Han Hu and Han Ning. Confusion swept through the onlookers, including Han Yu, who regarded Han Shun with astonishment. To exert such pressure over two six-star sword attendants. How intriguing! An ancient voice from deep within the sword pavilion remarked with interest. Han Yu, being one of the elite youth of the Han family, possessed both exceptional talent and remarkable character. Despite his inner turmoil, he quickly regained his composure, his face resuming a warm smile as he feigned concern while addressing Han Chen. Upon hearing Han Yu's seemingly caring yet subtly mocking words, the crowd recalled Han Chen's identity as a useless individual, and their gazes turned to him filled with disdain and contempt. Although he no longer resembled the frail figure of yore, a useless person remained a useless person. Akin to a beggar donning dragon robes, he could never be an emperor. His essence remained that of a beggar. Indeed, if I were in his shoes, I would have long since lost the will to live in this world. Who can blame him when his father is the family head? But a waste should possess the awareness of being a waste. How dare he aspire to approach Miss Ling? Such folly, murmured the crowd, their whispers echoing as they forgot the earlier moment when Han Hu and Han Ning had bowed their heads in silence, trembling under Han Chen's gaze. Though the voices were not loud, the assembly comprised at least 70 or 80 spectators. With so many whispering together, even the softest utterance became resonant. Moreover, Every person present was a practitioner, with even the weakest among them having attained the level of a 3-star sword attendant. Their keen senses rendered the crowd's whispers as clear as if they were spoken directly into Han Chen's ears. Raising his gaze, he absorbed the expressions of everyone around him, revealing no trace of displeasure on his face. Instead, a hint of a smile graced his lips. Having lived 2 lives, Han Chen had experienced the capriciousness of human nature all too well. Thus, facing the scorn and disdain of the crowd, he remained unfazed. Furthermore, was he truly as incapable as they claimed? No, he was steadily addressing the issues surrounding the ice spirit crystal, and with Gue Guzi, a nearly omnipotent mentor, at his side, he would not stagnate in Hei Yin Town. He would soon surpass them, reaching heights that would compel them to look up to him. Understanding this, Han Chen felt no anger towards their childish taunts. Rather, he gazed at the surrounding youth with sympathy. They sought validation from those stronger than themselves, yet found their self-worth by belittling the weak. This perverse pleasure had ensnared them, and now, confronted with someone more capable, they sought to ingratiate themselves rather than strive to surpass him. Such a mindset had condemned them to a life of mediocrity unless they encountered some fortuitous event. Observing Han Yu's smile grow increasingly radiant in response to the crowd's ridicule of Han Chen, Han Linger felt a chill deepen in her gaze. Previously, she had found Han Yu merely bothersome. Despite her underlying dislike, she would still exchange pleasantries. However, at this moment, no matter how she looked at him, his face seemed utterly detestable. Just as she could no longer restrain her urge to teach this irritating man a lesson, Han Chen unexpectedly turned to her with a gentle smile, softly saying, "Leave this to me." Though positioned at the forefront, Han Chen sensed Han Ling's intention to intervene and immediately spoke to deter her. All right, though she felt a twinge of hesitation upon seeing Han Chen's calm demeanor. She ultimately nodded in agreement. While she was touched by Han Linger's willingness to defend him, Han Chen was a man. There were certain matters he must handle himself. Continually relying on a woman to stand up for him would not only raise questions in others' minds, but would also make him feel embarrassed. Though he wished to avoid conflict, Han Chen did not want to project an image of weakness that he desired to cultivate in peace without frequent provocations from others. That a glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes as he formulated a plan. "There's no need for that. I can manage for now." Han Chen replied to Han Yu's veiled mockery with a light smile, choosing not to retort, his demeanor unperturbed. In Han Yu's mind, Han Linger had long been designated as his future wife. Although it was a one-sided sentiment, he had consistently acted upon this belief. Anyone who sought to approach Han Linger would face his retribution. Now, witnessing Han Linger and the so-called waste, Han Chen, displaying such familiarity in front of the crowd, caused Han Yu's lips to twitch, feeling a burning humiliation akin to receiving a slap in the face in public. His handsome visage maintained a genial smile, yet his gaze towards Han Chen brimmed with frost. "Oh, cousin seems to have forgotten that Han Chen has always been a waste, incapable of cultivation." Han Yu remarked with a feigned air of realization, his face betraying no hint of the mockery hidden behind his words. A useless person daring to enter the sword pavilion. How absurd! A youth among the crowd, clearly eager to curry favor with Han Yu, seized the moment to jeer at Han Chen, his demeanor dripping with disdain. "But who knows? Perhaps our second young master of the Han family suddenly received guidance from a great master and can cultivate now," another young man interjected, and although his words seemed to defend Han Chen, the sarcasm was unmistakable to anyone listening. Upon hearing the blatant mockery from the two, the crowd began to murmur among themselves, with a slight shake of his head and a soft sigh. Han Chen said helplessly, "Alas, I understand that you are attempting to showcase your superiority in front of cousin Ling, but do you truly derive such immense pleasure from comparing yourself to an ordinary person like me, who cannot cultivate?" Noticing Han Yu's increasingly sullen expression, Han Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Youngster, you are still too inexperienced to spar with me verbally." Han Yu, unable to maintain his smile in the face of Han Chen's unrelenting and straightforward mockery, glared at him darkly. With a cold sneer, he retorted, "It seems that my cousin Han Chen has made considerable progress recently. How about a friendly sparring session, so that I can gauge whether your skills are as sharp as your tongue?" The onlookers fell silent at Han Yu's challenge, but soon their excitement mounted as they eagerly turned their gazes toward Han Chen, curious to see how this so-called waste of the Han family would respond to Han Yu's invitation to battle. "Do I need to spar with you?" At that moment, Han Ling, who had been standing quietly behind Han Chen, stepped forward. The playful smile that had adorned her face vanished, replaced by a serene gaze that held a chilling intensity directed at Han Yu. Upon hearing her voice, Han Yu suddenly regained his composure, realizing that his earlier bravado had not only failed to suppress Han Xuan, but had also drawn Han Linger's disdain. Yet he found himself unable to backtrack. A waste is indeed a waste. For so many years, how often have you relied on Cousin Linger to extricate you from trouble? The Han family should feel ashamed to have you. Han Linger's defense and icy demeanor finally stripped away Han Yu's facade of feigned kindness. And he coldly addressed Han Xuan. Of course, he would never dare to confront Han Linger directly, as he was no match for her. However, Han Yu had no intention of letting Han Xuan off the hook. This girl truly cares for you. While Han Linger's intervention provided Han Yu with ammunition to mock, Han Xuan remained unfazed, touched by her willingness to stand up for him. Did I not say I would handle this? What? Do you lack confidence in me? Ignoring Han Yu's jibe, he placed a hand on Han Linger's delicate shoulder, gently pulling her back behind him, and lightly tapped her forehead, reproaching her softly, meeting Han Xuan's confident gaze. Han Linger's exquisite face finally broke into a smile, and she replied softly, "Yes, I believe in you, brother Han Xuan." Witnessing the intimate exchange between Han Xuan and Han Linger, the latter showed no signs of anger. Instead, she smiled back at him. This only served to infuriate Han Yu, who was on the verge of exploding with rage. Just as he was about to rebuke Han Xuan preemptively declared, "Well then, since it is the esteemed Han Yu, the peak of the 7-star sword servants, personally issuing a challenge, I shall gladly oblige." It seemed Han Xuan had conveniently forgotten that Han Yu had also referred to him as cousin moments ago. Upon hearing Han Xuan's words, Han Yu was taken aback, unable to comprehend why this so-called waste would accept his challenge. However, after a moment's reflection, he understood Han Xuan's intentions and internally breathed a sigh of relief. Although Han Xuan was indeed a waste, he was still the son of the family head. Moreover, challenging a waste with the strength of a 7-star sword servant would bring him no glory. In fact, it might diminish his standing among the elders that if he were to seriously injure this waste, he would be in trouble. Furthermore, the repercussions of infighting within the clan were not insignificant. After a moment of contemplation, Han Yu smirked coldly, his face once again adorned with a warm smile as he addressed Han Xuan. "Oh dear. Cousin Han Xuan, please do not misunderstand. I would never bully you. Han Wu, you shall spar with our second young master." The first part of his statement was directed at Han Xuan, while the latter was aimed at a youth standing behind him. "All right, just make sure to go easy on our second young master." A slender youth stepped forward from the crowd, dressed in black training attire and standing around 1.75 meters tall, that he first acknowledged Han Yu, then turned to Han Xuan with a sly grin, his eyes gleaming with mockery. Han Xuan merely smiled faintly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he regarded Han Yu, choosing to disregard the youth named Han Wu entirely. Chapter 0016, 5-Star Sword Servant. Han Wu. Han Yu's reaction was entirely within Han Xuan's expectations. Indeed, the previous words he had uttered were a deliberate ploy. After all, no matter how detestable Han Yu might be, his strength was undeniable. A genuine peak 7-star sword servant. Furthermore, as the grandson of the second elder, he certainly possessed superior sword techniques, combat skills, and cultivation methods. Considering all these factors, he could likely hold his own against even an 8-star sword servant. In contrast, Han Xuan's physical strength was only comparable to that of a 4-star sword servant, making a confrontation with Han Yu, a 7-star sword servant, akin to courting disaster, for someone as arrogant and prideful as Han Yu, who was extremely conscious of his image. It was unlikely he would allow himself to be at a disadvantage. Thus, Han Xuan's apparent acceptance was actually a strategic retreat, the BY loudly proclaiming Han Yu's status as a peak 7-star sword servant. Han Xuan aimed to provoke Han Yu's pride, that as it turned out, Han Xuan's assessment was correct. After a moment's hesitation, Han Yu did indeed act in a manner that met Han Xuan's expectations. As for Han Wu, Han Xuan had already gleaned some information about him from Han Linger. Han Wu was a side branch member of the Han family, lacking significant status within the clan. At 16 years old, his talent was mediocre, and he had only achieved the strength of a 5-star sword servant, thus in all likelihood, he would become a family guard or a household soldier. Within the clan, the status of guards and soldiers was not high, and they were often looked down upon by their side branch peers to escape such a lowly position. One could only rely on the backing of the clan's influential members. Thus, since he became aware of his surroundings, Han Wu had been following Han Yu, hoping to curry favor with the Second Elder's faction, the A5-star sword servant. You say? Observing Han Wu a short distance away. Han Shun furrowed his brow slightly. Although a bit higher than he had anticipated, it was still better than he had imagined. With his physical strength, which could contend with a peak 4-star sword servant, he should be able to hold his ground, if not win, against Han Wu if he were cautious. Surely, cousin Han Shun is not afraid, is he? Seeing Han Shun deep in thought, Han Yu felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Fearing that the other party might back down at the last moment, he immediately taunted. Perhaps I have overestimated him. Observing Han Yu's impatient demeanor, Han Shun silently shook his head, glancing at the time. He concluded it was about time to proceed, that he then raised his head and calmly stated, "Of course not." The onlookers, who had been spectators to the unfolding drama, were left utterly astonished, their minds struggling to comprehend the turn of events. One youth turned to his friend beside him, bewildered. "Did I hear that correctly? This waste actually accepted Han Wu's challenge." "But it seems so. I heard it too," his friend replied, equally astonished. Clearly, they were still reeling from Han Shen's unexpected decision. This overconfident fool. Han Wu, you better be careful. Don't accidentally kill the second young master." A boy standing behind Han Yu mocked Han Shen, laughing heartily at Han Wu. "Indeed, Han Wu, remember he is still our family's second young master. Be careful not to harm him," another boy chimed in, though his eyes betrayed a mocking glint. "Do you think Han Shen has lost his mind? Isn't he courting death by fighting Han Wu?" A girl, unlike the others, expressed her confusion over Han Shen's actions. "Who knows? Perhaps he's just seeking to draw attention." Another young lady remarked dismissively, her disdain for Han Shen's actions evident. The crowd buzzed with chatter, astonished by Han Shen's audacity as the second young master of the Han family. His earlier confrontation with Han Yu had only raised mild concern, but the thought of him accepting Han Yu's challenge was beyond their imagination. No one had anticipated that a waste who had never cultivated would agree to spar with a 7-star sword servant. Yet, the unfolding events defied all expectations. Not only had Han Shen accepted Han Yu's challenge, but he was now preparing to face Han Wu, who had reached the level of a 5-star sword servant. This revelation left the crowd in shock and speculation. However, amidst all the discussions, not a single person believed in Han Shen's chances. The outcome of a battle between a waste who had never cultivated and a 5-star sword servant seemed all but predetermined. "Go, brother Han Shen." But Han Linger was not among the skeptics. As she watched Han Chun part the crowd and step onto the arena, she cheered him on with fervor. Her adorable demeanor ignited a fire in the hearts of the onlooking youth, intensifying their jealousy towards Han Shun. Standing at the center of the arena, Han Shun offered Han Linger a gentle smile before turning his gaze toward Han Wu, his eyes clear and unwavering. Though he appeared calm on the surface, his heart was far from relaxed. After a month of rigorous training, Han Shun had never engaged in combat with anyone. Now he finally had the opportunity to partake in a proper duel. Although Giguzi had suggested that he could now rival a 4-star sword attendant, that was merely speculation, that he had no precise understanding of his own strength. This battle against Han Wu would serve as a valuable test to gauge his abilities. Despite his opponent possessing 5-star strength, Han Shun felt no fear. Rather, he was slightly exhilarated. Yes, exhilarated. Once the match commenced, he intended to teach this young man a lesson in front of the crowd, ensuring he would lose face today. As long as he didn't kill him, any repercussions would be on him. That if he succeeded, Han Wu would thereafter become his trusted confidant. Observing Han Shun standing calmly in the arena, Han Yu was filled with fury. He turned to Han Wu beside him and whispered, "Thank you for your support, my lord. Rest assured. Just watch, I will make him cry." Upon hearing Han Yu's assurance, Han Wu was overwhelmed with excitement, thumping his chest in affirmation. After years of following Han Yu, was it not for moments like this? Now that the opportunity had arrived, it would be foolish to let it slip away. This kid is asking for it. He has no one to blame but himself. A vicious glint appeared in Han Wu's eyes as he observed Han Shun, who was already standing resolutely in the arena. With a grin, Han Wu took a deep breath, tightened his legs, and charged forward. He propelled himself off the ground like a great goose leaping into the air, performing 2 somersaults to reduce his momentum before landing firmly on the platform. Directly opposite Han Shun, both combatants took their positions. The onlookers ceased their idle chatter, congregating around the arena, eagerly watching the two poised for battle. "That you're courting death. daring to compete with me for Linger. You truly have no idea of your own insignificance that a worthless fool dreaming of swan-like beauty. Han Yu sneered, remaining aloof from the crowd, as it was beneath his dignity to join them. However, his resentment towards Han Chen only intensified. While Han Linger watched Han Chen with concern, she could not miss the bitterness etched on Han Yu's face, prompting her to coolly respond, her eyes flashing with a hint of frost. From the moment Han Wu leaped onto the platform, Han Chen's focus narrowed solely to him, disregarding the surrounding spectators. Although Han Wu's earlier move had been impressive, Han Chen privately shook his head, sensing he might have overestimated his opponent. The sword attendant rank was merely foundational. The internal energy possessed was limited, even weak in combat. Every ounce of internal energy became invaluable, and such displays of strength were tantamount to digging one's own grave. However, this was advantageous for him. The less internal energy his opponent had, the closer their strengths would be to go ahead and make your move, Han Chen said with a light chuckle, unfazed by Han Wu's readiness. It was not arrogance. Rather, Han Chen was acutely aware of his own limitations, that he had yet to learn any combat techniques or sword skills since his training began, that if pressed to act, he would be at a loss. Thus he opted to allow Han Wu to strike first, ready to counter. Hearing Han Chen's dismissive invitation, Han Wu momentarily froze in surprise, but quickly regained his composure, his face flushing with anger. How audacious! A worthless fool dared to act so arrogantly before a 5-star sword attendant. Swallowing his disdain, he declared, very well, then, I shall not hold back. Please enlighten me. He assumed a bow stance, channeling his strength as he propelled himself forward, charging at Han Chen like a released arrow. Chapter 0017. A punch of equal might. As Han Wu barreled toward him, Han Chen remained unperturbed, standing still like a statue, his gaze tranquil and steady. The speed was commendable, but if that were his limit, Han Chen felt confident about his chances. That he was curious, however, about Han Wu's strength. While he outwardly appeared calm, internally, he was rapidly assessing his opponent, calculating his next move. Seeing Han Chen seemingly dazed as he approached, Han Wu felt a rush of disdain, believing his opponent was incapable of reacting to his speed. Despite this, he showed no mercy, with the distance between them minimal. Han Wu closed in on Han Chen in the blink of an eye. With a furious roar, he tightened his right fist and swung it down upon Han Chen like a sledgehammer. The air around his fist crackling with the sound of displacement, a testament to its power. As Han Wu's fist drew near, Han Chen's expression remained unchanged. In a moment of clarity, he grasped his right fist tightly, responding with a swift punch of his own, meeting Han Wu's assault head-on. The impact echoed through the arena with a resounding boom. Both fighters staggered, unable to withstand the force, retreating involuntarily. Yet, Han Wu only took 4 steps back before regaining his stance. His eyes widened in disbelief as he observed Han Chen, who had only retreated 5 steps before stabilizing himself. How could this be? This worthless fool was able to engage him in a direct clash and seemed evenly matched. Feeling a tingling numbness in his trembling right hand, Han Wu was consumed by disbelief. He could hardly accept that Han Chen could withstand his strike without faltering. Han Chen, having stopped retreating, gently rubbed his sore and slightly numb right fist, his eyes reflecting understanding. His assumptions had proven accurate. Though Han Wu held the title of 5-star sword attendant, he had only cultivated his skills in isolation without the crucible of real combat, failing to harness the full potential of his rank. Thus, he was merely at the initial stage of the 5-star sword attendant level. This realization invigorated Han Chen. He had expected to struggle, yet the outcome exceeded his expectations. Now he could finally unleash his full strength in the fight. Impossible! This worthless fool actually traded blows with Wu and seemed to be evenly matched. A boy who had initially mocked Han Chen gasped in disbelief upon witnessing the scene in the arena. His astonishment was mirrored in the faces of the onlookers, who could hardly believe their eyes. Is this really that waste? One youth exclaimed, breaking the stunned silence, prompting others to echo their disbelief. Get your act together. Han Wu, use your full strength. Don't tell me you can't even handle a worthless fool. Although Han Yu was equally astonished, he could not fathom that Han Chen possessed such strength. He merely suspected Han Wu of holding back. Deep down, he recognized this as self-deception, yet he refused to accept that the once worthless Han Chen had acquired the power to rival a 5-star sword attendant. He could hardly maintain his facade of indifference before Han Linger. Nearby, Han Linger covered her astonished mouth with her pale wrist, her bright eyes sparkling with joy as she gazed at Han Chen's white-clad figure on the platform. Completely oblivious to Han Yu's furious outburst, the furious rebuke from Han Yu simultaneously roused Han Wu from his stupor. As he regained his senses, the cacophony of murmurs enveloped him, and he felt the piercing stares and whispered accusations directed at him. A profound sense of humiliation washed over him, igniting an inferno of rage within his heart. His eyes blazed a fierce crimson. Perhaps it was the cumulative weakness of Han Chen over the years, or perhaps the ingrained habit of belittling him that had led Han Wu to dismiss him as inconsequential at that moment. A singular thought consumed Han Wu's mind. He longed to rend this useless being into pieces, to cleanse his own disgrace with the blood of this so-called waste. Han Chen, who had been acutely aware of Han Wu's murderous intent, felt a chill creep down his spine. With a cold snort, he boldly declared to the flushed and furious Han Wu, "Do you wish to kill me? You are not worthy." The crowd erupted in astonishment, their gazes towards Han Wu shifting dramatically, observing Han Wu's bloodshot eyes filled with murderous intent. They could scarcely believe the extent of his hatred in their hearts. They were convinced of Han Chen's words. Punishing Han Chen was one matter, even if the clan leader and several elders learned of it. The most he would face would be a beating or a period of confinement. However, if he were to harbor thoughts of murder, it would be an entirely different situation. Although Han Chen was deemed a waste, he was still the son of the clan leader. While the clan leader might turn a blind eye to minor grievances, he would never tolerate a threat to his son's life. The dignity of the Han family was not something a mere branch disciple could provoke. "This fool is digging his own grave and trying to drag me down with him." At that moment, Han Yu felt a flicker of fear. This duel had been his challenge to Han Chen, and Han Wu was his chosen champion. He had orchestrated this entire affair. Now that Han Wu harbored intentions of murder, if anything were to happen to Han Chen, even with his grandfather being the second elder, he could not escape unscathed. "Oh, second elder, what a fine grandson you have." Meanwhile, from a distance at the sword pavilion, a middle-aged man clad in splendid attire, with deep-set eyes, observed the duel between Han Chen and Han Wu on the arena. He spoke softly, though his words carried an undeniable authority and chill that made the several elderly figures beside him, dressed in black robes with gold trim, shudder. This middle-aged man was none other than Han Tian, the clan leader of the Han family. The elders accompanying him were of considerable stature as well, being the prominent elders of the clan. Aside from the first elder, there were the second elder, third elder, fourth elder, and fifth elder. When Han Chen agreed to Han Yu's challenge, Han Zhong, stationed outside the sword pavilion, sensed trouble. Loyal as ever, he promptly informed Han Tian, who was discussing matters with the elders in his study. Upon learning of the situation, Han Tian's expression darkened, and he hurriedly gathered the elders to rush over, just in time to witness the clash of fists between Han Chen and Han Wu. The astonishment within Han Tian and the elders mirrored that of the crowd in the arena, and they were keen to observe how the events would unfold. Chapter 0018. Yellow Tier. Third Grade Battle Technique. Cracking Rock Palm. Initially, Han Tian was in high spirits upon witnessing Han Chen's remarkable transformation. However, the subsequent rebuke from Han Yu towards Han Wu darkened his previously jovial gaze. Though he was aware that Han Chen was often looked down upon, and that occasional jibes were commonplace, such remarks usually remained behind his back. After all, one cannot prevent others from voicing their opinions, as long as it did not exceed reasonable limits. Han Tian had chosen to turn a blind eye. Although he appeared to be in a position of power, the head of the entire clan sometimes felt helpless, as he was not just a father, but the patriarch of the Han family. He could not afford to retaliate every time someone insulted his son. However, the situation had now escalated beyond mere verbal insults. Han Yu had gone so far as to incite his followers to cripple Han Chen. At this moment, both as a father and a clan leader, Han Tian could no longer remain indifferent. The malevolent glint in Han Wu's eyes, as if commanded to kill, caused Han Tian's eyes to narrow and his expression to darken. Possessing the strength of a 3-star sword master, Han Tian was acutely sensitive to various forms of energy. The murderous intent radiating from Han Wu was unmistakable to him. While the elders lacked Han Tian's power, they were still formidable 9-star sword masters, and they too sensed the ominous energy. The elders exchanged glances filled with resignation, casting their eyes upon the now silent and brooding Han Tian, and they fell silent, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Though they often argued with Han Tian over clan matters, those disagreements were merely professional. However, the palpable aura of rage emanating from Han Tian made it clear that he was genuinely furious. No one would dare to oppose him at this moment. Observing Han Yu's flushed face and wrathful demeanor from afar in the sword pavilion, the second elder, Han Lei, could not help but wear a bitter smile. His grandson was exceptional in every regard, talent, appearance, and intelligence that he had doted on him, even allowing him to pursue the distinguished Han Linger without objection. Yet, why had he acted so foolishly this time? He hoped the clan leader would show mercy. After this matter, he would certainly discipline Han Yu. Despite the bitterness in his heart, Han Lei spoke up in Han Yu's defense. However, Han Tian remained unmoved by the second elder's pleas. After a long silence, he finally spoke, his voice heavy with authority. Second elder, you must understand that they are all the next generation of the Han family, descendants of the same clan. Only through internal unity can our Han family maintain its standing in Haiyan Town and continue to thrive. I shall overlook this incident for your sake, but I do not wish to witness such behavior again. Pausing for emphasis, he continued, after this matter is resolved, take Han Yu to the punishment hall. He shall receive 100 strikes and be confined to solitary reflection for 3 months. His calm, yet commanding tone conveyed an inescapable authority, prompting the second elder to abandon his attempts at further pleading, resigning with a low acknowledgement. This incident served as a wake-up call for the second elder. He silently vowed to discipline Han Yu after this affair, recognizing that his grandson's remarkable talents and striking appearance had fostered a sense of arrogance that could lead to dire consequences in the future. This incident was a lesson. Should he provoke someone truly formidable in the future, the repercussions would transcend mere punishment. As he gazed towards the arena, where Han Qin moved with agility, Han Tian's eyes momentarily glazed over. After Han Qin's birth, his wife had suffered significant health repercussions, ultimately succumbing to old injuries. Years ago, his eldest son had ventured into the world, and now he had not returned for many years, leaving his fate uncertain. The only one left by his side, Han Qin, was the focal point of Han Tian's concern. For many years, Han Tian had tirelessly sought elixirs and spiritual herbs to heal Han Qin, caring for him with unwavering dedication. It was evident how deeply Han Qin was cherished in Han Tian's heart. Feeling the faint pressure emanating from Han Tian, the elders exchanged silent glances, and at that moment, they realized that despite their status, they were merely advisors to the clan leader. The decision-maker of the Han family was the man before them. At this point, Han Tian was unaware that his fatherly rage, stemming from his son being bullied, had awakened the haughty elders, who had grown complacent in their high positions over the years, forcing them to confront the current reality. Meanwhile, on the arena, Han Wu, consumed by rage, had descended into a frenzy, completely forgetting the purpose of the duel, their identities, and everything else. His mind was singularly focused on one thought: to kill Han Qin, to tear this waste into shreds. A waste dares to challenge me. A 5-star sword servant? Such delusions. I shall now demonstrate the true prowess of a 5-star sword servant. Han Wu's bloodshot eyes fixated on Han Qin as he grinned malevolently. The moment the words left his lips, Han Wu's aura surged dramatically. His strength, which had been stagnant at the mid-level of the 5-star sword servant for a year, suddenly ascended to the peak of the 5-star sword servant, with faint signs of breaking into the 6-star realm. With a thunderous clap, Han Wu struck his palms together, shouting fiercely. His hands expanded rapidly, emanating a soft yellow glow, transforming from flesh-colored to earthy yellow. Yellow tier, 3rd grade battle technique. Cracking rock palm. Damn it. I didn't expect him to break through at this moment. Sensing the shift in Han Wu's aura, Han Qin furrowed his brows, inwardly alarmed. Noticing the transformation on the arena, Han Tian and his entourage, who had been closely watching the duel, were now on high alert, especially Han Tian, who felt an acute sense of tension. Though Han Qin had held his ground against Han Wu in their previous clash, the dynamics had shifted. That had merely been an exchange of raw strength without techniques. That a roll of yellow-tier battle techniques can enhance one's strength by 20 to 30%. The higher the rank of the battle technique, the more formidable its displayed power. The legendary heavenly tier techniques are said to amplify the user's strength several-fold, even to a dozen times. Moreover, At this critical moment, Han Wu unexpectedly shows signs of a breakthrough. As Han Wu begins to employ the battle technique cracking rock palm, Han Tian, despite his strong desire to rescue Han Chen immediately, finds himself restraining that impulse upon seeing Han Chen exhibit no fear. Curiosity peaks within Han Tian as he wonders how Han Chen will respond. Nonetheless, the vigorous essence within Han Tian quietly surges, coursing through his body, ever prepared to intervene on Han Chen's behalf. Even the elders are tense, their gazes fixed upon the two combatants on the stage, missing not a single change done on the platform, as Han Wu circulates the limited internal energy within his meridians. Feeling the surging power within, his murderous intent towards Han Chen intensifies. With a cold grin, he propels himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, rapidly closing the distance to Han Chen. Having learned from past lessons, Han Wu is not foolish enough to engage Han Chen in a contest of strength. Accelerating the flow of internal energy, he enhances his already swift speed even further. Han Chen's pupils constrict. Before Han Wu can close the gap, he crouches slightly, propelling himself backward with force, narrowly evading the right punch aimed at his chest. Oh no, how has this guy's speed increased so dramatically? Damn it, I've miscalculated. This thought flashes through Han Chen's mind, leaving him no time to deliberate as he retreats swiftly. Han Wu, undeterred by Han Chen's evasion, glances at him with a hint of cold derision. With a swift pivot of his left leg, he pushes off the ground, pursuing Han Chen, who is retreating rapidly. The madness in his eyes intensifies. Although Han Chen is fleeing at great speed, he remains composed, his refined soul tightly locking onto Han Wu, sensing the latter's frenzied demeanor. Instinctively, his heart tightens as he bends low, narrowly dodging Han Wu's whipping kick. Twisting his waist, Han Chen springs to the right. At this moment, Han Chen's brow furrows. Han Wu, on the verge of breaking through to the 6-star level, is not an opponent he can confront head-on. Han Chen can only focus on evading Han Wu's assaults. According to the insights from Giguzi in his mind, during his breakthrough to 6 stars, Han Wu will exhaust a significant amount of internal energy, leading to a brief moment of weakness that it is in seizing that fleeting vulnerability that Han Chen can resolve his current predicament. Chapter 0019. Counterattack Wing Chun. At this juncture, faced with the imminent breakthrough of Han Wu to 6 stars, Han Chen can only strive to buy time. When Han Wu was merely a 5-star sword attendant, Han Chen could still hold his ground. However, now, on the brink of a breakthrough, Han Wu's speed and power have both increased significantly in their exchanges. Han Chen finds himself at a distinct disadvantage, continually maneuvering to evade Han Wu's strikes. Seeking to create distance, should Han Wu latch onto him, Han Chen would be left to endure a barrage of attacks. All of Han Chen's focus is on Han Wu. Even his soul energy is tightly attuned to every movement of Han Wu, allowing him to anticipate and preemptively evade or block incoming assaults. Yet, the disparity in strength ultimately leads to Han Chen lagging slightly in speed as Han Wu's power surges with his impending breakthrough. His speed escalates, increasing the pressure on Han Chen. Gradually, some attacks, though perceptible, come too swiftly for him to evade, forcing him to take them head-dash onto in his state of breakthrough. Han Wu's strength is overwhelming. Each punch he delivers is more powerful than the last. With every collision, the pain radiating from the impact causes Han Chen to grimace. Despite Han Chen's somewhat awkward dodges, he is not entirely overwhelmed. His physical resilience, akin to that of a 5-star sword attendant in the early stages, allows him to endure the conflict in the blink of an eye. They have exchanged nearly 100 blows as the rapid exchanges unfold. Han Chen's body begins to adapt to Han Wu's rhythm, his reaction speed and striking pace gradually catching up. Some attacks that once seemed unavoidable are now successfully countered. Although still lacking in raw power, the pain from their exchanges pales in comparison to the rigors of his usual training. Thus he can endure it. Though temporarily at a disadvantage, Han Chen maintains a steady defense, transforming what should have been a one-sided battle into a war of attrition, resulting in an intense clash between the two. Below the stage, the young men and women are left awestruck, their eyes wide as they watch Han Chen's agile maneuvers. Their shock akin to a tidal wave, that no one could have anticipated that the once impotent Han Chen would now engage in such a fierce battle with a sword attendant on the verge of breaking through to 6 stars. Is this truly the same waste of space? This question has echoed in the minds of the crowd countless times today. Despite their reluctance to admit it, Han Xuan has shattered the fragile sense of superiority that lingered in the hearts of many. This bastard. Han Yu clenches his fists, his body trembling with excitement, his eyes filled with intense jealousy as he glares at Han Xuan's white figure on the stage. His initial intention had been to teach this fellow a lesson. Yet he never anticipated the situation would escalate to this point. Given the current circumstances, even if Han Wu were to emerge victorious, he would not have succeeded in undermining Han Xuan. Instead, he would become a stepping stone for Han Xuan to shed the label of waste. At this moment, Han Yu even feels a twinge of regret for sending Han Wu into the fray. Unbeknownst to Han Yu, all of his actions have been closely observed by the elders, and the positive impression they had cultivated over the years has been swiftly obliterated by today's events. Meanwhile, from a distance at the Sword Pavilion, Han Tian gazes intently at Han Xuan on the stage, his hands clenched into tight fists, veins protruding from the back of his hands as he unconsciously digs his nails into his palms. Causing beads of crimson to surface, his heart swells with emotion. How many years has this knot in his heart persisted? For so long, this youngest son has been the source of Han Tian's greatest concern. Despite being the head of the Han family, he has been unable to alter his son's plight, tirelessly seeking elixirs and spiritual herbs. Even if he could not improve Han Xuan's frail constitution, he would have done anything to make him stronger. Yet, no amount of pills or herbs has proven effective. Han Xuan remains frail, earning the derogatory nickname of sickly. Over the years, he has endured countless disdainful glances from the clan. This has weighed heavily on Han Tian's conscience. Now, witnessing Han Xuan's ability to battle Han Wu solely with physical prowess, despite being incapable of cultivating internal energy, brings a sense of solace. To stand against a 5-star sword attendant without succumbing is a feat that surpasses many of the clan's youth. Though currently on the defensive, evading attacks, Han Tian shows no inclination to intervene immediately. Instead, he is filled with joy at Han Xuan's rapid development, eager to see how far his son can go. The elders are equally astonished by Han Xuan's performance, their gazes towards him imbued with complexity. The implications of Han Xuan's transformation for the younger generation of the Han family are uncertain. But one thing is clear, it is beyond their control. This child has truly not disappointed the clan leader. The second elder remarks with a sense of admiration. Although Han Yu faces punishment due to Han Xuan, the second elder is not one to act out of personal bias. Furthermore, Han Yu indeed requires discipline, and this situation provides an opportune moment for that. Additionally, Han Xuan's performance is undoubtedly worthy of praise. The other elders echo their commendations. Haha, this child Han Xuan is indeed a delightful surprise. I am curious to see if he will impress us even further. Hearing the elders praise Han Xuan, a smile slowly spreads across Han Tian's face, and he cannot help but laugh heartily, though his laughter resonates only within a few dozen meters, unheard by the outside world. Upon hearing Han Tian's words, the elders share a mutual curiosity, their gazes drawn to the white figure on the stage. These old fellows, showing up just to watch the show. Han Xuan mutters under his breath, desperately dodging Han Wu's increasingly frenzied assaults. Just moments ago, the insights of Guguzi had relayed Han Tian's conversation to him, prompting Han Xuan's exasperated curse. Yet beneath the surface of his frustration lies a flicker of joy. He never expected that his transformation would evoke such excitement in Han Tian. When accepting Han Yu's challenge, Han Xuan was acutely aware that given the commotion he had caused, someone would surely inform Han Tian that as long as Han Tian arrived, he would be safe. However, faced with Han Yu's relentless pressure, Han Xuan refused to retreat, so he readily accepted the challenge, but he also sought an opponent to test his strength. Even if he were to lose, Han Tian's arrival would provide a valid reason to cease the duel. Yet the unfolding events have taken an unexpected turn for Han Xuan, at present. Han Wu's aura has grown increasingly formidable, and the strength behind his strikes has intensified with each passing moment. The pale yellow glow of his cracking rock palm has become more pronounced, signifying a surging internal energy. Han Xuan furrowed his brows, inwardly distressed. Although he had managed to lock on a Han Wu using his soul energy, allowing him to perceive each of the latter's attacks clearly. As time wore on, Han Wu's speed and power escalated, rendering Han Xuan's ability to counter his moves insufficient. Just then, Han Xuan cast a fleeting glance and caught sight of Han Linger approaching through the crowd. Instantly, he realized that this young lady intended to employ her formidable strength as a 9-star sword servant to forcibly halt the duel and rescue him, he shot her a warning glare, attempting to dissuade her from intervening. Upon sensing the intent behind Han Chen's gaze, Han Linger slightly furrowed her brows, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately withdrew her advancing foot, letting out a soft sigh. Witnessing her retreat, Han Chen took a deep breath. That in the past, he had been utterly powerless, relying on Han Linger to extricate him from peril. That was a situation of sheer helplessness, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce. Now, possessing a certain level of strength, he felt utterly ashamed at the thought of needing Han Linger's assistance to escape from trouble. Gazing at the frenzied Han Wu before him, whose eyes burned crimson with madness, Han Chen's expression turned cold. Even a clay figurine possesses some fire. After enduring a barrage of attacks for so long, Han Chen's heart began to harden. He declared vehemently, "So, you find it quite enjoyable to strike me? Do you? Do you truly believe I am still afraid of you?" The situation had reached a critical juncture. Relying on others was no longer viable. Thus, Han Chen resolved to fight back, with a flicker of determination in his dark eyes. He pivoted his back foot, twisting at the waist, and swung his right fist, channeling the immense physical strength from his core to meet Han Wu's fist that was hurtling towards his chest. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom that, despite being at a disadvantage, Han Chen would choose to engage in a direct confrontation once more. Even Han Tian and the others frowned, bewildered, as they intently observed Han Chen's every movement. Having pursued Han Chen for an extended period, Han Wu was already growing impatient. Han Chen had evaded his attacks with the agility of a slippery eel, and the prolonged struggle only fueled Han Wu's murderous intent. Now, seeing Han Chen dare to confront him head-on, a sinister grin spread across Han Wu's face. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his full strength in a punch that a resounding thud echoed, surprising the crowd. Unlike their previous encounter, where the impact had been evenly matched, this time, Han Wu remained firmly planted while Han Chen was sent staggering back, retreating several steps until he reached the edge of the arena. A waste is still a waste. Han Wu's face gleamed with bloodthirst as he coldly remarked, "Cough, cough. The victor is yet to be determined. Do not celebrate too soon." After absorbing the tumultuous internal energy that surged through him, Han Chen coughed lightly and responded coolly. He raised his head, his gaze steady as he regarded the now even more imposing Han Wu, devoid of any trace of fear, with legs slightly apart and hands extended forward. He assumed a peculiar stance. Should a master of ancient martial arts be present, they would undoubtedly recognize that the posture Han Chen currently displayed was the result of over a decade of practice in Wing Chun. Chapter 20. Wing Chun, Inch Power. A waste dares to speak so boldly. Observing Han Chen's defiance, Han Wu could not help but burst into laughter. Whether it's arrogance or confidence, you'll find out soon enough. Han Chen replied, his eyes calm as he spoke. This. Han Wu's fury intensified. Just as he prepared to charge at Han Chen and knock him off the stage, he suddenly felt a tremor coursing through his body. As the internal energy within his dantian surged violently, the shift in his internal energy caused Han Wu to pause, the rage that had consumed him gradually subsiding as clarity returned to his mind. In mere moments, he was fully alert, and as he sensed the tumultuous energy within him, a wave of ecstasy washed over him. This was a sign of imminent breakthrough. In the throes of this elation, he recalled the recent events. The thought of having once considered killing Han Chen no longer troubled him. After all, it had merely been a fleeting notion, and he had not acted on it. Moreover, he was on the verge of breaking through to become a 6-star sword servant. Surely, the clan leader and the elders would not punish him for such a trivial thought regarding a mere waste. Lost in the rapture of his breakthrough, Han Wu had no time to ponder the consequences of attempting to harm the clan leader's son. He regarded Han Chen, who still dared to challenge him. Han Wu scoffed internally, dismissing him entirely, and closed his eyes to feel the internal energy that was now flowing robustly within him. His astonishment, after being stagnant at 5 stars for a year, he would finally break through today. Once he ascended to 6 stars, he would elevate his status within the clan, leaving behind the ranks of ordinary disciples and stepping into the realm of upper-tier disciples. His life would improve significantly, and so would his standing, freeing him from the necessity of ingratiating himself with others. The thought of a bright future made Han Wu chuckle with glee. Opening his eyes, he looked at Han Chen with derision, declaring, "Your esoteric techniques are utterly futile in the face of true power. Today, I shall demonstrate the chasm that lies between us. Observing Han Wu's smug expression, Han Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. Previously, when Han Wu was in a frenzied state, he had been driven solely by his rage, launching relentless attacks without thought. Han Chen had managed to evade and engage with him, albeit with great difficulty. Now, faced with a fully conscious and composed Han Wu, the situation had become considerably more precarious. Sensing the increasingly potent energy emanating from Han Wu, Han Chen sighed inwardly, feeling the weight of the challenge ahead. Nevertheless, despite the mounting odds against him, Han Chen retained a flicker of confidence regarding the duel. He had dedicated over a decade to mastering Wing Chun, and while he would not claim to be a master, he had certainly grasped its essence. During his past entanglements with the underworld, this very technique had enabled him to hold his own against numerous adversaries without issue. However, Han Chen was also aware of his limitations. No matter how refined his Wing Chun technique was, it remained a conventional martial art in the current landscape of the Purple Gold Continent. Any martial skill or sword technique had been honed through the trials of countless predecessors, each one equally formidable. Yet armed with Wing Chun, Han Chen felt he possessed the capability to contend with Han Wu, especially with his hidden trump card in reserve. With this thought, Han Chen's eyes sparkled with renewed determination, and a hint of a smile curled at the corners of his mouth, tinged with the essence of blood, that if he had felt hopeless about the duel moments ago, he now held at least a 70% confidence in his success. 6-star sword servants, what was there to fear? Han Wu had been keenly observing Han Chen's response, hoping to catch a glimpse of fear on the latter's face to his astonishment. Even at this juncture, Han Chen continued to smile, igniting a surge of anger within Han Wu. Initially, he had contemplated biding his time to allow his internal energy to accumulate sufficiently for a breakthrough before dealing with this waste. However, now he could no longer contain himself. Soon enough, you won't be so defiant. Han Wu sneered at Han Chen, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes, and no sooner had he spoken than he charged towards Han Chen at the edge of the arena. Fully aware that there would be a fleeting moment of vulnerability following his breakthrough, he had no intention of granting Han Chen that opportunity. Having vividly recalled Han Chen's previously displayed strength, Han Wu was determined to avoid a prolonged engagement. He sought to finish the fight swiftly and then find a quiet place to undergo his breakthrough. This thought raced through his mind as the internal energy in his dantian flowed rapidly, the pale yellow glow around his palms intensifying. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, he gathered his hands into claws and lunged at Han Chen's right shoulder, with malicious intent to cripple him. Although he had regained his composure and no longer wished to kill Han Chen, he had no intention of merely giving him a light reprimand. After all, Han Chen was but a waste. Even if he lost an arm, he would still remain a useless being that at worst, he would face some punishment, but with Han Yu to bear the brunt of it. While Han Wu's murderous intent had receded, Han Chen was not inclined to let him off the hook, particularly given that Han Wu sought to cripple him. Had he still possessed his former frail physique, such an attack would have rendered his right arm permanently useless. With a cold snort, Han Chen waited until Han Wu's attack drew near his body, his eyes gleaming with resolve. How dare you expose such a significant flaw before me? I shall not hold back. Seizing the opportunity, Han Chen stepped forward with his left foot, swiftly extending both hands. With a subtle circular motion of his left hand, he effortlessly dismantled Han Wu's assault, while his right hand formed into a fist, striking towards Han Wu's chest. The proximity of their positions left Han Wu no time to evade. He could only watch helplessly as Han Chen's fist, akin to a heavy hammer, crashed into his chest. With a resounding thud, Han Chen's punch unleashed a powerful force, causing Han Wu to experience a sharp pain in his chest, involuntarily letting out a muffled groan as he stumbled back several paces. Han Chen was not one to squander such a prime opportunity. He surged forward, his left hand clawing on Han Wu's left wrist, halting his retreat. Han Wu felt a sudden numbness in his arm, completely losing sensation, which filled him with alarm. Yet before he could react, Han Chen had already lunged into his embrace. Upon looking up and meeting Han Wu's horrified gaze, Han Chen revealed a cold, sinister smile, his perfectly white teeth strikingly prominent. Anyone with even a modicum of martial arts knowledge would recognize the potency of Wing Chun, which thrives on explosive power at close range. If one were to be ensnared by a practitioner of this art, they could only brace themselves for a beating that Han Chen crashed into Han Wu's grasp. He was like a fish in water, unleashing the full force of his physical strength, comparable to that of a novice 5-star sword envoy. In an instant, the ferocity of Wing Chun's strikes was flawlessly executed by Han Shun. Spectators below the arena could only perceive a blur, followed by a series of dull thuds echoing in their ears. Each move of Wing Chun was propelled by Han Chen's formidable physical power, delivered with such speed that each punch struck with the force of a full-powered blow from a 5-star sword envoy. Whenever Han Wu attempted to counter, Han Shun, ever vigilant with his spiritual power, would anticipate his every move, delivering a punch to thwart Han Wu's actions and relentlessly showering him with attacks. At this moment, Han Wu was utterly astonished and bewildered, seemingly oblivious to the blood spilling from his mouth, his eyes wide with dread as he beheld Han Chen's unyielding assault. Although the crowd had already accepted the reality that Han Chen possessed strength capable of contending with Han Wu, they now watched in astonishment as the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Han Wu found himself in a one-sided onslaught. Even Han Tian and others furrowed their brows in confusion, unable to fathom why Han Wu, despite his recent breakthrough, was entirely unable to escape Han Chen's clutches. Suddenly, Han Chen felt invigorated, relishing the sensation of each punch landing with visceral impact. However, the spiritual energy he had locked on Han Wu sensed an unusual stir. In an instant, he unleashed a powerful blow to Han Wu's right shoulder, interrupting Han Wu's attempt to strike back. With a slight crouch, he used the rebound to leap backward, executing a somersault and landing several meters away. Fixing his gaze intently on the boy he had just pummeled, to Han Chen's surprise, Han Wu stood motionless, eyes half closed, a faint smile gracing his bloodied face, as if he were savoring some peculiar pleasure. "He has broken through," Han Chen mused, furrowing his brow at this bizarre sight. The crowd erupted in disbelief, astonished that Han Wu had managed to achieve a breakthrough while being thoroughly beaten. Han Yu, who had been preparing to leave, was now wide-eyed, captivated by the unexpected turn of events. Even Han Tian and others were left dumbfounded, never anticipating that Han Wu would succeed in breaking through during such a fierce confrontation. "Have you enjoyed your little spree? Now, it's my turn." Han Wu's eyes snapped open, glimmering with intensity, banishing any signs of fatigue from his visage, his spirit renewed. "Not necessarily," Han Chen thought, feeling a strange sense of déjà vu as the words echoed back at him. "But will you succeed?" Han Chen had no intention of continuing this battle with Han Wu. The prolonged engagement had drained him significantly, leaving him sore and weary, especially now that Han Wu had just undergone a breakthrough, rendering him at his most vulnerable. Without waiting for Han Wu to respond, he leaned forward, legs bent like a bow, propelling himself swiftly towards Han Wu, closing the distance in an instant. His right fist was poised to strike at Han Wu's throat. His eyes locked onto his opponent, brimming with provocation. Having just ascended to the 6-star level, Han Wu felt an overwhelming power that dwarfed the 5-star level, basking in the euphoria of his breakthrough. Yet when Han Chen charged at him, he regarded it with disdain, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he had just been on the receiving end of a relentless assault. But as Han Wu perceived the challenge in Han Chen's gaze, his disdain deepened, fueled by the newfound strength coursing through him. With a menacing grin, he declared, "You think you're strong? Let's see how you fare against me in sheer power." Underestimating his opponent, Han Wu channeled the robust energy from his breakthrough into his right arm. Launching his fist towards Han Chen's assaulting blow, as anticipated, Han Wu chose to clash head-on, prompting a cold smile from Han Chen. Just as their fists were about to collide, Han Chen's mind roared with determination. Wing Chun, inch power. The crowd watched in a daze, entranced by the spectacle of the two combatants who seemed to revel in their brutal exchanges. Tension filled the air, for it was clear that the outcome of this clash would determine the victor. Suddenly, a sharp crack resonated through the arena, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. Spectators turned to see a figure propelled backward, tumbling out of the arena and crashing to the ground with a thud. To their shock, it was Han Wu, who had just achieved his breakthrough to my arm. He wailed, his right arm grotesquely twisted at an unnatural angle, trembling uncontrollably, his face flushed with pain as he clutched at his injured limb. Guards stationed at the sword pavilion rushed forward to carry Han Wu away for treatment. The crowd watched Han Wu being taken away, still moaning in agony. They were left in a state of disbelief. Just moments ago, Han Wu had dominated the fight, and now he lay defeated. Despite the earlier perception that Han Xuan was destined to lose, the tides had shifted dramatically. The outcome of their confrontation had far surpassed any expectations, leaving even Han Linger and Han Tian in shock. Turning his gaze to the figure clad in white standing triumphantly in the arena, a mixture of astonishment, jealousy, and fear flickered in their eyes, emotions swirling within them. Yet, the disdain and mockery that once lingered had vanished. Han Xuan exhaled slowly. Although he had decisively defeated Han Wu, he too bore the toll of such a fierce exchange. His youthful complexion had paled, devoid of color, and he felt the residual ache coursing through his body. His right arm hung limply, concealed by his flowing white robes, leading others to believe he was merely fatigued from the recent encounter. But Han Xuan alone understood the true cost of his victory, that in the moment just before their fists collided, he had unleashed the unique technique of Wing Chun, inch power, which amplified his strength at close range. This surge of power had propelled Han Wu out of the arena, fracturing his arm in the process. Yet, the aftermath of such a forceful display was severe, while Han Xuan's physical prowess was still on par with a novice 5-star sword envoy. It was insufficient to withstand the backlash of the tremendous energy he had unleashed at it. Was as if he had attempted to consume 3 bowls of rice all at once, resulting in an overwhelming sensation of pain that surged through him like waves crashing against the shore. If not for the rigorous training he had endured, fortifying his will, he might have succumbed to the agony and cried out in distress. Gritting his teeth, he took several deep breaths, suppressing the excruciating pain in his arm. His dark eyes calmly observing the guards escorting Han Wu away for treatment, knowing that Han Tian and the others would handle the situation outside. "Brother Han Xuan, how are you?" Upon witnessing the conclusion of the duel, Han Linger gracefully leapt onto the arena, her heart racing as she hurried to Han Xuan's side, anxiously inquiring about his well-being. "It's nothing serious, merely a depletion of energy. A moment's rest will suffice." Han Xuan reassured her with a gentle smile, though the pain in his arm rendered his expression somewhat strained. Han Linger, a 9-star sword attendant, was quick to discern his discomfort, and rather than feeling reassured, her concern deepened. With a resigned sigh, Han Xuan realized he could not deceive her, and with a comforting pat on her delicate shoulder, he refrained from further explanation, striding towards Han Yu, who was watching him intently from outside the arena. Han Linger promptly followed closely behind him. As Han Xuan approached, the crowd instinctively parted, granting him passage. Reflecting on the gazes directed at him, Han Xuan mused, "Indeed, strength is the sole criterion for status. It appears I shall not have to contend with any troubles for quite some time." "Oh, Han Xuan, your concealment is truly remarkable. Who would have thought that even a 6-star sword attendant could not best you?" Han Yu remarked ominously upon seeing Han Xuan depart with Han Ling. They are but insignificant figures, hardly worth mentioning. I am quite eager to engage in combat with you, cousin Han Yu." Han Xuan responded, unconcerned by Han Yu's demeanor, since the latter seemed intent on making trouble. Han Xuan felt no obligation to be courteous. Although Han Yu's actions that day had significantly tarnished his reputation in the eyes of the elders, Han Xuan was not inclined to show him mercy. "There will be opportunities aplenty. In 4 months, the year's end assessment will arrive, and I shall demonstrate my strength to you then," Han Xuan declared, eliciting a cold laugh from Han Yu at the audacity of his challenge. "I shall await your arrival." Han Xuan, taken aback by the mention of the year-end assessment, turned to Han Linger for clarification before nonchalantly stating, "Very well," that he then chose to ignore the stormy expression of Han Yu. Departing the sword pavilion alongside Han Linger. Originally, Han Xuan had intended to procure a couple of combat manuals during his visit, but now his thoughts were consumed by the throbbing pain in his arm, compelling him to return to his quarters for healing. Yet, as he reached the doorway, he paused momentarily. "Come to my study tonight," a voice echoed in his ears. Recognizing it as Han Tian's, he surmised it stemmed from curiosity regarding his newfound ability to rival a 6-star sword attendant. Nodding subtly, he hastily exited the sword pavilion. Witnessing Han Xuan's disregard and confident departure, Han Yu snorted disdainfully before also making his exit. Once both had left, the remaining youths erupted into animated discussions about the extraordinary events of the day. Speculations abounded regarding how Han Xuan, once deemed a family disgrace, had managed to triumph over the 6-star Han Wu. Throughout the proceedings, Han Tian and several elders had remained conspicuously absent as the affair concluded. Han Tian chuckled softly before being the first to leave, prompting the elders to exchange puzzled glances before following suit. that on his return journey, Han Chen comforted the worried Han Ling, expending considerable effort to ease her concerns. However, she extracted a promise from him to accompany her on an outing the following day, to which he readily acquiesced. Upon entering his room, he swiftly filled a bathing tub with water, gently caressing the empty ring on his finger. A white jade vial containing Xuan Ling liquid appeared in his grasp. Removing the cork, he tilted the vial, allowing a drop of amber liquid to fall into the tub, instantly transforming the once clear water into a rich amber hue. After sealing the vial and returning it to the ring, he promptly shed his garments and leapt into the tub. The icy water enveloped him up to his neck, leaving no time to savor the refreshing sensation. With his eyes closed and hands forming a peculiar seal over his abdomen, he winced as pain shot through him. Gradually, his breathing steadied, and the 9 styles of spirit absorption began to circulate within him. The Yuan Ling liquid swiftly penetrated his skin, gathering in his right arm, gently cleansing his injuries and nourishing his damaged meridians. In that moment, a tingling sensation coursed through his right arm, and the pain began to dissipate over time. As time slipped away unnoticed, dusk arrived, painting the horizon with vibrant hues reminiscent of fire. Han Chen remained engrossed in his meditative state, absorbing the ethereal energies from the surroundings and the Yuan Ling liquid to mend his wounds. After an entire afternoon of this practice, the water, once amber, had returned to crystal clarity. With a gentle flutter of his eyelashes, Han Chen opened his eyes, a glimmer of delight and surprise flashing within them. Rising from the tub, he stretched his limbs, which felt slightly stiff from his prolonged sitting. He swiftly threw a few punches into the air, feeling invigorated, devoid of any lingering pain or stiffness to his astonishment. The repercussions of his earlier confrontation with Han Wu had vanished completely in just a single afternoon, leading Han Chen to marvel at the efficacy of the Yuan Ling liquid. Stepping out of the tub, he dried off and donned a fresh white shirt, discarding the soiled attire from his earlier encounter. After snacking on a few pastries from the table to satiate his hunger, Han Chen ventured outside. Gazing up at the starry sky, the moonlight cascading like water, the fiery clouds had long faded with the setting sun, and in contrast to the sweltering heat of the day, Han Chen found solace in the coolness of the night. The gentle breeze caressing his skin, lifting his spirits. Strolling leisurely through the corridors, he admired the serene night scenery. The once bustling Han estate now felt tranquil in the absence of the maids. Yet Han Chen appreciated the beauty that the night brought. The harmonious chorus of insects filled the air, resembling a melodious symphony that resonated within him. Lost in the soothing sounds of nature, he felt as though his soul had been cleansed, prompting him to slow his pace as memories of his battle with Han Wu replayed in his mind. Gradually, a smile crept onto his lips as he reflected on the arduous, yet rewarding experience. The duel not only humbled Han Yu, but also made the younger members of the Han family aware of his newfound prowess, rivaling that of a 6-star sword attendant. While he had not cultivated inner energy, his strength was undeniable, and others would no longer underestimate him. This victory had surely altered the family's perception of him, shedding the label of a family disgrace, and he hoped that henceforth he would be free from unwarranted provocations. Moreover, through his bout with Han Wu, Han Chen gained a clearer understanding of his current capabilities, a crucial realization. Knowing one's strength is vital, as it allows for accurate assessments of potential threats at the very least. Knowing when to retreat if he could not prevail would prevent him from recklessly charging into danger. Most importantly, he discovered that the Wing Chun techniques he had practiced for over a decade retained their efficacy in this world. Yet, he recognized that Wing Chun, while intricate, was merely comparable to 3rd or 4th tier combat techniques within the yellow rank. Beyond that lay the profound depths of the Xian and Earth ranks, and even the legendary heavenly rank. What truly captivated Han Chen's attention was the method he had employed to break Han Wu's arm. Xuan, or inch power, that he understood that with his current physical strength, he could only match the early stage of a 5-star sword attendant. Han Wu, having just broken through yet still in a weakened state, could not fully harness the strength of a 6-star sword attendant. However, even then, the force he unleashed was far superior to that of a peak 5-star sword attendant. Han Chen, utilizing Xuan, had amplified his strength significantly, allowing him to defeat Han Wu and even sever his arm. The terrifying potential of Xuan was evident. Han Chen speculated that the power he had unleashed in that final strike could rival that of an early 6-star sword attendant. While this enhancement was astonishing, He knew deep down that it was not the pinnacle of Xuan. The legendary master who had developed Wing Chun was said to possess the ability to unleash strength exceeding his own by more than double through Xuan. According to Han Chen's own estimation, today's strike had at most augmented his strength by 50%, that if he could fully master the Xuan technique, battling opponents beyond his rank, below the level of a swordsman, would be a trivial matter for him. As he pondered the master, Han Chen couldn't help but murmur to himself. However, he soon shook his head, a faint bitter smile gracing his lips that he realized he was somewhat overreaching. At present, let alone fully mastering Xuan, even executing a casual strike that could unleash double his strength was still beyond his grasp. Merely achieving 50% of his strength had already caused him considerable hardship. And this was under the premise of possessing the physical strength of a 5-star sword attendant at its early stage. Had his physical prowess been any weaker, the backlash from today's Xuan would have been far more severe. He would have been left with injuries close to incapacitation. After a long while, Han Chen categorized Xuan into 10 distinct levels, each requiring a certain degree of physical strength to unleash its higher potential. With his current physical strength as a 5-star early-stage sword attendant, he estimated he could manage at most the 4th level of Xuan, which would enhance his power by around 40%. If he wished to access a higher tier of Xuan, he would have to bear the cost of self-inflicted backlash. The higher the level of Xuan used against stronger foes, the greater the backlash, given the backlash he experienced today. It seemed he would have to wait until he could elevate nailing 9 styles to the 5th level and further enhance his physical prowess. This clearly illustrated the arduous nature of advancing through each level of Xuan. Lost in thought, he unknowingly arrived at Han Tian's study where the lights were still aglow, indicating that Han Tian was awaiting him. Reflecting on Han Tian's concern for him, Han Chen felt a warm surge in his heart. Having such a loving father was indeed a blessing, he mused. With a soft creak, he gently pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside. The room appeared unchanged since his last visit, save for the imposing bookshelf that occupied an entire wall. Alongside a simple table and a chair, that it was neat and orderly in each corner of the study. 4 light crystals were placed, a special type of mineral that emitted a bright glow at night, somewhat akin to luminous pearls. Due to their abundant deposits, a significant quantity of light crystals was mined each year, and their affordability made them a common choice for illumination. Han Tian sat in a chair behind the desk, engrossed in reviewing the business conditions of the family's marketplace and recent occurrences involving unfamiliar visitors. Upon hearing the door open, he closed the scroll in his hands and set it aside. Looking up at Han Chen, he offered a gentle smile and said, "Chener has arrived." The genuine warmth of Han Tian's smile enveloped Han Chen, who responded softly, "Is there any need for such formality with your father? Please take a seat. It has been quite some time since we had a proper heart-to-heart." Noticing Han Chen still standing before the desk, Han Tian shook his head with a smile, gesturing towards the chair in front of the desk. If the clan members were to witness the usually stern family head displaying such gentleness, they would undoubtedly think they had misjudged him. Within the entire Han family, only in the presence of his younger son Han Chen did Han Tian reveal this rare warmth. Han Chen always felt somewhat apprehensive around Han Tian, fearing that his actions might lead this man, who had shown him paternal affection, to disappointment or anger. Perhaps it was precisely this deep concern that bred such feelings of insecurity. This rare paternal love was something Han Chen, who had been an orphan in his previous life, cherished immensely. "Did you summon me for something today, father?" Sitting down, Han Chen could only chuckle wryly and shake his head at Han Tian's words, diverting the topic instead. "You little rascal are still pretending to be oblivious. Surely you cannot guess that I already know about your exploits at the Sword Pavilion today." Upon hearing Han Chen feign ignorance and inquire first, Han Tian couldn't help but laugh and scold him lightly that it was merely an accident today. As Han Tian directly pointed it out, Han Chen rubbed his nose and offered an awkward smile. "Rest assured, if you prefer not to discuss it, I will not press you to reveal the secret behind your sudden prowess, which rivals that of a 6-star sword attendant." Observing Han Chen's demeanor, Han Tian shook his head with an amused smile. Then today, upon hearing Han Tian's words, Han Chen felt a bit confused, initially assuming he was summoned to discuss this matter, but it appeared otherwise. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Your mysterious teacher has returned, hasn't he?" Han Tian's expression gradually turned serious, as he pondered briefly before softly asking. "Yes." Taken aback by Han Tian's words, Han Xin felt a hint of bitterness. Realizing the implications, after a moment of contemplation, he nodded in acknowledgement. Although Han Tian claimed he would not force Han Xin to divulge the secret behind his sudden strength, answering this single question would unravel all the mysteries. Indeed, experience is the best teacher, Han Xin mused silently. Upon receiving Han Xin's response, a satisfied smile graced Han Tian's face that, the changes in you must surely be due to that esteemed senior. Might you introduce him to me? He is now my benefactor, and I must express my gratitude. As he spoke, Han Tian gazed at Han Xin with hopeful eyes. Han Xin felt a profound sense of gratitude and warmth emanating from Han Tian's words. Although he knew Han Tian's intentions extended beyond mere gratitude, the allure of an alchemist to a family was immensely significant. Even a low-tier first-grade alchemist would be a highly sought-after individual. And Han Xin was well aware of this. But what of it? He had intended to do so regardless. Now it was merely a matter of timing. Han Xin lightly nodded in agreement, responding yes, during my last meeting with my teacher. He mentioned he would find a time to meet with you. Long before, while training, Han Xin had already conferred with Giguzi about arranging an appropriate opportunity for Giguzi to meet Han Tian, ensuring Han Tian's peace of mind. Moreover, once Han Xin's strength reached a certain level, he would need to have him accompany him into the monster beast mountain range to search for the ice flame blood lotus. Han Xin would never leave without a word, but revealing this to Han Tian was out of the question. Given Han Tian's protective nature towards his son, he would undoubtedly refuse to allow him to venture into the perilous monster beast mountain range. The dangers within were abundant, with beasts lurking at every turn. The weakest among them were comparable to 5- or 6-star sword attendants, while the strongest could rival 9-star peak sword attendants. Although first-tier monsters were not as formidable as the beasts, they were still numerous that if fortune were to abandon him and he encountered a second-tier monster, even a warrior of the swordsman rank would find themselves in dire straits as for third-tier monsters. They were akin to sword soldier-level beings, mostly dwelling deep within the heart of the monster beast mountain range, and if one were to truly encounter them, it could only be said that their luck had run out. Even Han Tian would avoid such dangers at all costs in such treacherous places, unless absolutely necessary. Even the elders of the clan who had reached the swordsman rank would not venture inside. Let alone Han Xin, who had yet to attain the sword guard rank, that he would be hard-pressed to deal with even the weaker beasts, much less a first-tier monster. Furthermore, even if Han Xin were to break through and attain the sword guard rank, it was likely that Han Tian would still disapprove, for the Monster Beast Mountain Range was not a place where a mere sword guard could wander freely. However, if this matter were to be discussed by Giguzi, this mysterious senior, the outcome would undoubtedly differ. Splendid. I shall express my gratitude to this esteemed senior when the time comes up. By the way, I heard that you went to the Sword Pavilion today in search of 2 volumes of battle techniques to practice. Upon seeing Han Xin nod in agreement, Han Tian burst into hearty laughter, then gazed at Han Xin with a warm smile. Yes, my teacher is currently instructing me on honing my physique in preparation for consuming the blood-melting bone-reforming pill. I have begun to see some results. So I sought out 2 volumes of battle techniques to fully harness my physical strength. Although Han Xin was unsure why Han Tian asked this, he spoke truthfully, as there was nothing to conceal from him. Listening to Han Xin's words, Han Tian chuckled softly and remained silent. Rising from his seat, he walked to the nearby bookshelf and retrieved a black package from it. Turning back to his chair, he placed the package on the desk and smiled at Han Xin, saying, "This is a gift for you." "What is this?" Han Xin inquired with a hint of curiosity as he looked at the black package on the desk. "Open it and see for yourself. I believe you will like it." Without answering Han Xin's question directly, Han Tian smiled enigmatically. Intrigued by Han Tian's mysterious demeanor, Han Xin couldn't resist his curiosity that he reached out and took the black package from the desk. It was surprisingly light, and as he gently unwrapped it, a blue scroll came into view. The blue scroll was not large, measuring about 20 centimeters in length and as thick as a baby's arm. Is this a profound-grade battle technique? A glimmer of confusion crossed Han Xin's eyes as he gazed at the blue scroll, but then a realization struck him, igniting a spark of excitement within. He couldn't help but ask Han Tian with surprise, could this be? Han Xin recognized it because the colors of the scrolls used to record battle techniques, sword techniques, and cultivation methods were strictly regulated according to their tier. The yellow scroll represents the Huang tier, the blue scroll signifies the Xian tier, and the silver scroll denotes the D tier. The Tian tier, however, is exceedingly rare. Thus, few have had the privilege of witnessing it. Among those few, the records they left behind are invaluable. One of which mentions that the Tian tier is represented by a black scroll that as for why Han Chen firmly believes this to be a combat technique scroll. It is because he understands that, given his constitution, Han Tian would never gift him a scroll of cultivation methods. Moreover, sword technique scrolls are exceedingly scarce and precious. It is improbable that even his family possesses more than a few. Thus, Han Chen is certain that what Han Tian has bestowed upon him is indeed a combat technique scroll da. Indeed, it is a Xian tier combat technique. Observing the elation on Han Chen's face, Han Tian knew the gift was appropriate and smiled as he spoke. Hearing Han Tian's affirmative response, Han Chen was overwhelmed with joy. Earlier that day, he had lamented the inability to find a Huang tier combat technique. Yet here, in the vast Han residence, lay a treasure so rare that only a handful of individuals practiced the Xian tier combat techniques, and now one was quietly resting in his hands. The stark contrast filled Han Chen with immense excitement. However, despite his delight at acquiring the precious Xian tier combat technique, a shadow crossed his gaze, and he shook his head with a wry smile. The Xian tier combat technique is indeed remarkable, yet he had yet to cultivate his internal energy that he could not even practice a Huang tier combat technique, let alone the Xian tier, although he would eventually be able to cultivate it after mastering his internal energy. The question remained, when would that be? At this moment, Han Chen yearned for a technique that could be practiced solely through physical strength, without the need for internal energy. Thus, the Xian tier combat technique, which others deemed exceedingly valuable, appeared somewhat superfluous to him. Noticing the change in Han Chen's expression, Han Tian chuckled and said, "What is wrong? Aren't you pleased to receive a Xian tier combat technique that others would fight tooth and nail for?" Hearing Han Tian's words, Han Chen sighed and replied, "Father, the Xian tier combat technique is undoubtedly precious, and everyone desires it, but I have never cultivated my internal energy. I simply cannot practice this technique. It is a rather disheartening feeling to see something I cannot utilize." "Haha, you little rascal, do you think your father is foolish enough to make such a blunder? You should take a look at this combat technique first." Han Tian laughed heartily at Han Chen's lament. Taken aback by Han Tian's words, Han Chen's gaze returned to the blue scroll in his hands. Channeling his physical strength, he gently flicked his fingers, and the scroll unfurled gracefully, great open stone palm. As he beheld the powerful 4 characters at the beginning of the scroll, Han Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he softly uttered the name. Just from its title, Han Chen felt an immediate affinity for this combat technique and eagerly continued to read. The more he read, the brighter his eyes shone. The scroll contained a limited amount of information, and within a short time, Han Chen had meticulously reviewed it several times. After a while, he finally closed the scroll, exhaled deeply to calm his racing heart, and looked up at Han Tian, who had been smiling at him all along, softly saying, "Thank you, Father. You rascal. Why do we need to say such things between us?" This great open stone palm was an accidental find of mine from the past, ranked as a first-tier Xian tier combat technique. Its unique feature is that it does not rely on internal energy. It can be practiced even without any internal energy. Although it relies on physical strength, its power is among the top in combat techniques of the same rank. "It is perfectly suited for you. Do not disappoint your father." Han Tian teased Han Chen as he spoke. "Rest assured, Father, I will not tarnish the reputation of this Xian tier combat technique." Though Han Tian spoke lightly, Han Chen was acutely aware of its immense value. The ability to wield a first-tier Xian tier combat technique using merely physical strength, without the necessity of internal energy, undoubtedly provided a formidable offensive capability for cultivators, granting significant advantages in combat. The value of this opportunity was immense that as long as you can do well, your father will be very pleased. I believe your mother thinks the same." Upon hearing Han Chen's solemn promise, Han Tian waved his hand to comfort him, not wishing to impose too much pressure on his son. "Father, what is the assessment selection at the end of the year?" Han Chen did not wish to dwell on this topic, knowing that some matters are proven through actions rather than mere words. "Why, after all these years, do you suddenly take an interest in the assessment selection at the year's end?" Han Tian was somewhat taken aback by Han Chen's question. For years, Han Chen had borne the title of the Han family's waist, enduring humiliation, and had not even visited the sword pavilion once, let alone participated in the assessment selection at the year's end. Although surprised by Han Chen's inquiry, Han Tian proceeded to explain. This assessment selection at the end of the year is a tradition for every family, not just ours. Even the Song and Gonyang families in Blackrock Town, as well as hundreds of families large and small in the capital city of Qingyun, have similar practices. Its purpose is to assess the strength and cultivation progress of the clan's disciples through evaluations and practical exercises at the end of the year, allowing the selection of outstanding clan members for focused training to infuse the family with fresh blood and expand its power. Generally, the top 10 in the year-end assessments receive various rewards: sword techniques, combat techniques, cultivation methods, wealth, spiritual essences, elixirs, weapons, and much more. However, this year's assessment selection for our Han family is somewhat different. Surprised by Han Tian's detailed explanation, Han Chen was astonished to learn about the abundance of rewards and admired the ingenuity behind such an initiative. This method not only incentivizes the disciples' enthusiasm for cultivation, but also fosters healthy competition within the clan, thus enhancing the family's strength as the family's power grows. The availability of sword techniques, combat techniques, elixirs, and divine weapons would naturally increase, creating a virtuous cycle. In what way is it different? Han Chen recalled Han Tian's last remark and immediately inquired. Noticing Han Chen's keen interest in the assessment selection, Han Tian smiled at him for a long while, waiting until Han Chen appeared a bit uneasy before continuing. After discussions among the elders, it has been decided that the top 10 at this year's end will gain entry into the Sword Pavilion's inner sanctum, where they can select any items they desire. As soon as Han Tian mentioned the opportunity to enter the Sword Pavilion's inner sanctum to choose what they needed, Han Chen was left in shock, involuntarily gasping in astonishment. Chapter 0024. Body Refining Elixirs, Volcanic Red. What is the inner sanctum of the Han family's Sword Pavilion? It is the repository of the Han family's century-long accumulated heritage, the very foundation of the entire clan. Centuries of treasures are housed within, and their richness is beyond imagination. The inner sanctum of the Sword Pavilion is not exclusive to the Han family. The majority of families in Blackrock Town, and indeed many others, have similar establishments, all of which are of paramount importance to their respective families. Consequently, the inner sanctum of the Sword Pavilion is rarely opened. Even the clan members of the Han family only know of its existence, but have never glimpsed its true form. Now, to suddenly offer 10 spots for entry, allowing individuals to select the items they need, is an unprecedented and audacious move within the entire Han family in Blackrock Town. This bold gesture reflects the significant resources the Han family is willing to invest this year. Even Han Chen, initially merely curious, found himself ignited with the desire to compete for a spot. Once Han Tian had finished explaining, he did not linger, instead taking a sip of tea from the table, his eyes sparkling with amusement as he observed Han Chen, who remained deep in thought after receiving this news. Gently placing the teacup down, Han Tian said, "The treasures housed within our Han family's Sword Pavilion's inner sanctum are plentiful. Although, due to regulations, I cannot disclose what lies inside, the accumulation of hundreds of years of our family's heritage is not to be underestimated. With 4 months remaining until the year end, you must put in the effort to qualify." Previously, Han Chen had been hesitant, aware that his current strength was insufficient for self-protection. Defeating Han Wu today was somewhat of a stretch, yet achieving such strength in just a month was already enough to astonish others. If in 4 months he could rank among the top 10 in the assessment selection, it would undoubtedly attract attention. After all, just a few months ago, he was considered a waste, a fact known not only throughout Blackrock Town, but also acknowledged by many in the capital who had been monitoring the region's interests. If he truly secured a position among the family's top 10, it was highly likely that his rapid cultivation speed would draw scrutiny. Transitioning from a waste 5 months ago to a position among the top 10 of the younger generation in just 5 months would undoubtedly pique curiosity. Han Chen was not one to court attention, especially with some secrets he could not reveal. That a quiet approach to cultivation and enhancing his strength seemed the wisest choice. Despite this internal reasoning, the allure of the centuries-old heritage accumulated by the family was immensely tempting. After much deliberation, Han Chen found himself unable to decide that moment. The voice of Guguzi echoed in his mind. How can you maintain a steadfast heart of a true warrior while fearing the wolves ahead and tigers behind? What is there to fear? Should something arise, I will support you. Guguzi's admonishment struck Han Chen like a wake-up call, stirring his resolve. Indeed, in a previous life, when I was merely an ordinary individual, I dared to strive and fight, ultimately ascending to the position of deputy leader. Yet now, I find myself increasingly hesitant and apprehensive. What Han Xin did not anticipate was that the usually composed and sage-like Giguzi, who always exudes an air of wisdom, could also possess such a fierce side. However, it was precisely this somewhat bandit-like rhetoric that allowed Han Xin to let go entirely. Moreover, Han Tian's words, laden with considerable temptation, further solidified Han Chen's resolve. In 4 months, I shall undoubtedly secure a place among the top 10 of the family, thereby obtaining the qualification to enter the cabinet. Sensing the underlying implications in Han Tian's words, Han Chen's heart stirred. Han Tian would not speak without purpose. He immediately raised his head, gazing steadfastly at Han Tian, and declared emphatically. Observing Han Chen's demeanor, Han Tian smiled faintly, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. "It's getting late. Return and rest. Remember to practice great open stone palm diligently." That he gently waved his hand towards Han Xin, his tone betraying a deep affection. Han Xin responded softly and slowly withdrew from the study. Watching Han Xin depart with such composure, a stark contrast to his previous timidity, Han Tian momentarily lost his focus, then chuckled and shook his head. That wasn't it precisely this transformation in his son that he delighted in? He soon dismissed further thoughts, lowering his gaze to continue scrutinizing the documents in hand. Witnessing Han Tian's demeanor, Han Xin felt somewhat helpless. As the patriarch of the family, Han Tian bore immense burdens. Fortunately, he was a martial artist with the strength of a 3-star swordsman. Otherwise, the workload that would have been sufficient to drive anyone else to despair would have long since exhausted his life in his prime. As he walked through the corridor, Han Xin touched the package nestled against his chest, feeling a wave of emotion wash over him. Indeed, the whims of life are utterly unpredictable. Just that day, he had lamented his failure to find a yellow-tier combat technique. Yet now he possessed a coveted mysterious tier combat technique that others yearned for. "Master, there are only 4 months until the year-end assessment, and I have just barely broken through to the 3rd level of 9 forms of spirit gathering, my strength only comparable to a few 5-star swordsmen. If I were to face those mercenaries who walk the line of death, I would undoubtedly meet defeat. However, if I incorporate in strength, I might still have a fighting chance, but only just against 6-star opponents." Among the younger generation of the Han family, there were at least 200 to 300 6-star swordsmen, and dozens of 7-star ones. Even at the 8-star level, there were more than a handful. Not to mention those who were on the verge of breaking through. One could never predict whether they might succeed in the next 4 months. The difficulty of advancing in the 9 forms of spirit gathering only increases with time. Especially the transition from the 3rd to the 4th level, which is a significant hurdle. It is uncertain when one might break through. Given his current pace of cultivation, even in 4 months, he would only just manage to break into the 4th level, which would still render him insufficiently powerful. Contemplating the upcoming assessment selection in 4 months, despite his earlier resolute declaration, Han Xin felt a lack of confidence within. "You little rascal, are you truly stumped by such difficulties? Young people ought to face challenges head-on. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Only by overcoming obstacles can one reap rewards." The voice of Giguzi echoed in his mind, chiding him with a smile. Although Han Xin wholeheartedly agreed with Giguzi's words, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Master, you still haven't addressed the crux of the matter. Time is of the essence. Stop speaking in riddles and tell me your methods quickly." Han Xin placed great importance on the assessment selection in 4 months, not to mention the immense temptation of the cabinet within the Sword Pavilion. Let us not forget, today he had made an agreement with Han Yu regarding their competition in 4 months for the assessment selection. Han Yu, currently at the peak of 7 stars, would undoubtedly have his grandfather. The second elder Han Lei devised ways to assist him in breaking through his bottleneck to ascend to 8 stars for the sake of securing one of the limited 10 spots in the Sword Pavilion's cabinet. The conflict between Han Xin and Han Yu was irreconcilable. While he was not afraid of challenges, it did not mean he relished being overpowered. "Haha, since I have entrusted you with the task of seizing a spot in the Sword Pavilion's cabinet, I will certainly have a plan. However, I fear you may not be able to endure it. You must consider this carefully." Hee. When it came to serious matters, Giguzi reverted to his usual calm demeanor, prompting Han Xin to reflect on his teacher's remarkable ability to change expressions so swiftly. Yet, the latter part of his statement was accompanied by an odd chuckle, instilling a sense of irreverence. Han Chen rolled his eyes. Had he not endured enough suffering in his physical training? What exactly is your plan, master? He inquired urgently. Alas, young people must learn to remain composed and unflappable, to face calamity without flinching. Just wait and see. Observing Han Chen's evident impatience, Giguzi shook his head with a sigh. See what? Listening to Giguzi's sigh, Han Chen felt a bit awkward, yet he soon became puzzled by Giguzi's last remark. Without further explanation, in the next moment, Han Chen felt a cool sensation in his mind, and a recipe for a pill appeared in his consciousness. With curiosity, Han Chen began to examine it, noting that the concoction was named Volcanic Red, which detailed dozens of spiritual herbs and the necessary seals for refining the pill. The characters on the recipe were not large, and Han Chen quickly finished reading it, yet he found no mention of the effects of this Volcanic Red pill. Master, what is the use of this Volcanic Red? Han Chen could only inquire helplessly that this Volcanic Red is an extraordinary item. I obtained it from those who were once descendants of the witch clan while in the underworld. It is remarkably effective for physical cultivation. Upon use, it can significantly stimulate one's muscles, bones, and flesh, unleashing potential and greatly enhancing both the speed and quality of cultivation. Giguzi replied with a light chuckle. Han Chen's eyes brightened immediately, but he soon questioned. Then why didn't you let me use this Volcanic Red before? If I had used it from the start, I would have surely broken through to the 4th level by now. Previously, with your frail physique, using Volcanic Red would not have helped you. It would have harmed you instead, as the name implies. Using Volcanic Red feels akin to being submerged in volcanic magma. What a sensation, Giguzi bluntly critiqued Han Chen. Chapter 0025, Sentiments. Returning to his room, Han Chen sat down at the table and poured himself a cup of clear tea. Taking a sip, he then took out the green scroll recording great open stone palm and began to examine it closely. All the while digesting the information he had just received from Han Tian regarding the year-end assessment selection. Since he had already decided to participate in the year-end assessment selection, he was determined to give it his all, aiming to secure a position among the top 10 in the family and thereby obtain a qualification for entry into the Sword Pavilion's cabinet. However, when he considered his current strength, Han Chen could not help but frown slightly. As one of the 3 major powers in Haiyan Town, the Han family boasted nearly 1,000 members, with several hundred among the younger generation. Among them, nearly 40% had already reached the level of 6-star swordsman. And there were even some fervent practitioners who had attained 7-star status. It was rumored that there were a few who might have already reached the level of 8-star swordsman. Given that Han Chen was currently only at the initial stage of 5-star swordsman strength, competing for a spot in the Sword Pavilion's cabinet would be akin to chasing a dream. Moreover, with only 4 months remaining, time was neither too long nor too short. No one could predict how many individuals might break through their bottlenecks and elevate their power in that span. Nonetheless, despite the uncertainties that these 4 months harbored, they also represented an opportunity for Han Chen. His thoughts swirled as time quietly passed, the tea on the table long since gone cold. After a lengthy pause, Han Chen looked down at the green scroll in his hand. With a soft sigh, he acknowledged that while he had acquired a mysterious tier combat technique, it was ultimately an external tool. Enhancing his own strength remained paramount. I must secure one of those 10 spots. The calm tone carried a profound sense of confidence and determination. After casting one last glance at the green scroll, Han Chen took a deep breath. He flipped his hand, tossing the scroll into the empty ring. Rising, he retrieved a bathing tub, filling it with clear water. Then, from the empty ring, he took out a white jade vial containing Xuan Ling liquid, extracting a drop and letting it fall into the tub. Instantly, the clear water transformed into an amber hue, filling the air with a delicate fragrance. Yet at that moment, as Han Chen gazed at the white jade vial, he felt a twinge of regret. The Xuan Ling liquid he had refined a month prior had dwindled to a mere few drops after a month of usage. Although he used it sparingly, drop by drop, it could not withstand prolonged consumption. This substance was indeed excellent, but it was far too scarce. Storing the remaining Xuan Ling liquid in the empty ring, Han Chen muttered, "Sigh, no matter how good the elixir, it is meant for use. Although the Xuan Ling liquid depletes quickly, it has nonetheless granted you strength. What is there to lament?" At that moment, Giguzi also emerged from Han Chen's consciousness, casually sitting at the table and teasing him. "Master, you speak so lightly of it, but refining this substance is like burning money. Last time, to gather the herbs for this concoction, I nearly went bankrupt." How can I possibly continue to collect herbs for refining? Hearing Guguzi's nonchalant remarks, Han Chen felt a surge of frustration. This was not something one could simply pick at the roadside like cabbage. You are mistaken. While refining pills can be costly, I had several alchemist friends in the underworld who never once worried about money in their lives. To them, wealth is merely a number. They can summon as much as they desire. At their level, they no longer rely on currency for transactions, opting instead for bartering. Upon hearing Han Chen's complaints, Guzi not only refrained from offering consolation, but rather continued to deliver sharp rebukes, displaying none of the demeanor one would expect from a teacher. Han Chen had long since grown accustomed to such an unprincipled mentor. Despite Guzi's seemingly serene and reclusive exterior, centuries of existence had transformed his temperament, leading him to assert, only true freedom embodies genuine character. Life ought to be lived as such. Otherwise, he would not have encouraged Han Chen to take Han Linger as his disciple and daughter-in-law. Alas, their level of cultivation. Even the most rudimentary elixirs could incite fierce competition, rendering financial concerns obsolete. That a penny can thwart even the mightiest of heroes. My journey still has miles to traverse. The road is long and arduous. Han Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation, letting out a sigh. You foolish lad. Is your father not the head of the household? He can easily gather the myriad spiritual ingredients required for the blood-melting bone-changing pill. The components for crafting primordial spirit liquid are mere common items. How could they possibly pose a challenge? Just have your father collect them. After a moment of silence following Guzi's words, Han Chen softly replied, Let's discuss it later. Han Chen was reluctant to trouble Han Tian further. Although Han Tian did not voice it, Han Chen was aware that the previous collection of spiritual ingredients for the blood-melting bone-changing pill had come directly from Han Tian's own pocket. It must be noted that none of the ingredients for that elixir were of ordinary quality, and the financial toll of gathering them was substantial. While Han Tian held the title of family head, it did not grant him the liberty to indiscriminately utilize the family's funds, especially for such a significant sum. The Han family was not solely Han Tian's. The family's enterprises and livelihoods depended on financial resources. And not only would the elders object, but Han Tian himself would also refrain from such actions. Upon hearing Han Chen's words, Guzi fell silent, ceasing his discourse, yet a glint of satisfaction in his eyes revealed his approval of Han Chen. The remarks he had made earlier were intentional. Han Chen shook his head gently, dismissing such thoughts, and shed his garments before stepping into the bathing tub. The cool water enveloped Han Chen's bare body, refreshing his mind and sweeping away all worries with its invigorating embrace. Taking a deep breath, he slowly closed his eyes. Cultivation, akin to rowing against the current, demands perseverance for commensurate rewards. Han Chen would not allow himself to become prideful over minor accomplishments. Relaxing into his practice, he understood that his stage was far beyond just the Han family or the town of Yuan. The AS's breathing gradually steadied. Han Chen sank deeper into his cultivation. Observing Han Chen immerse himself in his practice, Guzi trembled slightly and returned to Han Chen's consciousness. Entering a state of cultivation himself, at dawn, a fiery red hue began to appear along the horizon. As the morning light slowly tore through the remnants of darkness, ascending into the sky, the tender grass, still bowed low, reveled in the gentle embrace of the morning sun that a soft breeze swept through, gently swaying the blades, causing the dewdrops perched upon them to glide down and nourish the roots of the grass. Strands of sunlight filtered through the gaps in the doors and windows, illuminating the room and infusing it with vitality. The night slipped away quietly as Han Chen continued his cultivation. With his eyes half closed, he eventually opened them, the remnants of drowsiness dissipating as he realized it was morning. Han Chen couldn't help but marvel at how swiftly time had passed during his cultivation. It felt as though a mere blink had whisked away the night. Rising, he donned a black robe with gold trim, fastening a matching black belt around his waist and tying his raven hair back with a purple ribbon. Han Chen had not forgotten his promise to Han Ling to accompany her on an outing, and thus he had no intention of wearing his training attire. Big brother Han Chen. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from outside, accompanied by Han Linger's melodious voice, surprised by her early arrival. Han Chen opened the door, revealing a breathtaking figure. Today, Han Linger appeared to have taken great care in her appearance. Her light purple dress accentuated her noble and serene aura, making her both irresistible to gaze upon and seem unattainably distant. A deep purple ribbon cinched her waist, highlighting her slender form. That moment. The young girl stood with her hands clasped behind her, leaning slightly forward, a smile gracing her face as she gazed at Han Chen. The budding curves of her chest sent a jolt through Han Chen's heart, causing it to beat erratically. Quickly averting his gaze, he noticed the adorable dimples that appeared on her delicate face. And her large, glistening eyes, now crescent-shaped with joy. They stood close enough that Han Chen could see the gentle flutter of her eyelashes, 20 years of age and still a virgin. Han Chen had never encountered such a scenario. Although Han Linger was merely 14, her exquisite beauty, youthful yet alluring figure, and unique charm, coupled with her heartfelt concern for him, stirred something deep within Han Chen. Feeling a flush of warmth rise to his cheeks, he could no longer endure the tension in the air, instinctively stepping back to create some distance, clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment. Seeing Han Chen's flustered state, Han Linger couldn't help but giggle. The beauty of that moment left Han Chen momentarily entranced, his gaze fixed upon her, with the awareness of Han Chen's intense stare. Han Linger felt her cheeks heat up, a hint of shyness flickering in her heart as she playfully admonished him, "Big brother Han Chen." Han Chen jolted back to reality, his youthful face flushed with embarrassment as he felt acutely awkward. "Goodness, I've made a fool of myself this time. Han Chen, how could you be so inept?" He scolded himself inwardly. "Did you not say you would take Linger out today? I am ready. When shall we set off?" He quickly shifted the topic. Noticing Han Chen's bashfulness, Han Linger found it amusing and felt her own shyness dissipating. "Let us depart right away," she replied cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Han Chen felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He promptly closed the door and walked alongside Han Linger as they ventured outside. "Big brother Han Chen." As they walked, the earlier awkwardness hung in the air, and Han Linger suddenly spoke softly. Han Chen barely caught her words. Had he not honed his senses through refining his soul, he might have missed them entirely. Hearing Han Chen's response, Han Linger felt her cheeks warm and her heart raced. After a prolonged pause, she finally whispered, "From now on, please call me Linger, okay?" Though she had managed to calm herself, the slight tremor in her voice betrayed her feelings that understanding the implication behind Han Ling's words. Han Chen's heart raced once more, and he responded softly, not daring to speak further. The two fell into silence again, as Han Linger, having expended her courage, kept her head down, walking slowly, her cheeks flushed. Meanwhile, Han Chen, inexperienced in navigating such situations, remained silent, walking alongside her. The scene elicited hearty laughter from Gui Guzi, who teased Han Chen in his mind, "My disciple, look at how the young lady is addressing you. You ought to reciprocate in some manner. Remaining silent is not the solution." In response to Gui Guzi's words, Han Chen felt a surge of irritation, rolling his eyes and ignoring the unprincipled teacher. Chapter 26, Han Zhong. The two continued their silent journey. As they walked, Han Chen couldn't help but reflect on his recent battle with Han Wu, realizing he had fought valiantly. The glances from the maids and distant relatives along the way confirmed this. After showcasing his strength comparable to a 6-star swordsman, the disdainful looks he had previously received had vanished. Even the clan members nodded and smiled at him, some even stopping to greet them. This stark contrast made Han Chen acutely aware of the changes that came with newfound power. Before long, they passed through the grand gates and stepped onto the street, outside the Han family estate. The weight of scrutiny lifted from Han Chen's shoulders, prompting him to exhale softly. Although he found their feigned enthusiasm utterly disgraceful, he understood the wisdom in having more allies than foes, while he wouldn't greet them with open arms. A nod in acknowledgement was certainly within his capabilities. "Big brother Han Chen has become the object of their flattery now," Han Linger remarked, her blush long faded, noticing the relief on Han Chen's face. Don't laugh at me. They're merely opportunists. Just looking at them makes me uncomfortable," Han Chen replied with a wry smile. Seeing Han Chen's helplessness, Han Linger blinked her sparkling eyes and fell silent. "Where are we headed?" Han Chen asked, hastily catching up to Han Linger as she walked towards the Han family's market, curiosity piquing his interest. While he had promised to accompany her, he felt they ought to have a destination in mind. "I'm taking you to a place. You'll know when we arrive," Han Linger replied with a mysterious smile, not providing a direct answer. Upon hearing this, Han Chen shrugged his shoulders, since the latter chose to remain silent. He decided to follow suit, for regardless of where they went, they were still in High in town. After traversing several bustling streets, the duo arrived at one of the marketplaces belonging to the Han family. The weather today was quite pleasant. With 4 months remaining until the year's end, autumn was giving way to winter. However, it seemed that this year's winter had arrived unusually late, as traces of warmth still lingered in the air. Yet, the occasional cool breeze shattered the oppressive heat, bathing them in sunlight that felt warm without being stifling. Such a delightful season was undoubtedly the most active time for mercenaries and merchants alike. This made the Han family's marketplace particularly lively, with various stalls lining both sides of the street, and the sounds of haggling and calls echoing throughout, as long queues snaked through the marketplace. Numerous mercenaries clad in tight-fitting attire, wielding an array of weapons in hand or slung across their backs, navigated through the throngs, frequently pausing at stalls in search of items of personal utility. Observing Han Linger striding confidently into the marketplace, Han Chen couldn't help but feel a tinge of bewilderment. A girl of her stature should not be present in such a setting. Han Ling's unique aura seemed entirely at odds with the atmosphere, akin to a beautiful white lily blooming amid a sea of dull black coal, unmistakably conspicuous from every angle. Clearly, Han Chen's thoughts were justified. As the pair made their entrance, the busy mercenaries around them were almost magnetically drawn to the ethereal figure of Han Ling. Her noble demeanor, exquisite features, and the hint of youthful grace in her physique captivated all, rendering the seasoned mercenaries, who often danced on the precipice of life and death, speechless in the presence of such unparalleled beauty. While Han Chen's refined looks and upright stature were equally striking, it was evident that the crowd largely overlooked his presence, despite the restless stirrings within them. Han Ling's distinctive aura and the natural nobility she exuded signaled to everyone that she was no ordinary girl. Offending someone of her caliber would surely lead to dire consequences, especially within the confines of the Han family's marketplace, a power that had endured for nearly a century, though the mercenaries continued with their activities. The furtive glances they cast towards Han Linger betrayed their fervent admiration. Unfazed, she proceeded forward, seemingly oblivious to the stir she had caused, sensing the unusual attention surrounding them. Han Chen couldn't help but chuckle softly to himself, reflecting on the formidable allure of Han Ling, a true embodiment of the phrase, "a beauty brings disaster," that he quickly stepped forward, clasping her delicate, fair hand, gently guiding her beside him as they advanced together. Leaning closer to her ear, he caught sight of her exquisitely tender earlobe, and with a slight gulp, he suppressed the impulse to nibble on it, instead saying sternly, "You are well aware of your charm. Don't wander off, stay by my side." Feeling the warmth of his breath against her ear, Han Linger experienced a rush of heat to her earlobe and a flutter in her heart. Her cheeks flushing once more, she felt a mix of joy and shyness at Han Chen's gesture, her lips curving into a delicate smile, responding softly to that moment. A middle-aged man dressed in a gray long robe approached them, accompanied by several young men. Noticing the approaching group, Han Chen and Han Linger paused to regard the middle-aged man, that he swiftly reached them, bowing respectfully as he addressed them. "I am Han Song, the administrator of the Han family's third marketplace. It is an honor to meet you, young master and Miss Linger." "Greetings, young master and Miss Linger," the young men accompanying him echoed, bowing as well. Their voices were loud enough for the nearby mercenaries to overhear. Instantly, those who had been discreetly observing the pair felt a jolt of realization and hurriedly averted their gazes, while those who had intended to inch closer to the duo quickly retreated. "Thank you for your assistance, Brother Han Song," Han Chen said, comprehending the shift in the mercenary's demeanor. He raised his hand in a fist salute, smiling, while Han Lingen nodded in agreement. "Ha, you flatter me, young master. These mercenaries are often reckless, living as if each day might be their last. While the Han family can keep some in check, there will always be those who dare to defy authority. Both you and Miss Linger must remain vigilant. Is there anything you require, young master and Miss Linger? I can send someone to assist you," Han Song offered kindly. Upon hearing this, Han Chen glanced at Han Linger, silently suggesting she make the decision. Perceptive to his gaze, Han Linger playfully blinked her sparkling eyes but remained silent. Han Chen sighed inwardly, shaking his head, and addressed Han Song. "We appreciate your kindness, Brother Han Song, but we are not here for shopping. We have some matters to attend to. In that case, allow me to send a few people to accompany you. That it would be prudent to have some assistance," Han Song replied thoughtfully. "Very well, we shall trouble you." "Brother Han Song, Han Xuan acknowledged, secretly admiring Han Song's meticulousness. High Town was a melting pot of mercenaries, and having these companions would serve to deter any would-be troublemakers. Moreover, there might indeed be moments when a few extra hands would be necessary. Thus, he accepted without further hesitation. "You are too kind, young master." Han Song chuckled, promptly turning to assign 3 young men to accompany Han Xuan and Han Linger. The trio appeared to be around 21 or 22 years of age. The leader being a composed young man named Han Shi, a 7-star sword guard, while the other 2 were slightly weaker, classified as 6-star sword guards. With the 3 accompanying them, Han Xuan and Han Ling felt reassured and exchanged farewells with Han Song before continuing on their way. As they disappeared into the crowd, one of the young men following Han Song turned to him. Puzzled, "Brother Han, why do I feel that the young master has undergone more than just a sudden increase in strength? He seems utterly transformed, like a different person altogether." "Haha, this is the demeanor one expects from a future clan leader. You still have much to learn," Han Song replied, chuckling gently while turning away from the inquisitive youth. Slowly departing, the remaining young men exchanged glances, bewildered by Han Song's cryptic remarks, but ultimately followed him, seeking further clarification. Meanwhile, Han Xuan and Han Linger, now accompanied by their 3 guardians, swiftly made their way through the bustling market. Eventually arriving at the southern region of High Town, close to the boundary of the Han family and the only neutral force in High Town, the territory overseen by the Weir auction house. "Linger, where are we headed?" Han Xuan inquired, noticing they were nearing the northern border of the Weir auction house's domain. Han Linger simply smiled enigmatically and pointed ahead at a tea house, declaring, "We've arrived." Following her gaze, Han Xuan observed that it was merely a beautifully decorated tea house. Was their purpose merely to enjoy tea here? Ignoring Han Xuan's puzzled expression, Han Linger led the way into the tea house. Reluctantly, Han Xuan followed, that as they approached, Han Xuan couldn't help but smile, realizing that the owner of this tea house was truly an intriguing character. The sign above the entrance simply read Tea House, strikingly simple and unadorned. Upon entering, he noticed that the first floor was quite crowded, predominantly filled with mercenaries and merchants, which struck Han Xuan as odd. Weren't mercenaries typically more inclined towards alcohol? Before he could ponder further, Han Linger pulled him up to the second floor. Once there, Han Xuan was compelled to admire the aesthetic charm of the tea house. Compared to the first floor, the second was tastefully arranged, with screens partitioning the space into several cozy alcoves. Leaving a spacious area in the center, that moment, several lovely songstresses were performing, adding an air of elegance and leisure to the atmosphere. It seemed that it was still early, as the second floor was not overly crowded, with most of the booths remaining vacant. Han Linger led Han Xuan to one of the booths, while the 3 young men sent by Han Song were instructed to remain on the first floor. Even now, Han Xuan was still baffled as to why Han Linger had brought him to this place. Just as he was about to inquire, a melodious voice floated from within the booth. "Is that you, Sister Linger?" The voice was as enchanting as pearls cascading, crisp and delightful like the sound of a babbling brook, reminiscent of a nightingale's song, stirring a deep curiosity within Han Xuan to glimpse the beauty behind such a captivating voice. "Sister Muyu," Han Linger responded, stepping through the lightly translucent screen. As the screen was gently pushed aside, Han Xuan beheld a simple yet elegant scene. A table with a few chairs, where a woman sat quietly, gazing out at the scenery beyond the window. The simplicity of the setting belied the beauty of the moment. That a purple clay teapot on the table emitted steam, releasing a fragrant aroma that wafted towards him. Han Xuan squinted slightly, inhaling deeply, and instantly felt refreshed, silently praising the exquisite tea. Han Xuan was led by Han Linger to a low seat opposite the woman. As his gaze shifted, he curiously observed the lady seated gracefully before him. The young woman appeared not to be much older than 21 or 2, her figure elegantly accentuated by a simple, form-fitting dress that perfectly outlined her alluring silhouette. A delicate sky-blue ribbon cinched her slender waist, seemingly fragile enough to snap with the slightest movement. Though seated, her bosom thrust forward prominently, delivering a striking visual impact. As one's gaze gradually ascended, it was met by her long, swan-like neck, pale as jade. Gracefully arched, upon this neck rested a countenance that bore a faint, enigmatic smile, captivating Han Xuan's attention. Her features were undeniably exquisite. While perhaps not breathtakingly beautiful, they certainly possessed a remarkable charm. Glossy, raven-black hair was elegantly pinned up with a green hairpin. further enhancing her regal and opulent demeanor. Yet, it was her pair of extraordinarily enchanting eyes that drew one in, their seductive glances ensnaring the beholder in an irresistible allure. The combination of her stunning visage and those captivating eyes amplified her charm to an almost unfathomable degree. It was hard to believe that a woman in her 20s could possess such magnetism. Even Xuan, whose resolve was typically unwavering, found himself momentarily entranced, his body frozen as if sculpted from clay. Awakened, at that moment, the spirit of Guguzi, who had been honing Xuan's soul within his consciousness, suddenly opened his eyes and bellowed. The thunderous command echoed like a clap of thunder in Xuan's mind, jolting him back to reality. His dazed expression quickly cleared, replaced by a rush of apprehension. Had he been attacked in that instant, it would surely have spelled disaster. Frowning slightly, he cast a wary glance at the beguiling woman before him. Sister Muyu. Realizing Xuan's unusual demeanor, Linger immediately understood that the captivating woman was the cause of his distraction, and she playfully chided, "Don't be upset, Ling. I was merely jesting," Muyu replied. Covering her mouth with a delicate laugh that as she did so, her ample bosom swayed enticingly, creating a tumultuous wave that seemed on the verge of bursting forth. Despite his cautious mindset, Xuan's heart raced uncontrollably at the sight. Promptly diverting his gaze, he leaned toward Linger and softly inquired, "Linger, who is this?" "Brother Xuan, this is Sister Muyu. Don't underestimate her just because she appears youthful." Sister Muyu is the proprietor of the Weir auction house. Linger responded playfully, recalling Xuan's earlier whisper that had made her heart flutter. With a mischievous spirit, she leaned closer to Xuan and whispered sweetly in his ear, feeling the gentle fragrance of her breath. Xuan's heart fluttered, mildly vexed by her playful nature, yet warmed by the intimacy she reserved for him, in contrast to her usual distant demeanor. Suppressing the stirring emotions within, he furrowed his brow slightly, scrutinizing the enchanting woman before him. That moment, Muyu had ceased her laughter and paid no heed to their whispered exchange. With a graceful motion, she extended her alabaster wrist from her long sleeves to lift a purple clay teapot from the table. The fragrant emerald liquid flowed from the spout, filling the cups beside it. Gently placing the teapot down, she smiled at the two, saying, "The tea here is delightful. Linger and young Master Xuan should savor it well." After taking a moment to appreciate the fragrant tea, she brought a cup to her lips, inhaling its aroma before taking a delicate sip, her crimson lips parting ever so slightly. Pleased, she set the cup down. Upon learning of Muyu's identity from Linger, Xuan felt a surge of astonishment. He had not anticipated that the owner of the grandeur auction house would be such a stunningly youthful woman. Subsequently, he felt less surprised by her knowledge of his identity, considering her esteemed position. Raising his cup, he observed the verdant liquid swirling within, the tender green tea leaves dancing in the brew, and the refreshing aroma wafting into his senses. Unable to resist, he leaned in and took a sip, his eyes lighting up as he exclaimed, "What exquisite tea!" Although it was indeed a fine tea, Xuan did not linger over it, setting the cup down as his dark eyes remained fixed on Muyu. Meanwhile, Linger, observing Muyu's actions, remained still, her brows furrowing slightly. Noticing their peculiar behavior, Muyu's lips curved into a subtle smile as she addressed Linger. "All right, Linger, don't frown. I haven't forgotten the matter you entrusted to me." With that, she gently caressed the empty ring on her left hand, retrieving a scroll of blue parchment and presenting it to Linger. Seeing the blue scroll in her hands, Xuan's eyes flashed with surprise. A blue scroll? Could it be a profound tier battle technique, a sword skill, or perhaps a cultivation method? Though he speculated, he was certain it was indeed a profound tier scroll. Yet he was puzzled as to why Linger would wish to acquire it from her, as he doubted Muyu would offer such a valuable item without reason. Despite his curiosity, Xuan remained silent, observing intently as Linger accepted the scroll with a relieved smile. She expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Muyu. There's no need for such formality between us," Muyu replied with a light laugh, then produced two palm-sized silver cards that shimmered like stars, seemingly extraordinary. Handing them to Linger, she playfully remarked, "Here, these are the star cards from my Weir auction house, that don't underestimate them. Even in the Imperial capital, Qingyun City, they grant you free access to the inner hall and auction hall. Consider this a gift for you." Hearing Muyu's words, Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, but he understood the difficulty of gaining access to the inner hall and auction hall, which typically required a minimum expenditure of 1 million gold coins at the Weir auction house. Moreover, the card's benefits extended beyond mere entry. It conferred a permanent discount of 30% and allowed for complimentary purchases of items valued at up to 100,000 gold coins. Such a generous gift was indeed significant, placing the value of the 2-star cards on par with the previously mentioned profound tier scroll. Observing the nonchalant manner in which this young woman, scarcely older than 20, bestowed 2-star cards, Han Chen's assessment of her rose several notches. Tio had become the mastermind behind the Weir auction house at such a tender age was truly remarkable. "Thank you, Sister Muyu. I shall graciously accept," Han Linger replied, casting a meaningful glance at Muyu before accepting the cards without hesitation. As Han Linger took the star cards, a flicker of delight danced in Muyu's enchanting eyes. Han Xuan, who had been quietly observing, noted this change. As a member of the Weir family, her actions seemed akin to ingratiating herself with Han Linga. He did not presume it was due to his or the Han family's influence. Thus, it became evident that she was simply eager to court favor with Han Linger. Casting a sideways glance at Han Linga, Han Xuan mused to himself, "This girl's identity seems rather extraordinary." Seeing Han Linger accept the star cards, Muyu smiled gently before her captivating gaze settled on Han Xuan, who had remained silent. As she scrutinized him with those mesmerizing eyes, Han Xuan felt a tightening in his chest. Yet, fortified by his vigilance, he refused to be ensnared by her allure, maintaining a calm demeanor as they held each other's gaze. Having long heard of young Master Han's exploits, Muyu was intrigued by the whispers of his solitary battle against 6-star sword servants, where he emerged victorious, severing an arm in the process. Now, upon meeting him, she found him to be truly remarkable. Apologies. It seems I was remiss earlier. "Allow me to make amends," Muyu said with a playful tone. "Do not hold any ill will toward your sister." Han Xuan chuckled lightly, replying, "Miss Muyu, you jest. These are merely rumors." That he was genuinely astonished that the elusive owner of the Weir auction house was such a young, beautiful woman. Han Xuan smiled and shook his head, revealing no hint of displeasure regarding her earlier actions. He had his own plans, knowing he would likely frequent the Weir auction house in the future, and saw no need to dwell on trivial matters. However, Muyu's earlier words heightened his caution. This woman was certainly not to be underestimated. "Your words flatter me, dear brother. It seems you have skillfully concealed your true self from everyone. I imagine no one is aware that the second young master of the Han family has been pretending to be feeble and incompetent." Muyu laughed, her alluring eyes twinkling mischievously as she regarded Han Xuan. In response to her probing, Han Xuan simply smiled and remained silent. That moment, he appeared less like a 14-year-old boy and more like a sage who had weathered many storms, leaving Muyu unable to discern his true nature. Chapter 0028. Han Linger's Intent. After accepting the blue scroll and star cards, Han Linger picked up her teacup from the table, leisurely savoring the tea with bright, joyful eyes as she watched the two. Confronted by the enchanting Muyu, Han Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of vigilance. Listening to her words, laden with subtle implications of probing, he found himself beset by an excruciating headache. He could only deflect the conversation, weaving from one topic to another, and when all else failed, he resorted to silence, managing to navigate the encounter. Meanwhile, his mind was far from idle. Han Xuan surmised that news of his victory over the 6-star swordsman in the Sword Pavilion had likely spread throughout Black Rock Town by now. It was incredulous that a seemingly useless individual, burdened by stagnant internal cold energy and unable to cultivate, could, in merely a few months, attain the strength to defeat a 6-star swordsman. Yet, nothing in this world is absolute. If Han Xuan had the clandestine assistance of an alchemist, it would elucidate everything. Although such a possibility was minuscule and nearly negligible, Muyu couldn't afford to dismiss it. After all, both alchemists and formidable warriors are highly coveted by families seeking to bolster their power. Should the Han family manage to ally with such a figure due to Han Xuan, their strength would necessitate a re-evaluation. That MUU's urgency in uncovering the truth stemmed from her desire to befriend such an alchemist. To enable a mere mortal, incapable of cultivation, to suddenly gain the prowess to vanquish a 6-star swordsman in a matter of months, the alchemist's rank would undoubtedly be no less than 3rd tier. In the Qingyan Empire, even a 1st-tier alchemist is a coveted asset sought after by numerous factions, let alone one of 3rd tier or higher. While Han Xuan found Muyu's probing taxing, he managed to hold his ground. A sidelong glance at Han Linger, who feigned indifference while brewing tea, stirred a sense of annoyance within him. How could she simply stand by and observe? At that moment, Muyu regarded the handsome youth before her, feeling equally vexed. This fellow hardly resembled a mere 14-year-old. His speech was not only coherent but also perceptive, as if he could read her thoughts. Regardless of her attempts to test him, he maintained a disarming smile. And after an eternity, she gleaned nothing of value from him, which was exceedingly frustrating. After a prolonged silence, Muyu felt a wave of discouragement wash over her. Han Chun was like a tranquil sea, impervious to the tumult she stirred. Gazing at his serene countenance, an epiphany struck her, and a glimmer of amusement flickered in her eyes. Well, it seems it's time for me to take my leave. There are a multitude of matters awaiting my attention at the auction house. With her probing yielding no results, Muyu appeared to concede, rising to address Han Chun and Han Linger with a smile. Very well, thank you, Sister Muyu, for your assistance this time. Upon hearing Muyu's intention to depart, Han Linger set down her teacup and stood with a smile. You needn't be so formal with your sister. Muyu chuckled, shaking her head at Han Linger with a hint of exasperation. At this juncture, Han Chun, too, felt it was inappropriate to remain seated and rose as well. Just then, Muyu's captivating gaze fell upon him. Her full, crimson lips curved into a subtle smile as she leaned closer, her breath gently brushing against his ear as she whispered, "As for the esteemed predecessor who secretly assisted my brother, I hold great admiration for him, that I hope you can introduce us when you have the chance." The proximity caused Muyu's ample bosom to press against Han Chen's shoulder, and he felt a jolt of sensation as his breath quickened. Sensing his reaction, Muyu blushed deeply, hastily withdrawing from his shoulder and casting him a sidelong glance. Huffing, "You little lecher." Han Chun, feeling wronged, was nonetheless resigned to her words. This woman was indeed formidable, despite his meticulous efforts to conceal his vulnerabilities. The perfection of his ade itself was a flaw. Meanwhile, Han Linger stifled a giggle nearby, her sparkling eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Witnessing Han Chun's flustered expression only confirmed Muyu's suspicions, and her smile broadened, enhanced by the lingering blush on her cheeks, rendering her even more alluring. Han Chun quickly diverted his gaze, yet the rapid beating of his heart left him feeling quite embarrassed. With a teasing glance, Muyu noted his awkward demeanor, laughed lightly, and turned to leave. As he watched the enchanting figure of Muyu vanish at the stairway, Han Chen's expression grew grave. This woman was indeed extraordinary, possessing a meticulous mind and profound depth. Her captivating charm alone was enough to unsettle any adversary. Yet Han Chun was untroubled, given her nearly obsequious presentation of the precious star card to Han Linger. It was clear she was an ally rather than an enemy, that I never anticipated her interest would manifest so soon. He mused, gazing at the spot where she had disappeared. If Muyu could deduce that his transformation was due to the assistance of an alchemist, then other factions would undoubtedly arrive at the same conclusion. Although he had prepared for exposure to various powers, Han Chen had not anticipated that day would arrive so swiftly. How would the multitude of factions respond? Would they seek to recruit him or target the Han family? Rubbing his aching temples, Han Chen began to doubt whether his duel with Han Wu had been a hasty decision. "Brother Han Chun." Just then, Han Linger's voice broke through his reverie, prompting him to turn in curiosity. She produced 2 star cards that Muyu had gifted her, offering one to him. This. Han Chen was momentarily taken aback by her gesture. Although he coveted the star card, her unhesitating offer left him momentarily speechless. "Brother Han Chun, don't you want it?" Han Linger asked, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "That of course I want it. Why wouldn't I?" Han Chun hastened to respond, sensing her inclination to retract the offer. Recovering his composure, he looked upon the exquisite girl, who was stifling a laugh, her lips twitching slightly. With a wry smile, he accepted the star card from her delicate hands. The card felt surprisingly weighty, its material unknown, yet it radiated a warmth akin to jade rather than the coldness of metal. As he turned it in his hand, the card sparkled with flecks of starlight, dazzling like stars in the night sky. Han Chen marveled at its beauty. While he was engrossed in admiring the star card, a blue scroll suddenly appeared before him. Startled, he looked up to find Han Linger, her delicate wrist outstretched, presenting the scroll to him. "Linger, what are you doing?" he asked, momentarily bewildered. "This is a profound scroll, a gift for Brother Han Chun," she replied, undeterred by his surprise. "No, I cannot accept this. The star card is already too generous. This profound scroll is far too valuable. Han Xuan immediately shook his head in refusal. That is absurd. A star card is worth no less than 100,000 gold coins, and this scroll could easily exceed 500,000 gold coins. This scroll was meant for you, brother Han Xuan. With your current strength, mastering a profound combat technique would make you invincible against anyone below 7 stars, and even against a 7-star swordsman, you could guarantee your safety within 100 moves. Han Linger insisted that it's so wrong for me to offer a small token of my affection. Han Xuan could see the determination in her sparkling eyes, and he felt a warmth deep within. Touched by her sincerity, after a long pause, he relented, saying, "Very well. I cannot refuse you, so I shall accept this combat technique." Taking the scroll from Han Linger's delicate hand, Han Xuan did not examine it, but instead tucked it into his spatial ring. "Why are you being so kind to a waste of the Han family?" he mused, gently brushing his fingers against her fair forehead, his gaze softening with warmth. Han Linger did not resist his affectionate gesture. Instead, she closed her eyes in enjoyment, her lips curling into a sweet smile. Chapter 0029. Return to the wire auction house. As they descended from the second floor, a faint blush graced Han Linger's cheeks. Her eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed at Han Xuan walking ahead. Han Xuan, however, couldn't help but reflect on the depth of Han Linger's feelings. She seemed entirely indifferent to the advances of the many fine young men of the Han family. Yet she treated him, a so-called waste, with such warmth. Even a blind man could see this affection. His visit to the sword pavilion had initially been to select a few combat techniques, but the incident with Han Wu had delayed him. He never expected that today Han Linger would procure a profound combat technique from the owner of the wire auction house as a gift for him. Human beings are not mere objects. Who among them is devoid of emotions? Such heartfelt gestures deeply touched Han Xuan as they entered the lower level. Han Xuan and the others, who had been sipping tea and waiting, quickly gathered around them. Trailing behind the two that after settling the bill, the 5 individuals exited the tea house and once again strolled leisurely through the bustling marketplace. However, Han Xuan appeared distracted, lost in thought at a tea this moment. He was contemplating the imminent assessment selection just 4 months away. Securing a position among the 10 available slots seemed utterly unattainable given his current capabilities. The only solution was to utilize volcanic red as an aid to enhance his training speed. Unfortunately, all his savings had been exhausted during his last purchase of herbs for concocting essence liquid, leaving him financially constrained. Nonetheless, the star card gifted by Muyu provided a glimmer of relief, allowing him to spend up to 100,000 gold coins at the Weir auction house without charge, effectively alleviating his pressing predicament. With funds now available, Han Xuan planned to take advantage of the day, which was free from training, to accompany Han Linger on an outing while simultaneously gathering all the necessary herbs for refining volcanic red at the Weir auction house. He also intended to collect several more ingredients for the essence liquid, as the remaining supply in his space ring could barely sustain him for a few days. Once the herbs were assembled, he could have Guguzi refine everything that evening and commence a period of seclusion for training the following day, striving to enhance his strength over the next 4 months. Lost in thought, Han Xuan suddenly halted, turned to Han Linger beside him, and inquired, "Linger, would you accompany me to the Weir auction house to procure some supplies?" Although Han Xuan had made up his mind, he had promised to spend the day with Han Linger, so he felt it necessary to consult her first. "Sure," Han Linger replied, albeit with a hint of confusion. The trio of Han Xuan behind them exchanged puzzled glances, as the second young master of the Han family. Han Xuan could simply issue commands for any needed items to be collected. Why would he personally venture to the Weir auction house? However, the three understood their place and refrained from questioning further, silently following the two as they made their way to the auction house. After traversing several streets, the 5 arrived at a grand edifice in the northern district. Standing before the Weir auction house and observing the throng of people, it was clear that business was thriving, with a continuous flow of patrons entering and exiting. This time, Han Xuan had opted not to don his black cloak, thus avoiding unwanted attention, though he had momentarily overlooked Han Linger's captivating presence. The merchants and mercenaries passing by occasionally cast fervent glances in their direction, causing Han Xuan some discomfort. Fortunately, Han Xuan and his companions noticed the unusual attention and quickly positioned themselves protectively around Han Xuan and Han Linger as they advanced inside. Upon recognizing the attire indicating the Han family status, The surrounding mercenaries and merchants immediately averted their gazes. Thanks to Han Shure's presence and the Han family's reputation, a relatively wide pathway opened up for the five to pass through. Amidst the crowd, one pair of eyes, however, remained fixated on the group. Upon spotting Han Linger, the observer's heart raced with delight before swiftly disappearing into the throng. Just as Han Xuan was about to step through the entrance, he sensed something amiss and glanced in the direction of the lingering gaze, but found nothing out of the ordinary. "Brother Han Xuan, what's wrong?" Han Linger asked, noticing his pause. "Nothing," he murmured, shaking his head after a moment of contemplation. Since refining his soul, Han Xuan had become exceedingly sensitive to his surroundings. Although he had not detected anything specific, he remained vigilant. The interior of the auction house was as lively as ever, bustling with activity and noise. And oh wonder Muyu had appeared so nonchalant when presenting the star card. In comparison to this bustling marketplace, the two star cards were merely a drop in the ocean. Furthermore, this was merely a branch. One could only imagine the level of business at the main establishment in Qingyun City. The wealth of the Weir family was difficult to comprehend, yet even their riches paled in comparison to the other three prominent families. Han Xuan pressed his lips together, determination gleaming in his eyes. He would undoubtedly make his way to the Imperial capital. Navigating through the crowd, the five arrived at the crystal display cabinets showcasing magical nuclei and herbs. Fortunately, the herbs required for refining essence liquid were not particularly rare, and he found several suitable magical nuclei as well. Han Xuan made a bulk purchase of enough herbs to concoct 5 portions of essence liquid, sufficient to last until the year's end. He then selected a few second-tier fire-type magical nuclei and gathered additional herbs necessary for the volcanic red recipe. Despite scouring every display cabinet, he still found himself lacking a few key ingredients: 8 stalks of 50-year-old flame root, 4 pieces of 100-year-old dragon tongue fruit, and 8 stalks of 7-year-old 7 bright grass. Furrowing his brow at the missing herbs, Han Xuan sighed and approached a nearby attendant, presenting the star card for payment. The purchase of these herbs amounted to nearly 10,000 gold coins, shrinking his 100,000 gold coins of complimentary spending by a tenth, even with a 70% discount. This left Han Xuan feeling a pang of regret, lamenting that money never seemed to suffice. Curiously, after respectfully receiving the star card, the attendant merely waved it over a crystal orb before returning it to him. According to Han Linger, that orb was used to track star card expenditures, confirming the auction house's serious commitment to their promise of complimentary spending. After storing the herbs and nuclei in his space ring, Han Xuan surveyed the hall, realizing there was nothing more he needed. With a faint smile, he stepped toward an area guarded by several sword-wielding sentinels. Observing Han Xuan amass such an assortment of herbs, Han Ling's bright eyes blinked in contemplation, then a glimmer of amusement danced within them as she hastily followed in his wake toward the corridor. Meanwhile, Han Shu and the others, witnessing Han Xuan's earlier actions, furrowed their brows in thought. After a lengthy silence, they simultaneously experienced a surge of astonishment, which quickly transformed into elation. It appeared the rumors within the clan of the second young master, receiving clandestine assistance from a powerful ally, were indeed true. Given the current circumstances, it was likely that this ally was an alchemist. The prospect of having an alchemist discreetly supporting their family filled the three with exuberance. Exchanging knowing glances, they understood the importance of keeping this secret under wraps. In an instant, their expressions returned to calm, as if nothing had transpired, and they swiftly caught up with the two that Han Xuan's ostentatious herb procurement before the others had been deliberate. He had no intention of concealing anything from Han Ling. However, regarding Han Shu and the others, he had his own strategy in mind that if they revealed this information, rival factions would surely deduce the presence of an alchemist aiding him, leading to a more cautious approach against the Han family. Meanwhile, neutral factions such as the Weir Auction House would likely align themselves with the Han family. Though this might thrust the Han family into the limelight, it would at least buy them some time to address their crisis. Conversely, if the three chose to keep this secret, he would suffer no loss. Instead, he would have discovered 3 loyal disciples devoted to the clan, which could be seen as a fortunate outcome. Noticing the shift in their expressions, Han Xuan offered a faint smile. Their character seemed commendable, and their aptitude was not lacking. Given the opportunity, he could nurture them further. Chapter 30. The Inner Hall, Spirit Jade. At this moment, the 5 had traversed the corridor and entered the inner hall. Pausing at its entrance, compared to the spacious main hall, the inner hall appeared somewhat smaller, though it could still comfortably accommodate 300 to 400 individuals without feeling crowded, resembling an indoor plaza. The walls of the inner hall were devoid of windows, completely enclosed. Despite the absence of natural light, it was far from dim. Countless light crystals were intricately embedded in the ceiling, each emitting a brilliant glow that illuminated the vast space as if it were open to the sky. Inside the hall, numerous crystal display cabinets, similar to those in the main area, were arranged in an orderly fashion around the perimeter. Each cabinet was attended by 1 or 2 young and attractive women, responsible for assisting customers with inquiries and completing transactions. The items on display comprised mainly herbs, materials, antiques, magical nuclei, and a few other items, albeit in lesser quantity. Nevertheless, the quality of goods available in the inner hall was significantly superior to those in the main area. Although there were many patrons present, an intriguing calm pervaded the atmosphere. Conversations were conducted in hushed tones, creating a leisurely ambience that as Han Chen surveyed the surroundings, his attention was suddenly drawn to a particular direction. There, nestled within the inner hall, stood a massive crystal platform, guarded by 4 middle-aged men. Their steady breaths and intense gazes conveyed their formidable prowess as seasoned warriors. Atop the crystal platform rested a single black satin box, within which lay a yellowish magical nucleus, elegantly showcased by a piece of yellow cloth, radiating a faint golden aura, a truly striking sight. While Han Chen could not ascertain the exact tier of the nucleus, its esteemed presentation and the auction house's evident reverence implied it was of considerable quality, impressive that a 4-star Earth-type magical nucleus. The Weir auction house certainly possesses substantial resources that I shall return one day to acquire it. The pure Earth attribute spiritual energy within is indeed highly beneficial for the cultivation of your physical body. Just as Han Chen was pondering this, he suddenly heard the voice of Gue Guzi. "Is that the 4-star magic core?" he murmured, gazing at the earthy yellow magic core in response to Gue Guzi's words that as for the latter part of Gue Guzi's statement. Han Chen merely rolled his eyes and chose to ignore it. Setting aside whether he had the means to purchase it, just observing the atmosphere of the auction house, it seemed that the 4-star magic core was merely displayed as a decoration. Who would be foolish enough to sell a 4-star magic core? Nevertheless, this did not diminish the astonishment in Han Chen's heart, for it represented an existence equivalent to that of a sword spirit master, and not a single sword spirit level expert could be found in the entire Haiyan town. To Han Chen's knowledge, as long as one reached the sword guard level, a single punch could possess the power to shatter stones that as for the sword spirit level. Han Chen had no true grasp of its might, but he could well imagine that such strength was beyond measure. Yet, even a 4-star magical beast capable of contending with a sword spirit master was still hunted down, and its magic core seized. It is worth noting that acquiring a magic core is not simply a matter of slaying a magical beast. During the hunt, if the magical beast finds itself outmatched, it will immediately flee. If it realizes escape is impossible, nearly all magical beasts opt for self-detonation of their magic core, ensuring mutual destruction with their adversaries and never granting an opportunity for their core to be taken. One cannot help but wonder, what level of power must one possess to extract the magic core from a 4-star magical beast, equivalent to a sword spirit's strength? At that moment, a woman dressed in a red gown approached the 5 with graceful steps. She appeared to be around 30, possessing a strikingly alluring figure, with a slender waist and ample hips, her delicate form swaying gently as she walked, even causing her ample bosom to quiver. Coupled with her stunningly beautiful visage, she was undeniably a captivating presence that could not be overlooked. The very instant she appeared, the gazes of the crowd converged upon her, highlighting her undeniable charm. Sensing someone approaching, the 5 retracted their scrutinizing glances and looked at the slowly advancing woman with curiosity. "You must be the young master of the Han family, and Miss Ling," she introduced herself with poise, "that I am Ling Yu, the manager of the inner hall of this wire auction house. Muyu has informed me of your arrival, but she has some matters to attend to and is currently unable to join you. Therefore, she entrusted me to welcome you both. She will come over once she has finished her business." Ling Yu paused gracefully before the 5, smiling as she spoke. Han Chen mused to himself about how well-informed Muyu was, likely having recognized him when he presented his star card to the guards upon entering the inner hall. He also felt a sense of curiosity about the woman named Ling Yu, who not only addressed Mu Yu by name, but also spoke with an affectionate tone reminiscent of an elder towards a younger relative. Han Xuan exchanged a meaningful glance with Ling Yu. However, since someone was willing to host them, he was more than pleased to accept. With a slight smile, he replied, "Manager Ling Yu, you are too kind. I hadn't intended to trouble Miss Mu Yu, but it seems I have inadvertently done so. I appreciate your assistance." As Ling Yu observed the young man before her, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Initially, she had not thought much of Mu Yu's directive to welcome the two, but now it was apparent that this young master of the Han family was not ordinary. What typical youth would possess such poise and articulate such words? The glimmer of surprise vanished as quickly as it appeared, replaced by her usual demeanor. After all, one does not become a manager of the inner hall without substance. Although she felt astonished within, she did not allow it to show. "There is no need for the young master to be overly courteous," she said with a smile, as Han Xuan and his companions continued to survey their surroundings. Ling Yu remained at their side. The individuals within the inner hall, engrossed in their own activities or purchasing items, occasionally cast curious glances at the five, intrigued by the fact that they were personally attended to by Ling Yu. However, upon noticing the attire of Han Shi and the others, which signified their affiliation with the Han family of Haiyan Town, their expressions collectively shifted. Although the inner hall was spacious, it was still populated, making unimpeded movement somewhat challenging. Yet upon recognizing the identity of the five, the crowd instinctively stepped back, parting to allow them passage. The mere standing of the Han family was sufficient to warrant such respect, especially with Ling Yu herself attending to them. Thus, as Han Xuan and his companions navigated through the hall, Han Shi and the others closely followed, discreetly guarding their safety, ensuring their passage remained relatively smooth. Ling Yu maintained her amiable demeanor, stepping forward to introduce the various items displayed within the crystal cabinets whenever she noticed the group's interest, be it herbs, magic cores, or peculiar materials. She effortlessly provided comprehensive introductions. Although Han Xuan was eager to locate the necessary materials for crafting volcanic red, namely Yin Jin Xiao, Long Shigua, and Qi Mingji, he was not in a hurry, seizing the opportunity to learn more about various herbs and materials. Thoroughly engrossed in the experience that the six of them strolled and browsed, they not only familiarized themselves with numerous items, but also acquired several, with Han Xuan purchasing various herbs and peculiar items, such as the blood and bones of magical beasts, based on Gue Guzi's advice. "Teacher, what purpose do these serve?" Han Xuan inquired, placing the recently acquired herbs into his spatial ring. "It will prove useful for you, my lad," Gue Guzi replied nonchalantly, instantly dispelling all of Han Xuan's doubts. Helplessly, Han Xuan purchased everything that Gue Guzi indicated that it is a result of this shopping spree. The balance on his star card, which initially had a generous allowance of 100,000 for free spending, dwindled significantly as he had spent 30,000 gold coins in one go, coupled with the earlier expenditure of 10,000 on herbs, leaving him with merely 60,000 gold coins. Watching the beautiful woman beside the crystal cabinet hand back his star card, Han Xuan could only chuckle wryly, feeling as though money was slipping through his fingers like water, unable to stop the flow. "Brother Han Xuan, why don't you take my star card too?" Han Linger suggested with a smile. Noticing his helpless expression, "He will see about that later. If it truly comes to it, I won't hesitate to use it." Han Xuan replied with a light laugh, appreciating Han Linger's concern. Having already accepted the invaluable profound-grade combat skill, it would be hypocritical to quibble over a single star card. Observing the closeness between the two, Ling Yu smiled gently and followed them towards the next crystal counter. After a while, Han Xuan and his group had browsed through most of the crystal cabinets, but despite having gathered all the Yin Jin Xiao, he still had yet to find the Long Shigua and Qi Mingji. This left him feeling somewhat anxious, and as he listened to Ling Yu's introductions of various items, his earlier tranquility evaporated, replaced by a growing restlessness. Helplessly, Han Xuan decided to intervene. "Manager Ling Yu, you need not accompany us any longer. We can browse on our own," he said, feigning a look of exasperation. "Very well. Once Mu Yu finishes her matters, I will send someone to inform you." Ling Yu replied, initially taken aback by Han Xuan's suggestion. But upon noticing the gazes of the onlookers, she quickly understood, smiling as she did so. Chapter 031. Gonyang Hao Song Bai Shan, Song Ryu. As Ling Yu gracefully departed, Han Xuan exhaled softly, straightening his focus as he approached the crystal cabinets dedicated to herbs and elixirs. With Ling Yu present earlier, Han Xin had refrained from explicitly searching for Long Shiguo and Qi Mingji, for one could never be too careful. Should someone with ulterior motives learn of his intentions, it could lead to complications. Although they had already explored a significant portion of the crystal cabinets, many remained, numbering in the hundreds. Stopping before a cabinet, he scrutinized the myriad of herbs and elixirs displayed. But after a brief moment, he found his eyes growing uncomfortably dry. Resigned, he focused his mind, allowing his spiritual energy to emanate from his sea of consciousness, sweeping over the cabinet with speed. After a moment, his spiritual energy receded like the ebbing tide, returning to his sea of consciousness. With a soft sigh, having found nothing, he had no choice but to proceed to the next cabinet. Han Ling observed Han Qin's unusual behavior with curiosity, but chose not to voice her questions. Instead, watching him intently with her bright eyes before quietly following behind him. She understood that everyone has their secrets, and if Han Xin was unwilling to share, pressing him would only breed resentment. Something she wished to avoid. Moreover, she too had secrets she kept from him, that as for Han Shi and the others, they remained silent, fully aware that their duty was merely to ensure the safety of the two. And some matters were not theirs to know or question. With Ling Yu's departure, the five ceased their aimless wandering and settled quietly in the area displaying the herbs and elixirs, leading those who had been observing them to gradually redirect their attention elsewhere, resuming their own endeavors. However, Han Qin's desire for a peaceful search for the two herbs was destined to be thwarted. That moment, 4 or 5 individuals approached the entrance of the wire auction house. Leading them was a youth of around 17 or 18, who, despite his somewhat slender build, possessed a strikingly handsome face, his skin bearing a sickly pallor. His long, wine-red hair flowed down his back, and a blue robe lent him an air of elegance. Yet the youth's eyes belied this refined appearance, disrupting his otherwise graceful demeanor. The young man possessed slightly narrowed eyes, with his orbits appearing somewhat sunken, that a suggestive and lascivious glint emanated from his gaze, instilling discomfort in those who beheld him. Accompanying him were 4 other youths in their 20s, all clad in identical attire. The unmistakable expressions of flattery and deference directed towards their leader indicated that these 4 were likely his subordinates. "Are you certain of what you have seen?" The leader stood before the wire auction house. His eyes, imbued with a shadowy allure, scanned the surroundings. Upon discovering a lack of visually appealing women, he reluctantly averted his gaze and, tilting his head, queried one of the young men behind him, his tone tinged with an interrogative edge. Feeling the icy intensity in the leader's stare, the questioned youth felt a chill run down his spine. Daring not to meet his gaze, and hurriedly recounted everything he had previously witnessed. "Yes, third young master, I indeed saw Han Ling enter the auction house, and she was accompanied by a young man in black. Appearing quite intimate, it turned out that this youth was the owner of the gaze that had been fixated on Han Linger and nearly caught by Han Xin. The young man in black. Do you know who he is?" The blue-clad leader expressed clear dissatisfaction upon hearing this response and continued to press for answers. This young one does not know, as the young man in black seems unfamiliar and does not appear to belong to the Han family. The questioned youth, sensing his master's impatience, trembled and hastily replied, demonstrating a palpable fear of the young master. "Humph, I shall see which bold fool dares to compete with me for Han Linger." The blue-clad youth's eyes grew colder with this revelation, and after a moment's contemplation, a voice laced with chill escaped his lips. Subsequently, the blue-clad youth strode forward into the auction house, while the 4 young men behind him quickly advanced, forcefully clearing the path of any obstructions. Brazenly entering the wire auction house, this blue-clad youth was none other than Gonyang Hao, the 3rd son of the Gonyang family, who wielded control over the western region of Haiyantown, known for his cold temperament and volatile moods. Gonyang Hao would resort to violence at the slightest provocation, and it was not uncommon for him to inflict severe harm or even death upon those who displeased him, including his own trusted followers. This is why the questioned youth had exhibited such fear when confronted earlier. Although Gonyang Hao held the esteemed title of the 3rd son of the Gonyang family and enjoyed his father's favor, his innate talent was merely average, and his strength was only considered moderate within the family, having reached the level of a 2nd-star sword guardian at the age of 18, that nevertheless, his insatiable lust was notorious. Even married women who caught his eye would find themselves pursued by all means necessary, and countless lives have been ruined by him over the years that at the age of 16, A fortuitous encounter led him to Han Linger, who, despite being only 12 at the time, had already begun to cultivate, her delicate and enchanting figure captivating him instantly. With bright eyes and a flawless visage, she resembled a diminutive fairy, completely ensnaring Gong Yonghao's heart. From that moment on, he became infatuated, perpetually yearning for her and even imploring his father, Gonyang Yifang, to propose to the Han family. However, this endeavor was met with a harsh reprimand from Gonyang Yifang, which only intensified Gong Yonghao's longing for Han Linger. Regrettably, she seldom ventured beyond the confines of the Han family, leaving him to pine for her in solitude. Yet today was different. Han Linger had unexpectedly appeared at the wire auction house, a revelation that filled Gong Yonghao, who had been indulging in carnal pleasures with a maid, with elation that he promptly discarded the unsatisfied maid, tidied himself, and hurriedly made his way to the auction house with several of his side disciples in tow. Thus unfolded the scene that had just transpired. What brings Gong Yonghao here? This fellow has always gravitated towards places with beautiful women. Could he be seeking Muyu at the wire auction house? After Gong Yonghao entered the auction house, a young man clad in white, seated in a window alcove on the second floor of a nearby tea house, gazed in astonishment at the blue-clad youth who had already entered the auction house. Opposite him sat a strikingly beautiful girl, around 13 or 14 years of age, adorned in a vibrant green pleated skirt that accentuated her charm. Do you truly believe Gong Yonghao has become audacious enough to act so recklessly? The wire auction house stands as the sole neutral force in Haiyan Town, but do not forget, neutrality does not equate to a lack of power. Should this Gong Yonghao provoke Muyu, it would be tantamount to establishing a formidable enemy for the Gonyang family. Presently, even facing the Song and Han families, the Gonyang family must tread carefully that if the wire auction house were to intervene, our three factions would not hesitate to unite against Gonyang Yifang. Although Gong Yonghao is indeed lecherous, he must possess some awareness of this. The girl shot a disdainful glance at the white-clad youth and chimed in a sweet voice. "Haha, I was merely jesting. Dear sister, do not scold your elder brother." The white-clad youth, feeling a bit awkward after being chastised by the younger girl, forced a chuckle and quickly sought forgiveness. This white-clad youth was Song Baishan, the eldest son of Song Lin, the head of the southern faction in Haiyan Town, while the girl was Song Lin's only daughter, Song Ruyu. "Brother, what if we follow along? We might witness an entertaining spectacle." In response to Song Baishan's plea for mercy, Song Ruyu shot him another glare, but ceased her reprimand that a mischievous smile crept across her face as her dark eyes sparkled with ideas. "Well done, fine, but you must remain quietly by my side and refrain from causing any trouble." Hearing his beloved younger sister's words, Song Baishan hesitated. The it was not that he lacked curiosity, but rather a concern for his mischievous sister. Known for her troublemaking antics, despite being 14, she remained as playful as ever, and should she cause any disturbances inside, their father, who cherished her like a treasure, would surely reprimand him, just as he was about to refuse. He caught sight of Song Ruiyu's fierce gaze and promptly reversed his decision, although he insisted she stay close. Ruiyu knew her brother was the best. She promised to behave and not cause any trouble. With Song Baishan's agreement, Song Ruiyu's eyes sparkled joyfully, and she eagerly nodded her head in assurance. Observing her enthusiastic promise, Song Baishan couldn't help but smile wryly, recalling how she had always readily agreed but rarely lived up to her promises. "Let us proceed." Although reluctant, he felt compelled to honor his word, that he resolved to keep a close watch. Hoping that no mishaps would arise, he immediately stood and descended the stairs towards the auction house. At that moment, Han Chun was in the internal hall, meticulously searching through the crystal cabinets in the section for medicinal herbs and spiritual essences, anxiously hoping to find the elusive dragon tongue fruit and 7 bright mushrooms among the numerous herbs. Alas, could I really be this unfortunate? Is it possible that even the vast wire auction house lacks these? After an extended period of fruitless searching, Han Chun sighed, gently massaging his forehead, which had begun to ache from the prolonged exertion of his spiritual energy, and muttered to himself in resignation, "One must not force matters. Though the dragon tongue fruit and 7 bright mushrooms are not particularly rare herbs, they are certainly not as commonplace as cabbages. If I cannot find them today, I can wait a few days for the inventory to replenish. Moreover, with such a large town as Haiyan, surely there are other places to search. One must learn to adapt and avoid becoming fixated." The voice of Guguzi echoed in his mind, chiding him that if all else fails, I will have to seek elsewhere, but time is of the essence. With only 4 months remaining, I cannot afford to waste a single day. Han Chen fully understood Giguzi's admonition, recognizing his own impatience that, haha, you need not lose heart entirely. You have only searched 2/3 of the crystal cabinets in this auction hall, and there remains 1/3 yet to explore. Remember, never give up until the final moment. Giguzi was quite pleased with Han Chen's intelligence, responding with a gentle smile. While that may be true, having searched 2/3 without success, can my luck truly be so dire that I must wait until the very end to fulfill my desires? Han Chen could not help but voice his complaints, clearly lacking hope for finding the dragon tongue fruit and 7 bright mushrooms among the remaining cabinets. You might want to resolve the immediate dilemma before seeking further. Giguzi did not engage with Han Chen's complaints, instead chuckling softly. At this, Han Chen paused, completely bewildered by the meaning of those words. Gongyang Hao, accompanied by his 4 family disciples, brazenly entered the auction house. Whereupon they halted at the entrance point, one of the disciples stationed himself at the door to prevent Han Linger from leaving with the departing crowd. The other 3 immediately plunged into the throng. While Gongyang Hao, seemingly unfazed, stood there, his lascivious gaze slowly sweeping the area. Although he yearned to seize control of the entire hall and scrutinize each individual, Gongyang Hao was aware that such ambitions were mere fantasies. Despite his lecherous nature, he had not yet descended to such foolishness. He believed that the Gongyang family had grown powerful enough to avoid offending such a multitude of mercenaries and merchants. Thus, he was compelled to exercise patience, searching methodically. Damn. What is this guy doing here? Is it to seek out Muyu or Lingyu? And now there is a spectacle to behold. The mercenaries and merchants near the door were taken aback upon seeing Gongyang Hao standing at the entrance. One of them, his eyes lighting up, chuckled. Gongyang Hao, no way. Could this fellow truly have the audacity to stir trouble at the Weir auction house? This commotion must be witnessed. Another mercenary, evidently aware of Gongyang Hao's infamous reputation, immediately halted his departure, retreating into a corner to watch with keen interest. Most of the individuals in the hall recognized Gongyang Hao, and upon witnessing his arrival at the Weir auction house, they began speculating about his purpose for being there. Regardless of their conjectures, everyone decided to stay and observe the unfolding drama. Young master, we found nothing. After about a tea's worth of time, the 3 individuals who had mingled into the crowd returned to Gongyang Hao, all speaking with their heads bowed. Not in the main hall. Could they have entered the inner chamber, the auction hall, at this moment? Gongyang Hao had no inclination to chastise the trio. He merely yearned to find Han Linger swiftly. Murmuring to himself, but he lifted his gaze towards the 2 passageways guarded by numerous sentinels, a cold smile flickering at the corners of his mouth. His right hand brushed over the empty ring on his left hand, and a silver card materialized in his right hand, shimmering with starlight on both sides, exquisitely crafted. It was the star card. He strode purposefully towards the passageway. The guards had long since noted Gongyang Hao's presence. His notorious name was well known among them. They understood that his visit to the auction house could only herald trouble. Though they were eager to expel him, they had hesitated to act when he merely stood at the door. However, upon seeing him approach the inner chamber, a middle-aged man, evidently their leader, stepped forward and raised a hand to block Gongyang Hao. I'm sorry, but unauthorized individuals cannot enter the inner chamber. The middle-aged man spoke in a low voice. Yet, Gongyang Hao paid no heed to the man's words or obstruction. Not pausing for a moment, he tossed the star card into the middle-aged man's arms as though discarding refuse and continued onward without waiting for the man to inspect it. With your status, how dare you stop me? As he passed the middle-aged man, a voice dripping with disdain reached the man's ears. Ignoring him further, Gongyang Hao sneered and continued toward the inner chamber. Such arrogance. The 4 individuals trailing behind him chuckled, swiftly snatching the star card from the guard and following Gongyang Hao into the inner chamber. All the mercenaries in the hall witnessed this scene and were immediately dumbfounded. They had seen arrogance before, but never to this extent. It was truly an eye-opener. Soon, however, a wave of resignation washed over them. The inner chamber was beyond their reach, and it seemed they would miss the grand spectacle. Yet, unwilling to depart, they resolved to stay, hoping to witness the outcome of Gongyang Hao's audacity. Meanwhile, the middle-aged guard's expression darkened considerably. His fists clenched tightly, producing a creaking sound, the veins on the back of his hands bulging like grotesque earthworms. The guards beside him also bore grim expressions, their eyes ablaze with fury. That middle-aged man was their leader, having reached the pinnacle of the sword guard stage, on the verge of breaking through to become a sword master. Such strength placed him among the elite within Blackrock Town. Though merely a guard in an auction house, he belonged to the Weir family, and that status alone commanded respect. Even figures like Han Tian, the head of a clan, had never treated them with such disdain. Yet today, a debauched scion from the Gongyang family dared to act in such a manner. Huizi, quickly report this matter to Elder Yi. Yu Jie, inform him that Gongyang has come to cause trouble and has already entered the inner chamber with others. The rest of you, maintain your positions and guard the passageway. After a lengthy pause, Lei Yin finally turned to the others and spoke swiftly. Once his orders were issued, his eyes darkened as he fixed his gaze on the inner chamber passageway, murmuring, Gongyang Hao. I sincerely hope you cause a significant ruckus, for only then will I have the opportunity to demonstrate that not every place is one where a scion like you can act so brazenly. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's icy remarks, the onlookers exchanged incredulous glances, astonished by their usually affable leader's sudden ferocity. However, recalling Gongyang Hao's earlier behavior, their surprise waned. Heh, who would have thought that Gongyang Hao would dare to be so audacious? Brother, even if I don't stir trouble, there will still be a show to watch. In the crowd, a girl clad in a verdant pleated skirt leaned toward the young man beside her, flashing a mischievous grin. Yet, unbeknownst to her, this playful gesture only enhanced her charm, leaving the nearby mercenaries entranced, even as their money pouches were quietly pilfered without their notice. This situation had escalated dramatically. What kind of woman could compel Gongyang Hao to act so desperately? Even at the risk of offending Muyu, it seemed that even if Muyu wished to remain uninvolved, she would have no choice but to intervene. The white-clad youth rolled his eyes at his sister's gleeful words and, frowning, replied softly, how could wild guesses yield any truth? Let's go in and see for ourselves. The girl brushed her hand over the empty ring on her left hand, conjuring a silver card that sparkled with starlight. Smiling mischievously at the white-clad youth before pulling him toward the inner chamber passageway. The white-clad youth gazed at the girl before him, his eyes filled with affection, yet tinged with helplessness that he had not anticipated that his father would even grant this girl the star card bestowed by the Weir auction house. At this moment, Gongyang Hao was fervently eager to meet Han Ling and simultaneously ascertain the identity of the black-clad youth by her side, that if he bore some influential background, a warning would suffice. Aside from the three other factions in Blackrock Town, there was no one else he could not afford to offend. However, if he were a nameless individual, a glint of coldness flickered in Gongyang Hao's eyes at this thought. Gongyang Hao was so consumed by urgency that he failed to notice Song Baishan and Song Ruyu, who had followed closely behind him into the inner chamber. Meanwhile, Han Xuan, currently in the inner chamber, was entirely oblivious to the trouble brewing due to Han Ling. Even if he were aware, he would likely dismiss it entirely. At that moment, Han Xuan was intently focused on several red fruits, each the size of an infant's fist, lying quietly on the crystal display case before him, his eyes filled with delight. Were it not for the fact that he was in an auction house, he would have laughed aloud. After an exhaustive search, just when he was about to give up, he finally discovered these coveted red fruits. These red fruits were precisely the dragon's tongue fruits that Han Xuan desperately sought. Upon careful counting, he realized there were as many as 6. Having lost hope, he had expected to find only 1 or 2. Yet unexpectedly, not only had he found them, but there were also so many, far beyond his expectations. He had already purchased several portions of all the other medicinal herbs needed to concoct volcanic red, leaving only the dragon's tongue fruits and the 7 bright mushrooms. Naturally, he hoped for as many as possible. Having gathered 6 dragon's tongue fruits and 9 flame root grass, he was now only short of the 7 bright mushrooms. The more he collected, the more batches of volcanic red he could refine. Han Xuan's intention was to maximize his yield. According to Gue Guzi, volcanic red is distinct from Yuan Ling liquid. The latter only proves effective for those below the sword servant stage. Once one breaks through to become a sword guard, Yuan Ling liquid becomes as ineffective as ordinary bathwater. In contrast, volcanic red retains its efficacy for anyone below the sword king stage. Theoretically, it could even work on sword emperors. Volcanic red primarily utilizes herbal essences to gently temper the fire elemental energy within the fire-type magical core. Leveraging the volatile nature of the fire energy, complemented by the gentle medicinal properties of the herbs to refine the physical body. However, to ensure its efficacy for sword emperors, one would need to replace the 1-star fire magical core with a 10-star core capable of contending with sword emperors, supplemented by age-old herbal essences to temper the ferocity of the fire energy within the core. Only then could they concoct volcanic red that would even be effective against sword emperors. Yet, this remains purely theoretical and unlikely to materialize. 10-star magical beasts are extraordinarily formidable. Even 3 sword emperors may not stand a chance against a single 10-star beast. Furthermore, once a magical beast reaches the 7-star mark, it can transform into a humanoid form. And upon ascending to 9 stars, its magical core dissolves into spiritual energy, integrating seamlessly into its flesh and blood. Unless the magical beast willingly reconstitutes its core, it is impossible to obtain it even after slaying the beast and refining its body. As for the age-old herbal essences, acquiring such is equally improbable. Regardless of the herb, once it reaches 3,000 years of age, it becomes an exceptionally rare treasure, often sought after by magical beasts. Thus, these treasures are typically guarded by formidable beasts, and as soon as the herbs mature, magical beasts will indiscriminately consume them. They possess intelligence and would not allow them to mature for several millennia. The longer the night, the more dreams. Who knows if a stronger beast might intervene? Therefore, this remains merely a theory, unattainable in reality. After taking a closer look at the 6 dragon's tongue fruits he held, Han Chen's delight intensified. From the hues adorning the 6 dragon fruit and the fragrant aroma wafting through the air, it is evident that these fruits have matured for approximately 140 years. A far better outcome than anticipated. Undoubtedly, the effects of their refinement will be significantly superior. Upon discovering the dragon fruit, Han Chen promptly handed the star card to the nearby, made responsible for transactions at the crystal cabinet, settling the payment with haste. Without waiting for the completion of the transaction procedures, he eagerly stowed the 6 dragon fruits into his empty ring, for only when they are tucked away in his pocket do they truly belong to him. The maid, witnessing Han Chen's actions, remained unfazed. She had observed the enthusiastic reception from Ling Yu, and with a respectful smile towards Han Chen, she turned to finalize the transaction. Although brimming with joy internally, her expression remained tranquil. Han Chen recalled the teachings of Giguzi, reminding himself to maintain composure in all circumstances, lest his emotions cloud his judgment. Only through calmness can one make sound decisions and prolong their existence. Moments later, upon completing the transaction and receiving the star card from the maid, he immediately turned towards the next crystal cabinet, hoping to locate the elusive 7 Mingxi. Meanwhile, Han Linger and the others followed in silence. Aware that Han Chen was in pursuit of a particular herbal essence, yet they could offer no assistance. Nevertheless, the group exhibited no signs of impatience, merely trailing along quietly. As for Han Linger, a gentle smile on her face spoke volumes. "Ah, Linger, what a delightful coincidence. I never expected to encounter you here." At that moment, a voice brimming with surprise resonated from the passageway connecting the hall and inner chamber. The speaker was none other than Gong Yanghao. Gazing at the young lady clad in a light purple dress ahead, Gong Yanghao's eyes blazed with fervor, his blood seemingly boiling, as he called out exuberantly. Without waiting for a response from Han Linger and the others, he hurried towards them, his pale, thin face struggling to present what he deemed a warm and sunny smile, utterly oblivious to how ludicrous this appeared when paired with his lecherous gaze, just as Han Linger was about to step forward. Her brow furrowed in concern. The voice was unfamiliar, yet strangely intimate. Curiosity piqued. She hesitated and turned towards the source of the sound. Han Chen, too, halted, perplexed, while the expressions of Han Shi and his companions shifted to one of wariness. Quickly positioning themselves beside Han Ling, Han Shi stood at the forefront, his eyes filled with hostility as he regarded the approaching Gong Yanghao, effectively blocking him from advancing within 2 yards. Han Chen did not recognize Gong Yanghao, but surely they were aware of his notoriety. It was unlikely anyone in He Yin Town was unfamiliar with this young scoundrel, barely 17 or 18, yet a bane to countless women. The Han family, alongside 2 others, had existed in He Yin Town for nearly a century. Although conflict still arose, relations had long since settled from the enmity of the past. Had they encountered individuals from the other 2 families today, Han Linger, Han Shi, and the others might not have been so cold, perhaps even friendly, But Gong Yanghao was a different matter. Gong Yanghao, what brings you here? Upon realizing that the intruder was none other than Gong Yanghao of the Gong family, whose reputation in He Yin town rivaled Han Chen's. Han Chen's expression turned frosty as he spoke with a hint of disdain. Gong Yanghao's loud proclamation echoed through the otherwise hushed inner hall like a clap of thunder, causing the gathered crowd to frown and glance towards the source of the commotion. Upon recognizing Gong Yanghao and the elegant young woman from the Han family, their initial irritation dissipated, and they instinctively stepped back, creating a small space for the group, all while feigning disinterest in their own affairs. Yet their curious eyes discreetly observed the unfolding drama. Everyone was eager to witness what antics this young scoundrel from the Gong family would concoct at the wire auction house. At this moment, neither Gong Yanghao nor Han Chen noticed that during his approach, two figures had swiftly entered through the passage behind him, seamlessly blending into the onlookers nearby. Only a few individuals standing close to the entrance sensed their presence, but paid little heed. Haha, I wondered why my heart felt so restless today, as if a voice beckoned me here. Turns out, it's to reunite with you, Linger. It seems even fate desires to bring us together. Noticing the hostile glares directed at him by Han Shi and his companions, who were fiercely guarding Han Linger, Gong Yanghao remained unfazed, his eyes still fixated on her with fervor as he laughed boisterously. Hearing such shameless words, not only did the onlookers find Gong Yanghao's audacity appalling, but even Han Chen couldn't help but marvel at the thickness of this young man's skin. However, he remained oblivious to Gong Yanghao's identity, yet it was clear that the latter's intentions were aimed squarely at Han Ling. Han Chun privately admired her unparalleled charm. Astonished that even in an auction house, she had attracted admirers, that he subtly moved closer to Han Linger, engaging her in a hushed conversation. From her whispers, Han Chen finally discerned the identity of this pale, emaciated youth, evidently a man whose indulgences had taken their toll. Han Chen believed that while a man could be romantic or even lustful, achieving one's desires through honorable means was commendable. Had he encountered such a person, he might even commend him, saying, "Brother, you are impressive." Yet he held no respect for Gong Yanghao, who pursued women with unscrupulous methods, only to toy with them briefly before callously discarding them. This was particularly distasteful to Han Chun, especially upon learning that Gong Yanghao had harbored lustful thoughts towards Han Linger for years. As he regarded Gong Yanghao, his gaze was not merely contemptuous, but icy. Unexpectedly, Gong Yanghao had come seeking Linger. "Brother, Gong Yanghao is pursuing your beloved." In the crowd, Song Ryu shivered at Gong Yanghao's nauseating proclamation, then turned to Song Baishan beside her. With him, even if given 100 more years, he wouldn't stand a chance with Han Linger. What an overestimation of himself. Song Baishan rolled his eyes at Song Ryu's jest, refraining from retorting. She had long known of his admiration for Han Linger. Nevertheless, he felt a surge of anger at Gong Yanghao's delusions. Who was that young man in black beside Han Ling? Noticing Song Baishan's comment, Song Ryu's attention shifted to Han Chun, who stood close to Han Ling. Previously, their families had paid little attention to the so-called waste of the Han family, having only heard of his existence without ever having met him, much less recognizing his appearance. Moreover, even if they had encountered him, they wouldn't have recognized him, for after a month of rigorous training, Han Chen's transformation was so significant that even the Han family members would barely recognize him, let alone them. As Song Baishan chose to ignore her playful banter, Song Ryu paid no mind. Having long understood her brother's sentiments, while she once lamented his lack of ambition, over time, she recognized that his feelings were genuine admiration rather than possessive obsession, leading her to relent. Nevertheless, she still enjoyed teasing him occasionally for amusement. At this moment, both Song Ryu and Song Baishan were not focused on Gong Yanghao or Han Linger. Instead, their keen eyes were trained on the quietly standing Han Chun beside Han Linger. In response to Gong Yanghao's brazen remarks, Han Linger merely cast a disinterested glance, losing any desire to engage, and continued to whisper softly with Han Chen, as she felt the warmth of his breath tickling her ear. A blush graced her cheeks. Noticing that most of the onlookers in the inner hall were discreetly watching them, her cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson. Meanwhile, Gong Yanghao, who had been momentarily overlooked, felt his forced smile fade, his expression darkening as he glared icily at Han Chun. Previously, his excitement upon seeing Han Ling had blinded him to the presence of the young man in black beside her. While he could tolerate Han Linger's indifference to his advances, The sight of her being so intimately engaged with Han Xuan was intolerable. The derisive glances from the surrounding crowd only stoked the flames of his indignation, leaving his face feeling as if it had been slapped. With a sullen gaze, Gong Yanghao strode determinedly towards Han Xuan and Han Linger. Han Shi and his companions, already on high alert, were taken aback when Gong Yanghao approached them. As the leader of the trio, Han Shi's eyes narrowed with cold intensity as he stepped forward, extending his hand to block Gong Yanghao's path. In a low, commanding voice, he declared, "Young Master Gong Yang, please halt your advance, or do not blame me for being ungracious." Humph. A mere clan guard dares to speak so boldly. I shall see just how ungracious you can be. Gong Yanghao retorted icily, casting a disdainful glance at Han Shi, and he held no belief that a lowly clan guard would dare to strike him. Nevertheless, he continued to advance, seemingly oblivious to the impending collision with Han Shi. Rather than showing anger, Han Shi's expression was one of unexpected delight. His disdain for Gong Yanghao, the notorious wastrel, was palpable, not only due to the latter's contemptible actions, but also because Gong Yanghao harbored delusions of courting Han Linger, the foremost figure of the Han family. Han Shi was not the coward Gong Yanghao presumed him to be. Typically, as a side-branch disciple of the Han family, he would refrain from teaching such scum a lesson. But this moment presented an impeccable opportunity, one he was determined not to let slip away. "Since young Master Gong Yang insists, I shall not hold back," Han Shi declared, his gaze sharpening as he prepared to strike. Without delay, his right fist shot forward like a hammer, aimed squarely at Gong Yanghao's chest. Every movement of Gong Yanghao was keenly observed by Han Xuan and the Song siblings. Han Linger chose to ignore Gong Yanghao for two reasons. First, her personal disdain for engaging with such filth, and second, Han Chen's intent to create an opportunity to discipline Gong Yanghao. A man of principle knows when to act and when to refrain. Han Chen had harbored this thought since learning of Gong Yanghao's misdeeds from Han Ling. He encouraged her to disregard Gong Yanghao while maintaining a close conversation with Han Linger. Deliberately provoking Gong Yanghao, as Han Shi unleashed his blow, Han Chen and the others ceased their hushed discussions, focused intently on the confrontation. The onlookers surrounding them, including the Song siblings, were equally taken aback by Han Shi's sudden attack. While they anticipated a spectacle, they were unprepared for the swiftness and ferocity of the encounter. Halting their actions to witness the unfolding drama as his fist neared its target, Han Shi felt a surge of exhilaration. With his 7-star sword guard prowess, even without exerting his full strength, he was confident that Gong Yanghao, a mere 2-star sword guard, would not escape unscathed, perhaps suffering broken ribs in the process. However, Gong Yanghao stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. His pallid face turned ghostly white, his eyes filled with terror as he beheld the rapidly approaching fist. It was unimaginable to him that a mere side-branch disciple of the Han family would audaciously dare to attack him. No amount of regret could save Gong Yanghao now. The distance between them was too short for any evasive maneuver. The onlookers seemed to envision the scene of Gong Yanghao being sent flying by Han Shi's punch. Ribs shattered. Yet, just as Han Shi's fist was about to make contact with Gong Yanghao's chest, a youth among Gong Yanghao's companions suddenly shouted, "Han Shi, how dare you lay a hand on my young master?" In a flash, the youth sidestepped and positioned himself beside Gong Yanghao, raising his leg to intercept Han Shi's right fist. There was a resounding impact as the two forces collided. Han Shi staggered back, as if struck by thunder, until he was steadied by two of Han Linger's guards. Coughing violently, Han Shi raised his head to reveal a trickle of crimson at the corner of his mouth. The crowd was momentarily stunned, having expected Gong Yanghao to be the one severely injured. Umph. At that moment, a groan emerged from behind Gong Yanghao. The youth who had absorbed Han Shi's punch stumbled back a few steps before regaining his footing. "Umph, Gong Yanquan, I did not expect you to have broken through to 8 stars, Han Shi remarked, a complex expression crossing his face as he regarded the retreating figure. The crowd's attention shifted to the young man who had rescued Gong Yanghao, a plain-looking individual in his mid-20s, easily lost among the masses. "Humph. Han Shi, you truly have the audacity to strike my young master. Your boldness is remarkable that if you seek to end your life, I would be more than willing to oblige." The youth glared at Han Shi, his voice dripping with disdain. Although Gong Yanquan outwardly dismissed Han Shi, his eyes betrayed a sense of gravity as he maintained a vigilant stance before Gong Yanghao, ready to act at a moment's notice. Despite being one of 5, only he could contend with Han Shi. After taking a punch from Han Shi, he felt an internal injury, making him acutely aware of the risk should Han Shi suddenly turn his attention to Gong Yanghao again. The thought of any harm befalling Gong Yanghao left Gong Yanghao in a state of dread that if anything were to happen, how could he face their patriarch? Regrettably, Gong Yanghao had underestimated the extent of animosity directed towards Gong Yanghao. Had it not been for the support of his father, Gong Yifeng, Gong Yanghao's past actions would have led to his demise long ago. Moreover, Gong Yanghao's reckless intentions toward Han Linger posed a serious threat. With her current strength as a 9-star sword attendant, she could indeed fall victim to Gong Yanghao's 2-star prowess. As a member of the Han family, Han Shi understood the importance of Han Linger and her companion. He could not allow them to be bullied before his eyes. Moreover, he was tasked with their protection by Han Song, making it his duty to ensure their safety, given Gong Yanghao's reputation and strength. He was more than capable of posing a threat to Han Linger and her ally. Han Shi had already issued a warning. Having done so, he bore no psychological burden for the actions he was about to take. Clutching his chest, he coldly replied, "I, Han Shi, am a member of the Han family, not yours. Gong Yanghao is your young master, not mine. Should you wish to act against my family's lady, do not expect me to be courteous. Besides, I have already warned your young master. With so many eyes upon us, do you truly believe you can act dishonorably?" His words resonated with conviction, drawing nods of approval from the onlookers, who regarded Han Shi with newfound respect. Meanwhile, Gong Yanghao had regained his composure from the earlier fright. Hearing a mere side-branch disciple openly disrespect him ignited a furious blush upon his pale face. The humiliation of having been paralyzed by a single punch was unbearable. This was an affront. Such disgrace demanded retribution. "Bite your tongue, Gong Yanghao. Kill him," Gong Yanghao ordered through gritted teeth. Gong Yangquan's heart raced at his young master's command. They had merely been acting defensively against Han Shi's initial assault. If they could wait for the auction house's personnel to arrive, they would not need to intervene, and Han Shi would surely face consequences. Yet, the young master now demanded that he kill Han Shi. Though he was 1 star stronger, he had already sustained internal injuries from their earlier clash that he hesitated, uncertain if he could truly defeat Han Shi. "But young master, this is the Weir auction house," he began, but was cut off by Gong Yanghao's fierce glare. "Do as I command. Gong Yanghao, will you disregard my orders?" Gong Yanghao's voice dripped with cold authority. Feeling the weight of Gong Yanghao's words, Gong Yanghao shuddered, resigning himself to the situation. Though he possessed 8-star sword guard strength, in Gong Yanghao's eyes, he was merely a pliable tool. Given the Gong family's power, eliminating a mere sword guard posed no challenge. Reluctantly, he silenced his protests. Han Shi was of no consequence to him, and he had no desire to offend his young master, especially when Gong Yanghao would shoulder the blame for any fallout. Upon reaching this conclusion, the last vestige of hesitation within Gong Yanghao vanished without a trace that he gazed at Han Shi, who was warily observing him from across the way, and flashed a chilling grin. "Han Shi, did you hear that? This is the young master's command, so don't blame me for what happens next." Just moments ago, Han Shi had attentively absorbed every word exchanged between Gong Yanghao and Gong Yanghao. Yet he merely cast them a fleeting glance before quietly channeling his energy, striving to stabilize his internal injuries and the surging blood within him. In that brief interlude, Han Shi's wounds had mostly healed. However, upon hearing Gong Yangquan's contemptuous remarks directed at him without having exchanged blows, it felt as though his life and death were already in the hands of the adversary. He immediately pressed down the 2 individuals beside him, who were seething with rage and ready to charge in. With a cold snort, he declared, "If a fight is what they want, then let it be. Who knows who will end up on the ground? Brother, look! The show is about to begin. They're going to fight." In the crowd, Song Ryu excitedly grasped the sleeve of her companion Song Baishan, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "They won't fight," Song Baishan replied helplessly, glancing at the enthusiastic Song Ryu. After the commotion between Han Shi and Gong Yanghao, someone has likely gone to notify Mu Yu and Ling Yu. The auction house will be here soon. He gestured towards Han Linger and the boy in black. So they're not going to fight? What a letdown. But thinking back to how Gong Yanghao turned pale from Han Shi's punch is truly amusing. Song Ryu lamented, following Song Baishan's gaze towards Han Linger and her companion, only to feel a wave of disappointment wash over her. The onlookers, mercenaries bearing weapons and merchants alike, had long ceased merely stealing glances. They now encircled the scene, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they absorbed the charged exchange between Han Shi and Gong Quan. Gong Quan had no desire to engage in a futile war of words over Han Shi's remarks. And he snorted coldly. Just as Han Shi stepped forward, preparing to advance, someone gently tapped his shoulder, followed by a soothing voice from behind. "Big brother Han Shi, please step aside and tend to your injuries." Turning to see Han Xin standing behind him, smiling, Han Shi felt a sense of calm wash over him. Han Linger stood quietly beside Han Xin. Although Han Shi had never dismissed the so-called useless young master of his family as others did, he had never given him much thought either. While he had heard tales of this young master miraculously defeating a 6-star sword servant just yesterday, he had not taken them to heart. Even when Han Song had tasked him with protecting the two, he had primarily considered it his duty to safeguard Han Ling, given her exceptional talent and cultivation speed, which indeed warranted protection compared to Han Xin. However, after spending some time together, Han Shi realized that this second young master was not as feeble as rumors suggested. Especially now, there was a hint of confidence in Han Chen's gentle smile, as if his words were beyond question, leaving Han Shi with no inclination to resist. Yes, although he had initially prepared for a fierce battle with Gong Quan, Han Shi unhesitatingly obeyed Han Chen's command, bowing his head solemnly in acknowledgement and stepping aside to join the others. His internal energy surged, swiftly mending his injuries. Han Chen's appearance and Han Shi's respectful compliance stunned not only Gong Quan, who had been ready to teach Han Shi a lesson, but also the onlookers, including the Song siblings, who were filled with curiosity. All eyes were drawn to the young man in black. "Who are you?" Gong Hao, momentarily taken aback, glared intently at Han Xin. Though his heart seethed with anger, he was no fool. He could discern the significance of Han Shi's demeanor towards this individual. Thus, he questioned in a low voice. "Who are you?" "Han Xin of the Han family," came the calm reply as Han Xin met Gong Hao's gaze, his expression unruffled. The crowd fell silent, pondering the name that had just been uttered. Though it seemed familiar, they could not quite place it. Nonetheless, admiration for the young man in black grew, his composed demeanor and the presence of the stunning young woman beside him forming a striking pair. While Gong Hao appeared as unremarkable as a mere leaf overshadowed by a vibrant flower. "You are that useless one from the Han family," Gong Hao exclaimed, disregarding the mocking glances directed at him. Suddenly struck by a realization, he stared incredulously at the young man before him. "That I can't believe it. Indeed, many have referred to me as such. If I'm not mistaken, the useless one you speak of must be me." Han Xin replied, unfazed by Gong Hao's astonishment, shrugging nonchalantly. Though their voices were low, the exchange resonated clearly within the quiet hall, especially Gong Hao's exclamation, which echoed in the ears of the crowd, "That I in an instant." Curious gazes converged upon Han Xin. Frequenting the Black Rock town, the various factions that were well acquainted with one another. They recognized the Han family as one of the 3 major powers in Black Rock town and were thus familiar with its so-called useless young master. Yet, despite what they knew, they could not reconcile the young man in black with the useless heir of the Han family. The first impression Han Xin left was one of calmness, composure, and grace, which was strikingly at odds with the rumors surrounding him. "Brother, is he really the useless young master of the Han family? Wasn't he supposed to be weak and cowardly?" Song Ruyu gasped, astonished by the young man's demeanor, which belied the whispers of his supposed inadequacies. Beside her, Song Baishan remained silent, his brows furrowed as he scrutinized Han Xin, seemingly attempting to peer into his very essence. After a long pause, he sighed and shook his head. "That I cannot see through him. From what I've heard, he was said to be afflicted with internal coldness, rendering his meridians and bones exceedingly fragile. Hence, he could not withstand the flow of spiritual energy, unable to cultivate. This led to his insecurity, timidity, and isolation, though we have only known that Han Tian has such a useless son without any further impression. Yet, this young man claims to be the useless heir of the Han family. That it is indeed difficult to accept. He appears quite robust, setting aside his strength. Even his recent mannerisms and speech were impressive, exuding an air of confidence. How could the so-called useless heir possess such demeanor? If both claims were true, then the rumors of Han Xin defeating a 6-star sword servant in mere months must also hold some truth. It seemed that the Han family might have drawn a talented alchemist from their once disgraced useless heir. It must be said that Song Baishan was truly worthy of being regarded as the foremost among the younger generation of the Song family. Wise, composed, and keenly observant, in mere moments. He had nearly deduced the entirety of the situation. This moment. He was a far cry from the person he had been earlier at the tea house. However, it is essential to note that while Guguzi could indeed be classified as an alchemist, what Song Baishan could not predict was that alchemy was merely one of his many talents. Meanwhile, Gong Yonghao's gaze towards Han Shun was clouded with darkness. He could not fathom that the young man he resented was indeed the useless heir of the Han family, though he had heard of Han Chen's victory over the six-star sword servant. In Gong Yonghao's eyes, a useless person remained just that an ant, no matter how robust, would always be just an ant, especially one that dared to compete with him for a woman. It was utterly foolish. So you are the second young master of the Han family. Since you are here, that is well. Just now, Han Shi had the audacity to lay a hand on me, and I trust you witnessed it. Hand Han Shi over to me, and we shall consider this matter settled. Gong Yonghao cast a grim glare at Han Sheng, ready to unleash his wrath. However, upon noticing the young lady standing before Han Sheng, he suppressed his fury, unwilling to lose his composure in front of such beauty. With a cold snort, he remarked, "Indeed, I saw everything just now. As for handing over Han Shi to you, where does that even come from? I do not believe Han Shi has committed any wrongdoing. He is merely fulfilling his duty to protect me. Such loyal kin are a rarity, and what crime is there in that?" Han Sheng, unfazed by Gong Yonghao's seemingly magnanimous demand, merely smiled lightly and replied softly. Upon hearing Han Sheng's words, Han Shi and the others felt an overwhelming warmth in their hearts, their gazes towards Han Sheng shimmering with excitement. The onlookers shook their heads in dismay, who claimed that the second young master of the Han family was a waste. His maneuver was far more adept than that of those old foxes, as he not only preserved the family's dignity, but also effortlessly resolved Gong Yonghao's provocation, quietly winning the hearts of Han Shi and the others. This second young master of the Han family was truly remarkable. At that moment, the Song siblings, along with the crowd, simultaneously expressed similar sentiments. Upon hearing Han Sheng's words, Han Linger let out a light chuckle, her bright eyes sparkling with mirth. Gong Yonghao's expression had darkened considerably. He could no longer maintain the pretense of composure before Han Linger. How dare a mere side-branch disciple of the Han family take action against him? If he were to let this slide, what would others think of him and the Gong family? After this incident, his father might very well break his legs. So, you are not planning to hand him over? Gong Yonghao's voice was low and menacing, his gaze icy as it bore into Han Sheng, subtly implying that refusal would lead to forceful measures. This moment, Gong Yanxuan, who had taken the time to recover from his injuries, felt confident in subduing Han Shi, especially given their overwhelming numerical advantage. Exchanging glances with the other three, they slowly moved closer to Gong Yonghao, subtly encircling him for protection, their eyes gleaming with malicious intent as they fixated on Han Sheng and his companions, their internal chi surging through their meridians. Noticing the movements of Gong Yanxuan and his companions, Han Shi's expression shifted as he stepped forward with the other two, shielding Han Sheng and Han Linger behind him. His eyes warily trained on Gong Yonghao and his group, creating a tense standoff. Despite the unfavorable situation, Han Shi and his companions showed no signs of retreat, having resolved to protect Han Sheng and Han Linger at all costs, even at the expense of their own lives. Regardless of Han Sheng being the heir of the family, Han Shi was determined to safeguard both Han Sheng and Han Linger based on Han Sheng's previous words. Unperturbed by Gong Yonghao's veiled threats, Han Sheng let out a cold smile, stepping back slightly to stand beside Han Linger, his gaze coldly appraising the opposing party, that he recognized his own limitations. With both he and Han Ling yet to reach the Sword Guardian tier, they would undoubtedly become liabilities if a conflict erupted. Although retreating in such a tense moment felt somewhat shameful, it was in fact the wisest course of action. That moment, Han Sheng couldn't help but reflect on the advantages of strength. If he were powerful enough, he would not need to waste words on someone like Gong Yonghao. That if he were truly formidable, he could eliminate Gong Yonghao and his companions without fear of repercussions. Fortunately, he had gathered all the herbs necessary for refining volcanic red, and would commence the process that evening, allowing him to devote himself to cultivation the next day. Despite the palpable tension in the air, Han Sheng remained unconcerned about Gong Yonghao's intentions to seize someone. Although they were at a disadvantage, Han Shi and the others could still hold their ground for a while. They did not need to win. Merely enduring for a moment would suffice. Given the time that had passed, it was likely that Mu Yu's people would soon arrive. Could Gong Yanghao still act so brazenly then? The onlookers, keen observers all, noted the subtle movements of Gong Yanxuan and Han Shi, and as they sensed an impending clash, their interest piqued. The prospect of chaos during Mu Yu's auction was indeed tantalizing. Meanwhile, the Song siblings contemplated whether the Song family should intervene on behalf of the Han family. "Brother, shall we lend a hand?" Song Ryu whispered to Song Baishan, "There is no need for us to intervene. The true master has arrived." Song Baishan suddenly smiled with ease, his voice low. Chapter 0037. The Appearance of Mu Yu. Upon hearing Song Baishan's perplexing statement, Song Ryu was momentarily bewildered. Just as she was about to inquire further, she noticed Song Baishan's gaze fixed on the entrance to the inner hall, a smile dancing in his eyes. Following his line of sight, she could only suppress her curiosity and peer curiously at the entrance. "I wonder who dares to cause a ruckus in my Mu Yu's auction house," a languid, enchanting voice echoed from the darkened corridor, sending a chill through the air. Recognizing the uniquely alluring voice, Song Ryu's eyes gleamed with understanding. Having discerned the identity of the speaker, that moment, the tension in the air dissipated as those poised to strike. Along with the onlookers froze in surprise. Hearing the woman's voice, Han Chung felt a wave of relief wash over him. With her arrival, Gong Yonghao's ambitions would surely come to naught. Casting a sidelong glance at the increasingly sullen Gong Yonghao, Han Cheng's lips curled into a cold smile. Stealing a glance at Han Linger beside him, Han Cheng couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity throughout the tense atmosphere prior to Gong Yonghao's intended attack. And even with the arrival of the voice from the corridor, Han Linger had remained utterly composed. Her delicate features bore a subtle smile, and her eyes sparkled like clear water, revealing no traces of emotional upheaval. As though sensing Han Cheng's gaze, Han Linger turned to him and winked. Observing her exquisite countenance, Han Cheng was suddenly struck by an odd sensation. It seemed as though she held no regard for the 5 sword guardians standing before them. Exuding an air of disdain and an ineffable confidence, could it be that this girl could single-handedly defeat all 5 sword guardians? The mere thought startled Han Cheng. He shook his head in disbelief, dispelling the bizarre notion that had taken root in his mind. Taking another look at the stunning girl beside him, he inhaled deeply, resolving not to entertain any further fanciful thoughts. Instead, he turned his attention to the corridor, eager to see how this woman would choose to handle the situation. The surrounding crowd, having recognized the voice's owner, gazed eagerly toward the entrance, their eyes alight with anticipation, as if the scene before them held the secrets of celestial combat techniques. Their breaths growing shallow, the rhythmic footfalls grew clearer, and in the next moment, a woman dressed in a blue butterfly gown appeared before the crowd, tall and graceful. Her shapely thighs were accentuated with each step, while a delicate blue ribbon cinched her slender waist, accentuating her alluring curves. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful, with a complexion as fair as jade, and features that seemed to be painted by the hand of a master artist. Most captivating were her enchanting eyes, which drew one in with an irresistible allure. The combination of her exquisite beauty and mesmerizing gaze amplified her charm, leaving few capable of resisting her allure. Earlier, when she had been seated in the tea house, Han Chung had not fully grasped her beauty, having only caught a fleeting glimpse when she departed. Now, as he scrutinized her figure, he couldn't help but silently commend her. This woman was undeniably a deadly seductress. That as she made her entrance, the crowd erupted into a chorus of hushed gasps and the sound of swallowed breaths. Han Chung observed the throng. Not only were those completely enraptured by her beauty, but even Gong Yanghao, the lecherous man he had faced, was now oblivious to the implications of her arrival. Gong Yonghao's lecherous gaze was fixed upon her, his eyes burning with an insatiable hunger. Mu Yu, the proprietor of the wire auction house, had finally made her appearance. Following her were 2 individuals. To her left was Ling Yu, who, despite being a rare beauty herself, paled in comparison to Mu Yu, appearing as a mere backdrop, unable to captivate the crowd's attention. But on the right stood an elderly gentleman clad in a robe of a delicate cream hue, his slightly stooped posture suggesting the weight of years. His head was crowned with a silvery mane, and a distinguished 3-inch beard adorned his chin, imbuing him with an air of scholarly elegance. though his visage bore the marks of age in the form of numerous wrinkles. His complexion was surprisingly rosy, and his eyes sparkled with vitality, occasionally glinting with a keen light that belied his seemingly frail appearance. Following the trio were a dozen or so formidable guards, all at the level of sword warriors. Their uniforms, identical in color and style, indicated that they were disciples trained by the Weir family, dispatched from the Imperial capital to the branch in Hyantown. Far beyond the caliber of mere hired muscled AT this moment, Muyu's breathtaking beauty was shrouded in an aura of chill, her enchanting eyes sweeping over the crowd with an icy allure. As her gaze met those of the onlookers, their previously fervent admiration faltered. They felt a weight in their hearts and a shiver down their spines. Hastily averting their eyes, their prior boldness dissipated. Han Xin stood in astonishment, unable to fathom the imposing demeanor Muyu now exhibited, a stark contrast to the blushing girl who had previously referred to herself as a little lecher in the tea house. Moreover, the power she displayed left Han Xin in a bittersweet state. He estimated her to be at least a 2-star sword master, though the exact level eluded him. Yet despite this, he felt a pang of disappointment. Muyu was merely in her early 20s, yet already possessed such formidable strength. Reflecting on the aging elders in his family, who had spent their lives barely reaching the pinnacle of sword mastery, he couldn't help but feel a sense of futility. "Do not be disheartened, my foolish boy," resonated the voice of Gei Guzi in his mind. While it is true that Muyu's internal energy has indeed reached the 2nd star of sword master, one must note the instability of her vital energy, which appears somewhat erratic. It is evident that her control over it is not yet refined. She likely resorted to some elixir or rare treasure to hastily elevate her abilities to this level. Though this approach can yield rapid gains, it comes with its drawbacks. Possessing such overwhelming strength without the means to fully harness it serves merely to intimidate those like you who have yet to attain sword master status. In a true battle, even a peak sword guard could potentially best her. Though you currently lack the ability to cultivate internal energy, the strength you have gained through body refinement is not to be underestimated. This process is essentially preparing your body for future internal energy cultivation. In the realm of sword servants, your body acts as a vessel, while internal energy is the water poured into it. Once the vessel is full, you will face a bottleneck corresponding to each star level of sword servant. To break through this bottleneck, one must expand the vessel. Your current body refinement is akin to gradually enlarging this vessel. Once the issue with your eye spirit crystal is resolved, your internal energy training will simply be a matter of filling the vessel, devoid of any bottlenecks, allowing you to cultivate at an unparalleled pace. Upon hearing Gei Guzi's intricate explanation, Han Xin's spirits lifted, dispelling his earlier gloom. A renewed confidence sparkled in his eyes, and warmth filled his heart at Gei Guzi's concern, though their mental exchange had lasted mere moments. No one had noticed Han Xin's peculiar demeanor. As the crowd recoiled from Muyu's frostbitten gaze, they silently parted, granting her passage. Muu, unfazed, lifted her elegant neck and approached Han Xin and his companions. The alluring scenery before them no longer provoking the same unabashed interest as before. Yet one individual remained undeterred. Gong Yanghao, fixated on Muyu's voluptuous figure and mesmerizing visage, found himself thinking that all the women he had previously coveted paled in comparison. Rather than retreating in response to her icy glare, his lustful gaze intensified as she drew nearer, his pale face flushed with an unnatural heat, his breath quickening. Seeing Gong Yanghao's unabashed lechery, Han Xin couldn't help but roll his eyes, finally grasping the true nature of this infamous figure, whose reputation surpassed even his own as the 2nd young master of the Han family. Just then, the silver-haired elder accompanying Muyu let out a deep grunt. Han Xin. It felt as though a thunderclap had erupted beside him, leaving his chest heavy and his blood surging. The onlookers trembled at the sound, and Gong Yanghao, who had been so engrossed in Muyu, blanched further, spitting out a mouthful of blood and staggering back several steps, only to be caught by Gong Yangquan and his companions, who had also been shaken by the elder's cold reprimand. "Thank you, Elder Yi, for your mercy." Gong Yangquan began to admonish the elder, but Gong Yanghao interjected, his tone laced with unexpected reverence. The others stood in shock. They had never seen their master speak with such deference, a tone reserved only for the family head. Though they were perplexed, they were not fools, recognizing their master's fear of the elder. They quickly assisted Gong Yanghao and retreated in silence. Chapter 0038. Different treatment. To assume that Mu Yu was merely a woman of superficial beauty would be a grave misjudgment. Within the Weir family, one's abilities were the sole measure of status. Even the children of the family head would hold no position without merit. Even maids or collateral disciples could look down upon you if you lacked exceptional talent. Thus, it was no coincidence that Mu Yu was appointed to manage the auction house in Haiyan Town, the only neutral force there. Among the gathered crowd, only Song Baishan remained unfazed by Mu Yu's demeanor. Quietly observing her frosty countenance, Elder Yi continues to protect Mu Yu fiercely. It's no wonder Gong Yanghao finds himself in dire straits. Everyone knows Elder Yi guards Mu Yu like a fierce beast protecting its cub. Even the heads of the three major families would think twice before harboring ill intentions toward her, for Elder Yi would not hesitate to act decisively. Fully aware of the past fates of those who dared to offend Mu Yu, Song Ruoyu nodded in agreement with Song Baishan's words. She was unsurprised by the elder's decisive action against Gong Yanghao, recognizing it as a minor punishment meant as a warning. Should Gong Yanghao persist in challenging the Weir family's authority, even the Gong family would not be able to shield him from Elder Ye's wrath. In the Imperial capital, the Weir family stood among the four premier noble families. While the Gong family was but a small entity within Haiyan Town, easily replaceable among the many such families. Even if Elder Yi were to eliminate Gong Yanghao, the Gong family would have no choice but to swallow their grievances. Fortunately, Gong Yanghao possessed enough sense not to overestimate his family's power, lest he risk the elder's intervention. After a moment of contemplation, Song Baishan expressed his thoughts, concluding with a sigh of regret. His insight stemmed from the fleeting glimmer of regret in Elder Ye's eyes when Gong Yanghao spoke in a tone of submission, indicating the elder's desire for Gong Yanghao to act recklessly, providing him the pretext to eliminate the young scion. This is merely a small reprimand. Remember, no matter who you are, anyone who dares to cause trouble in my Weir auction house, even if you are of royal lineage, I shall not spare you, Elder Yi declared, his words directed at Gong Yanghao, but intended for all present. While his tone was audacious, no one regarded it as mere bravado. The Weir family was one of the four foremost families in the empire, wielding significant economic power, even earning the cautious respect of the emperor himself. The four great families have stood tall in Qingyun for several centuries, not only achieving a level of commercial development that commands respect, but also wielding immense political power. The emperors of Qingyun throughout the ages have understood a crucial truth. While the four great families can economically bolster the development of Qingyun, they have the capacity to bring it to its knees in an instant. Consequently, each generation of emperors has forged marital alliances with these families, and over the years, the relationship between the four great families and the imperial family has become exceedingly intimate. Although the families may engage in covert rivalries from time to time, these skirmishes remain inconsequential, underpinned by an unspoken understanding that their conflicts shall not implicate the royal family. Thus, as long as their actions do not harm the interests of the empire, the royal family turns a blind eye, choosing to remain indifferent. Therefore, despite the fact that the Weir auction house is merely a branch, it is not something that just anyone can provoke. This explains why the three prominent families, Han, Song, and Gong, remained indifferent when the Weir auction house established itself in Haiyan Town, a territory they jointly dominated. Indeed, Yi Lao's admonishments are well-founded. Gong Yanghao harbored no doubts about Yi Lao's words. He had genuinely perceived the flicker of regret in Yi Lao's eyes moments ago, sending a chill down his spine. He found himself filled with trepidation, realizing that had he uttered any harsh words earlier, Yi Lao would not have hesitated to eliminate him on the spot. Promptly, he nodded in agreement. Despite the excruciating pain in his chest, Gong Yanghao mustered the strength to retreat with the assistance of Gong Xuan and his companions, casting a look of schadenfreude at Han Qin. As he glanced at Gong Yanghao, whose already pallid complexion had turned even more ashen, Mu Yu's icy demeanor softened slightly. Her expression gradually relaxed as she turned her gaze towards Han Qin and his companions. Upon seeing them, her lips curved into a gentle smile. With a graceful lift of her rounded thigh, she glided towards them. Ling Yu followed closely behind, while the silver-haired elder remained with the guards. Stationary to Mu Yu's expressive demeanor did not go unnoticed. Many were drawn to the subtle shifts in her expression, glancing curiously at Han Qin before redirecting their attention to the now retreating Gong Yanghao. At that moment, Gonyang Hao's bloodless visage had become exceedingly ghastly. Observing Mu Yu's earlier expressions, even a fool could discern the unfolding drama. Initially eager to witness Han Chen's embarrassment, he was taken aback to find himself the subject of ridicule instead. "Let us go." Confronted by the derisive stares of those around him, Gonyang Hao could no longer muster the courage to remain, that he harshly commanded Gonyang Quan and the others. They too, weary of the scornful gazes, hastily assisted Gonyang Hao in parting the crowd, fleeing the inner hall in a state of panic. The Wai Lao merely cast a fleeting glance at their departure, showing no further interest. Meanwhile, Mu Yu and Han Chen were entirely oblivious to the fact that Gonyang Hao and his companions had bolted. Once Mu Yu approached the group, she greeted the two and inquired about the recent events, soon engaging them in light-hearted conversation. "You little rascal. You come to my auction house without even informing me. If it weren't for the vigilance of my guards recognizing your use of the star card, I wouldn't have known you were here." Mu Yu playfully chided Han Linger. "I just didn't want to trouble you." "Sister," Han Linger replied with a faint smile. "Why be so formal? If you need anything, I'll have someone fetch it from the warehouse." Hearing Han Linger's words, a hint of helplessness flashed in Mu Yu's eyes as she promptly asked for specifics. Mu Yu was far from convinced that the two had merely come to browse at this moment. Han Chen's mind stirred. He realized he was merely one herb short of the necessary ingredients to concoct volcanic crimson, specifically the elusive Comingzi. The remaining crystal cabinets in the hall were sparse, and he lacked confidence in finding enough Comingzi to brew several batches. "Did I in that case? I must trouble Miss Mu Yue. To be honest, I do need to procure a few herbs," he interjected before Han Linger could decline. Han Linger's bright eyes blinked at Han Chen, swallowing her initial refusal. Mu, observing Han Chen's request for herbs, felt a mix of surprise and understanding when she considered the alchemist backing him. "Mr. Han, what do you need?" "I'll have Ling Yu fetch them for you," Mu Yu replied with a smile. In response, Han Chen beamed at Mu Yu and Ling Yu, saying, "That would be most kind of you." Without hesitation, he began listing dozens of herbs, including some rare and hard-to-find ingredients for volcanic crimson. He intentionally mixed in a few other herbs, for one must always be cautious at that moment. If the onlookers failed to comprehend the unfolding situation, they had certainly wasted their years. They exchanged wry smiles as they observed Gonyang Hao and his companion's hasty exit, while Mu Yu continued to engage jovially with the Han family. It became apparent that there would be no further entertainment to behold, and they dispersed, returning to their unfinished business, some gathering in small clusters to whisper and speculate about the recent events. Who would have thought it would come to this? Not only is the Han family on the verge of allying with a mysterious alchemist, but they have also gained the favor of the Weir auction house. Within no time, the events of today will echo throughout Haiyan Town, and the tranquility that has persisted for a century is likely to be shattered. Song Baishan mused, shaking his head with a rueful smile as he observed Mu Yu's cheerful banter with Han Chen. "Brother, whether the Han family can truly secure that enigmatic alchemist remains to be seen, but it is evident that they have already won the favor of the Weir auction house through Han Chen. With the Weir family backing them, should the auction house abandon its neutral stance and covertly aid the Han family, the Song and Gonyang families could find themselves in peril. Moreover, if the Han family successfully secures the alchemist, their ties with the Weir auction house will surely strengthen, making us mere pawns in their game, subject to their whims." Song Baishan's anxious murmur was overheard by his sister, Song Ryu, who looked at him with urgency. "A century ago, our three families seized Haiyan Town amidst the watchful eyes of numerous factions, standing strong for 100 years. Now, a century has passed, and none of the three families are pushovers. Each possesses its own trump cards. Even if the alchemist is rare, the three families will not be easily toppled. As for the Weir auction house, there is no cause for concern. Haiyan Town is far from the Imperial capital, where three other prominent families hold sway. Even if the Weir family wish to assist the Han family, their reach is limited, and whether the Han family can pique their interest remains uncertain. As long as we do not antagonize the Weir auction house, Mu Yu has no justification to turn against us. That if the Han family harbors ambitions of ousting us from Haiyan Town simply by aligning with the Weir family, they are sorely mistaken. When it comes to conflict, it remains uncertain who will vanish from Haiyan Town." Song Baishan gently patted Song Ryu's tender shoulder, soothing her anxiety. His tone softened momentarily, but soon turned frigid as he cast a steely gaze towards Han Chen. Observing Ling Yu as she gradually disappeared down the corridor to procure the herbs, Han Qin felt a chill run down his spine, prompting a surge of vigilance, but he extended his spiritual awareness. Swiftly turning to the source of the cold aura, only to find a young man dressed in white alongside a girl clad in a verdant pleated dress, both leisurely departing through the inner hall's doorway. "What's wrong?" Han Linger inquired, sensing Han Qin's unease. "Nothing," he replied, frowning as he pondered the icy glare he had perceived, certain it emanated from the young man in white. Yet he could not fathom why the stranger would regard him thus. He was certain they were unfamiliar. After much contemplation, he shook his head and softly replied. Though Han Linger doubted Han Qin's words, she refrained from pressing him further, following his gaze towards the corridor connecting the inner hall to the main hall. Her bright eyes filled with curiosity. "Mr. Han, you are quite fortunate. Our auction house just so happens to have the herbs you require in stock." Shortly thereafter, Ling Yu returned with the requested herbs and handed Han Qin an empty ring from her left hand. Han Qin eagerly accepted the ring resting in Ling Yu's delicate palm, disregarding the presence of Mu Yu and the others as he promptly delved into the ring to inspect its contents. Although the ring was modest in size, measuring only 20 cubic units, it was classified as a mid-tier ring, far superior to the low-tier ring he currently possessed, which measured a mere 3 cubic units. Within the empty ring, there was nothing of note apart from a few herbs stored in exquisite jade boxes crafted from white jade. Although these herbs occupied a corner, making the 20 cubic meters of space feel somewhat vacant. Han Qin paid little heed to this that moment. Gazing at the herbs encased within the jade boxes, a surge of joy welled up within him. All the herbs here were rare and hard-to-obtain essences required for concocting volcanic red, particularly the 7 Mingxi, of which there were as many as 10 specimens, along with 7 or 8 portions of yin, jin xiao, and long shigua, coupled with the herbs Han Qin had previously gathered. He possessed over 10 portions of yin, jin xiao, and long shigua. Although he was limited to 10 portions of Mingxi, this was still sufficient to concoct 10 doses of volcanic red. The empty ring contained only these rare herbal essences necessary for volcanic red. It lacked any other herbs, but the missing ones were merely ordinary materials that Han Qin could purchase privately. This was not due to Han Qin forgetting to inform Ling Yu, but rather a deliberate choice on his part. With these herbs alone, even if Mu Yu and others attempted to deduce what kind of elixir Han Qin's mysterious alchemist intended to concoct, it would be impossible. Han Qin did not believe that the astute Mu Yu and Ling Yu would be indifferent to the identity of his enigmatic alchemist. Moreover, with Mu Yu's overt favoritism towards him today, she had completely strayed from the principles of neutrality. It was conceivable that Mu Yu harbored a strong disdain for Gong Yanghao, but Han Qin believed the primary reason stemmed from Han Linga's presence. From earlier in the tea house, when she had somewhat ingratiatingly gifted 2 precious star cards to Han Linga. One could easily deduce a thing or two however, this did not imply that she had overlooked the existence of Han Qin's alchemist. Giguzi was Han Qin's greatest secret, and once he mastered alchemy, it would inevitably become exposed to the eyes of many factions. Now that people had come to believe he had a mysterious alchemist aiding him in secret, Han Qin was fortunate to ride the wave of this perception. Even if he suddenly became capable of concocting elixirs in the future, no one would raise suspicions. Nevertheless, for the sake of caution, he would still intentionally employ some concealing tactics. After all, volcanic red was brought by Giguzi from the underworld, and there were indeed many powerful alchemists in this world. Should the identity of Giguzi be revealed due to volcanic red, Han Qin would find himself hunted by those at the pinnacle of the world's power structure. However, unbeknownst to Han Qin, his concerns were entirely unfounded in this world, which alchemists lacked their own unique methods for concocting elixirs. Even if volcanic red were to become known to others, it would merely evoke a sense of astonishment among those alchemists. "Thank you, Ling Yu, for your assistance." Though excitement surged within him, Han Qin buried it deep within his heart, maintaining a gentle smile upon his face. As he shifted the herbs to the empty ring on his left hand. Han Qin was about to present the star card to Ling Yu for payment when he was abruptly interrupted by Mu Yu beside him. "Young Master Han, what are you doing? Is this a matter of being modest?" Mu Yu can certainly afford this small gesture. Consider it compensation from my sister for the disturbances caused by Gong Yanghao at the auction house." Mu Yu waved her hand dismissively at Han Qin, displaying a carefree demeanor. Hearing Mu Yu's words, Han Xin could only let out a wry smile, that he was well aware that the value of these herbs in the empty ring was certainly no less than 50 or 60,000 gold coins. However, since Muyu had insisted, Han Xin found it inappropriate to refuse her kindness and thus retracted the star card. Although this quantity of herbs was trivial to Muyu, it had greatly assisted Han Xin, sparing him the time and expense of procuring materials. The volcanic red concocted from these herbs would suffice for Han Xin for quite a long time, allowing him to prepare for the assessment selection 4 months hence. Officially aiming for 9 styles of spirit conduction. Just as he was about to transfer the remaining herbs and return the now empty ring to Ling Yu, he hesitated upon seeing Mu Yu's enigmatic smile. With a sigh, he retracted his outstretched hand and accepted her goodwill. He removed his low-grade empty ring and transferred everything within it back into the intermediate empty ring, which he donned on his hand. Since Sister Muyu insists, I shall graciously accept, he said, switching to a more respectful title and clasping his fists in a smile. Chapter 0040. Elder Ye's Warning. Today, Han Chen's purpose for visiting the auction house was to acquire herbs. Albeit some time was lost due to the incident involving Gong Yanghao, fortunately, he had successfully collected all the herbs required for concocting volcanic red. With his goal achieved, Han Xin prepared to take his leave. After bidding farewell to Muyu, he departed the auction house with Han Linger and Han Sh. They slowly vanished into the corridor. Muyu and Ling Yu remained standing there, lost in thought. Muyu, why are you so favorable towards this Han Xin? Ling Yu inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion as she gazed at Muyu. Sister Ling Yu, what do you think of this young master from the Han family? In response to Ling Yu's question, Muyu did not answer immediately. Her alluring eyes remained fixed on the now invisible corridor. After a long pause, Muyu turned to Ling Yu and smiled. Well, that whether facing Gong Yanghao or conversing with us, this young master from the Han family exhibits a composure, wisdom, grace, and determination that are truly exceptional. Even when compared to the talented youth in the Imperial capital, he is by no means inferior. Moreover, there is a subtle yet unwavering confidence in his gaze, as if he has everything under control, even during the confrontation with Gong Yanghao and his companions. Despite knowing our side was at a disadvantage, there was not a trace of fear in his eyes. Lowering her head slightly, Ling Yu organized her thoughts before raising her gaze and slowly speaking. If Han Xin is truly so outstanding, then why has he appeared so unremarkable all these years? Upon hearing Ling Yu's assessment of Han Xin, Muyu silently nodded in agreement, as it mirrored her own feelings, and continued to pose a counter-question. Ling Yu momentarily paused, her elegant brows knitting together. After contemplating for a moment, she shook her head, unable to provide an answer, although she had a vague notion of the answer. Ling Yu instinctively dismissed that possibility. If it were true, then this 14-year-old youth would indeed be rather formidable. Sister Ling Yu, you already possess the answer in your heart, do you not? Remember, nothing is impossible in this world. Muyu remarked with a gentle smile at Ling Yu's hesitant demeanor. I do have some conjectures, but I dare not admit them, that if this Han Xin had intentionally feigned timidity and incompetence in front of others, that would be rather alarming, considering he is merely a 14-year-old boy. Ling Yu's breath hitched, and she then let out a bitter smile as she voiced her speculation. You are right, Moon. There is indeed nothing impossible in this world. Han Tian has 2 sons. The elder son, Han Feng, is devoted to cultivation and shows no interest in family affairs, regarding the position of family head with disdain. Thus, he ventured out for training years ago and has not returned since. The younger son, Han Xin, was born with a constitution that harbors cold energy, rendering him incapable of cultivation, a fact that would make it impossible for a family to allow a waste to become the head. Even if Han Tian were to defy the consensus and support Han Xin to become the head, it would be futile. Not only would it fail to earn the trust of the clan, but it would also be a significant humiliation for the family. Although the Han family cannot compare to my Wire family, it still holds a position of power in Hyantown. The Han family is certainly not lacking in talented youth, and many covet the position of family head that if Han Xin were to display extraordinary intelligence at this time, it would be tantamount to digging his own grave. Such fratricidal struggles for power often occur among the minor families in the Imperial capital and are hardly surprising. Therefore, he can only feign ignorance, deceive others, fade from public view, and choose to remain dormant, that he must wait for an opportunity, a chance that would allow him to soar to great heights. Now, He has finally found that opportunity. Just as Ling Yu finished speaking, a calm and steady voice echoed from behind the two to Elder Yi. They turned to see the elderly figure of Elder Yi, his silver hair contrasting with his cream-colored robes. Moreover, do you truly believe there exists a pill that can elevate a waist to a level rivaling that of a 6-star swordsman in just a matter of months? The swordsman stage is merely the foundational level. At this time, the internal energy is weak, unable to withstand the violent impact of a sudden surge in strength from a pill that, if I am not mistaken, Xuan must have already received covert assistance from that mysterious alchemist years ago and commenced his training. At such a young age, he possesses the wisdom to assess the situation and has endured in silence for so many years. With such intellect, the small Haiyan town can hardly contain him. This is certainly not his stage. Given time, the entire Imperial capital, and perhaps even the entirety of Eastern State, will be stirred by his emergence. Elder Yi nodded at the two, speaking slowly. Elder Yi had served the Wire family since the previous generation of family heads, accumulating over 40 years of dedication, making him a venerable elder within the clan. Coupled with Elder Ye's strength as a 5-star swordsman, even the family head treated him with the utmost respect. Elder Yi had encountered countless talented youths in the Imperial capital over the years, yet he had never spoken so highly of any young person until now. The fact that Elder Yi offered such a commendation for a boy he had just met left both Mu Yu and Ling Yu in a state of astonishment. This time the moon has done remarkably well. This young man is best befriended rather than antagonized. Otherwise, should he escape after a single attempt to eradicate him fails, it would only serve to add a boundless potential enemy to the family. Old Yi also observed the astonished expressions of the two young women, and the sternness on his face eased into a slight smile, exuding an air of warmth as he addressed Mu Yu. Although internally astonished by Old Ye's high appraisal of Xuan, Mu Yu nonetheless secretly noted the elders counseled. At this moment, Xuan had already departed the auction house with several others, entirely oblivious to the speculations of Mu Yu and her companions. Even if he were aware, he would likely only respond with a nonchalant smile. Xuan's current prowess, achieved in merely 1 month's time, is solely a result of the guidance from the Ghost Valley Master and his own arduous efforts. However, Old Ye's final remark was not mistaken. Xuan would never be content to remain in the small Black Rock town. This trip to the Weir auction house not only allowed him to procure all the necessary herb for concocting volcanic red, but also secured enough to create 10 portions of it. With this pressing matter resolved, Xuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Originally, he had intended to accompany Han Linger for a leisurely outing, but had instead spent the entire morning attending to his own affairs. Casting a glance at Han Linger, who had silently followed him, Xuan felt a twinge of guilt. For the remainder of the afternoon, Xuan devoted himself to exploring with Han Linger until the bright moon hung high above, and the stars twinkled in the sky, before returning to the Han family's marketplace. Now that we have arrived at the Han family's marketplace, Han Shi, you should head back as well. You have worked hard today. Without your presence, Linger and I would likely have been bullied by that scoundrel Gong Yang Hao at the auction house. As they reached the spot where he had encountered Han Song during the day, Xuan turned to Han Shi and the others, clasping his fists in a gesture of gratitude. Since Han Shi and his companions were responsible for managing the marketplace alongside Han Song, they could only rest there for the night. Young master, you flatter us. This is all part of our duty. It is truly regrettable that we could not land a punch on that scoundrel Gong Yang Hao. Upon hearing Xuan's sincere expression of thanks, Han Shi and his companions were momentarily taken aback. The young masters and young ladies of the family rarely treated them with such respect. They quickly waved their hands, embarrassed by the unexpected courtesy, yet lamented their inability to teach Gong Yang Hao a lesson. Why trouble ourselves over a wastrel? There will be other opportunities in the future. Now, it is getting late. We should head back. Xuan shook his head with a faint smile, then bid farewell to the three before walking alongside Han Linger toward the family estate, observing Xuan and Han Linger walking side by side. One of the young men behind Han Shi sighed. Now I finally understand the old saying that one should not believe in rumors. Today I learned that all those previous rumors about the second young master were utter nonsense. The offspring of the elders in the family cannot be compared to the second young master at all. Indeed, moreover, I suddenly realize how well-matched the second young master and Miss Linger are. Those in the family who wish to pursue Miss Linger are simply deluding themselves. Now I see that the second young master far surpasses them." Upon hearing this, another young man immediately added, his tone brimming with respect for Han Xuan. "The second young master treats us well. We must not disappoint him. Today, it was our lack of strength that allowed Gong Yang Hao and his group to bully us. We must return and train diligently, that as long as we possess sufficient power, we will not only be able to protect the second young master and Miss Linger, but we will also have the opportunity to deal with that scoundrel Gong Yang Hao." Han Shi turned to the two and said earnestly. Hearing Han Shi's words, the two instantly felt a surge of determination. "Yes, we must return and train hard, so that we can protect the second young master and Miss Linger, and properly deal with that scoundrel Gong Yang Hao." Although they had already left, Han Xin and Linger could still hear the faint conversation of the three behind them. Upon hearing them comment on her compatibility with Han Xuan, a delicate blush instantly appeared on Han Linger's exquisite face, rendering her even more enchanting. Han Xuan, however, remained quite unperturbed, glancing at the beautiful Han Linger beside him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Chapter 0041. Han Tian Summons. Compared to the day, the night market of the Han family was bustling with activity. Those mercenaries who had skirted the edges of death during the day, along with merchants laboring tirelessly for their livelihoods, predominantly chose to emerge at night, embarking on their recreational pursuits to relieve long-held stress. Groups of people gathered, laughing boisterously, while others prepared to invite friends to taverns for a hearty drink. Meanwhile, some mercenaries continued to set up stalls by the roadside, hoping to conduct business and earn some money to survive. Yet most of these were lazy, cowardly mercenaries reluctant to enter the Beast Mountain. The atmosphere was lively, yet Han Xuan and Han Linga walked in serene silence, both relishing the tranquility of the moment as they made their way to the Han family estate. But as for the striking young couple, the mercenaries, having either witnessed them during the day or been warned by their friends, were well aware of their identity as members of the Han family and refrained from provoking trouble. The journey was not lengthy, and soon the two arrived at the entrance of the Han estate. Young Master, Miss Ling, as they passed through the gates, two collateral disciples stationed there respectfully bowed. Han Xin was momentarily taken aback, feeling confused by their behavior, that he vaguely remembered these two, whenever they saw him before. Their gazes had been filled with disdain, and even this morning they had not treated him with such respect. However, he nonetheless responded in a deep voice. Han Linger, on the other hand, had no particular thoughts on the matter and merely nodded lightly. Continuing their steps, just as they entered the gate, a deep male voice resonated from the corridor beside the entrance that we have seen the second young master. Han Xin and Han Ling halted, turning to look in the direction of the voice, where a robust figure emerged from the dark corridor by the entrance. Upon closer inspection, they recognized the figure as Han Zhong, the guard who had intercepted Han Xuan at the Sword Pavilion the previous day. "I did not expect Brother Han Zhong to be waiting here. What is the matter?" Han Xin inquired, puzzled. "Report to the second young master. The family head has ordered me to wait here for your return and wishes to see you in the study." Han Zhong slightly bowed, his demeanor respectful. Upon hearing this, Han Xin was taken aback, that a frown creased his brow as he pondered the situation, that it was quite late. Why would his father specifically send Han Zhong to wait for him and request his presence in the study? However, recalling the events at the Weir auction house today, a glimmer of understanding flickered in Han Xin's eyes that it was likely that the matter regarding his preferential treatment by Mu Yu had reached Han Tian's ears. Although there had been some friction with Gong Yang Hao, it was merely a trivial matter between juniors, and he had not suffered any loss. Clearly, that was not the reason for Han Tian's urgent summons. The only plausible explanation was that it pertained to Mu Yu's handling of the situation today. Understood. After coming to this realization, Han Xin smiled lightly at Han Zhong, then exchanged a few words with Han Linger before following Han Zhong to the study. Passing through several corridors, they soon arrived at the door of the study. There, Han Zhong halted, gesturing for Han Xin to enter alone while he patrolled the entrance to Chinner. "You are back. How was it? Did you enjoy your time with that girl Linger today?" Upon Han Xin's entry, Han Tian set aside the scroll he had been reviewing and smiled gently. "Ahem, that I merely strolled about with Linger," Han Xin replied, his face slightly flushed, clearing his throat in embarrassment. Observing Han Xin's awkward demeanor, Han Tian chuckled softly, refraining from further teasing, that he lifted a cup from the table and took a slow sip, falling into a contemplative silence. Han Xuan understood that Han Tian would eventually ask about the day's events, so he did not rush. The study fell into a tranquil stillness. After a long pause, just as Han Xuan was about to lose patience and inquire, Han Tian suddenly turned to him and asked about the events at the auction house earlier that day. Tell me about what happened today. Han Xuan had anticipated that Han Tian would inquire, so he was not surprised that he recounted the day's events in detail, speaking slowly. Once he finished, he felt parched, quickly pouring himself a generous drink from the teapot on Han Tian's desk, downing nearly half of it before feeling somewhat refreshed. After listening to Han Xuan's account, Han Tian's expression remained calm, his fingers rhythmically tapping against the armrest of his chair, making it difficult to discern his thoughts. All right, it is getting late. You should return to rest, Xuan. After a lengthy pause, Han Tian finally smiled gently at Han Xuan. Han Xuan was puzzled by Han Tian's reaction. He had summoned him merely to inquire about the day's events, yet had said nothing regarding Mu Yu's overtures to the Han family, as if unaware of them. Despite his confusion, Han Xuan nodded in acknowledgement and exited the study. As he made his way back to his room, Han Xuan remained deep in thought, his brow furrowed. From Han Tian's decision to have Han Zhong wait for him at the door, it was evident that he was concerned about the matter of Mu Yu's goodwill towards him at the auction house. However, after Han Xuan recounted the entire incident, Han Tian's demeanor seemed indifferent, that if Han Tian truly did not care, Han Xuan could not bring himself to believe it. Behind the prestigious Weir auction house lies the formidable Weir family, one of the four foremost elite families of the Imperial capital in Haiyan Town. Establishing a good rapport with the Weir auction house is tantamount to securing the favor of the Weir family. Thus, even the Song and Gonyang families would find themselves reliant on the Han family's influence. Suddenly, Han Xuan's footsteps faltered, coming to an abrupt halt as a flicker of intrigue illuminated his gaze. He recalled that during the initial recounting, Han Tian's eyes had sparkled with excitement. However, when he mentioned the moment at the tea house when Mu Yu presented the star card to Han Linger, and the brief glimmer of joy in Mu Yu's eyes as Han Linger accepted it, the exhilaration in Han Tian's eyes had gradually faded, restoring a sense of calm. This peculiar demeanor of Han Tian seemed to be linked to Han Linger. What exactly is her true identity? Pondering this, Han Xuan paused, slowly raising his head to gaze into the vast, profound night sky, murmuring softly that he let out a gentle sigh, realizing that the most pressing matter at hand was strength. Without power, all aspirations are but ephemeral illusions, unattainable. That if he possessed sufficient strength, he would not have to retreat in the face of adversity, hiding behind the backs of Han Shi and his companions. While being protected offered safety, it also instilled in Han Xuan a sense of helplessness. With this thought, Han Xuan clenched his fists tightly. Time was of the essence. In merely 4 months, the year-end assessment would arrive. He needed to diligently cultivate the 9 styles of spirit gathering to perfection and seek out the ice flame blood lotus to concoct the blood fusion bone altering pill to resolve his physical constitution issues. Taking a deep breath, he acknowledged the approaching year-end. The night air had turned frigid, penetrating to the bone, that a chill rushed into his lungs, causing Han Xuan to shiver, but he slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Feeling his body relax considerably and his mind clear, why dwell on so much? His primary task now was to cultivate, and in the year-end assessment selection, to secure one of the 10 available spots to enter the Sword Pavilion's inner cabinet, where the family's century-old collection would undoubtedly yield something beneficial. That a slight smile crept across Han Xuan's face as he muttered to himself. Returning to his room, he realized that after spending the entire afternoon wandering with Han Linger, he had been summoned directly to Han Tian's study. Upon returning to the Han residence, the result, his stomach was still empty, having had no opportunity to eat. Upon entering his room, he hurriedly grabbed the pastries that the maid had replenished on the table and began to eat. Reflecting on it, he realized that for days he had gone out beneath the vast expanse of stars, only to return under the same celestial canopy, relying on these pastries to stave off hunger each night. Although arduous, he believed it was worth it compared to the rewards he gained. After consuming nearly half of the pastries, he felt somewhat satisfied and then shed his clothes, collapsing onto his bed to sleep. After nearly 3 hours, around midnight, Han Xuan suddenly opened his eyes, rising to check the surroundings by the door and window. Confirming that no one was nearby, he securely closed them. That he sat at the table, gently stroking the intermediate empty ring bestowed upon him by Mu Yu, and watched as various herbs materialized in his hand, which he then meticulously arranged on the table. These herbs were acquired earlier in the day from the Weir auction house, but most had been gifted by Mu Yu. and soon the table was filled with a plethora of them. The age of these herbs is commendable. It stands to reason that the efficacy of the volcanic red concocted from them will be superior. At this moment, Guzi emerged from Han Chen's sea of consciousness, nodding in approval as he surveyed the herbs on the table. Chapter 0042. The Goal. Gazing at the table brimming with herbs. Han Chen felt a surge of excitement. Yet his brow furrowed as he murmured to himself, "If I can successfully refine the volcanic redonite, I can devote myself entirely to cultivation tomorrow." However, with merely 4 months left until year-end, I am still at the early stages of the 3rd level of 9 styles of spirit gathering. To qualify for the year-end assessment selection and vie for one of the 10 spots, merely reaching the 4th level may not suffice. Therefore, in the upcoming 4 months, I must strive to break through to the 5th level of 9 styles of spirit gathering. At that point, my physical strength should be able to contend with the initial stages of an 8-star sword servant. With the addition of inch force, I might even hold my ground against a peak 8-star sword servant for a few exchanges. Thus, elevating my physical strength to that of an 8-star sword servant becomes my aspiration. As for the 9-star sword servant, I have not deluded myself into believing I can reach such heights within the span of 4 months. In truth, within the sword servant ranks, the disparity in strength between the levels below 7 stars is not overly significant. In this tier, the 1st to 3rd stars constitute the initial stages, while the 4th to 6th stars are considered mid-tier. Upon reaching the 7th star, the challenge of advancing through each level becomes exceedingly arduous, with significant differences in the internal energies accumulated at each tier. Transitioning from 7th to 9th stars belongs to the advanced stages. The internal energy accumulated by a 7-star sword servant is at least 3 times that of a 6-star, and the disparity between 7th and 8th stars is similarly vast that a 9-star sword servant, poised to condense their true energy vortex, possesses internal energy levels that are far beyond what an 8th star can compare to. Under comparable techniques, combat skills, and sword techniques, a 9-star sword servant can easily take on 4 8-star sword servants without defeat. Although Han Xuan is confident he can break through to the 5th level of 9 styles of spirit gathering within 4 months and contend with an 8-star sword servant. This is contingent upon using volcanic red as an auxiliary for cultivation. This is precisely why Han Xuan has not set his sights on the 9-star sword servant. Moreover, even against an 8-star sword servant, he can only be assured of competing without sustaining injury. Fortunately, among the younger generation of the Han family, aside from the prodigy Han Ling, who has reached the 9-star level, the rest are merely 8-star sword servants. And even then, only 4 or 5 individuals exist. The last time Han Yu sought trouble with him at the Sword Pavilion, the strongest among them was merely Han Yu, a peak 7-star sword servant. The absence of 8-star sword servants in that confrontation was due to those few 8-star sword servants, having exhibited exceptional cultivation talent since childhood, being exceptionally accepted as inter-clan disciples by Han Tian. Nurtured as the Han family's hidden strength to as they understand that their privilege stems from their prowess, they dedicate themselves to cultivation at every opportunity, disregarding all orders except those from Han Tian. Thus, even if Han Yu wished to command them, he would have no recourse. Counting Han Linger and those few 8-star sword servants nurtured by his father, only half of the spots would be occupied, leaving 4 or 5 remaining. That I refuse to believe that I, Han Xuan, cannot secure even 1 spot. After much contemplation, Han Xuan gritted his teeth, resolutely affirming his goal. Han Linger, the 9-star sword servant, was dismissed from his thoughts. As for those few 8-star sword servants nurtured by Han Tian, who are at the peak of their tier, with their fervent dedication to cultivation, it is likely that by year-end, several of them will have broken through to the 9-star level. Even if some cannot break through, their strength will undoubtedly be solidly anchored at the peak 8-star level. Even with inch force, Han Xuan could only hope to withstand a few exchanges against a peak 8-star sword servant without sustaining harm. Defeating one was beyond his current capabilities. Therefore, Han Xuan ultimately settled his sights on the remaining few spots that in the year-end assessment selection. His goal is to defeat all opponents below the 9-star level to secure a position. Understanding Han Xuan's musings, Guzi observed silently, awaiting Han Xuan's resolution before lightly voicing his thoughts. Upon hearing Guzi's words, Han Xuan's heart skipped a beat, his lips twitching slightly as he prepared to protest. In the face of the tremendous temptation of freely selecting items upon entering the inner cabinet, do you truly believe that in 4 months, there will be only a scant few who break through to 8-star. Moreover, can you guarantee that none among the remaining individuals will ascend to the peak of 8-star? As if anticipating Han Shen's impending objection, Guzi spoke before he could voice a word. Instantly, Han Shen found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, within the younger generation of the Han family, there were only a few 8-star individuals, posing little threat. But what of the 7 stars? The peak 7 stars? Who can assure that those of the 7-star level 1T break through to 8-star in 4 months? While Han Shen may not be aware of others, he is certain that Han Yu will not fall below the mid-level of 8-star in 4 months. If only due to the influence of Han Yu's grandfather, the family's second elder, should several more individuals akin to Han Yu emerge in 4 months, the chances of obtaining a spot in the Sword Pavilion's inner cabinet would be slim for Han Shen. After all, the competition is not merely based on cultivation levels. Factors such as combat skills, techniques, and swordplay also play a crucial role. Thus, to ensure his place in the Sword Pavilion's inner cabinet, he must best all opponents below the 9-star level. The disciple understands. With these realizations, Han Shen let out a bitter laugh, mentally chastising his naivety. He had taken far too much for granted. Yes, it is good that you understand. Remember, one must always prepare for the worst. For only then can you respond to any eventuality with utmost readiness. Guzi remarked with a calm smile. Furthermore, you are not without opportunities. Inch Force and the Xian Tier First-Class Technique Great Stone Palm are your assets. It is only through repeated challenges and overcoming them that you can successfully ascend to the pinnacle. Observing Han Shen still harboring doubts, Guzi continued by the end. The weightiness and resonant strength of Guzi's words stirred Han Shen's spirit. Yes, upon hearing this, Han Shen inhaled deeply, nodding with resolute determination in his gaze. Upon witnessing this, Guzi smiled with satisfaction, fully aware of Han Shen's intelligence. A mere nudge was all that was required. He refrained from further words and turned away. With 2 fingers of his right hand poised, he lightly tapped his forehead center, and in an instant, a crimson starburst erupted from his brow, landing in his left hand. With a resounding bang, it transformed into a blazing flame of Samadhi true fire. Observing this, Han Shen understood that Guzi was about to commence alchemical preparations and instinctively stepped back a few paces. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the blood-red fire. Although he had encountered Samadhi true fire once before, its resplendent hue still captivated Han Shen deeply. The fire danced gracefully in Guzi's left hand, exuding an aura of elegance and nobility. Under Guzi's control, the Samadhi true fire gradually diminished in size, stabilizing when it reached a height of half a man. Guzi nodded gently at the fire in his hand, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. Over the past month, not only had Han Shen undergone significant transformation, but Guzi's injured soul had also seen some restoration. Although far from complete recovery, controlling the Samadhi true fire for alchemy was no longer as laborious as it had been a month prior when he had concocted Xuan Ling liquid. Clearing his thoughts, Guzi maintained the fire's temperature at a constant level and gestured towards the table with his right hand. The soul force enveloped the medicinal materials, lifting them gently from the table and into the air. As over a dozen herbs were meticulously placed into the Samadhi true fire, Han Shen observed closely, recognizing that the herbs were identical to those used in the previous concoction of Xuan Ling liquid, indicating that Guzi was preparing to refine the same elixir once more. The moment the herbs entered the Samadhi true fire, they were enveloped by the soul force, floating within. Guzi's fingers, delicately manipulating the Samadhi true fire, adjusted the surrounding temperatures to precisely those that would refine the herbs without damaging their potency. The scorching heat enveloped the herbs, gradually refining them. Time drifted quietly by, and after about an hour and a half, Guzi swiftly formed 3 hand seals with both hands and uttered a soft command. Immediately, an amber-colored liquid surged forth from the Samadhi true fire and was deftly captured in a white jade porcelain bottle, which he sealed with a stopper and gently placed on the table. At this moment, 5 white jade porcelain bottles stood silently on the table. Observing Guzi's pause, Han Shen approached with eyes brimming with excitement, picked up one of the bottles, and removed the stopper. Instantly, a delightful fragrance wafted forth. And upon closer inspection, he saw the bottle was filled to the brim with amber liquid. Thus, the 5 portions of medicinal herbs procured that day had all been transformed into Xuan Ling liquid within a mere hour and a half. A remarkable improvement over the last time. The quality of the herbs this time was commendable, suggesting that the efficacy of this batch of Xuan Ling liquid would surpass the previous one significantly. Giguzi, having consecutively refined 5 portions of Xuan Ling liquid, smiled serenely, showing none of the fatigue that had accompanied the last refinement. Hearing Giguzi's remarks, Han Xin felt even more elated, toying with the white jade porcelain bottle for a moment before gleefully stashing all 5 portions of Xuan Ling liquid into his spatial ring. He then gazed at Giguzi with eyes full of anticipation. "That can't you let this old man rest for a moment, you little rascal?" Giguzi exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, then pointed at Han Xin, chuckling in jest. Han Xin awkwardly laughed a couple of times. Observing this, Giguzi shook his head with a smile. His words were merely playful, and he was not genuinely upset that he then focused his mind, his gaze intent and calm, fixed upon the samadhi true fire in his hand. Perhaps influenced by Giguzi's demeanor, Han Chen's exuberance gradually subsided, allowing his mind to regain its tranquility as he quietly observed Giguzi's actions. Chapter 0043 Refining Huashan Red. Strictly speaking, the refinement of Huashan Red was more challenging than that of Xuan Ling liquid. The disparity in the number of herbs required for the 2 types of elixirs was evident. While only a dozen herbs were needed for Xuan Ling liquid, over 20 were necessary for Huashan Red. It is essential to understand that an increase in the quantity of herbs signifies a greater consumption of soul force, thus making the refinement more arduous as the number of herbs rises. However, this was primarily a concern for lower-tier alchemists. While it is uncertain how Giguzi would rank among the alchemists of this world, it was clear from his composed expression that the refinement of Huashan Red with its 20-plus herbs did not pose any significant pressure on him. The towering blood-red samadhi true fire floated silently in Giguzi's left hand, dancing gently. Glancing outside at the sky, he estimated that dawn was merely 2 hours away, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Clearly, refining could not continue after daybreak. Although he had successfully created 5 portions of Xuan Ling liquid, the herbs on the table had hardly diminished. He surveyed the ample supply of herbs sufficient for 10 portions of Huashan Red. After a brief contemplation, he lifted his head, a spark of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Slowly, Giguzi's fingers began to tremble, causing the half-man-high samadhi true fire to swell and rise. Then as the fire expanded in Han Chen's astonished gaze, it grew to the size of 3 adult figures before halting its ascent. With the flames tips barely a meter from the ceiling, it seemed as though the entire roof would soon be reduced to ashes by the fire's terrifying heat. Yet, after a prolonged moment, the roof remained intact. Even Han Xin, standing just a few meters away from the samadhi true fire, felt no discomfort from the heat, the room's temperature remaining refreshingly cool. The blood-red flames cast an eerie hue upon Han Chen's face. His eyes, filled with awe, were fixed upon the immense blaze, and he gazed at the slightly ethereal figure before him with profound admiration. Giguzi's mastery over fire was truly awe-inspiring to Han Xin. Giguzi paid no heed to Han Chen's astonishment. He raised his hand and summoned the medicinal materials that lay quietly on the table. With a whoosh, nearly half of the herbs soared into the air, organized and directed towards the colossal samadhi true fire. To Han Chen's eyes, the herbs resembled moths, willingly diving into the crimson flames that in an instant. Nearly half of the herbs from the table were consumed by the samadhi true fire. Today, Han Xin had gathered 10 portions of herbs from Mu Yu, all laid out on the table, indicating that Giguzi intended to refine 5 portions of Huashan Red in one go. This realization, Han Chen's heart raced. That was over 100 herbs. This meant that Giguzi would simultaneously command the temperature surrounding these herbs with his soul force while extracting their essence. This was tantamount to multitasking on an extraordinary scale. Licking his parched lips, Han Xin felt his heart pounding vigorously, wondering if this meant he too could one day reach such heights. Lost in thought, his breathing quickened. However, moments later, he snapped back to reality. Now was not the time for fanciful musings. Taking several deep breaths, he calmed his racing thoughts and lifted his gaze, focusing intently on Giguzi's actions, determined not to miss a single detail at this moment. Giguzi concentrated his attention on the massive cluster of samadhi true fire hovering above his left hand. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, soul force surged forth from his brow, swiftly entering the fire. Upon entry, the soul force expanded rapidly, enveloping each herb and skillfully distributing them in an orderly manner. Under Giguzi's precise control, the temperature surrounding each herb fluctuated to optimal levels, swiftly refining their potent essences. In the blink of an eye, over 100 herbs were enveloped by the soul force, dispersed within the samadhi true fire, and underwent rapid refinement. Due to the varying tolerances of each herb to temperature, some high, some low, the rate of refinement was equally diverse. Some herbs yielded their essence in mere breaths, while others endured scorching temperatures for a considerable time without sustaining damage. As time passed, one by one, the herbs began to wither under the intense heat, their exteriors rapidly turning black until they crumbled into a pile of black powder. The shattered black powder, upon separation from the herbs, was immediately consumed by the samadhi true fire's overwhelming heat. Vanishing into nothingness, as the temperature escalated and the refinement progressed, the herbs were gradually transformed, their potent essences becoming apparent. The soul force surged upwards, enveloping these extracted essences and gently transferring them to the periphery of the samadhi true fire, where the temperature was lowered to allow for a steady roast. Giguzi maintained a slender thread of soul force to regulate the temperature, then slowly withdrew his gaze, refocusing his attention on the remaining herbs still undergoing refinement. The high temperatures continued to envelop the herbs, gradually roasting them. After a considerable time, the remaining herbs began to dry, their skins cracking and eventually peeling away, consumed by the surrounding intense heat, ensuring that the refining essences remained uncontaminated. Time slipped away like sand through fingers. Gradually, half an hour passed, and Giguzi, who had remained motionless for nearly that duration, suddenly focused intently at this moment. Within the samadhi true fire, the last few identical medicinal herbs were ultimately refined into nothingness by the terrifying heat, leaving only the essence of their medicinal power, enveloped by soul energy, floating within. This essence was gently roasted by the samadhi true fire at an appropriate temperature to preserve its potency. Giguzi pondered briefly before gesturing towards the table once more. Immediately, 10 fire-red magic cores of the first star were arranged before him, 5 of which were enveloped by soul energy and cast into the samadhi true fire, although these 5 first-star magic cores were of the fire attribute. Akin to the samadhi true fire, they stood no chance against it, akin to a child before a giant. Utterly defenseless, in mere breaths, they were wholly refined by the overwhelming heat, transforming into 5 blobs of fiery, viscous liquid. Witnessing this, Giguzi retracted his left hand, which had been sustaining the samadhi true fire, and brought his palms together, rapidly forming hand seals. 9 seals were consecutively completed, culminating in the final seal, as he suddenly commanded. Congeal. Subsequently, the essence of medicinal power extracted from over 100 herbs, enveloped by soul energy, began to merge into 5 vibrant blobs of liquid according to the volcanic red refining formula. Gradually, these 5 blobs of colorful liquid fused into a transparent, colorless liquid, resembling crystal-clear spring water. Then, propelled by soul energy, the 5 blobs of fiery, viscous liquid surged upward, encapsulating the colorless liquid in an instant. At that moment, Giguzi released his control over the temperature of the flames. Boom! The loss of soul energy's constraint caused the terrifying heat to surge dramatically, submerging the 5 blobs of fiery liquid. Yet, in the span of a breath, the temperature of the flames swiftly diminished. Once again suppressed by Giguzi, he altered the seal of the congeal command, executing 3 more seals in succession. Giguzi then commanded again, rise. Immediately, the 5 now fiery blobs of liquid shot out from the samadhi true fire, each landing in one of the 5 white jade ceramic vials that had previously been set on the table. Xuan recognized that the 5 portions of volcanic red had been successfully refined, his heart racing with excitement as he hurried to the table, sealing all 5 vials tightly. Unable to contain his curiosity, he picked up one of the vials, removed the stopper, and peered inside, instantly met with a wave of searing heat that compelled him to hold the vial at a distance. Within the vial, the fiery red liquid flowed like magma during a volcanic eruption, brilliantly red, intensely hot, and viscous. Replacing the stopper, Xuan exhaled quietly, calming his racing heart, and carefully stored the 5 vials of volcanic red in his spatial ring. Giguzi merely smiled faintly, waving his hand to cast the remaining herbs into the samadhi true fire, resuming the refining process. Chapter 0044. The magma of volcanic red. Unbeknownst to them, 2 hours had quietly passed, and the sky outside was gradually tinged with the faint light of dawn. Thud. With the 5 blobs of fiery liquid now contained within the 5 white jade vials, the refining of 10 portions of volcanic red was finally complete. Despite having endured a sleepless night, Xuan felt not a trace of fatigue. After securing the 5 vials filled with volcanic red in a spatial ring, he felt his heart still pounding fiercely. These 10 vials were his sole reliance on whether he could enter the inner cabinet in 4 months. Leaving no room for Xuan to suppress his excitement, he pushed open the window. Raising his gaze to the deep sky, still glittering with stars, but the strands of fiery red in the slowly brightening dawn hinted that a new day was gradually approaching. The fresh, moist morning air flowed into the room through the open window, dissipating the lingering fragrance from a night of alchemical refining while imparting a touch of freshness to the atmosphere. Taking a deep breath, the cool air filled his lungs, leaving him feeling significantly more at ease. Xuan smiled faintly. Now that volcanic red had been successfully refined, it was time to begin his arduous training. He turned to wash up briefly, changing out of his white attire and donning a black training outfit. After consuming a few pastries to satisfy his hunger, he wrapped the remaining pastries in cloth and placed them in a spatial ring for lunch later. He meticulously inspected the room to ensure all traces of the previous night's refining activities were cleared away. Feeling satisfied when he found nothing amiss, he then turned, closed the door behind him, and made his way towards the main entrance. Second young master. As he stepped out, several junior disciples from the collateral line, who had been stationed at the entrance, respectfully greeted Xuan. Xuan acknowledged them with a slight nod, ignoring their eager gazes, and continued without pause towards the grove on the mountain that Ling Tian's study. The doors were open, and he reclined in a chair behind his desk, holding a cup of freshly brewed tea. Delicate steam wafted up, but Ling Tian remained still, his gaze unfocused as if lost in contemplation. Head of the family, the second young master has just left. Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared at the door, respectfully addressing Ling Tian. The deep timbre of his voice belonged to Xuan. Hearing the man's voice, Ling Tian finally returned to his senses, setting the cup back on the desk. His brows furrowed, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. After a long moment, he sighed softly and murmured to himself, "Perhaps it's best to refrain. I wouldn't want to risk alienating the alchemist and inadvertently causing them to resent Xuan, leading to their refusal to aid Binger in her recovery. That would be a regret I couldn't bear." Xuan remained silent, standing motionless, unaffected by Ling Tian's musings. "You may leave," Ling Tian finally said to Xuan. "Yes." The study fell silent once more. Upon returning to the clearing in the grove, Xuan surveyed the unchanging surroundings with a slight smile, as each visit here brought him a profound sense of relaxation. Giguzi appeared like a wraith in the clearing, his soul energy sweeping through the grove like a rising tide. After confirming that no one else was present, he nodded slightly. Upon verifying that the stones he had previously arranged were still in their designated positions, he brought his hands together, quickly changing his hand seals. The swift movement of his hands created fleeting afterimages, and within moments he formed 36 seals. When the last seal was completed, he shouted, "Go!" Instantly, over a dozen strands of black soul energy surged from Giguzi, dispersing in all directions and vanishing into the clearing. The scattered stones at the edge of the clearing slowly faded into illusion and ultimately disappeared without a trace. Satisfied, Giguzi turned and stepped forward, appearing atop a large stone beside Xuan. Smiling as he spoke, "The thousandfold formation has been re-established, and I have adjusted the pressure to 30%, doubling what you faced when you broke through to the 3rd layer, now imposing 6 times your body weight." Xuan nodded resolutely. Taking a deep breath to prepare himself, he stepped into the clearing. As soon as he entered, Xuan felt an immediate constriction. His shoulders suddenly felt heavy, and his knees bent involuntarily. Every bone in his body compressed together, emitting creaking sounds. Overwhelmed by the sudden, intense pressure, he let out a muffled groan. His muscles tightened instantly, with veins on his arms and forehead bulging like green worms, as he summoned all his strength to counteract the weight pressing down upon him. Previously, when Xuan had broken through to the 3rd layer, he had adapted to the 4-fold pressure of the thousandfold formation, moving with ease as if he were a normal person. Yet now, with merely an additional 2-fold pressure, He felt as if he had returned to a month ago, experiencing the initial struggles of training all over again. It was even more arduous than his first attempts, when he had been frail and just beginning his practice. Now, it felt as if an entire mountain bore down upon him. Every part of his body weighed down, aching unbearably, his muscles trembling in agony. Within moments, he was drenched in sweat, his black training outfit thoroughly soaked. Initially, Xuan had dismissed the added twofold pressure, but at this moment he realized his grave error. This increase in pressure was not merely a simple addition. Everyone has their limits. While Xuan had nearly fully adapted to the fourfold pressure when advancing to the third layer of nailing Spirit 9 techniques. That was merely adaptation. It represented the extent of his limits. Only by surpassing them could he completely disregard the fourfold pressure. Now, this sudden increase of twofold pressure felt like an insurmountable chasm, akin to the final straw that could break the camel's back. Your time is limited. You have only 4 months to reach heights that others take years to attain. You must exert more effort and engage in more arduous training. Rest assured, my disciple, that I have calculated that, given your current physical strength, this level of pressure is merely your limit and will not cause you harm. Your goal now is to break through this very limit. Observing Xuan's arduous struggle, Guzi's lips curled into a faint smile as he softly spoke. Faced with the immense pressure within the formation, Xuan could only grit his teeth and straighten his back, determined not to succumb, silently enduring the strain. Just as he felt on the brink of collapse, ready to retreat from the formation, he suddenly heard Guzi's words, "Da." Instantly, Xuan retracted his thoughts of withdrawal. Clenching his jaw tightly, he emitted a low growl, gathering all his strength to keep his weakening body upright once more. Taking a deep breath, he began to move forward slowly. With each step, he would pause, gasping for air, as sweat cascaded down his muscular frame like a gentle stream, splattering onto the ground beneath him. After nearly half an hour, Xuan finally reached the center of the clearing. Bending over, resting his hands on his knees, panting heavily. Although this position placed greater strain on his legs, he cared little for that, yearning only for a moment of respite in comparison to the present. Xuan recalled with nostalgia how effortless and simple it had felt just a month prior, when he first commenced his training. Drip, drop. Sweat fell from his forehead and the tip of his nose like raindrops. He felt as though his body no longer belonged to him. Despite his desire to command himself to stand tall, he found himself powerless, his body refusing to obey. At last, his legs reached their limit. Trembling uncontrollably. Thud. Xuan could no longer support himself and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Seated upon a large stone at the edge of the clearing, Guzi observed Xuan's exhaustion. His form quivering slightly. In the next moment, he appeared beside Xuan. Now is the perfect time to use volcanic red to refine the body. Looking at Xuan, who was panting heavily before him, Guzi chuckled softly. Come. Xuan took a deep breath and spoke urgently. Take off your clothes. Seeing Xuan's promptness, a glimmer of amusement sparkled in Guzi's eyes as he replied gently. Without further ado, Xuan sat there, shedding his black garment, revealing the bronze skin and well-defined muscles he had earned through a month of rigorous training, his physique neither exaggerated nor lacking in proportion. Guzi flipped his left hand, producing a white jade porcelain vial filled with volcanic red, while his right hand held a thin jade piece, the size of a finger. Having previously discussed the usage with Xuan, he was now seated cross-legged, leaning slightly forward to expose his back. Removing the cork, a rush of heat surged forth from the vial. The mouth tilted slightly, as a vivid red, scorching, and viscous liquid akin to lava slowly flowed out and dripped onto Xuan's back. Suddenly, Xuan jerked his head up, his eyes widening in shock, his back convulsing violently. His fists clenched tightly, the pressure causing his knuckles to turn white, oblivious to the blood seeping from his palms. Punctured by his own nails, veins bulged grotesquely across his face, arms, and body, writhing like small serpents that moment. All Xuan could feel was pain, a searing agony akin to being engulfed by flames. It was as if he were submerged in molten lava, on the verge of melting, and he could no longer contain a heart-wrenching scream. Chapter 0045. Cultivation. At this moment, Xuan finally understood why this substance was called volcanic red. In terms of color, consistency, and the sensation it imparted upon contact with the skin, It was indistinguishable from the crimson blood of a volcano, or lava itself. Drops of viscous liquid rolled off the vial, landing on his back. Han Xin felt as if each droplet of fiery magma was splattering onto his spine. His fists clenched tightly, every muscle in his body taut with tension. The fiery, searing sensation made Han Xin feel as though his spine might just melt away. Yet he knew that this was merely the expected reaction to the application of volcanic red. Though the pain was excruciating, his body remained unscathed, since that night in Han Tian's study when he decided to participate in the year-end assessment. Guzi had meticulously detailed the usage and reactions of volcanic red. Therefore, despite the unbearable agony in his back, Han Xin found himself utterly helpless at this juncture. Han Xin realized he had underestimated the ferocity of volcanic red. This was no mere cultivation, but a one-sided torment, allowing him to intimately and slowly experience the sensation of being submerged in lava, as if his body were gradually dissolving, although the pain was unbearable. Han Chen's eyes widened in determination, his teeth clenched tightly as he silently endured. Even as his gums bled, he disregarded it, gripping his knees firmly with his hands, his arms taut, muscles bulging ominously. Gradually, the areas where he pressed down began to turn a deep purple from restricted blood flow. Yet Han Xin was oblivious. The burning pain radiating from his back surged like relentless waves, crashing against his nerves. Nevertheless, no matter how intense the pain, Han Xin steadfastly maintained his seated posture, unmoving, watching the boy before him. Trembling and shaking, Guzi's ethereal gaze flickered with compassion. Yet he did not relent in the face of Han Chen's suffering. Swiftly, he allowed several more drops of that vibrant, scorching, and viscous liquid to fall from the white jade vial onto Han Chen's bronze back. Then, sealing the vial tightly, he set it aside and picked up the small jade piece, gently spreading the 10 or so drops of vividly red, lava-like liquid across Han Chen's back, distributing it evenly. As the lava-like liquid made contact with more skin, Han Chen's already numbed back felt as though it had been drenched in molten rock, the intense pain causing him to involuntarily draw a sharp breath. Observing Han Xin, whose body convulsed with every movement of the viscous red liquid, Guzi felt a sense of satisfaction. To become a powerful being, one must possess unwavering resolve, capable of enduring boundless solitude and any form of suffering. Clearly, at this moment, Han Xin had begun to exhibit the initial qualities of a strong heart. While Guzi reflected on this, his actions did not waver. The jade piece continued to stir as Han Chen's back writhed in response. In a brief span of time, the numerous drops of viscous red liquid were evenly spread across Han Chen's back. The once vibrant red liquid gradually seeped into his skin, akin to rain soaking into a parched desert. And within moments, the blood-red hue of his back began to fade, leaving only a faint blush. It's done, with a light chuckle. Guzi remarked that moment. His words were like celestial music to Han Chen's ears. The tension in his nerves instantly relaxed, and the tautness of his muscles followed suit. Just moments ago, he felt no discomfort from the tension, but now that he had relaxed, a wave of soreness washed over him. Though it mattered little, the crucial point was that he no longer had to endure that inhumane pain. Although the burning sensation on his back remained intense, it was trivial compared to the torment he had just experienced. Huff, releasing a breath of stagnant air trapped within him. As soon as his mind relaxed, the pain in his back seemed to intensify momentarily, causing Han Xin to wince that I have applied volcanic red to your back. Now you may begin to absorb the spiritual energy to refine your body. In a moment, pay close attention to the differences between your back and other areas. Without granting Han Xin much time to recuperate, Guzi promptly commanded. Han Xin lacked the strength for further conversation and could only respond softly, gradually shifting his posture. Just moments ago, he had exhausted significant energy enduring the excruciating pain from volcanic red on his back, compounded by the persistent heavy pressure within the formation, making even a simple change in position feel laborious. After a considerable time, Han Xin laboriously assumed the initial posture of the third layer of 9 styles of spirit absorption, meant for the early stages of body refinement. Maintaining the stance, he slowly closed his eyes, allowing the 9 styles of spirit absorption to circulate within him. Observing Han Xin enter a state of cultivation, Guzi nodded slightly, lifting his foot, and in an instant, appeared as if a specter upon the large stone at the edge of the clearing, sitting cross-legged. With a wave of his hand towards the empty space before him, the air surrounding Han Xuan gradually transformed into a pale yellow hue. This pale yellow air was the earth attribute spiritual energy that Guzi had gathered using his unique techniques. Intended for Han Xuan's body refinement, as the earth attribute spiritual energy accumulated. The entire clearing became saturated with a rich, pale yellow aura, remaining contained without dispersing into the surrounding woods, gradually amassing more and more until even Han Xuan's figure was scarcely visible within. Yet this was not the end. Guzi joined his hands, forming seals with swift motions, completing 3 distinct seals in the blink of an eye. As the final seal was completed, a resonating hum echoed through the air, causing the concentrated earth attribute spiritual energy in the clearing to quiver. Following this, the pale yellow spiritual energy swiftly converged towards the center, deepening in color as it gathered. Before long, the previously abundant pale yellow earth attribute spiritual energy had diminished significantly, all converging in the clearing's center. Although the volume had diminished, its color had transformed into a deep yellow. The rich, earthy aura of the soil attribute enveloped Han Xuan like a clump of mud. Observing the alteration of the earthy aura in the open space, Guzi smiled faintly, dispersed the hand seal he held, and murmured softly, "As your master, I have gathered the soil attribute aura from a radius of 10 miles. Compressing it all into this very spot. Combined with the volcanic red eye just administered to you, it should assist you in breaking through to the mid-phase of the 3rd layer. Do not let me down." After casting one last glance at the deep yellow aura surrounding Han Xuan, reminiscent of a mud clump, he slowly closed his eyes, restoring his depleted spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Han Xuan, having entered a state of cultivation, felt the 9 styles of spirit absorption gradually operating within him. The surrounding earthy aura was instantly drawn towards him, swiftly converging and entering his body through his mouth, nose, and countless pores. As Han Xuan circulated his techniques to transport the earthy aura throughout his body and refine the impurities. He began to disperse it gently within, nourishing and tempering his muscles, bones, and flesh. A tingling sensation spread throughout his entire being. Han Xuan could distinctly feel his muscles and bones steadily strengthening, more so than during his previous breakthrough. And he understood that this was undoubtedly due to Guzi's influence. He focused intently on refining his body, remembering Guzi's words, and keenly attuned to the sensations in his back. The earthy aura seeped through the pores in his back, intensifying the burning sensation. Han Xuan could not help but twitch his mouth, gritting his teeth as he continued to absorb it. However, he soon sensed something unusual. After refining, the earthy aura nourished and tempered the muscles and bones of his back. Although the burning sensation persisted, even growing more intense, Han Xuan paid it no mind at this moment. He was incredulously aware of the condition of his back, in his perception, while the absorption of the earthy aura in other areas was akin to savoring a meal. The muscles and bones of his back seemed like a glutton that had starved for 3 days and nights, voraciously devouring the earthy aura. With each portion absorbed, his muscles and bones grew increasingly robust. The quantity and speed of absorption were incomparable to any other part of his body. Realizing this, Han Xuan's heart swelled with joy, secretly admiring the miraculous effects of volcanic red, seemingly forgetting the searing pain that had penetrated to his very bones. Simultaneously, he did not neglect to swiftly operate the 9 styles of spirit absorption, absorbing and refining the earthy aura, rapidly nourishing and tempering his body. Time flowed like the gentle stream of a brook. As time passed and hours slipped by, yet Han Xuan remained in a deep trance, his body maintaining the initial phase posture of the 3rd layer, lying motionless like a rock. The deep yellow earthy aura surrounding him had long since vanished, leaving behind only a faint, membrane-like layer of pale yellow aura enveloping Han Xuan like a cocoon, allowing his silhouette to be discernibly seen from the outside. Moments later, suddenly, the membrane-like pale yellow aura surrounding Han Xuan began to ripple violently. With a pop, the membrane shattered violently, yet the fragmented pale yellow aura did not disperse, continuing to swirl around Han Xuan before transforming into wisps of pale yellow mist that surged into his body through his mouth, nose, and countless pores. Guzi, sensing the change in the open space with his keen spiritual perception, gradually opened his eyes and gazed at the still motionless Han Xuan. This moment, Han Xuan found himself at a critical juncture. as the muscles and bones within him had gradually absorbed the refined, earthy aura to the point of saturation, causing the speed of tempering his body to slow down. Realizing this, Han Chen's heart surged with exhilaration, for it was a sign that he was on the verge of breaking through to the mid-phase of the third layer. Without hesitation, he focused his mind, and the 9 styles of spirit absorption began to operate within him like a rampaging beast, drawing in the surrounding earthy aura, refining the impurities, and dispersing it throughout his body, ensuring that his muscles and bones were constantly immersed in the aura. Gradually, Han Chen started to feel a sense of swelling pain within. Yet drawing from his previous experience of breaking through to the third layer, he paid it no mind, allowing the 9 styles of spirit absorption to continue its rapid operation at this moment. The last trace of earthy aura was inhaled into his body through his mouth and pores, while simultaneously, the swelling pain intensified, transforming into excruciating agony. Han Chen's complexion grew increasingly pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, cascading down his cheeks, and pooling on the ground, creating small puddles. "Persevere, persevere," Han Chen gritted his teeth, silently encouraging himself. Just as he felt he had reached his limit and was about to collapse, suddenly, his body trembled. The already saturated muscles and bones swiftly absorbed the accumulated earthy aura within his meridians like a parched sponge, and the excruciating pain receded like a tide. His taut nerves gradually relaxed as Han Chen could distinctly feel his physical strength surging, bolstered by the absorption of the earthy aura within his meridians. The once pale yellow, earthy aura in the open space had completely vanished, revealing Han Chen's figure once more. After about another quarter of an hour, Han Chen, with his eyes gently closed, suddenly opened them wide. A glimmer of deep yellow light flashing through before quickly returning to darkness. Feeling the abundant power coursing through him, a glint of joy crossed Han Chen's eyes, and he pushed himself off the ground, his arm muscles instantly tensing. Though the pressure of 6 times his body weight still made him feel immensely burdened, it was considerably easier than before. His arm muscles trembled suddenly as a powerful force surged within him, rapidly transmitted to his palms, which he slammed against the ground. Bang! A muffled sound echoed where his palms met the earth, and utilizing the ground's rebound, Han Chen swiftly rose to his feet, standing straight. He felt a marked difference now that he was upright. Although the pressure in the array still weighed heavily upon him, he could endure it while standing. He twisted his slightly sore neck and moved his joints. The deep-seated pain he had felt while applying volcanic red to his back was long gone. Instead, in Han Chen's perception, the physical strength of his back had increased by at least 20% compared to the other parts of his body. With a sense of exhilaration coursing through him, Han Chen could not resist the urge to spar with Han Wu once more, that he was confident that he could now contend with Han Wu, who had reached the level of a 6-star swordsman, without relying on inch power. Clenching his fists and reveling in the surge of power, Han Chen broke into a wide smile, rapidly throwing a few punches into the air before him. Whoosh, 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 his fists sliced through the air, the immense force and speed tearing it apart, producing a series of muffled roars. "Ha ha, this feels incredible." Seeing the ferocity of his attacks, Han Chen could not help but burst into laughter. "Well done. You indeed did not disappoint your master, that I never expected you to break through to the mid-phase of the third layer in one fell swoop. You have personally experienced the benefits of volcanic red." Giguzi, pleased to see Han Chen meet his expectations, approached him with a smile and teased, "Only by investing more can one reap greater rewards. Since it aids my cultivation, I shall continue to utilize it. That slight pain is nothing compared to the returns gained thereafter." Upon hearing Giguzi's voice, Han Chen turned to face him and replied solemnly, "Indeed, as long as you understand this." Giguzi smiled with satisfaction, then spoke slowly, "The path to the pinnacle is fraught with thorns and challenges. Only by overcoming the obstacles before you will you one day stand at the summit and gaze down upon this world. As long as you possess a steadfast heart, your master shall accompany you on this journey." Han Chen felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing Giguzi's words, nodding gravely as he replied, "I understand. Continue your training," Giguzi said with a gentle smile before gracefully departing the open space, returning to the large stone that I must stand at the pinnacle. Han Chen silently vowed within, his gaze resolute. Exhaling a deep breath of stale air, he tightened his focus and began to move under the pressure of 6 times his body weight. Though Han Chen had now advanced to the mid-phase of the third layer, His physical strength was indeed more formidable than before, yet he had yet to reach the level of ignoring the pressure within the array. The trials he had endured had transformed him from the weak youth he once was. His body had become robust and solid, and naturally, his weight had increased accordingly. However, the pressure within the 1,000-layer array was calculated based on his body weight multiplied, with 6 times his body weight pressing down upon him. Even if Han Chun weighed only 100 pounds, that would amount to 600 pounds of pressure. And considering Han Chun's weight was far greater than that, it felt as though he had been burdened with a minimum of 600 pounds. Even though his physical strength now rivaled that of a 6-star swordsman, he still found the weight overwhelming. 1 can only move slowly, step by step. Yet, this is a vast improvement compared to the previous state of needing to catch one's breath after each step and requiring rest to regain energy before proceeding further. Cultivation necessitates a steady and methodical approach, as one cannot expect to become robust by consuming all at once. Han Chun deeply understands these principles, thus he remains unhurried, meandering around the open space, gradually acclimatizing to the pressure upon him before slowly increasing his pace. As time progresses, Han Chun's stamina is rapidly depleting. Eventually, he finds himself utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground, breathing heavily. At this moment, Giguzi also senses that the time is right. With a slight tremor, he approaches Han Chun and inquires, "Are you prepared? Come forth." Han Chun, panting heavily, hears Giguzi's voice, raises his weary left hand, retrieves a roll of cloth from his spatial ring, bites down on it tightly, and responds in a muffled manner. Settling into a cross-legged position, he leans forward, exposing his back. Observing Han Chun's movements, Giguzi does not hesitate. With a swift motion of his left hand, he produces a white jade vial filled with volcanic red. Removing the stopper, he tilts the vial slightly towards Han Chun's back, allowing drops of the fiery, viscous liquid to cascade out and fall upon him. Although Han Chun had mentally prepared himself, he cannot suppress a muffled groan as the molten-like substance comes into contact with his skin. With his teeth clenched around the cloth roll and fists tightly balled, his shoulders tremble and spasm. Giguzi, however, remains unfazed, his gaze calm and steady, as his ethereal right hand deftly sweeps the vibrant liquid across Han Chun's back, evenly distributing it. After a considerable time, nearly every inch of Han Chun's body has been coated with volcanic red. Moments later, the vivid liquid finally seeps into his skin, leaving his complexion a pale red. It's finally over. Han Chun exhales, releasing the cloth roll that was nearly bitten in half, and softly expresses his relief. Chapter 0047. Speculations from all sides. Though it was somewhat painful, isn't there a saying that one must endure hardship to reap rewards? Observing Han Chun, who, despite his labored breathing and pallid visage, wears an expression of relief, Giguzi smiles gently. Indeed. Han Chun steadies his rapid breaths and nods in agreement. Giguzi chuckles lightly and departs from the clearing, returning to the large stone nearby. After a brief rest, once the burning pain in his back has subsided somewhat, Han Chun takes a deep breath, gathering his strength, and positions his weakened body according to the second posture from the third illustration in his mind. Though every part of him aches, this discomfort pales in comparison to the burning sensation of the volcanic red, granting him a sense of relief. Closing his eyes and regulating his breathing, he swiftly activates the 9 styles of spirit absorption within. Simultaneously, as Han Chun engages in his cultivation, Giguzi once again forms a hand seal. Previously, Giguzi had gathered the earth attribute's spiritual energy from a radius of 10 miles, which Han Chun absorbed, allowing him to break through to the mid-stage of the 3rd layer. At this moment, the earth attribute's spiritual energy within the formation has dwindled significantly. However, since earth attribute energy is also known as the essence of the earth, wherever there is land, there will always be earth attribute spiritual energy. Soon, the air around Han Chun is once again suffused with abundant earth attribute spiritual energy as he immerses himself in cultivation. Han Chun's breathing gradually stabilizes, his chest rising and falling gently. With the absorption of earth attribute energy into his body, purifying impurities and nourishing his muscles, bones, and flesh, Han Chun's previously furrowed brow begins to relax. After a quarter of an hour, Han Chun's flesh and bones can no longer absorb any more earth attribute energy, reaching saturation. Upon opening his eyes, Han Chun feels revitalized, his energy surging like a wild beast within him, compelling him to release it swiftly. Sensing that the pressure from the thousand-layer formation has somewhat lessened, Han Xuan smiles broadly and resumes his movements within the formation without pausing for rest. Thus, each day, Han Xuan ventures into this forest, tirelessly exhausting his stamina under the immense pressure of the thousand-layer formation, only to have Guguzi apply volcanic red over his entire body. Following this, in a state of extreme weakness, he practices the 9 styles of spirit absorption to absorb Earth attribute spiritual energy, refining his physique. This cycle continues endlessly, as Han Xuan immerses himself in cultivation, arriving with the stars and returning under their watchful gaze. Each night, upon returning to his quarters, he hastily consumes a meal before submerging himself in Yuanling liquid, allowing the amber-hued liquid, infused with the essence of nature, to enter his body and mend the internal injuries sustained from his frenzied daytime training. Since Han Xuan departs before dawn, while others remain ensconced in slumber, and only returns home once the stars are alight and his family members have retired for the night, his whereabouts are known only to Han Tian, the gatekeeping collateral disciples, and a few elders, all of whom have been expressly cautioned by Han Tian. Consequently, Han Xuan, who has only made fleeting appearances at the Sword Pavilion and the auction house, has seemingly vanished from the perception of the family members. Previously, people may have disregarded Han Xuan as a mere family wastrel, but in recent days, events at the Sword Pavilion and the auction house have drawn attention back to him, though they speculate about his recent disappearance. The lack of reaction from the family head and several elders leads them to suppress their curiosity, awaiting Han Xuan's next appearance for clarification. Meanwhile, Han Xuan remains oblivious to the impact of his secluded cultivation on others and the family itself. To the outside world, his disappearance is far from good news that in the eyes of various forces in Haiyan Town. Han Xuan's vanishing act has taken on a more complex significance, further solidifying their belief in the rumors that a mysterious high-level alchemist is aiding him. First among them is Gonyang Yifeng, the head of the Gonyang family. Currently, in his study, a middle-aged man is berating a young boy with great fury. This man, appearing to be in his 40s, is clad in a black brocade robe, his tall and robust figure exuding strength. His dark complexion possesses a sheen, and his rugged face is adorned with a thick beard. He glares at the youth before him, his eyes wide open like copper bells, instilling fear. This man is none other than Gonyang Yifeng, the head of the Gonyang family, while the boy below him is Gonyang Hao. The root of the matter lies in the recent altercation at the wire auction house, where Gonyang Hao not only failed to teach the Han family's young wastrel a lesson, but was instead injured by a lowly clan guard from the Han family, bringing disgrace upon the Gonyang family. More importantly, Gonyang Hao's reckless actions have completely alienated the wire auction house, inadvertently endearing the Han family to them. After nearly a century of development, the 3 major families have firmly established themselves in Haiyan Town, with their strengths closely matched, making it impossible to defeat any one of them. Thus, the neutral wire auction house, which has no desire to carve up Haiyan Town, has become a coveted ally if one could enlist the support of wire auction house. It would be feasible to suppress the other 2 families and expand one's own power without necessarily annihilating them. However, this ungrateful brat chose to stir trouble in Mu Yu's territory, truly a case of more harm than good. As these thoughts consume him, Gonyang Yifeng's anger intensifies, but after a few more scathing words, he notices Gonyang Hao, who has been bowing his head and meekly responding. Gonyang Yifeng opens his mouth, momentarily losing interest in continuing his tirade. He lifts a cup from the table, draining the lukewarm tea, before sternly admonishing Gonyang Hao, "From today onward, you are to remain at home and not venture out. Should I discover that you have sneaked away, I will break your legs, father." Gonyang Hao is taken aback. For a youth accustomed to revelry, being confined to the house is a severe punishment he cannot bear. Just as he intends to protest, he is interrupted by Gonyang Yifeng that "I will not repeat myself. Get out." The fierce glare from Gonyang Yifeng leaves no room for disobedience, causing Gonyang Hao's heart to race in trepidation that he hastily retreats. Watching his unruly son scuttle away, Gonyang Yifeng is filled with exasperation. Ever since Gonyang Hao returned to report that Mu Yu had sought goodwill with the Han family, Gonyang Yifeng's mood has soured. Now, with Han Xuan seemingly disappearing from public view again, his expression darkens further this moment. He catches sight of his wayward son flitting about, igniting the flame of his irritation once more, resulting in the earlier scene. In stark contrast to Gonyang Yifang's grim demeanor, the Song family and the wire auction house maintain a notably indifferent stance. Presently in the Song family's study, a middle-aged man sits quietly, cradling a cup of hot tea. Deep in thought, this man appears to be in his 40s, clad in a flowing white robe, his complexion fair and beardless, with a mane of black hair cascading down his back. His features, while seemingly unremarkable, are complemented by a pair of astute and penetrating eyes that command respect. The middle-aged man in question is none other than Song Lin, the current head of the Song family. Although the Song and Han families are situated in close proximity in the southeastern region, each has established its presence in Haiyan Town for over a century, leading to a profound understanding between them. Should the Han family naively believe that securing the allegiance of an alchemist would suffice to expel the other families and monopolize Haiyan Town, it would be an egregious folly. Setting aside the alliance between the Song and Gonyang families, it is uncertain whether the Han family could withstand such opposition. Even the wire auction house is not a venture the Han family would dare provoke. Song Lin is convinced that Han Tian is perceptive enough to recognize this. However, should Han Tian choose to wield the advantage of the alchemist to undermine the business or influence of a particular family, there would be little recourse. With this thought in mind, Song Lin, who had been quietly contemplating, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips that he harbored no concerns regarding which family the Han family intended to suppress. For the Song family not only shares no grievances with the Han family, but has also fostered connections between the younger generations of both clans. This very relationship lends an air of harmony between the Song and Han families. Even if the Han family sought to undermine another family's business or influence, they would inevitably refrain from targeting the Song family. As for the other factions, Song Lin could not ascertain with certainty. In all of Haiyan Town, everyone knows of Gonyang Hao, the debauched young master of the Gonyang family, and there are indeed numerous members of the younger generation from both the Song and Han families who have grievances with him. Particularly notable is the recent conflict between Gonyang Hao and Han Tian's younger son, Han Xuan. At the wire auction house point, one can only surmise that Gonyang Hao, that old rascal, must be in a rather foul mood now. Song Lin chuckled softly to himself. Meanwhile, at the wire auction house, upon hearing the report from her subordinates, Mu Yu, who was engrossed in managing the auction house's affairs, allowed a playful smile to play upon her lips. This little rascal is truly amusing. Mu Yu, are you not worried? Inquired Ling Yu, who stood beside her, her brow slightly furrowed. Worried? What is there to be concerned about? Han Tian is a clever man. He has not yet grown so arrogant as to think that securing the allegiance of an alchemist would allow him to meddle in the affairs of my wire auction house. As for the other two families, they are not to be underestimated either. Moreover, I have heard that the Song and Gonyang families seem to have some connections with two of the other three families in the capital. Upon hearing Ling Yu's words, Mu Yu lifted her gaze to meet Ling Yu's, offering a gentle smile. Her words echoed those of Song Lin. However, the final statement left both Ling Yu and the taciturn elder Yi beside her in astonishment. They both understood that the three families Mu Yu referred to were all renowned, top-tier aristocratic families rivaling the Wire family. The notion that the Song and Gonyang families could possibly have ties with two of these prestigious families was staggering. Despite their surprise, neither Ling Yu nor elder Yi harbored any doubts regarding Mu Yu's assertion. Elder Yi stroked his well-groomed beard and smiled faintly, saying, "It is evident that these two families have some hidden cards up their sleeves. Having managed to secure their positions amidst the myriad factions in Haiyan Town for over a century. Indeed, it appears we are in for an entertaining spectacle," Ling Yu replied with a charming smile. Chapter 0048. A discussion in the study. However, regardless of the external discussions, the Han family remained tranquil within their ranks, with family members continuing their daily routines as usual. While they had heard some rumors from the outside, initially skeptical of their veracity, the calm demeanor of the family head and the silence of several elders gradually led them to accept this astonishing reality, instilling a sense of reassurance that the family had secretly allied with a senior alchemist. What more could they possibly worry about? In the Han family study, an elder seated in the lower chair gazed at Han Tian, who was reclining in a chair behind the writing desk. His face alight with excitement, is it true that Han Xuan is indeed with an alchemist? The elder, dressed in a long black robe with golden trim, bore a face etched with wrinkles, his excitement palpable to the point that his hands trembled as they grasped the armrests of his chair. This elder was none other than Han Lei, the second elder and the grandfather of Han Yu. The other elders seated beside Han Lei watched Han Tian with eager anticipation. Although they had almost confirmed the rumor based on Han Qin's recent changes and the external whispers, it was still merely conjecture, and they sought a definitive answer from Han Tian. Faced with the eager gazes of the elders, Han Tian did not respond immediately. Instead, he lifted a cup from the table, gently pushing aside the tender green shoots floating on the surface of the water with the lid, taking a small sip before meeting the eyes of the elders with a calm gaze. As they felt the weight of Han Tian's imposing yet serene demeanor, the elders suddenly became clear-headed, their faces flushing with embarrassment. They were seasoned individuals, each having reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship, and yet they found themselves unsettled by an alchemist. Upon regaining their composure, they averted their eager gazes, adjusting their somewhat wrinkled garments before sitting upright. Han Tian, observing the elder's transformation, placed the cup down on the table and smiled gently that I know you elders are concerned for the family, which is why you have become flustered. However, while we are indeed the head and elders of the family, we are also martial artists that we have yet to meet this alchemist, and already you are so disconcerted. How can we expect to develop and strengthen the family in the future? His words took on a tone of mild reprimand. The elders, feeling their faces flush with embarrassment again at Han Tian's candid rebuke, remained silent, for he spoke the truth, and they had no retort. Seeing their expressions, Han Tian allowed a slight smile, choosing not to continue his admonishment, understanding that some matters need only be touched upon lightly without delving too deeply. After taking another sip from his cup, he resumed, recently, Chinner did mention to me that he had encountered a mysterious senior alchemist who, perhaps finding Chinner to his liking, has been providing him with assistance over a period of time. As for whether our Han family can secure his allegiance, I cannot be certain, for he is a senior alchemist and may not regard our Han family with any interest. As he concluded, Han Tian could not help but sigh softly and shake his head. Hearing Han Tian's words, the elders exchanged incredulous glances, astonishment filling their eyes at the awkward situation. After a moment of reflection, they too sighed lightly. Yet the elders were evidently unwilling to accept such a reality. One elder, seated beside Han Lei, could no longer restrain himself and said, "Family head, could we not follow Han Xuan and locate this alchemist? Then extend a generous invitation for him to become a guest elder of our Han family. We could also have Han Xuan persuade him." This elder, also clad in a black robe with golden trim, appeared somewhat portly, his round belly stretching the fabric of his robe. He was none other than the third elder, Han Mu, the grandfather of Han, who upon hearing Han Mu's suggestion, the other elders' eyes lit up, their thoughts sparking with renewed vigor as they eagerly focused on Han Tian. However, Han Tian remained unmoved, his expression as tranquil as ever, though the glint in his eyes grew colder. Han Tian's gaze swept over the elders, and as they met his icy stare, their eyes flickered, avoiding his gaze. Third elder, I hope you will bury that thought deep within your heart. Not only do we risk provoking the other party, but let me ask you, if we were to invite him to our Han family as a guest elder, what do you think we could offer that would interest him? Do you truly believe our Han family possesses anything of value to entice him? Han Tian's gaze settled on the third elder, observing the wrinkles on Han Mu's face as he spoke softly, yet his tone was laced with a chilling intensity. Han Mu's face flushed crimson at Han Tian's words. How long had it been since Han Tian spoke to him with such candor? Just as he contemplated a retort, the moment his eyes met Han Tian's calm, yet frigid gaze, his anger extinguished like a flame doused with cold water. Regaining his composure, Han Mu recognized the validity of Han Tian's words that to pursue an alchemist through covert means would be an affront to their dignity, leaving the individual with no face, should they inadvertently anger him. Not only would Han Xuan lose the support of a valuable alchemist, thus forfeiting an opportunity to escape his former identity as a waste, but the family would also jeopardize their chance of allying with a senior alchemist. To lose such an opportunity due to recklessness would indeed be a source of deep regret. Though he had come to this realization, Han Mu still felt the heat in his face. Despite Han Tian being the family head, it was somewhat embarrassing to be reprimanded by someone decades younger. With a cold snort, he ceased to speak further. Glancing at Han Mu, Han Tian felt a sense of helplessness towards the temperaments of these elders and shook his head slightly. He continued, "While I appreciate the elders' concern for our family, this matter cannot be rushed. We must allow it to unfold naturally, that if we intervene prematurely, We may not only fail to achieve any positive outcome, but could also risk offending an alchemist and consequently lose the chance to ally with one. Such an opportunity, if squandered due to our rashness, would be irretrievable. From the current circumstances, it appears that the alchemist holds a favorable impression of China. Otherwise, he would not have spent time aiding a disciple from a small family in secret. And it seems he even harbors intentions of taking Chiner as his apprentice. As long as Chiner becomes the disciple of the other party, it becomes inconsequential whether we are able to draw them to our side. When a disciple's family encounters difficulties, would a teacher merely stand by idly? Upon hearing Han Tian's words, the initially disappointed faces of several elders, who had despaired over our inability to win over the other party, suddenly transformed into expressions of sheer ecstasy. Even the usually stern face of the third elder, Han Mu, softened, revealing a glimmer of joy in his eyes. Observing the expressions of the elders, particularly the alleviated demeanor of third elder Han Mu, Han Tian smiled and nodded. As members of the Han family, they naturally hoped for harmony. Once the elders had calmed down, Han Tian continued, "However, I hope you all remember that today's conversation in the study should remain known only to us few. After all, High Town is not solely the domain of our Han family. Although there have long been rumors circulating in the outside world, until there is definitive proof, they remain mere gossip. If our discussion were to leak today, the ramifications for the Han family would be dire. And I need not elaborate further. I trust you understand the principle that a tree that stands out will inevitably be felled by the wind. Rest assured, family head, we old fellows are well aware of this principle." As soon as Han Tian's words fell, an elder, though wrinkled and with a robust build, thumped his chest in assurance. The other elders also nodded in agreement with smiles. "That is splendid." Han Tian nodded back with a smile. Meanwhile, on Han Chen's side, he was entirely oblivious to the discussions about him in the outside world. Even if he were aware, he would likely pay them no heed. It had been 7 days since Han Chen began utilizing volcanic red to assist his cultivation. At this moment, Han Chen lay bare-chested on a large stone, clad only in loose black trousers, sprawled in a relaxed manner. His chest rising and falling rapidly as he gasped for breath. I've finally reached the pinnacle of the third level. A gentle breeze caressed his skin, bringing with it a refreshing coolness that made Han Chen feel utterly invigorated. Reflecting on the tremendous power coursing through him compared to 7 days prior, he smiled broadly. After a week of relentless training, Han Chen had successfully broken through from the mid-stage to the peak of the third level. A flicker of satisfaction passed through Geguzi's eyes as he recalled Han Chen's fervent dedication during these 7 days. "When do you plan to begin studying the mystic tier first-grade combat technique you have in your empty ring?" Geguzi, sitting beside Han Chen, suddenly inquired. Hearing Geguzi's voice, Han Chen propped himself up with his hands and sat upright. With his left hand, he stroked the empty ring, and in the next moment, a blue scroll appeared in his grasp. Indeed, it was the mystic tier first-grade combat technique great stone palm that Han Tian had gifted him that night. As he held the scroll and examined it closely, Han Chen pondered briefly before speaking softly. "Now that I've reached the peak of the third level with Spirit Absorption 9 techniques, I am confident that I could hold my own against a peak 6-star swordsman in a direct confrontation. With the addition of inch power, defeating them is not beyond the realm of possibility." His words brimmed with self-assurance. After a pause, he continued, "Moreover, I have a feeling that within the next 7 days, I will break through to the 4th level. I believe I should wait until I reach the 4th level before continuing my training on Great Stone Palm." His tone resonated with unwavering confidence. "Very well, if that is your decision," Geguzi responded with a slight smile, not offering further comment on Han Chen's choice. Chapter 0049, Mystic Tier 2nd Grade Combat Technique. I shatter force. 7 days, that I must break through to the 4th level within these 7 days. Han Chen murmured softly to himself, his gaze fixed resolutely on the blue scroll. After toying with the scroll for a moment, he carefully returned it to the empty ring. Suddenly, Han Chen paused, his hands freezing mid-motion as a glimmer of contemplation crossed his eyes. Then, a look of realization flickered across his face, followed by a spark of curiosity. "What is it?" Noticing Han Chen's unusual demeanor, Geguzi also raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Han Chen did not respond verbally, but instead demonstrated through action. He brushed his right hand across the empty ring, and in the next instant, another blue scroll materialized in his grasp. Seeing the blue scroll reappear in Han Chen's hands, Geguzi was momentarily taken aback. This new scroll was not the previous great stone palm. Compared to the earlier scroll, this one was a deeper shade of blue, and the material used for its construction was of superior quality. This is the Mystic Tier's second-grade combat technique, Ice Shatter Force, which Ling acquired from Muyu and subsequently gifted to me. I had carelessly tossed it into my empty ring and would have likely forgotten it for a long time had I not just noticed it. Han Chen explained quietly to Giguzi, chuckling at his own forgetfulness. After all, this was a thoughtful gift from Han Linger, and its significance was profound. Yet he had inadvertently left it neglected in a corner. Had Han Linger known, she would surely have been upset that as he contemplated this. The image of Han Linger's beautiful visage, flushed with color as she spoke to him, involuntarily surfaced in Han Chen's mind. It had indeed been a while since he last saw that little girl. If she were to discover that her heartfelt gift had been forgotten by her elder brother, Han Chun, he could only imagine her expression. With thoughts of her pouting face, Han Chen's gaze softened, and a gentle smile graced his lips. That little girl is truly delightful. However, her status is far from simple, without formidable strength or a powerful backing. The connection between you two, observing Han Chen lost in thought with a smile on his face. Giguzi chuckled lightly before trailing off, shaking his head in silence. Hearing Giguzi's words, Han Chen snapped back to reality, but refrained from countering. Although he was inexperienced in matters of the heart, he recognized his feelings for Han Linger, that he would not disguise them under the pretense of pride. Han Linger possessed unparalleled beauty and grace, alongside an extraordinary cultivation talent. However, it was not solely these attributes that drew Han Chen's affection. Rather, it was her genuine concern, care, and affection toward him from the moment they first met that stirred his heart. Reflecting on the myriad of experiences over the past 3 years, Han Chen's gaze grew increasingly profound as he stared into the distance. Ling, I will never give up. After a brief moment, Han Chen's previously unfocused eyes suddenly regained their determination, bursting forth with an inexplicable radiance as he spoke in a soft yet resolute tone that a person may be impoverished, lack innate talent for cultivation, or possess no effective cultivation techniques or combat skills. But one must never succumb to despair or lack the heart of a warrior. Though the goal of transcending the cycle of reincarnation and avoiding the underworld drives Han Chen's relentless efforts. As his strength grows, so too does his lifespan. One day, he may grow complacent. The path of cultivation is fraught with thorns and treacherous challenges that, no matter one's strength, the danger of falling into oblivion always looms. Only by possessing the heart of a warrior, remaining unafraid of adversity, and bravely confronting challenges, armed with one's weapon to slice through all obstacles, can one aspire to reach the pinnacle and seek that eternal existence. At this moment, Han Linger was the key to fortifying Han Chen's warrior spirit. The greater the pressure one bears, the stronger the potential that will be unleashed. Giguzi was keenly aware of this and was using it to spur Han Chen on. Upon hearing Han Chen's declaration, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Giguzi's eyes. Teacher, do not go to such lengths to provoke me. I in this world, if one wishes to obtain everything they desire and protect those who are important to them, one must become powerful enough to fear no one, thereby gaining control over all. Han Chen rolled his eyes in response, retorting with a hint of exasperation directed at Giguzi. Hey, you little rascal, I'm doing this for your own good. And you dare to blame me? Giguzi chuckled and scolded. Han Chen understood that Giguzi meant well, so he scratched his head sheepishly, smiling without offering further comment. Observing this, Giguzi merely shook his head with a smile. He then reverted to a calm demeanor and shifted the topic, gesturing towards the blue scroll in Han Chen's hand. Now let's take a look at what combat technique is recorded in this scroll. All right. Han Chen nodded in agreement. With a flick of his thumb, the scroll unfurled with a rustling sound. Ice Shatter Force. The 3 silver characters appeared before Han Chen's eyes as he softly recited them. The silver characters seemed as if they were forged from ancient ice, and upon gazing at them, Han Chen felt as though he were plunging into an icy mountain, a sensation that chilled him to the very marrow. Yet, in an instant, he returned to normal. Sensing this peculiar transformation, Han Chen scrutinized the 3 silver characters with astonishment, although the earlier sensation did not return. Shaking his head, he shifted his gaze downward, continuing to read the contents of the scroll. The information recorded was brief, comprising only a few hundred characters, yet Han Chen found himself perusing it repeatedly over 10 times before finally pausing. Shifting his gaze away from the scroll, Han Chen's eyes remained filled with astonishment, his heart pounding fiercely within his chest. With a heavy exhale, he finally began to regain his composure after a prolonged moment of exhilaration. This girl truly owes a significant debt of gratitude. Suddenly, Han Chen let out a bitter laugh. Such a precious combat technique is something that others may never encounter in their lifetime. And here you are, you little rascal, smirking about it. Opportunities like this are beyond the reach of others. Yet you still complain. Upon hearing Han Chen's seemingly helpless remarks, Gue Guzi rolled his eyes and retorted with irritation. Unfazed by Gue Guzi's perceptive observation, Han Chen chuckled and immediately turned his gaze back to the scroll tightly clutched in his hand. It is not surprising that Han Chen was overwhelmed with astonishment. The combat technique recorded within the scroll was exceedingly formidable, that named Ice Shatter Strike. It is classified as a second-tier mysterious technique, specializing in close combat, and its attacking power ranks among the finest within its tier. Upon reaching perfection, it can conceal 9 layers of hidden force within its attacks. 9 layers compounded. It rivals the pinnacle of mysterious techniques. Previously, merely possessing a first-tier mysterious technique, Great Stone Palm, had brought Han Chen immense joy. However, in comparison to Ice Shatter Strike, the two are utterly incomparable, that although Ice Shatter Strike relies on inner energy to unleash its full potential. What is remarkable about this technique is that it can also be executed flawlessly by sheer physical strength alone. Han Chen estimated that with his current physical prowess, he could unleash 20% of its power. If he were to advance 9 styles of spirit absorption to the 8th level, reaching the physical strength of an 8-star swordsman, he might even be able to unleash 50% of its power. Even if he could only unleash 50% of Ice Shatter Strike, it would far surpass Great Stone Palm. With such a valuable combat technique in his possession, how could Han Chen not feel a surge of excitement? Such a precious scroll, yet Han Chen casually referred to it as a second-tier mysterious technique, practically thrust into his hands. That it is no wonder he lamented his debt to Han Linger, although the technique is powerful and can be cultivated with mere physical strength. Without a formidable physical capacity, it remains an elusive dream, just within reach yet unattainable. Observing Han Chen, who was still enamored with the Ice Shatter Strike, Gue Guzi could not help but remind him that it was essential for Han Chen to understand that true strength lies in one's own capabilities. No matter how formidable the means of attack, without the prerequisite strength, they remain mere illusions. While Gue Guzi's words were indeed sound, Han Chen merely rolled his eyes and reluctantly stored the scroll containing Ice Shatter Strike into his spatial ring. All right, time to train. My goal is to break through to the 4th level within 7 days. After resting for a while, Han Chen felt his stamina had returned. He nimbly jumped down from the large rock and firmly motivated himself. Then hastily made his way toward the 1,000 Layers formation in the open ground. Chapter 0050. Breaking through to the 4th level. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. With the year-end only 3.5 months away, the seasons had officially transitioned into winter. Although the blazing sun hung high in the sky, persistently radiating its warmth and light, the scorching rays upon the earth no longer felt as intense as they did over a month ago. Black Rock Town remained as bustling as ever, with throngs of people filling the lively streets and merchants in the market shouting their wares, creating an air of prosperity. Amidst this lively scene, a boy's shouts echoed through the nearby woods. Despite it being winter, with a noticeable drop in temperature and the mornings feeling quite chilly, the boy in the open space was bare-chested, wearing only a loose pair of black silk pants. Panting heavily, Han Chen slightly bent over, his hands resting on his knees, drawing in deep breaths. Though the external temperature was not high, he was drenched as if he had just emerged from a downpour, sweat cascading down his body like a stream, tracing the contours of his muscles. During these 7 days of intense training, Han Chen had consumed one of the limited 10 portions of volcanic red. But where there is investment, there is indeed reward. The results were remarkably evident. Although the pressure in the formation still equated to 6 times his body weight, after this period of rigorous training, Han Chen could now traverse the formation at a pace akin to a normal person. Even under such strain, his progress was nothing short of substantial. Although his body was now fatigued and weary, Han Chen did not pause for rest. Taking a deep breath, he lifted his head once more. His long hair, dampened by sweat, fell over his forehead, obscuring his vision, yet his eyes sparkled like the stars in the night sky, shining with clarity. With a fierce determination, he widened his star-like eyes and let out a prolonged roar. Slowly, despite his exhausted body being weighed down by pressure, Han Xin prepared to rise once again. After a brief moment, his seemingly about-to-collapse form stood tall and straight, like a javelin, after a brief respite to steady his breath. Despite the searing pain in his legs, Han Xin gritted his teeth and pressed on. With renewed determination, he resumed moving, pushing against the ever-increasing weight of pressure, gradually walking once more within the formation. The reason Han Xin pushed himself so relentlessly was to make final preparations 0.7 days prior. He had reached the pinnacle of the third level, and now, after a week of fervent training, not only had he solidified his strength at this peak, but he had also refined his muscles and blood, enhancing his physical power even further. He was now on the brink of transitioning from the third to the fourth level. Finally, as fatigue overwhelmed him and his body reached its limits, Han Xin collapsed onto the ground with a thud. Lying there, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for air, he felt utterly drained, unable to muster even the strength to move a finger. "Master, let it come." Once his breathing calmed, he gathered the scant remnants of his strength to whisper, "At that moment, Gay Guzi, seated on the large stone, trembled slightly, and in the next instant he appeared beside Han Xin. "Hee, are you ready?" Gui Guzi asked with a faint smile. "Yes." Han Xin nodded with effort. At this point, he had exhausted his final reserves of strength, making any movement a challenge. Ultimately, it was Gui Guzi who used his spiritual energy to help him to his feet. Even after all these days, each time Gui Guzi dripped that fiery, viscous liquid onto Han Xin's body, he could not help but take a sharp breath. Fortunately, after enduring this for over half a month, Han Xin had become somewhat accustomed to it. Although the application of volcanic red was still excruciating, it was no longer as unbearable as it had been at the beginning. Gritting his teeth, Han Xin silently endured. And after a short while, once he was fully coated, he finally sighed in relief. "Soon, I will gather the Earth attribute spiritual energy from a 50-mile radius. All you need to do is focus entirely on refining your body and breaking through." Gui Guzi instructed Han Xin. "Understood." Han Xin raised his head, offering a strained smile with his pale, somewhat numb face, responding softly. Gui Guzi, pleased, returned to his seated position on the stone, forming intricate hand seals with his fingers. Rapidly creating layers of afterimages that in an instant, he completed 9 distinct seals, far more complex than before. As the final seal was set, Gui Guzi called out, "Gather." Immediately, a torrent of light yellow spiritual energy surged into the open space surrounding Han Xin. Seeing this, Han Xin swiftly closed his eyes, positioning himself for training as the fourth layer of 9 styles of spirit absorption began to operate within him, absorbing the light yellow spiritual energy, flooding the area to refine his body. Gradually, the light yellow spiritual energy swelled, filling the entire open space, and then something extraordinary occurred. The hue of the light yellow energy began to shift in a matter of moments. The color transformed from light yellow to a deep yellow. Yet astonishingly, the volume of the energy did not diminish. From an outside perspective, the deep yellow energy appeared as a massive blob, completely enveloping the area, with Han Xin seemingly ensconced within this enormous mass. Completing this process, Gui Guzi dispersed his hand seals, smiled faintly, and slowly began to restore his consumed spiritual energy. In an instant, the woods returned to a serene silence. Meanwhile, on the other side, Han Tian sat alone in his study. His brow furrowed, rhythmically tapping his fingers against the desk, producing a crisp tap-tap-tap sound that resonated in the stillness of the room. Overall, Han Tian's mood had been relatively pleasant during this period. The boy who had been labeled a waste since childhood, Han Xin, had unexpectedly garnered the favor of a high-level alchemist, and in just a few months had attained strength capable of contending with an 8-star swordsman. In the future, he might even cultivate inner energy and potentially become a sword spirit, a sword king-level powerhouse. Perhaps he could even become an alchemist himself. All of this filled Han Tian with immense satisfaction. Yet today, his mood soured due to one particular matter, a letter of invitation. This invitation now lay quietly on the desk before him. Han Tian remained there, his brow locked in concentration, immobile. After a long while, he suddenly stopped tapping the desk with his left hand, his gaze flickering slightly, before he let out a soft sigh. Reaching out, he grasped the thin, crimson envelope, upon which the words invitation were embossed in golden letters. Do you remember the Han family? Han Tian held the invitation in his hands, yet showed no intention of opening it, his gaze lost in the distance, ensnared by memories. His lips moved softly in murmured words. After a long while, Han Tian returned to the present, his expression complex as he regarded the invitation in his hand. With a gentle sigh, he rose, placing the invitation upon the bookshelf. Turning back, he resumed his seat in the armchair, his eyes drifting once more into reminiscence, a hint of bitterness gradually surfacing upon his visage. Did I end the tranquil woods? A gentle breeze occasionally swept through, bringing with it a refreshing chill in the midst of this cold winter. At this moment, 2 hours had elapsed since Han Xuan had entered his meditative practice. The vast expanse of yellow spiritual energy, resembling a mound of clay, had vanished from the clearing, and Han Xuan's figure reappeared. Motionless, Han Xuan's eyes were slightly closed, his chest rising and falling gently, indicating that he had yet to achieve a breakthrough, that it should be nearly time. Suddenly, Giguzi, perched upon a large stone beside the clearing, opened his eyes and softly spoke, gazing at Han Xuan. Barely had Giguzi's words fallen when Han Xuan, who had been immersed in his breakthrough for over 2 hours, abruptly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of deep yellow light flashing within, only to vanish and be replaced by inky darkness. Sensing the surging, ferocious energy within him, akin to a rampaging beast, a smile graced Han Xuan's face. With a series of crackling sounds, he slowly stood, his body resonating with the explosive sounds reminiscent of popping beans that to Han Xuan's ears. It sounded utterly delightful. After slightly stretching his weary body, the pressure of 6 times his own weight was no longer unbearable for him. The 4th layer, Han Xuan murmured to himself. How so? Giguzi appeared beside Han Xuan like a specter, offering a slight smile to deal with Han Wu. 1 strike is all that is needed. Han Xuan replied with a faint smile, raising a single finger and speaking softly. Chapter 0051. The Pinnacle of the 9-Star Sword Servants. With just over 3 months remaining until the year's end, the weather had turned distinctly wintry. The days of long nights and short days had gradually begun to this moment. The fiery sun on the horizon descended slowly, resembling a weary elder at dusk, its radiant glow spilling across the land, draping the town, akin to a city in scale, in a sheer crimson veil, creating an atmosphere of warmth and beauty. After a day of cultivation, Han Xuan not only advanced the 9 styles of spirit absorption to the 4th layer, but he also spent the entire afternoon refining his body numerous times, solidifying his physical strength at the early stage of the 4th layer. Immersed in his training, Han Xuan felt time passing particularly swiftly. And when he finally ceased his practice, he noticed the night sky above was adorned with countless stars. However, he had long grown accustomed to this. Ever since he began his cultivation, he had made it a routine to step out beneath the stars and return under their watchful gaze. Yet, it was indeed late, and Han Xuan decided to halt his training. After waiting for Giguzi to disperse the 1,000 layers array, he turned to descend the mountain. On his way down, Han Xuan paused before the waterfall where he had previously stopped to admire the scenery, which had refined his soul. He washed away the sweat and grime in the pool beneath the waterfall, then changed into a fresh set of clothes before leisurely making his way to Black Rock Town. For some time now, Han Xuan had followed this routine, as he was meticulous and did not wish to inadvertently reveal his secrets, or even the existence of Giguzi. That it had become a habit for him to erase all traces of his cultivation after each session. To facilitate this, he had even placed nearly 100 sets of clothing within his intermediate spatial ring for easy change. Young master, the family head is waiting for you in the study. Just as Han Xuan stepped through the family gate, a robust male voice echoed from the nearby corridor. Hearing the familiar voice, Han Xuan rolled his eyes and responded with a hint of exasperation. Brother Han Zhong, can't you think of something more novel? Why do you always appear this way? Alas, there is nothing to be done. Your movements are too erratic, and I cannot find you. That I can only resort to this clumsy method. Han Zhong replied, stepping out from the shadows of the corridor, alongside another figure. Alinga, what are you doing here? Han Xuan exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the duo emerging from the shadows. The slightly taller figure was indeed Han Zhong, while the smaller figure was none other than Han Linga, whom he had not seen for more than half a month. Uncle Han is waiting for me too, so I accompanied Brother Han Zhong to wait for you. Han Linger smiled sweetly, her final words tinged with a hint of reproach toward Han Chen. Han Chen chuckled awkwardly, choosing not to respond to Han Linger's comment. He then cleared his throat and addressed Han Zhong, who was watching the two with a silent smile. Brother Han Zhong, shall we go? Let us not keep father waiting too long. With that, Han Chen took Han Linger's small hand, leading the way forward. As his hand clasped hers tightly, a blush crept onto Han Linger's exquisite face. She struggled slightly, but could not break free, resigning herself to his hold. Behind them, Han Zhong observed the two young people with a warm smile in his eyes, shaking his head as he followed after them. Father. Upon entering the study, Han Chen looked at the figure still engrossed in work at the desk, warmth flashing in his eyes as he called softly. Ah, you're here. Hearing the voice, Han Tian raised his head, smiling gently at the two to Uncle Han. It was no secret that Han Linger was not a member of the Han family, so she did not address Han Tian as the family head as others would. Please have a seat. Han Tian cleared some documents from the desk, gesturing for the two to sit. They complied, and Han Tian remained silent, kindly observing them. Over the course of the past month and a half, Han Chen had undergone considerable change. His once youthful face now had defined angles, exuding a striking handsomeness. His thin lips were pressed together, revealing a hint of stubbornness. Moreover, after a month and a half of intense physical training, Han Chen had grown taller, and though his physique remained largely unchanged, he appeared more vibrant and full of life. Not only had Han Chen transformed, but Han Linger too had become increasingly graceful, her demeanor exuding a noble elegance. Her figure had also developed considerably compared to half a month ago, her curves rivaling those of fully grown adults. After a prolonged silence, Han Tian quietly sighed, pondering how wonderful it would be if this little girl were to be his daughter-in-law. However, he understood that it was merely a fleeting thought, given her background. Such a possibility was virtually non-existent. Indeed, Linger's cultivation talent is extraordinary. I never imagined that within just a few months, she would reach the pinnacle of the 9-star sword servants, the IT-1TB long before she condenses her true chi vortex. Once that is accomplished, transitioning her inner energy into true chi and breaking through to become a 1-star sword guard will be within reach. Han Tian regarded Han Linger with a gentle smile, revealing her true cultivation prowess. Uncle Han has a keen eye. Linger is preparing to condense her inner energy a bit more before beginning to form her true chi vortex. Han Linger replied with a slight smile, showing no surprise at Han Tian's revelation of her strength. Upon hearing their conversation, Han Chen was momentarily stunned, glancing helplessly at Han Linger beside him, unable to suppress a wry smile that he recalled that during their last visit to the Sword Pavilion, Han Yu had mentioned that Han Linger had just recently broken through to the 9 stars. Yet it had only been about a month since then to his astonishment, this young girl had reached the pinnacle of 9 stars. After successfully condensing her true chi vortex, it would merely be a matter of time before she transformed her inner energy into true chi. The thought of a mere 14-year-old girl becoming a sword guard left Han Chen feeling a bit dizzy. Brother Han Chen is impressive as well. I imagine your physical strength has now reached a level capable of contending with 7-star sword servants, hasn't he it? Seemingly sensing Han Chen's gaze, Han Linger turned to him with a charming smile and spoke softly. Han Tian was momentarily taken aback. He had only given Han Chen a cursory glance and hadn't noticed anything particular. However, upon hearing Han Linger's words, he immediately grasped Han Chen's right hand. Closing his eyes slightly, that he circulated his true yuan rapidly, then extracted a strand of energy, as fine as a hair, guiding it into Han Chen's palm and subsequently into his body. Aware of Han Chen's naturally fragile meridians, Han Tian maneuvered the slender energy with utmost caution. After a brief moment, Han Tian's closed eyes shot open wide, filled with astonishment. Within his perception, Han Chen's meridians were broad and resilient, pulsating with an overwhelming vitality. The strength of his muscles and blood was impressively robust, far surpassing the state he had been in during his previous encounter with Han Wu at the Sword Pavilion. How could such a transformation occur in such a short span? Just a few months prior, Han Chen had been a mere weakling, yet now he wielded physical strength that could rival a 6-star sword servant, albeit with some difficulty. And now, just half a month later, his strength had surged again. Given Han Chen's current physical prowess, claiming he could contend with 7-star sword servants was hardly an exaggeration. Was Han Ling's cultivation talent truly exceptional? The answer was undoubtedly affirmative. But how did it compare to Han Chen? Could it possibly be true? although Han Tian had personally inspected the matter. He still found it hard to believe. His gaze was fixed intently on Han Xuan, and he asked with a voice that trembled slightly. Han Tian's inquiry bore a dual significance. He sought confirmation from Han Xuan regarding the veracity of Han Ling's claims, while also inquiring whether this remarkable transformation was the work of the enigmatic alchemist. Observing the expectation gleaming in Han Tian's eyes, Han Xuan felt a pang of emotion, causing his nose to tingle, and he nodded in response. Since Han Tian had mustered the courage to ask, there was no need to conceal the truth today for Han Ling, given that his abilities had already been discerned by others. What was left to hide? Moreover, Han Xuan had never intended to keep anything from the two of them. Upon receiving a positive affirmation from Han Xuan, a wave of ecstatic joy surged within Han Tian's eyes. The mere fact that Han Xuan had garnered the favor of an alchemist was enough to thrill him, yet he had never anticipated the alchemist to possess such extraordinary prowess. Initially, he had considered the alchemist to be merely an ordinary practitioner, perhaps at the second-tier level. Nonetheless, even that was an exceptional feat. That it is known that in the Imperial city, even a first-tier alchemist commands immense respect, as no one can predict whether they might one day ascend to a higher rank. Thus, most factions prefer to nurture relationships rather than risk enmity. That in the small town of Haiyan, the presence of an alchemist is of paramount significance, even if they are just a first-tier practitioner. In the span of merely half a month, Han Xuan's physical strength had multiplied exponentially. That a fortnight ago, he could barely defeat a newly promoted 6-star swordsman through a mutual exchange of injuries. Yet now, he possessed the strength comparable to that of a 7-star swordsman. Such a terrifying pace of cultivation was enough to send Han Tian into a state of euphoria that if just half a month ago, Han Tian regarded Han Xuan as an ordinary alchemist, he had since overturned that assumption, now believing that the alchemist could not possibly be just a third-tier practitioner. Over the years, Han Tian had visited several third-tier alchemists. Yet none had been able to resolve Han Xuan's unique constitution. That a vague intuition stirred within Han Tian, suggesting that the mysterious alchemist was undoubtedly an immensely powerful being. He even speculated that this alchemist might not reach the legendary status of the medicine king Dan Xingzi of the Qingyun Empire, but would certainly not be far behind. That splendid, 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 Han Tian exclaimed joyfully, unable to restrain his laughter. The delight in Han Xuan's association with such a formidable figure was overwhelming, and he repeated the word splendid thrice, as though that were the only way to convey the depth of his exhilaration. His gaze toward Han Xuan was filled with pride. That in contrast to Han Tian's exuberance, Han Ling appeared considerably more composed. However, a glimmer of joy still flickered in her eyes as she regarded Han Xuan. Witnessing Han Tian's unrestrained joy, Han Xuan felt a surge of happiness himself. That he cherished the kindness that Han Tian had shown him, having long ago etched it into his heart. Having been deprived of familial affection since birth, Han Xuan savored this paternal love immensely. That he reflected on how simple it was to bring joy to his father. As long as the children thrived, the parents would be immeasurably happy to them. Nothing held greater importance than their offspring. This is the essence of parental love, selfless and unwavering. That in this world, his mother had passed away at his birth, leaving his father as his closest kin. Han Xuan resolutely vowed to protect his father for life, ensuring that no one would harm him. By the way, Father, what is the purpose of summoning us here today? After a while, as Han Tian's emotions settled, Han Xuan finally spoke. That he recalled that every previous visit to the study had been for a specific discussion, and he doubted that Han Tian had called him over merely for casual conversation, especially since Han Ling had also been invited, which felt unusual. Upon hearing Han Xuan's voice, Han Ling remained silent, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity as they turned toward Han Tian. Han Tian, having been momentarily flustered by the overwhelming realization of Han Xuan's rapid growth, was now composed, though a gentle smile lingered on his face. Upon hearing Han Xuan's question, however, his smile faltered, and he fell into a contemplative silence. Han Xuan and Han Ling waited patiently, allowing the silence to envelop the room. The only sound was the soft glow of the luminous crystals in the corners, casting a gentle light. Have you ever heard of the Heavenly Sovereign's secret vault? After a considerable time, Han Tian finally lifted his gaze. His expression profound, and his voice slightly subdued. The mention of the Heavenly Sovereign's secret vault. A flicker of confusion appeared in Han Xuan's eyes. Recently, he had been engrossed in his cultivation, oblivious to the outside world. and thus had no knowledge of what Han Tian referred to. Just as he was about to inquire further, Han Linger suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, "The Heavenly Sovereign's secret vault." Han Xin turned to Han Linger, surprised, and asked Linger, "Do you know what the Heavenly Sovereign's secret vault is?" "Yes," Han Linger nodded in affirmation. "Do you know? Please enlighten us." Han Tian regarded Han Linger with surprise, then smiled gently. Han Linger lightly nodded, her delicate brow furrowing slightly as she recalled the tale surrounding the Heavenly Sovereign's secret vault. Organizing her thoughts, she continued, "In Arcane Empire, the legend of the Heavenly Sovereign's secret vault has persisted for centuries. That it is said that this vault was created by the most powerful sword sovereign in our history, who amassed a lifetime of treasures to form this secret repository. The allure of a sword sovereign's lifetime collection is beyond imagination. This sword sovereign, a true genius, dedicated over 50 years to crafting the Heavenly Sovereign's secret vault, where he stored all his collections. Legend has it that the Heavenly Sovereign Chapter 0053, the invitation from Dugabubi in response to Han Chen's inquiry. Han Tian let out a deep sigh, without offering any explanation, but he stood up from the armchair and walked directly to the bookshelf, where he retrieved a piece of red paper. As Han Tian settled back into his chair, placing the crimson sheet upon the table, Han Chen finally discerned its nature, an invitation. "Father, what is this?" Observing the 3 gilded characters embossed on the cover of the invitation, Han Chen could not help but furrow his brow in question. "See for yourself." Han Tian's face briefly displayed a hint of helplessness as he gestured for Han Chen to examine the red invitation, refraining from providing a verbal response. The subtle shifts in Han Tian's expression did not escape the notice of both Han Chen and Han Linge, who exchanged glances filled with mounting curiosity. Han Chen reached for the red invitation, finding it warm and smooth to the touch that a wave of astonishment washed over him, as he realized that the owner of this invitation was undoubtedly of considerable significance. The paper used for this invitation was no ordinary material. It was the finest quality of refined paper, upon which the ink flowed effortlessly, impervious to the ravages of water or the passage of time. Furthermore, it felt as delicate and silky as the finest satin. Naturally, such exquisite paper came with a hefty price tag, typically measured in gold coins. Given the size of the invitation before him, its worth was easily in the realm of several gold coins, sufficient to sustain a family of 5 for an entire year. This was not something an average person could afford. Who would be so extravagant as to use refined paper for an invitation? Han Chen's curiosity deepened. Gently opening the invitation, he found only a few dozen golden characters embossed on the expansive red paper, their form appearing as if they had been meticulously inlaid. Han Chen had yet to read the content, but merely seeing those several dozen golden characters prompted him to roll his eyes in disbelief, internally chastising the invitation's owner for their extravagance. The gold used to inscribe those characters could easily be melted down into more than 10 gold coins. Adding to this, the 3 gilded characters on the cover represented enough gold to sustain a family of 5 for 3 years. However, Han Chen soon found himself dismissing thoughts of the owner's extravagance. The invitation contained merely a handful of characters, which he read in a matter of moments, placing the invitation back on the table. He took a deep breath, his brow slightly furrowed, and his gaze flickered with uncertainty, as if lost in contemplation. The content of the invitation was not complex. It essentially stated that the owner had not been in contact with the Han family for many years and wished to arrange a meeting to prevent further estrangement. On the surface, it seemed to be nothing more than a commonplace invitation. However, the crucial detail lay in the signature at the end. Upon seeing the name, Han Chen's pupils constricted. The capital, Dugu Bubi. Even though Han Chen was largely oblivious to the affairs beyond his window, he had certainly heard of the name Dugu Bubi. Among the 4 premier noble families in the capital, the Dugu family was synonymous with dominance and authority. Even the other 3 top families, all of whom were equally influential, would avoid provoking the Dugu family whenever possible. Over time, the Dugu family had become a byword for tyranny and power, and the current head of the family was none other than Dugu Bubi. Upon finishing reading the invitation, Han Chen's heart leaped in surprise. His first instinct was that the alchemical and forging techniques of Giguzi had been discovered, and this invitation was directed at him. However, he quickly realized that this line of thought was flawed. Thus far, Giguzi had only assisted Han Chen in crafting a few potions, each time under the cover of night when he was certain no one was nearby. Han Chen was confident that no one was aware of Giguzi's existence that AS for the forging techniques. Even Han Chen himself had never witnessed Giguzi employing them. So how could anyone else possibly know? Therefore, it was safe to conclude that this invitation was not intended for him. With this realization, Han Chen felt a measure of relief. Yet, simultaneously, he recognized that this situation served as a warning. The allure of forging and alchemy could drive anyone to madness. Thus, it was imperative to guard these secrets closely. Otherwise, Han Chen could find himself torn to shreds by those seeking power, leaving nothing behind. Uncle Han, our Han family, is merely a small clan in Haiyan Town. Families like ours are as numerous as the stars in the sky within the capital, while Dugabubi stands among the ranks of the four foremost noble families. Why would Dugabubi take notice of our Han family and extend an invitation? Before Han Chen could voice his thoughts, Han Linger interjected with her inquiry. Han Tian sighed softly, a flicker of reminiscence crossing his gaze, before he began to speak in a low, measured tone. Over 100 years ago, when our Han family had not yet settled in Haiyan Town, we were considered a significant force in the capital. Although we could not rival the Dugu, Wei, Hai, and Li families, we were still regarded as a noble family. At that time, while we did not possess a sword emperor among us, we had no fewer than 6 sword kings. Had we continued on this trajectory, it would not have been impossible for our Han family to become the 5th top noble family. Just below the other 4, however, just as our family was on the rise, news spread throughout the capital that the Heavenly Sovereign's secret vault was about to open. This stirred a tempest in the capital, prompting not only the 4 great families, but even several smaller clans to send representatives. During this period of rapid growth, our family head and several elders became intoxicated by the power that our burgeoning influence brought, leading them to arrogance and recklessness. The outcome, as one can imagine, was tragic. Apart from the family head and a few elders, 3 of our sword kings led a contingent of over a dozen sword spirits into the Heavenly Sovereign's secret vault. This represented a significant portion of our family's strength. Yet, the sheer number of competitors created a chaotic environment. And as the saying goes, where there are people, there are conflicts. With so much at stake, tensions escalated that I in the frenzy to eliminate rivals. A brutal massacre commenced before anyone even entered the Heavenly Sovereign's secret vault. Among the multitude of martial artists who participated, the weakest were sword masters and the strongest reached the level of sword emperors. The carnage was horrific. Nearly all below the sword king rank perished, leaving our family with only 3 sword kings and 5 sword spirits. But this was just the beginning. Upon entering the Heavenly Sovereign's secret vault, treasures that could drive anyone mad with greed lay within, igniting yet another wave of bloodshed. This time, nearly 80% of the sword kings fell, and even several sword emperors met their demise at this point. Han Tian paused, his eyes filled with sorrow, as a bitter smile crept upon his lips. From the moment he began his tale, Han Xuan and Han Linger listened intently, captivated by Han Tian's low, steady voice that painted vivid images of the Han family's former glory. They felt as if they were witnessing the brutal conflict at the entrance of the Heavenly Sovereign's secret vault, seeing firsthand the sword kings and sword emperors, those who could command respect, fall one after another. Neither dared to breathe too loudly, their hearts shaken by the gravity of the story. As Han Tian fell silent, Han Chen's urgency broke through the silence. What happened next? What became of our family's warriors? Upon hearing Han Chen's question, the smile on Han Tian's lips grew increasingly bitter, and he took a deep breath before softly responding. Of the 3 sword kings and numerous sword spirits, only 1 sword king managed to escape the brutal conflict within the vault. But he emerged gravely injured, having lost his right arm. For a martial artist accustomed to wielding their right arm, even a sword king would suffer a severe decline in strength, ultimately becoming weaker than even a sword spirit. Han Chen and Han Linger exchanged a glance, unable to suppress a gasp of shock. They had not anticipated that even a sword king would face such peril within the Heavenly Sovereign's secret vault. Han Tian continued, oblivious to their astonishment. The loss of 3 sword kings and numerous sword spirits was a devastating blow to our Han family. Consequently, we gradually fell into mediocrity within the capital, though our family head and elders endeavored to revitalize the clan. They could merely halt its decline. However, perhaps fate smiled upon us. Our Han family eventually produced a prodigy who reached the Sword King level by the age of 40, just as the Heavenly Sovereign's secret vault was about to open once more. The family head resolved to take decisive action, declaring that failure was not an option. Thus, he decided to send all the Sword Kings and Sword Spirits from our family in a last-ditch effort. What was the result? Han Xuan asked, his voice tinged with anxiety. Remarkably, of all those powerful individuals sent, only our prodigy Sword King returned, and he was gravely injured from that point onward. Our Han family was irrevocably diminished. Fortunately, one of our warriors had once saved the son of the head of the Duga family within the vault. Benefiting from the protection of the Duga family, my Han family has thus been spared from the tragic fate of annihilation at the hands of past enemies. Following this ordeal, the head of the Han family became utterly despondent and chose to relocate his clan to Haiyan Town, where they subsequently settled. As Han Tian's voice faded, Han Xuan remained lost in shock, unable to regain his composure for a long time. Greed is indeed the original sin. Han Xuan couldn't help but sigh, reflecting on how a prestigious family could fall from grace after merely 2 visits to the Heavenly Sovereign's secret vault, descending from a prominent status in the Imperial capital to a position where they could no longer stand. It is evident that ascending to greatness is not an easy feat, that it is likely that Dugu Buba's invitation for the Han family to gather is also related to the Heavenly Sovereign's secret vault, Han Linger softly remarked. Indeed, the invitation specifies a gathering after the new year, in February of next year, that time. You shall accompany me, Han Tian said with approval, casting a glance at Han Linger before continuing in a gentle tone. Han Xuan and Han Linger exchanged knowing glances, understanding each other's resolve, and nodded in unison. Chapter 0054. Understanding the Sea of Consciousness. Afterward, the 2 of them exited the study. Once Han Linger was escorted back to her room, Han Xuan slowly made his way to his own chamber. The quiet corridor echoed with his solitary footsteps. That moment, Han Xuan furrowed his brows deeply, lost in thought until he finally returned to his room. Seated at his desk, he picked up a piece of exquisite pastry and savored it slowly. Yet, the delicacy that usually delighted his palate now tasted like wax, devoid of flavor. Is it truly this simple? Setting the pastry aside, Han Xuan sighed softly, lifting his gaze to the crescent moon hanging high in the sky, his eyes slightly dazed as he murmured, "There are no everlasting friendships in this world." Although the ancestors of the Han family saved the son of the Dugu family's patriarch over a century ago, that was an affair long past. 100 years have elapsed, and the Dugu family's leadership has changed several times. Moreover, the Dugu family once ensured the safe departure of the Han family from the Imperial capital, sparing them from destruction. Theoretically speaking, the Dugu family has repaid their debt of gratitude to the Han family. Strong friendships are typically founded on the premise of both parties standing at the same height. Given the current disparity in status and strength between the Han and Dugu families, it is akin to comparing a firefly to the bright moon, utterly negligible. This invitation from Dugu Buba is anything but simple. Giguzi appeared in the room like a phantom, speaking in a soft tone. There are no eternal friendships, only eternal interests. Han Xuan had long since grown accustomed to Giguzi's sudden appearances. Yet hearing him say this still elicited a wry smile from Han Xuan. Given the current circumstances of the Han family, it is evident that Dugu Buba's invitation carries significant weight. Earlier in the study, Han Xuan had already inquired about this with Han Tian, but Han Tian merely shook his head in silence, offering no answer, leaving Han Xuan with no choice but to relent. Regardless, strengthening one's power is the most crucial path. Only by becoming stronger can one protect their father and, ultimately, the family. Han Xuan's dazed eyes suddenly cleared, and he spoke with unwavering determination. While he was uncertain of Dugu Buba's intentions in inviting the Han family, it did not hinder Han Xuan from making his decision. Worrying is futile. Even if he were to discover Dugu Buba's ulterior motives toward the Han family, what difference would it make? Without the formidable power to resist, they would merely remain as fish on the chopping block, at the mercy of others. With this thought, Han Xuan ceased his aimless musings, grabbing a few pieces of pastry and hastily swallowing them to quell his hunger. He then retrieved a bathing tub and filled it with clear water. Observing Han Xuan's busy activity, Giguzi nodded with a smile and then seemed to whisper, "By the way, since you have reached the 4th level, it is time to begin your studies in the art of Chimen Duanjia." Han Xuan, who was in the midst of pouring water into the tub, abruptly halted, turning around with eager eyes fixed on Giguzi. "However, master, I need to soak in Yuanling liquid to refine my body tonight, and during the day, I am to endure training within the 1,000 layers array. Moreover, with the 9 styles of spirit absorption having reached the 4th level, my physical strength is already comparable to that of a 7-star sword servant that I also need to allocate time to practice the 2 volumes of Xin-level combat techniques in my possession. Will there be enough time to study Chimin Duanjia as well? Han Xin furrowed his brow in concern that he had not realized how extensive his training commitments were until he enumerated them so meticulously, causing him some distress. However, you need not worry about that, Giguzi replied with a light chuckle. Studying Chimin Duanjia can be integrated with your immersion in Yuanling liquid for body refinement, and it will not encroach upon your other time. Upon hearing this, Han Qin's eyes lit up. Since it does not require sacrificing other time, he naturally had no objections. Furthermore, even if it did, Han Qin would not abandon the study of Chimin Duanjia. Giguzi's expertise in alchemy and artifact forging necessitated that Han Qin cultivate the 3 mysteries true fire to the first layer of wood fire realm to harness the fire within wood. However, looking ahead, it was clear that he still had a considerable journey before he could master the 3 mysteries true fire. First, Han Qin must resolve the issue of the ice spirit crystal within him. Then refine his inner breath and break through to the sword guardian rank before he could cultivate the 3 mysteries true fire. Only after mastering the 3 mysteries true fire could he commence his studies in alchemy and artifact forging. The key to resolving the ice spirit crystal lies in the blood-melting bone-changing pill. Only by breaking through the 9 styles of spirit absorption to the 8th layer could his physical strength barely meet the requirements for taking the blood-melting bone-changing pill, but that would only be the minimum standard. He would also need to seek out special herbs and rare treasures as supplements. Otherwise, the blood-melting bone-changing pill, capable of altering one's constitution, would not be easily consumed. Thus, the 3 mysteries true fire, in the short term, seemed to be out of reach for Han Xin. Conversely, the art of Chimin Duanjia serves as an exceptionally powerful method, whether for aiding his cultivation or countering adversaries. Moreover, it is currently the only discipline Han Xin can pursue. So how could he possibly give it up? Rapidly filling the tub with clear water, Han Xin watched as Giguzi added a drop of amber-colored liquid, transforming the water into a resplendent amber hue. Han Xin immediately shed his garments and entered the tub, sitting cross-legged. His internal cultivation method began to circulate gently, while the surrounding spiritual energy, carrying the amber gas, surged into Han Qin's body through his mouth and nose, nourishing and refining his bones and flesh. Master, what should I do? Han Qin's mind stirred, and as his cultivation method rapidly operated within him, he opened his eyes and earnestly inquired of Giguzi. Simply direct a portion of your consciousness to control the operation of your internal cultivation method. Focus your mind and gather your soul power within the sea of consciousness, Giguzi commanded, and in the next moment, he appeared within Han Qin's sea of consciousness. Following Giguzi's instructions, Han Qin divided a fragment of his consciousness to regulate the internal cultivation method's autonomous operation. He then began to consolidate the soul power scattered throughout his body, gathering it towards the sea of consciousness. To Han Qin's astonishment, he found that multitasking in this manner posed no difficulty at all. However, he only felt a momentary surprise, for after all, his master could simultaneously control over 100 medicinal herbs to concoct pills. Thus, his own multitasking was hardly remarkable. In truth, Han Qin was unaware that his soul power was inherently more formidable than that of the average person, placing him among the ranks of exceptionally strong beings, even when compared to some martial artists. Furthermore, during the previous encounter at the waterfall, Han Qin's soul had undergone a refinement, amplifying his soul power significantly. Han Qin exerted himself to gather all his soul power into the sea of consciousness. In the next moment, a somewhat ethereal figure materialized in the void, and it was Han Qin himself. This marked Han Qin's first instance of consolidating his entire soul power within the sea of consciousness, as well as his first venture into the sea of consciousness. Han Qin gazed in astonishment at his own ethereal form, then surveyed his surroundings. The void appeared boundless, with no end in sight, filled solely with a white expanse. No clouds, no wind, no water, no mountains, nothing at all. However, Han Qin was only momentarily astonished before shifting his focus to the elder before him, who was none other than Giguzi. That moment, Giguzi's eyes were slightly closed. Yet in the next instant, his eyes flew open with intensity, a flash of brilliance igniting within his somewhat ethereal pupils. Joining his hands together, he formed a seal with swift gestures, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. With each seal Giguzi formed, A black soul thread would surge from his somewhat ethereal form, darting toward the surroundings before dissipating into the void. After a continuous sequence of 81 seals, just as Giguzi completed the final seal, his eyes suddenly widened, his tongue unleashing a thunderous roar as he bellowed, "Manifest!" Moments later, Han Chun was astounded to discover that beneath Giguzi, a colossal Bagua diagram emerged, centered around him and spanning a radius of several kilometers. The enormous Bagua diagram resembled the ones Han Chun had seen in his previous life, yet it was markedly larger in scale. As the gigantic Bagua diagram gradually took shape, 8 ancient, large characters slowly appeared on its 8 sides, corresponding to the 8 trigrams. Qian, Kan, Jin, Jinsun, Li Kuan, and Duis. The massive Bagua diagram formed. Giguzi separated his hands, dispersing the seals, and slowly rose to his feet. Although Han Xin was awestruck by the colossal Bagua beneath him, he quickly shifted his attention to Giguzi's movements. Upon catching sight of Giguzi, Han Xin was momentarily taken aback. Quickly rushing forward to support Giguzi, his eyes brimming with concern as he inquired, "Master, what has happened to you?" That it was evident that Giguzi, whose form had previously appeared ethereal, yet somewhat substantial, now seemed utterly insubstantial, exuding an even greater aura of otherworldliness. It is nothing to fret over. I have merely exhausted my spiritual energy, he reassured with a gentle smile. With a few days of quiet meditation, I shall recover. Observing Han Chen's anxious demeanor, a flicker of gratitude passed through Giguzi's eyes. Yet he shook his head lightly and added with a chuckle, "Do not worry." Hearing Giguzi's words, Han Chen felt a weight lift from his heart, though a lingering heaviness remained, troubling him deeply. The injury to Giguzi's soul had yet to heal, and this latest depletion only intensified Han Chen's resolve. He vowed to restore his master's corporeal form as swiftly as possible. Aware of the immense challenges that lay ahead, he would not yield. That if fortune smiled upon him, and he could discover herbs to heal the soul before that, it would be all the better. Han Chen etched these thoughts firmly in his mind. "Master." He then redirected his gaze toward the colossal Bagua diagram before him, seeking Giguzi's guidance. The art of Chiman Dunjiao originates from the Bagua diagram. Thus, I have inscribed all the techniques I possess onto this grand diagram. You need only to utilize your spiritual energy to gradually comprehend it, Giguzi said, stroking the ethereal beard upon his chin with a serene smile. "Where should I begin?" Han Chen asked, bewildered, as he could discern nothing else upon the Bagua diagram. "Well, that you have yet to even grasp the fundamentals. Higher-level formations will be beyond your reach for now. Start with the introductory formation," Giguzi suggested after a moment of contemplation. He then gestured toward the immense Bagua diagram, which began to rotate slowly. After a brief interval, it came to a halt, with the Duai position directly beneath Han Chen's feet. Giguzi formed a series of seals with his hands, completing 3 in an instant before exclaiming, "Ha!" In the next moment, Han Chen felt a shift, finding himself enveloped in a vast, yellow-tinted space. This is the introductory formation Qian Chongjin recorded within the Duai position of the Bagua diagram. Begin your comprehension with Qian Chongjin, Giguzi instructed beside him. Chapter 0055. 8 stars, Hanyu. Understood. Han Chen replied, settling into a meditative posture, focusing his mind and gradually extending his spiritual energy outward. The hazy yellow space represented Qian Chongjin, encompassing a relatively small area, and Han Chun was situated within his own sea of consciousness. With a mere thought, he enveloped the entirety of Qian Chongjin within his spiritual energy, casting a veil over it. After fully surrounding the formation with his spiritual energy, Han Chun endeavored to permeate it, following its operational patterns and principles, slowly deciphering its essence. Seeing Han Chun commence his understanding, Giguzi let out a soft sigh of relief. Though a hint of fatigue flickered in his translucent eyes, in truth, Giguzi's current state was far from the ease he had portrayed earlier. The effort to manifest the colossal Bagua diagram had depleted nearly half of the spiritual energy he had painstakingly restored over the past 3 years. This was a significant strain on his soul's foundation, revealing the depth of Giguzi's affection for Han Chen. Glancing down at the grand diagram beneath him and then at his own faintly transparent form, Giguzi shook his head with a bittersweet smile. Seated in meditation, he closed his eyes, gradually recuperating the spiritual energy he had expended. Although Han Chun had gathered nearly all his spiritual energy within his sea of consciousness to comprehend Qian Chongjin, A residual fragment of his awareness continued to function methodically, refining his body. The moonlight was cool, and the night felt like flowing water. Time passing slowly, as night slipped away, dawn broke. The winter morning sun, though bright, did not scorch. Rays of sunlight streamed through the crevices of the door and windows, casting various patches of light on the floor, furniture, and bed. Some patches mischievously illuminated Han Shen's naked form. Sitting in the bathtub, giving his skin an ethereal sheen. Feeling the gentle warmth on his skin, Han Shen's eyelashes fluttered slightly as he gradually opened his eyes, that a glimmer of profound light flashed in his dark eyes, soon replaced by a hint of resignation. How was your night of contemplation? Giguzi suddenly appeared in the room, smiling gently at Han Shen. After a night of quiet reflection, although Giguzi's transparent form appeared unchanged, his potent spirit felt more substantial to Han Shen than it had the previous day, bringing him a sense of relief. After a night of contemplation, my spiritual energy was nearly exhausted 5 times. Yet I have gained nothing. Han Shen sighed, expressing his disappointment. Although he had immersed his spiritual energy within the formation, this method was exceedingly draining. Within less than an hour, most of his spiritual power had been depleted, and continuing would only harm the foundation of his soul, a cost too great to bear. Reluctantly, Han Shen had to sit in silence to restore his spiritual energy. Fortunately, as he was situated within his own sea of consciousness, the recovery process was relatively swift. Once his spiritual energy was fully restored, he once again delved into contemplation, yet the results remained elusive, and his spiritual energy waned once more. Thus, despite the passage of a night, Han Shen found himself empty-handed, a source of his frustration. It is no surprise that you feel this way. Though Qin Chongzhen is merely an introductory formation within Chimen Duanjia, it is still a formation nonetheless. Do you think it could be comprehended effortlessly? Giguzi remarked, slightly exasperated at Han Shen's complaints. How long will it take? Han Shen asked, taken aback. That depends on your aptitude. It took me 3 months to thoroughly comprehend and master Qin Chongzhen. Giguzi replied, his tone still somewhat brusque. Yet a trace of pride underlined his words, clearly indicative of his satisfaction with that achievement. Upon hearing this, Han Shen felt a wave of despair wash over him. If even Giguzi required 3 months to master Qin Chongzhen, how long would it take him? This was merely an introductory formation, with countless more advanced formations yet to come. Just the thought of it made Han Shen dizzy. You are still young. There is plenty of time ahead. Moreover, as your strength increases, so will your lifespan. What is there to worry about? Consistency in practice is paramount. Do not be overly eager for rapid success. Remember this, Giguzi, observing the expression on Han Shen's face, understood his thoughts and solemnly cautioned him. Yes, I understand. Han Shen nodded respectfully, acknowledging Giguzi's wisdom. Taking a deep breath, he expelled the turbulent emotions from his heart, then stood from the bathtub, glancing at the crystal-clear water within. A fleeting smile of satisfaction crossed his face. After drying himself, he donned a black training outfit, having focused all his spiritual energy on comprehending Qin Chongzhen throughout the night. He had risen later than usual. Nevertheless, Han Shen was resolute in his commitment to today's training. Just as Giguzi had said, perseverance was key to success. Tidying up the traces of his overnight practice and wrapping the pastries on the table in cloth before placing them into his empty storage ring, Han Shen opened the door and stepped outside. The sudden reappearance of the second young master, who had been absent for over half a month, caught the attention of the family servants and distant relatives, leaving them momentarily stunned as they fixated on Han Shen. During his absence, discussions about Han Shen had not waned. Rather, they had intensified, with rumors circulating that the mysterious alchemist aiding him was none other than the pharmaceutical King Dan Qingzi of the Qingyan Empire. Although such claims were met with skepticism, they nonetheless underscored Han Shen's significant influence in Haiyan Town. Now, as the focal point of speculation, Han Shen's sudden return after half a month naturally astonished the onlookers. As he walked, whispers abounded among the servants, family members, and distant relatives. Despite the murmurs being soft, Han Shen's sensitivity to spiritual energy allowed him to catch snippets of their conversation, particularly after the exhaustive night he had endured. His spiritual energy had even slightly increased, akin to a drop of water in a lake. Insignificant yet perceptible enough to hear their chatter. Look, the second young master has returned. I heard he has a powerful alchemist backing him. A distant relative whispered to a companion. Of course. Otherwise, how could the second young master's strength have surged so rapidly? I even heard that the powerful alchemist is our Qingyun's pharmaceutical king Dan Qingzi. The companion replied with pride. Wow, could it be that during the second young master's disappearance, he was training with pharmaceutical king Dan Qingzi? The first relative exclaimed in astonishment. That is possible. Why don't we secretly follow the second young master? Perhaps we might encounter the pharmaceutical king. If he takes a liking to us, he might even take us on as apprentices. Another chimed in, excitement evident in their voice, that ha ha ha. The companion beside him immediately remarked. Feeling that the more they spoke, the more plausible it seemed, as if he were already the disciple of the medicine king. Completely disregarding his companion's scornful gaze, he couldn't help but chuckle. Look, the second young master seems even more handsome than before. A young maid gazed at Han Xuan with sparkling eyes, excitedly tugging at her companion's sleeve. Ouch! You're squeezing my hand too hard. However, the second young master really has become much more attractive. The maid's companion exclaimed, rubbing the sore spot while blushing and secretly glancing at Han Xuan. The corners of Han Xuan's eyes twitched slightly, although he was indifferent to the gossip about him. He had indeed never encountered such exquisite admiration before. He hastily quickened his pace to leave the area. The murmurings of the crowd continued to echo in his ears until he finally reached the entrance, where he felt a considerable relief from the noise. It seems it would be wise to make fewer public appearances in the future. Han Xuan muttered to himself, still feeling apprehensive. Second young master. The guard stationed at the family gate respectfully saluted Han Xuan. By this time, Han Xuan had regained his composure, responding softly before stepping forward and gradually merging into the crowd. Young Master Han Yu. The second young master has just left the family. At that moment, in a room within the Han family, a boy of 17 or 18 addressed the elegantly dressed youth before him, who was leisurely dining in a white garment. With a fawning expression, "Ditto, this useless one has finally shown himself. Since he has left the family, why don't you follow him?" Upon hearing this news, the handsome face of the youth in white momentarily displayed surprise, but then darkened as he sternly admonished the obsequious boy before him. This that I heard from Brother Han San, who guards the gate, that the family head had given a command. Anyone who attempts to follow or spy on the second young master will be immediately expelled from the family and have their cultivation abilities stripped away. I truly cannot dare. The boy's flattering demeanor turned pale as cold sweat broke out, hurriedly bowing and explaining. Since that is the case, you may leave. Once that useless one appears in the family, keep a close watch on him. I want to know his every move, the youth in white said after a moment of contemplation. The boy's sweat-drenched face once again broke into a sycophantic smile as he nodded vigorously and retreated. A useless person is still a useless person. Daring to compete with me for Ling heir, even if you're the family head's son, I will make you pay the price. After the boy exited, the youth in white felt a surge of inner energy coursing through his body, causing his white garment to flutter without wind. Sensing the formidable power of the 8-star sword servant within him, a glimmer of intoxication flashed in his eyes, soon replaced by a ruthless glint as he murmured to himself that if Han Xuan were present, he would recognize that this handsome youth in white was none other than Han Yu, whom he had encountered at the Sword Pavilion a fortnight ago. Since that incident, Han Yu had been severely admonished by the second elder, but rather than heeding the warning, it had only intensified his jealousy towards Han Xuan. Remarkably, in the short span of just half a month, Han Yu had broken through from the peak of the 7-star sword servant to the 8-star. Chapter 0056. 3/10 of power. Time flew, and a month had swiftly passed. Each day, Han Xuan practiced in the forest clearing, while at night, he immersed himself in Yuan Ling liquid to refine his body, with his soul focused within his consciousness to comprehend the art of Qimeng Duanjia. This calm and structured life was one that Han Bing thoroughly enjoyed. A month ago, Han Xuan had begun cultivating the great open stone palm, and after a month of persistent nightly study, he had made significant progress in understanding the 1,000-layer array. At this moment in the woods, on that clearing, Han Xuan was swiftly darting about, his hands rapidly striking forward. With each swing, a sharp whistling sound could be distinctly heard, an indication that the power and speed of Han Xuan's hands had reached a remarkable level. Great open stone palm, now at the edge of the clearing, Han Xuan suddenly halted his movements, raising his right palm as his physical strength surged towards his arm. The muscles in his arm bulged prominently, and with a fierce shout, He struck fiercely against a tree trunk as thick as two people could embrace. Bang! The point of contact between his palm and the tree produced a dull thud. Slowly retracting his right hand, he beheld a palm imprint 2 centimeters deep in the tree trunk, as if it had been seared into the wood by a red-hot branding iron, the force lingering without dissipating, while the surrounding trunk remained unscathed. Exhaling softly upon witnessing the imprint, Xuan withdrew his right palm, a hint of satisfaction glimmering in his dark eyes, without waiting for fatigue to set in. He quickly turned and crossed the clearing, settling onto a large stone, lying back as if his entire body had turned to jelly, his chest rising and falling rapidly as he gasped for breath. Though accustomed to the six-fold weight of his own body pressing down upon him, the recent great open stone palm had drained most of his energy, leaving him with little strength after traversing the clearing. This great open stone palm is indeed formidable, but the energy it consumes is quite terrifying. My current physical strength, equivalent to the mid-level of a 7-star sword servant, can only sustain its use once that if I miss my target, I would be left vulnerable. After his breathing had steadied somewhat, Xuan lamented. Over the past month, although Xuan had continued to train fervently, his progress had been slow. According to Guzi, once nailing the Spirit 9 techniques reached the 4th layer, breakthroughs were no longer as swift as before. Thus, although a month had passed, Xuan had only advanced to the mid-level of the 4th layer, equivalent to that of a mid-level 7-star sword servant. Such power, and you think it's impressive. Do you believe that a Xuan rank martial technique has such limited power? In my view, that strike barely unleashed 1/10 of the great open stone palm's potential. Sitting upon the stone, Guzi grinned as he criticized Xuan. This moment, after a month had passed, although Guzi's ethereal form had not fully returned to its previous solidity, it was no longer as translucent as when Xuan had first seen him in his consciousness. Is it possible? My strength, equivalent to a mid-level 7-star sword servant, can't even unleash 1/10 of the power. What level of strength would be necessary to fully realize the great open stone palm's might? This is merely a Xuan rank first-tier martial technique. What if it were a D rank, or even a Tian rank? Han Bing rolled his eyes in disbelief, speechless. Naturally, it is not as you say. I believe that your inability to fully harness the great open stone palm's power may stem from incorrect cultivation techniques, although the great open stone palm claims to deliver its full might through sheer physical strength. The purple gold continent ultimately prioritizes true energy. Individuals like you, who focus solely on physical cultivation, are exceedingly rare. Thus, I suspect that the great open stone palm requires true energy to unleash its full potential. And even when relying solely on physical strength, there must be a specific method for channeling that power. Your previous strike was merely a brute force attack, and you failed to fully utilize your own strength, let alone harness the great open stone palm's true power, Guzi replied, rolling his eyes. Channeling techniques. Upon hearing Guzi's words, Xuan was momentarily taken aback, repeatedly muttering those words that he then retrieved the scroll detailing the great open stone palm from his spatial ring. Although it contained only a few hundred words, Xuan studied it attentively, reading it over a dozen times. Furrowing his brow, he pondered for a long time before returning the scroll to his spatial ring. Suddenly, an idea struck Xuan, and he quickly sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and focused his mind, quietly seeking understanding. In an instant, the surroundings fell silent once more, with only the occasional breeze rustling the leaves, creating a soothing sound. This moment, the few hundred words inscribed on the scroll continuously appeared in Xuan's mind, and he became completely absorbed in this comprehension. Guzi, understanding that Xuan was deep in thought, did not interrupt him. After a prolonged silence, Xuan, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, a look of clarity flashing in his dark gaze, that he leaped off the stone and returned to the large tree that was as thick as two people could embrace. After a brief rest, Xuan's energy was fully restored. Standing quietly before the tree, Xuan slowly closed his eyes again, the recent epiphany from the scroll's content flickering in his mind. Suddenly, with a burst of insight, Xuan opened his eyes wide, raised his right arm, the muscles bulging prominently, twisting his left leg behind him, rotating his waist and hips, channeling strength from his lower leg. The force surging rapidly along his spine, this powerful energy flowed into his right arm. Great open stone palm. Han Xuan erupted in a fierce shout, transforming his fist into a palm and striking fiercely at the tree trunk before him. Throughout Han Xuan's motion, Guzi maintained a close watch with his spiritual power, observing every detail under the influence of his formidable soul energy that in an instant, the muscles in Han Xuan's right arm began to quiver, and the immense strength coursed through the peculiar route of his muscle fibers that in the blink of an eye, it reached his palm, and unbeknownst to Han Xuan, as this powerful physical force coalesced in his palm, a brilliant azure light suddenly flickered across his hands that as his palm struck out, the overwhelming force tore through the air, creating a series of explosive sounds. Bang! With a muffled thud, Han Xuan's palm Han Xuan extended his right palm. The force exerted in that last strike having completely drained the energy he had just regained during his brief respite this moment, his entire body felt a wave of fatigue, leaving him unsteady on his feet, causing him to collapse to the ground, gasping for breath. Yet, Han Xuan remained motionless, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at the tree trunk before him, where a palm print indented nearly 5 or 6 centimeters deep. The imprint was charred black, as if seared by a branding iron. Previously, Han Xuan had been immensely satisfied with a mere 2-centimeter deep palm print he had left on the tree. However, the power displayed in this strike was nearly 3 times greater than the last. Not bad, he thought, but this only represented a mere 30% of the great open stone palm's true potential. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind him, that of Guzi. Han Xuan did not turn to look at Guzi, who stood directly behind him. Instead, he remained seated on the ground, his eyes still fixated on the deep palm print on the tree trunk. Was this truly only 30% of its power? Han Xuan murmured to himself. Chapter 0057. Cultivating Advanced Battle Techniques. Ice-shattering fist. Ever since Han Xuan comprehended the great open stone palm technique from the scroll, he had become utterly consumed by it, practicing the technique relentlessly in the open space each day. The adjacent tree was now riddled with numerous palm print indentations of varying depths, the deepest reaching nearly 9 centimeters, while even the shallowest were around 5 or 6 centimeters. Of course, there remained the 2-centimeter imprint from Han Xuan's very first strike. Each indentation was filled with a charred darkness, resembling marks left by a heated iron. Great open stone palm. With a thunderous shout from Han Xuan, another indentation appeared on the tree trunk, this one measuring a full 9 centimeters deep. With a rush, all the strength in his body poured into that strike against the tree, and once again, the side effects of using the great open stone palm manifested, as Han Xuan's weak and fatigued body collapsed to the ground with a thud, breathing heavily. Despite his overwhelming exhaustion, Han Xuan did not cease his efforts. Bracing himself on the ground with his weary arms, he gritted his teeth to assume the mid-level posture of the 9 styles of spirit gathering. Meanwhile, Guzi waved his hand, causing deep yellow earth attribute spiritual energy to surge around Han Xuan. Enveloping him entirely, as the internal technique circulated, the earth attribute energy was absorbed into his body, rapidly restoring his depleted stamina. After just a short while, Han Xuan's slightly lowered eyelids suddenly flew open, and simultaneously, the surrounding earth attribute energy dissipated like clouds parting after a rainstorm. Taking a deep breath, Han Xuan threw himself back into the training of the great open stone palm. Thus, under the pressure of the 1,000-layer array, which weighed 6 times his own body weight, Han Xuan tirelessly practiced the great open stone palm. Each time he unleashed a strike, his entire strength was instantaneously expended, followed by him quickly assuming the mid-level posture of the 9 styles of spirit gathering to absorb the earth attribute energy and refine his body. Once his stamina was restored, he would dive back into his training. He appeared as if possessed by the spirit of a relentless cultivator. Half a month later, great open stone palm. Bang! A dull thud echoed as a palm print measuring 11 or 12 centimeters deep appeared on the trunk of a tree so large that 4 people could wrap their arms around it. The interior was pitch black. Exhaling a breath of stagnant air, Han Xuan gazed at the palm print on the tree, a flicker of joy crossing his dark eyes. Not bad. That I did not expect that in just half a month, you would completely master the great open stone palm. Although this strike only exhibited nearly 50% of its power, it should be your limit. After all, even a first-grade yellow rank battle technique requires a certain level of strength to unleash its full potential. Now, the great open stone palm allowed you to maximize your physical strength, that if you wish to enhance it further, You must break through the 9 styles of spirit gathering to the 5th level to unleash even greater power. However, you are quite clever, having figured out how to rapidly expend all your internal strength in a single strike with the great open stone palm, and then quickly absorb earth attribute energy to refine your body. Originally, I thought it would take you more than a month to achieve a breakthrough, yet you have managed to do so in just half a month, advancing the 9 styles of spirit gathering to the latter part of the 4th level. Giguzi said with a faint smile while seated on a large stone. Looking around, Xuan noticed that over 20 large trees were densely covered with palm print indentations. The smallest among them was as thick as 2 people could embrace, while the largest was astonishingly thick enough for 5, that Xuan felt a surge of emotion, pondering how many strikes he had unleashed in these past 2 weeks that he had never counted, but judging by the sight before him, he estimated he had struck at least 800 times, if not 1,000, that this meant Xuan had delivered nearly 100 strikes each day. It is worth noting that with each strike, Xuan had to circulate his technique to refine his body and restore his stamina. This demonstrated just how fervently he had trained. Yet if Xuan had not been so relentless, how could he have possibly elevated the 9 styles of spirit gathering to the latter part of the 4th level in just half a month? Clenching his fists, Xuan could feel the power within him equivalent to the peak of a 7-star sword servant. His eyes gleamed with determination. Next, he must strive to reach the 5th level. Turning around, he smiled gently at Giguzi, taking the praise in stride without false modesty. His advancement to the latter part of the 4th level in half a month was no coincidence. It was the fruit of his own hard work. He thought of surpassing those prodigies, of not being trampled underfoot by others, of possessing strength greater than theirs. Only through harder work and greater fervor could he achieve this that as he walked toward the stone. Xuan had come to understand, through these past weeks of training, that merely unleashing all his internal strength in one go would not yield the maximum power of the great open stone palm. Over the course of more than half a month, Xuan had fully grasped the nuances of the great open stone palm, that he realized that using merely 70% of his strength could still produce the effect of a full-force strike. Moreover, ever since Xuan broke through to the latter part of the 4th level, his physical power had increased several folds. That last strike had only consumed 1/3 of his total strength. This not only indicated that Xuan could utilize the great open stone palm multiple times, but it also meant that his endurance in battle had significantly increased, with 2 months remaining until the year-end assessment. I should still have ample time. Giguzi nodded slightly. It's just a pity that with my current physical strength at the latter part of the 4th level, the great open stone palm has greatly diminished in its efficacy for my training. I can no longer achieve the rapid advancements I experienced in the past half-month. Sitting on the stone, he retrieved a water flask from his spatial ring, tilting his head back to take a long sip, replenishing the fluids lost from his intense sweating. After drinking nearly half the flask, Xuan furrowed his brow slightly. Now that you have completely mastered the great open stone palm, there is no need to continue training it so obsessively. Simply wait for a future breakthrough and rehearse a few times to familiarize yourself with the increased power, Giguzi said with a slight smile. How should I train then? Xuan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that although his current strength combined with the great open stone palm had slowed his progress significantly, it was still preferable to his usual training pace. Abandoning the great open stone palm would raise doubts about whether he could even break through to the 5th level in the next 2 months. What? Have you forgotten the item that little girl gifted you? Giguzi teased with a smile. Xuan froze for a moment, only to be engulfed in a surge of joy as he suddenly comprehended Giguzi's implication. Rubbing his hand over his spatial ring, a blue scroll appeared in Xuan's grasp. 2nd grade advanced battle technique. Ice-shattering fist. This scroll was the very battle technique that Han Linger had purchased from Muyu and gifted to Xuan. As he gazed at the blue scroll, Xuan felt a twinge of shame, realizing that he had indeed forgotten the thoughtful gift from Han Linger on 2 separate occasions. The first time, he had been so moved by her gesture that he carelessly tossed the scroll into his spatial ring and subsequently became engrossed in his training, completely forgetting about it. Then, half a month ago, when he intended to train a battle technique, he opted for the easier great open stone palm instead of the ice-shattering fist, and once again, he had lost track of it amidst his training obsession. However, Xuan only briefly lamented before tightening his focus that he immediately unfurled the scroll, which, like the great open stone palm, contained only a few hundred words. Drawing from his previous experience, Xuan quickly read through the scroll multiple times. imprinting the contents firmly in his mind. After stowing the scroll back in his spatial ring, he sat cross-legged, calming his spirit. Gradually, the words recorded on the scroll began to materialize in Han Chen's mind. Seeing this, Giguzi smiled approvingly, his ethereal eyes filled with affection. As Giguzi also closed his eyes, the surroundings fell into silence once more that a gentle breeze stirred, lifting faint dust from the ground. The leaves swayed softly, and the birds perched above hopped lightly, occasionally chirping melodiously. Chapter 0058. The first layer of dark energy. Ice-shattering fist bang. A muffled thud resonated as another indentation, nearly 10 centimeters deep, appeared on the trunk of the massive tree that 5 people could encircle. Though this punch could not compare to Han Chen's presently adept mastery of the great open stone palm, he nevertheless felt a flicker of satisfaction as he observed the indentation left on the tree. After all, the ice-shattering palm had been diligently practiced for half a month, and it was already mastered with great proficiency. Wielding it felt utterly effortless, capable of unleashing its maximum power with a mere strike. In stark contrast, the ice-splitting technique was only in its nascent stages of cultivation. Although Han Chen had recently grasped the fundamental principles of its force operation, it remained unrefined, and he could not yet manipulate his strength with ease. Nevertheless, the power exhibited by this strike was still quite satisfactory, and once Han Chen fully mastered it, it was likely to yield significant enhancements. Taking a brief moment to rest in front of the towering tree, he assessed the nearly half of his remaining strength within that he meticulously recalled the operational principles of the technique in his mind. Ice-splitting technique. Bang! Han Chen exerted force once more, and with a muffled thud, his wrist sank into the tree, leaving yet another deep indentation in the trunk, approximately 10 to 11 centimeters in depth. After 2 applications of the ice-splitting technique, Han Chen finally exhausted his stamina. Collapsing to the ground with a thud, his chest rapidly rising and falling, struggling to catch his breath. After a brief moment, Han Chen pushed himself up, positioning his weary body to absorb the surrounding earth elemental spiritual energy to refine his physique and restore his strength. A quarter of an hour later, he stood once again, fully rejuvenated. However, despite his complete recovery, Han Chen did not immediately resume his training. Instead, he furrowed his brow, gazing at the indentation he had created in the trunk. Filled with perplexity, while this strike had indeed shown slight improvement compared to before, it was far from what Han Chen had anticipated in his mind. He realized that with his current strength, comparable to that of a 7-star sword servant, a single strike was insufficient to deplete his internal energy entirely. In other words, the ice-splitting technique had not significantly accelerated his training speed. This left Han Chen feeling both frustrated and confused. It seemed unreasonable for a technique of a clearly higher grade than the ice-shattering palm to yield such results. The scroll had mentioned that the power of the ice-splitting technique lay entirely in its dark energy. Without utilizing dark energy, its might was merely equivalent to a first-tier Xin-level combat skill that if he wished to enhance his training speed using the ice-splitting technique, he would need to cultivate dark energy. Just then, as Han Chen pondered deeply, Giguzi suddenly spoke up softly. Upon hearing this, Han Chen's frown deepened, for he had only comprehended the force operation method from the scroll's recorded cultivation techniques, with no understanding of how to wield dark energy. Without the method to operate dark energy, how could Han Chen possibly utilize the ice-splitting technique infused with it? Unable to fathom this, Han Chen could only helplessly inquire of Giguzi. Was the ice-splitting technique truly just a remnant combat skill? Without dark energy, the ice-splitting technique could be deemed an ordinary first-tier Xin-level combat skill, utterly lacking in brilliance. Listening to Han Chen's account, Giguzi furrowed his brow slightly, expressing his doubt. That shouldn't be the case. If it were merely a remnant skill, Linger would have clarified that when she gifted it to me. Moreover, at that time, Mu seemed intent on pleasing Linger. Someone as astute as Mu would surely not present us with a mere remnant skill as a joke. Han Chen promptly objected, taking the scroll that recorded the ice-splitting technique from Han Chen's empty ring. Giguzi toyed with it for a moment before quietly stating, "Then, the secret of dark energy must surely lie within this scroll." At that moment, both were plunged into deep contemplation. Ice-splitting technique. Ice-splitting technique, ice-splitting technique. Han Chen found himself murmuring unconsciously. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization flashed through his mind, yet it was fleeting like a shooting star, and no matter how hard he tried to grasp it, he could not fully comprehend it. Han Chen vaguely sensed that this epiphany contained the answer he sought, causing his frown to deepen. Examine this scroll more closely. Guzi suddenly chuckled lightly. Han Chen was momentarily taken aback, promptly taking the azure scroll from Guzi's hands and unfurling it. Eye-splitting technique? Instantly, 3 silver-white characters leapt into Han Chen's view, and upon seeing these characters, he froze in place, his eyes suddenly alight with understanding. Finally, Han Chen comprehended the meaning behind that fleeting epiphany, that he halted his unrolling of the scroll, fixating intently on the 3 silver-white characters. After a lengthy pause, the clarity in Han Chen's eyes deepened, and he gradually closed his eyelids, the 3 silver characters vividly appearing in his mind. Observing Han Chen's actions, Guzi gently stroked his illusory beard, a look of admiration shining in his eyes as he regarded Han Chen. Han Chen remained in this state of enlightenment for a brief period, around a quarter of an hour, before suddenly opening his eyes, which now sparkled with unrestrained joy. He quickly leaped off the large stone and approached the massive tree, which was as thick as 5 men could embrace. Taking a deep breath, his gaze sharpened. He raised his right arm horizontally across his chest, the sinewy muscles rippling in his arm. With a swift pivot of his rear foot, he channeled energy through his calf, twisting his waist and hips, aligning his spine with his lower leg, that a surge of formidable physical strength surged from his calf up through his spine and into his right arm. The muscles in Han Chen's right arm trembled rapidly as this overwhelming power followed a peculiar trajectory, reaching his hand in an instant. Clenching his fist, Han Chen struck towards the tree with great force. Eye-splitting technique. Bang! A muffled thud resounded as a deep indentation, approximately 15 centimeters, appeared in the trunk. Bang! With another thud, a sound even more resonant than before reverberated from the tree trunk. This subsequent thud was the result of Han Chen channeling dark energy, sending it deep into the trunk through the subtle tremors of his muscles. Crack! Moments later, fine fissures suddenly emerged around the indentation, before exploding outward, transforming the already deep hole into an even larger and deeper one. Wood shavings flew in every direction. Gazing at the significantly amplified destructive force, Han Chen was left awestruck. Though this punch had nearly depleted all of his internal energy, the outcome was undoubtedly worth the exertion. Just as I thought. Observing the shattered cavity in the trunk, a grin spread across Han Chen's face, culminating in a hearty laugh. After a lengthy bout of laughter, he felt the rapid onset of fatigue within him. Without delay, he assumed a proper stance to absorb spiritual energy into his body, commencing his physical refinement to recover his strength. The individual who inscribed this combat skill into the scroll, was undoubtedly a genius, possessing the foresight to record the most crucial dark energy technique in these 3 characters, that if an ordinary person were to acquire this combat skill, they might never guess that these 3 words hold the key to the scroll. Guzi remarked in admiration. Indeed, that person was truly exceptional, Han Chen replied, nodding in agreement after concluding his physical refinement and recovery. How do you feel? Guzi inquired with a gentle smile as Han Chen approached. Though I have comprehended the dark energy technique with my current physical strength, I can only unleash a single layer of dark energy before exhausting myself and losing combat effectiveness, Han Chen said, scratching his head in resignation. You ungrateful brat. You should be content. This is already quite impressive. The destructive power you wield now surpasses that of the ice-shattering palm you previously mastered, Guzi chided with a chuckle. Han Chen smiled sheepishly, refraining from responding. However, do not become too complacent. Although you can now utilize dark energy, it is evident that your execution remains clumsy, and the timing of your dark energy release is excessively prolonged. If an enemy possesses keen perception, this duration could very well allow them to detect and easily dissipate your still unleashed dark energy. Guzi's expression turned serious as he spoke. Nonetheless, I still have 2 months ahead of me, which should be ample time to master it and control dark energy with ease. Han Chen said confidently, slowly clenching and unclenching his fist, then tightening it once more. Chapter 0059. Balance and Restraint. In the blink of an eye, over half of the 2-month period had swiftly elapsed, and only half a month remained until the year-end assessment. This moment, in the open space, Han Chen, who was absorbing the surrounding earth elemental spiritual energy for physical refinement, suddenly opened his eyes, causing the swirling earth elemental energy to dissipate in an instant. Still not enough. Slowly rising to his feet, Han Chen sighed softly, expressing his frustration. Despite the overwhelming power coursing through him, rivaling even the pinnacle of the 7-star sword servants, there was no trace of joy on his face that a month prior, Han Chen had utilized the eye-splitting technique in combination with his training, achieving the pinnacle of the 4th layer of the 9 styles of spirit absorption in just half a month. Now, he was on the cusp of breaking through to the 5th layer, at which point his physical strength would officially ascend to the rank of 8-star sword servant. Yet this final barrier loomed like an insurmountable chasm, preventing Han Chen from taking a single step forward. Throughout this past month, no matter how frantically he trained or how hard he pushed himself, that elusive sensation of breakthrough had remained absent. Approaching the massive tree nearby, Han Chen lifted his right arm without any visible preparation, forming a fist and striking the tree casually. Ice-splitting technique. Bang! A muffled thud echoed, and a deep indentation of approximately 15 centimeters appeared in the trunk. Bang! The events were far from over. Just as the previous dull thud reverberated through the air, a deeper, more resonant sound echoed from within the trunk. Cracked fissures began to emerge around the indentation of the fist, rapidly expanding until, in an instant, a massive pit, half a meter wide and over 2 feet deep, erupted from the tree, centered around the mark left by the punch. The sheer force of a single blow was astonishingly formidable. Standing with his fist withdrawn, Han Chen gazed at the devastation wrought by his own hand, a flicker of quiet satisfaction passing through his eyes. Although the 9 styles of spiritual convergence had proven to be an insurmountable barrier for him, he took solace in the fact that his practice of the ice-shattering palm had progressed smoothly. After a month and a half of diligent training, Han Chen had mastered it completely, wielding the hidden energy with unparalleled finesse. The destructive power it now exhibited was also gratifying, having more than doubled since the onset of his training. With his current physical prowess, this level of destruction represented the utmost limit of his capabilities. However, should he manage to penetrate the 5th layer, his strength, comparable to that of an 8-star sword attendant, would undoubtedly amplify his destructive capacity even further, whispered Gay Guzi. Alas, that barrier was palpably tangible. Yet for reasons unknown, a month had elapsed without any breakthrough, as if it were a fragile membrane that could shatter with the gentlest poke. Yet, paradoxically, it turned into an impenetrable fortress whenever he attempted a forceful breach, leaving him powerless and unable to cross even a single threshold. Han Chen sighed softly, speaking with a sense of helplessness. Although cultivation is akin to rowing upstream, failure to advance results in retreat. It is essential to maintain a tranquil heart and to remember that haste can lead to stagnation. Over these past 4 months, your rapid and continuous breakthroughs have indeed been remarkable. Yet such swift progress bears both advantages and disadvantages. While immense power can be attained in a short span, human effort can be limited, much like your current predicament. Ensnared in a bottleneck, it is crucial to understand that balance is the true path of cultivation. Guzi gently stroked his ethereal beard, his voice calm. Despite his words, the sensation of being so close to a breakthrough, yet feeling utterly powerless, is excruciating. Han Chen understood the wisdom in Gay Guzi's words, yet the frustration of being so near the finish line, yet halted in his tracks, weighed heavily on his heart. Fortune favors me, misfortune befalls me. One must not cling too tightly, for such attachment leads only to deeper entrapment, ultimately resulting in ruin. Guzi remarked with a hint of indifference. Although his voice was soft, it struck Han Chen like a thunderclap, instantly rousing him from his reverie. Upon regaining his senses, Han Chen reflected deeply. He realized he had indeed wandered into a dead end, trapped in a cul-de-sac of thought. While gaining admission to the Sword Pavilion's inner chamber was significant, it was not a matter of life or death. He could strive earnestly for it, but he could also regard this upcoming assessment selection as a trial, knowing that even if he did not secure a spot, it would not be the end. The inner chamber of the Sword Pavilion was indeed crucial. Yet with Gay Guzi as his mentor, what significance did entry hold? As Gay Guzi had said, fortune favors me. Misfortune befalls me. I have learned well, master. Han Chen chuckled lightly, dismissing his earlier worries. With merely half a month left, would he truly be fortunate enough to achieve a breakthrough? Let us hope. No longer fixated. Han Chen smiled liberally. Given that further training would yield no breakthroughs, he resolved to heed Guzi's counsel and spend the next fortnight unwinding from the tension of his previous rigorous training. Turning to the large stone, he donned his clothing once more. Meanwhile, Guzi swiftly formed seals with his hands, dispersing the 1,000-layer formation that had occupied the clearing. Once everything was tidied, he turned and descended the mountain. In an instant, the area returned to tranquility, the surrounding trees bearing witness to Han Chen's arduous training, marked by countless palm and fist imprints. With his obsessions finally relinquished, Han Chen felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. No longer burdened by the constant thought of cultivation, he leisurely basked in the gentle sunlight and refreshing breeze that in truth, such a simple, unadorned existence is a form of happiness. Yet for Han Chen, this mundane bliss felt like a luxury that in pursuit of liberation from the cycle of reincarnation a century hence. He had no choice but to stand tall, enduring the unending hardships and solitude, pressing forward with unwavering determination towards the pinnacle of his aspirations. Upon returning to the waterfall, Han Chen paused, gazing down at the torrent cascading with tremendous force into the depths below, producing a thunderous roar and sending countless droplets soaring. Suddenly inspired, he shed his clothing, clad only in shorts, laughed heartily, and leaped forward into the waterfall's embrace. Plop! Han Chen plunged into the depths of the pool. Now in the heart of winter, the air was frigid. In the depths of the pool, sculpted by years of the waterfall's relentless flow, were chillingly profound. Yet the rigorous training had rendered Han Chen's physique remarkably resilient. Though the water was bone-chilling, he felt no discomfort. Instead, he reveled in the icy embrace, the frigid currents invigorating his already formidable muscles. Remaining still at the bottom, he allowed the cold to wash over him, cleansing his very being. The fish in the depths, seemingly unperturbed by the chill, swam around him with abandoned, what a refreshing sensation. After holding his breath until his lungs ached, Han Chen finally surfaced, inhaling deeply the moisture-laden air, the chill coursing through him, invigorating his entire being. The elation surged within him. Han Chen dove once more, his hands clawing through the water with speed. Moments later, he resurfaced, clutching several tender, silvery white snowfish. Clambering onto the shore, he stripped off his upper garments, gathered some dry branches and withered grass, and settled beside the waterfall to roast his catch. Before long, the fish turned golden brown, their oily essence dripping onto the fire, producing a symphony of crackling sounds. The irresistible aroma wafted through the air, causing Han Chen, who had feasted on pastries for so long, to swallow hard soon. The snowfish were perfectly cooked, and Han Chen eagerly removed them from the flames, disregarding the scalding heat, and devoured them with delight. That in a short span, the last fishbone was discarded, and Han Chen let out a satisfied belch, reclining against the large stone by the pool, his eyes gazing at the azure sky above. The thunderous roar of the waterfall and the chirping of birds filling his ears. Sated and content, Han Chen felt a wave of drowsiness envelop him, and he succumbed to slumber upon the stone. Unbeknownst to him, deep within his dantian, the ice spirit crystal, which had lain dormant for years, quivered subtly. Chapter 0060. Encounter at the Sword Pavilion. Seated in the sea of consciousness, Guzi suddenly opened his eyes. His spiritual power surging forth from his brow to envelop Han Chen's body, revealing every sinew and muscle within Han Chen's being, yet showing no anomalies that a flicker of perplexity crossed Guzi's ethereal gaze as he furrowed his brow. He had distinctly sensed a brief disturbance within Han Chen, but it vanished in an instant, as though it had never existed. After a moment of contemplation, Guzi, still uneasy, sent forth his spiritual power once more, this time concentrating it around Han Chen's dantian. There, the ice spirit crystal was quietly rotating, absorbing the ambient spiritual energy to fortify itself. Despite 2 thorough examinations yielding no conclusive findings, Guzi could only shake his head in resignation. Retracting his spiritual power and returning to his meditative state, that in an instant, aside from the birds' calls and the waterfall's roar, all fell silent. The earlier disturbance of the ice spirit crystal seemed like a fleeting illusion, never to have occurred. Time, like a fleeting shadow, slipped away unnoticed, leaving no trace behind that him awakening from his slumber. Han Chen stretched languidly, the post-sleep euphoria coaxing a delighted sigh from his lips, upon opening his eyes to the star-studded sky above. He was taken aback, realizing that he had slept through the night. Shaking his head in resignation, he approached the pool's edge, splashing his face with cool water to invigorate himself. After donning a fresh white shirt from his spatial ring, Han Xuan departed from the waterfall and made his way down the mountain. As he reached the entrance of his family estate, the moon shone bright and the stars twinkled, marking the late hours of the night. With nearly all the family members already tucked in for the evening, second young master. During this period, Han Xuan had long since grown accustomed to it. Regardless of how late he returned, the collateral disciples guarding the family gate would await his arrival. Only closing the gate and retiring to rest once he had returned. The hour is late. You should also retire for the night. He remarked to be, by the way, there is no need to wait for me in the future. It is merely a wall, and it poses no challenge for me. Han Xuan responded lightly. Yet in the next moment he paused, his footsteps faltering, as he spoke in a calm tone, after which he paid no mind to the astonished expressions of those behind him and turned into the adjacent corridor, slowly making his way to his chamber. Yes. The collateral disciples exchanged glances, and after a prolonged moment, they replied helplessly. It was not that Han Xuan was particularly benevolent. Their nightly vigil was likely a command from his father. Han Tian and Han Xuan did not presume they acted out of goodwill. Furthermore, he never considered himself a good person, nor did he believe in possessing great magnanimity. Should someone offend him, he saw no reason to foolishly forgive them. In Han Xuan's creed, grievances must be avenged, and favors must be repaid, that if someone struck him, he would return the favor tenfold. In his memories, he recalled the disdainful glances, scorn, and ridicule he had endured from these individuals over the years. Initially, he had contemplated causing them trouble, but as he progressed in his cultivation, his perspective broadened. His aspirations were not confined to the small Black Rock town, but extended to the entirety of Eastern State and the entire Zijin continent. Now, when he glanced back at them, they appeared to him as mere ants, devoid of any interest. Although he had dismissed them, Han Xuan remained cautious. Despite their affiliation with the Han family, the hearts of men are inscrutable, and he could not guarantee that they would not divulge his whereabouts. Thus, for the sake of prudence, he felt compelled to express himself as he did. Only by keeping his movements concealed could he ensure his safety. Upon returning to his chamber, Han Xuan casually consumed a few pieces of pastry before shedding his garments and retrieving a bathing tub. Immersing himself in Yuan Ling liquid for cultivation, he divided a portion of his focus to control the operation of his internal techniques, then gathered his soul power, concentrating it in his sea of consciousness, where he contemplated the art of Chiman Duanjia within the immense 8 trigrams formation. After more than 2 months of comprehension, Han Xuan had thoroughly grasped the 1,000 layers formation, although he still found its arrangement slightly awkward. Nevertheless, he had mastered it. Now he was delving into another introductory formation known as the 1,000 Illusions Maze Array. As the name suggests, the primary purpose of the 1,000 Illusions Maze Array was to ensnare individuals. While it possessed no offensive capabilities, Han Xuan had resolutely decided to study this formation, but he had discovered that the 1,000 Illusions Maze Array could be layered atop the 1,000 Layers formation. Imagine, if the 1,000 Layers formation were to be superimposed within the 1,000 Illusions Maze Array. When an enemy enters the maze, utterly disoriented, they would simultaneously confront the terrifying pressure of the 1,000 Layers formation. The disorientation and trepidation they would experience in such a scenario could lead to chaos in their minds, even instilling profound fear. Moreover, they would also have to contend with Han Xuan, who had already adapted to the pressure within the formation. Launching a surprise attack, such a combination was undoubtedly a means of self-preservation, a superb tactic for ambush. Thus, despite the lack of offensive capability in the 1,000 Illusions Maze Array, Han Xuan had resolutely chosen to pursue the study of this formation. Night quietly passed, as dawn sunlight cascaded upon the earth. Its rays illuminated the room, dispelling the darkness of the night and infusing the space with vitality. Slowly awakening, Han Xuan opened his eyes, feeling his soul power surge once more. A flicker of joy danced in his dark eyes. Through 2 months of studying formations, Han Xuan had not only mastered the 1,000 Layers formation, but his soul power had also been tempered and significantly strengthened through the rapid consumption and restoration cycles of the previous nights. Rising, he dried off and donned a fresh white robe. erasing the traces of his overnight cultivation before pulling open the door and stepping outside. The invigorating yet gentle sunlight warmed Han Chen's face, bringing a touch of warmth to the cold winter. Squinting slightly, he adapted to the brightness before leisurely striding into the corridor. After having breakfast in the hall, he paid little heed to the astonished and curious gazes of others. Departing the hall with purpose, as Han Chen wandered through the corridor, he suddenly halted. Having been engrossed in his cultivation for an extended period, nearly all his time had been devoted to it, leaving no room for distraction. Now, with no cultivation to attend to, he found himself at a loss for where to go. Scratching his head and pondering for a moment, he decided to head towards the sword pavilion. Although he had already mastered 2 volumes of advanced combat techniques, it was always prudent to learn additional techniques. After a short while, he arrived at the sword pavilion. Second young master. The guards at the sword pavilion were not the same as those from before, such as Han Zhong, but rather a different group, unfamiliar to Han Chen. Han Chen nodded slightly and continued inside. Upon re-entering the sword pavilion, he felt a surge of nostalgia, the last time he had been there. He had only been able to defeat a 6-star swordsman using the method of inflicting harm in return. Now he stood at the peak of the 7-star rank, having no rivals below the 8-star level. Among the younger generation of the Han family, his strength ranked among the upper echelons. Upon entering, a cacophony of voices greeted him. Despite the early hour, the sword pavilion was bustling with numerous young men and women, some intently selecting combat techniques and skills, while others gathered in small groups to share their cultivation insights, creating a lively atmosphere. Paying no mind to the crowd, Han Chen made his way directly to the shelves lined with combat techniques and skills. However, he soon realized his oversight. As soon as he entered the sword pavilion, the noise diminished significantly. The youths within paused their activities, their gazes fixed on Han Chen, some curious, others intrigued, and a few filled with hostility. Han Chen's soul power was exceptionally keen. Even without turning around, he could discern the expressions of those around him. Furrowing his brow, he acknowledged that while he was indifferent to their scrutiny, no one would feel comfortable being observed in such a manner. Suddenly, his soul power swept over a striking young man in white, and a glimmer of coldness flashed in Han Chen's eyes. He turned his head, briefly scanning the others before his gaze settled on the unflinching young man in white. Han Chen's lips curved upward slightly, a smile that was neither here nor there, as he regarded the young man, who remained seated, seemingly unfazed. After a moment's appraisal, Han Chen withdrew his gaze and, disregarding the onlookers, casually pulled a combat technique scroll from the shelf and leaned against it to read. Observing Han Chen's blatant arrogance in front of so many, a hot-tempered youth in a resting area of the sword pavilion could no longer restrain himself and prepared to confront Han Chen. However, just as he was about to rise, another youth beside him pulled him back, shaking his head and whispering. His brazen demeanor must be backed by something substantial that a few months ago he was able to shatter Han Wu's arm with a single blow. And now, after several months, his strength has likely grown even more formidable. Besides, what does his arrogance have to do with you? Why would you confront him? He is merely a waste, thinking he is something special just because he defeated Han Wu. In my eyes, he is no different from that arrogant fellow Han Yu. The hot-tempered youth scoffed, turning his head to the side dismissively. Yet he ultimately heeded his companion's advice and sat back down. The calm youth merely smiled and shook his head, choosing not to engage further. Yet he discreetly cast a glance at the other side. Following the youth's gaze, they observed a young man in white not far away, possessing a gentle smile and an extraordinary appearance. This young man was Han Yu. Chapter 0061. 8 stars. Placing the yellow-tier combat technique scroll gently on the table, Han Yu lifted his head, a warm smile adorning his handsome face as he leisurely surveyed Han Chen, who was seated against the bookshelf engrossed in reading, seemingly having forgotten the unpleasantness of their last encounter. I heard that last time Han Yu sought to teach Han Chen a lesson, only to have his arm broken by Han Chen in retaliation, and he was subsequently provoked into agreeing to a duel during the year-end assessment selection. I never thought I would see the day when the prideful Han Yu would be publicly humiliated by a waste of the Han family. The previously hot-headed youth remarked, a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. Han Yu is too narrow-minded. His fixation on Miss Ling has led him to target Han Chen for quite some time. If it weren't for the second elder's reputation, the family head would hardly tolerate his insolence. That if this continues, he will ultimately struggle to achieve greatness in the martial path, the composed youth commented, glancing at Han Yu with a shake of his head. The hot-tempered youth nodded in agreement with the composed 1's words. The calm youth then regarded Han Yu, who sat quietly and motionless, frowning slightly as he murmured, "However, it is said that Han Yu is determined to secure a spot in the Sword Pavilion's inner cabinet." Coupled with Han Xuan's challenge, Han Yu has since retreated into seclusion. Engaging in frenzied cultivation, the IT is rumored that the Second Elder even procured HE boosting pill for Han Yu from the Wei Air auction house. What? Aki boosting pill. ISNT, that a first-tier elixir. It is said to be remarkably effective. When a martial artist is at a bottleneck, consuming one chi boosting pill can increase the success rate of breaking through the bottleneck by 40%. Although it is only effective for warriors below the rank of sword guard, it is exceedingly coveted by martial artists. The Second Elder actually went to great lengths to procure a chi boosting pill for Han Yu. Could it be? Upon hearing the words of the calm youth, the hot-tempered young man immediately exclaimed in surprise. Fortunately, their location was relatively secluded, so no one noticed them. After the initial shock, the irritable youth quickly regained his composure, pondering the fact that the Second Elder had gone to such lengths to obtain a chi boosting pill for Han Yu, and whispered in disbelief. Indeed, from the fluctuations of inner energy emanating from Han Yu, it was evident that he had indeed broken through to the 8-star level. Given his qualifications, it would typically take him at least 3 months to achieve such a breakthrough. Clearly, Han Yu's rapid advancement to the 8-star level was entirely due to that chi boosting pill. The calm youth cast a sidelong glance at Han Yu, who was not far away, and spoke in a steady voice. He truly is the grandson of an elder. When one reaches a bottleneck and cannot break through, merely consuming a chi boosting pill suffices. It is evident that he is not someone we, the collateral disciples, can compare to. The irritable youth crossed his arms and shot a disdainful glance at Han Yu, snorting with a tone thick with contempt. It is merely a chi boosting pill. Even if Han Yu uses it to ascend to the 8-star level, he is still just a newly promoted 8-star sword servant. Do you truly fear him? The calm youth glanced at the irritable young man and chuckled softly. He is just a second-generation heir. Why would I fear him? Upon hearing the words of the youth beside him, the irritable young man snorted even more heavily. The calm youth chuckled lightly, shaking his head without further comment, propping his chin in his hands. He observed with keen interest Han Xuan, who was seated beside the bookshelf, oblivious to the gazes of others as he engrossed himself in reading a scroll. His voice was low and gentle as he mused. The calm youth smiled slightly, then shifted his gaze to Han Xuan, who was reclined against the bookshelf, absorbed in his reading, that he whispered to himself. What secrets does the future head of the family hold? With the assistance of a mysterious alchemist, it is not surprising for one's strength to change rapidly. However, a person who has been timid for so many years cannot easily transform their character in just a few months. At this, the irritable young man involuntarily shuddered, as the contempt in his eyes quickly faded, replaced by a serious and scrutinizing gaze directed at Han Xuan. Not only Han Yu, but these two youths were also paying attention to Han Xuan within the Sword Pavilion. Other young men and women were equally intrigued by him that a few months ago, in the same Sword Pavilion, he had defeated a 6-star sword servant with overwhelming prowess. The very next day, at the wire auction house, he had dared to confront the formidable public figure, Gong Yang Hao, and his entourage, standing firm and preserving the family's dignity. Moreover, it was rumored that he had even won the favor of the wire auction house for his family. In just 2 days, he had drawn the attention of everyone in High Town to this once-forgotten young master of the Han family. His dominant demeanor and rapid ascent were truly astonishing. Yet, after merely 2 days, Han Xuan vanished from public view once more, leading to a flurry of rumors. Now, after a disappearance of over 3 months, Han Xuan reappeared before the crowd, inciting great curiosity. A few months ago, Han Xuan had publicly embarrassed Han Yu, clearly stating their agreement to a duel for the assessment selection at the end of the year, a memory that lingered vividly in everyone's minds. Even those who were not present at the time had heard of it. With only half a month remaining until the end-of-year assessment selection, the two unexpectedly crossed paths again in the Sword Pavilion, whether by coincidence or fate. While everyone was eager to seize the final moments to train for a last-minute push, they felt that spending a little time watching the spectacle was indeed worthwhile. Although Han Xuan appeared to be leisurely seated by the bookshelf, engrossed solely in reading the scroll, he had already extended his spiritual consciousness. Observing the expressions and whispers of everyone in the sword pavilion, without missing a beat, but he had naturally overheard the conversation between the irritable young man and the calm youth. Upon hearing that Han Yu relied on the chi-boosting pill to break through to the 8-star sword servant level, Han Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Stealing a glance at the still-seated Han Yu, he noticed the latter wearing a genial smile as he curiously regarded Han Chen, feeling the gaze upon him. Han Chen furrowed his brow slightly. The look in Han Yu's eyes, akin to that of an observer scrutinizing a plaything, filled him with distaste. Raising a hand to rub his forehead, he murmured to himself, "He truly possesses remarkable composure. Newly promoted to 8 stars? I wonder how my current physical strength at the peak of 7 stars, coupled with 2 volumes of profound battle techniques, would compare." His gaze shifted to the 2 young men seated not far from Han Yu. The irritable young man and the calm youth seemed to sense Han Chen's gaze and nodded lightly in his direction. Han Chen returned the gesture with a slight nod in acknowledgement. Compared to Han Yu, he found himself more intrigued by these 2 youths that in Han Chen's observation. The 2 appeared to be around 16 or 17 years of age. Though still somewhat immature, they exuded a maturity far surpassing that of their peers. The irritable young man was clad in a black training outfit, his muscles bulging against the fabric, showcasing a robust physique. Although he sat quietly, he radiated an aura akin to a volcano ready to erupt, making others wary of approaching him. In stark contrast, the calm youth emanated an entirely different vibe. Dressed in a flowing black robe, he was physically fit, though not as imposing as his irritable companion. His face was unremarkable, easily forgettable after a fleeting glance. Yet, on that ordinary face rested a pair of astute eyes, which seemed to hold boundless wisdom, making it impossible to forget after a single gaze. If the irritable young man evoked the image of a volcano poised to erupt, then the calm youth conveyed the essence of water. It could be tranquil and still, like a gentle stream flowing softly, or like a fine rain nourishing the earth, silently enriching it. Yet it could also transform into a raging torrent, capable of obliterating all in its path. The impression the calm youth left on Han Chen was far more profound and intense than that of the irritable young man. Earlier, during their discussion about Han Yu's ascent to the 8-star level, the disdain from the irritable young man contrasted sharply with the calm demeanor of the other. Clearly, both possessed strength exceeding 8 stars. Moreover, judging by the irritable young man's attitude towards the calm youth, it was evident that the latter was the dominant force between them. The irritable young man's strength was at least at the 8-star level. Yet it was the calm youth who held the reins. The only logical conclusion was that the calm youth's prowess surpassed that of his irritable companion. Perhaps he was at the peak of 8 stars, or possibly 0.9 stars. Their earlier claim of being collateral disciples of the Han family made their identities evident, with strength of at least 8 stars and being collateral disciples of the Han family. These 2 were likely among the few individuals secretly nurtured by Han Tian. Chapter 0062. A battle of words. Just as whispers filled the air, Han Yu, who had been sitting steadily in his chair, suddenly rose, brushing off non-existent dust from his immaculate white robe, and slowly made his way toward Han Chen. The youths within the sword pavilion were all secretly observing the 2, and as Han Yu moved, all eyes immediately focused on him. It must be said that clad in white, coupled with his genial smile, Han Yu appeared even more approachable as he walked through. The young maidens of the clan gazed at him with starry eyes. And when his gaze fell upon them, their youthful faces flushed crimson as Han Yu stood. Han Chen also took notice. Raising an eyebrow, he slowly closed the yellow scroll in his hand, exhaling lightly, and stood up to neatly place the scroll back on the bookshelf. "Cousin Han Chen, it is a pleasure to see you again." In a matter of moments, Han Yu had arrived at Han Chen's side, still wearing that annoyingly genial smile, looking at Han Chen and speaking gently. His warm words sounded as if he were greeting a long-lost friend. I thought you would truly keep your composure and remain seated." Han Chen did not even glance at Han Yu, letting out a soft chuckle as he directly called out the obvious. Without waiting for Han Yu's response, he busied himself once again with another scroll of leg techniques from the bookshelf, leaning against it and thoroughly engrossed in his reading. Han Yu's lips twitched slightly, his expression darkening, yet the genial smile on his face became even more radiant. "That I heard that cousin Han Chen has been quite fortunate, receiving assistance from a mysterious alchemist. After 3 months of seclusion for cultivation, your strength must have improved significantly." Han Yu said softly. It may not be considered improvement, but it is certainly sufficient to deal with minor characters. What? Do you wish to spar? Han Chen raised his head, his dark eyes resting on Han Yu, a smile lingering as he spoke slowly. Upon hearing Han Chen's clearly mocking words, even if Han Yu tried to maintain his composure, it was impossible. Han Yu's previously genial face instantly darkened, his eyes glowering at Han Chen as he spoke slowly and solemnly. With only half a month remaining until the end-of-year assessment selection, I trust Cousin Han Chen has not forgotten our previous agreement. I hope that when the time comes, Cousin Han Chen will not disappoint me. Likewise, indeed, if there is nothing pressing, I would kindly ask you to step aside. You are obstructing the sunlight and causing me some disturbance. Unfazed by Han Yu's somber demeanor, Han Chen continued to fixate on the yellow tear scroll in his hands, speaking softly without raising his head. Do not presume that having an alchemist by your side makes you exceptional, that in half a month I shall make you understand that a person who cannot even cultivate their inner energy, no matter how formidable their physical strength, remains utterly worthless. Some individuals are simply beyond the reach of someone like you. At this moment, Han Yu was shrouded in deep gloom, leaning forward, bringing his head closer to Han Chen, and murmuring in a voice only the two could hear. Perhaps, yet you should be cautious. Do not let someone like me, who cannot even cultivate inner energy, best you. Otherwise, I imagine a person as self-important as you would find it quite unbearable. Han Chen slowly closed the scroll, lifted his gaze to Han Yu, and offered a faint smile as he spoke. Umph. Under Han Chen's veiled mockery, Han Yu realized he could not match wits with him. He chose not to respond further, snorting coldly before turning to stride toward the entrance of the sword pavilion. Watching Han Yu gradually fade from view, a flicker of coldness passed through Han Chen's dark eyes. This chill was fleeting, as his eyes soon returned to their tranquil state, lowering his head to focus once more on the yellow tear scroll in his grasp. Who would have thought that Han Chen possessed such a sharp tongue? Just a few words had utterly crushed Han Yu, and witnessing Han Yu's irritation as he tore off that irritating smile was truly satisfying. The irritable youth in the corner chuckled with glee, reveling in the moment. Let us depart. Now that the show is over, we ought to attend to our own matters. There is still half a month left. Let us strive to see if you can break through to the 9 stars. The composed youth rose, patting the shoulder of the irritable boy beside him, offering a calm smile. Half a month is ample time. The irritable youth glanced around at the elegantly dressed young men and women, confidence swelling in his eyes as he spoke calmly. Observing the self-assured gaze of the irritable youth, the composed boy smiled slightly, harboring no doubts about his companion's words. Turning toward the door, the irritable youth followed closely behind the composed boy, the two departing the sword pavilion side by side. Their exit did not attract the attention of others. Only Han Chen sensed their departure. With his mind engrossed in the scroll, Han Chen lifted his eyelids slightly. Watching the two slowly vanish from sight, a look of gravity dawning in his eyes. Rubbing his temples, he pondered whether breaking through to 9 stars in just half a month was indeed feasible. If the remaining branch disciples possessed similar strength, then the competition for the sword pavilion's slots would prove troublesome. Shortly after Han Yu and the two youths left, Han Chen lost interest in lingering any longer. He gently closed the scroll and neatly returned it to the bookshelf, casting not a single glance at the remaining young men and women. With leisurely steps, he strolled out of the sword pavilion. As the two main characters departed in succession, the remaining youths exchanged glances, although no explosive confrontation had ensued. Nevertheless, the few sharp exchanges had ignited a thrill among the young men and women present. To their astonishment, the previously timid Han Chen had displayed such incisiveness, managing to leave Han Yu defeated and angrily storming away. Even after a considerable time had passed since their departure, the crowd remained animatedly discussing the events. Mountain-splitting fist, bang, observing the shallow imprints of fists, palms, and feet, each only about a centimeter deep, compared to the 5 to 6 centimeters deep crater left by the great monument palm. Han Chen mused softly. Shaking his head, he dismissed such chaotic thoughts and turned toward the fire by the pond, inhaling the tantalizing aroma of grilled fish. His throat involuntarily convulsed, swallowing hard as he focused on roasting the fish. Ever since spending the previous afternoon here, the sensation of being enveloped by the coldness accumulated over the years at the pond's bottom, coupled with the exquisite silver-white delicacy of the snowfish, had left Han Chen utterly enchanted. Thus, after leaving the sword pavilion, he refrained from wandering aimlessly and made his way directly back to this waterfall, taking advantage of the time while the fish cooked. Han Chen practiced several yellow-tier martial techniques he had perused earlier at the sword pavilion. These yellow-tier techniques posed no significant challenge. Their power and methods were straightforwardly recorded without the obfuscation found in the mysterious techniques of the. Therefore, within a mere quarter of an hour, Han Chen had nearly mastered them. However, the results of his attempts left him sorely disappointed, their power scarcely reaching 1/10 that of the techniques. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of relief, realizing that he alone possessed 2 volumes of the coveted techniques, which others would dream of acquiring. Chapter 0063, The Disturbance of the Ice Spirit Crystal. How delightful it would be to lead such a leisurely existence every day. After savoring a few snowfish, Han Chen contentedly belched, letting out a sigh as he spoke to himself, that he then reclined backward, lying on the grass, causing the tender blades beneath him to flatten. With his hands resting behind his head, he gazed dreamily at the ever-changing white clouds against the azure sky that a cool breeze, laced with moisture, brushed against Han Chen's exposed skin, bringing a refreshing chill. The rumbling sound of water and the cheerful chirping of birds combined to create a symphony pleasing to his ears. Gradually, Han Chen felt his eyelids growing heavier, and soon he succumbed to slumber, his chest rising and falling steadily. Meanwhile, shortly after Han Chen fell asleep, within his dantian, the ice-blue spirit crystal that had been slowly rotating and absorbing the spiritual energy from the surroundings began to tremble slightly, much like the day before. After noticing the unusual movement within Han Chen's body and failing to discern its cause twice, Giguzi was now on high alert that as soon as the ice-blue crystal trembled, Giguzi immediately sensed it, awakening from his meditative state. His spiritual essence surged forth like a tidal wave from his brow, enveloping Han Chen's dantian with urgency. Focusing intently, he scrutinized the slightly trembling ice-blue crystal. However, as a quarter of an hour passed, the crystal continued to tremble but exhibited no further abnormalities, prompting Giguzi to breathe a sigh of relief, his earlier anxiety easing. Just then, an unexpected upheaval occurred. The ice-blue crystal began to shake violently, spinning rapidly. Subsequently, delicate strands of ice-blue liquid appeared on the surface of the crystal, and in the next moment, they were flung outward with tremendous force. Sizzle, the ice-blue liquid, akin to droplets of water in a desert, immediately dissolved within Han Chen's body. Some integrated into his bones, while others surged into his blood and muscles, generating a hissing sound reminiscent of a red-hot iron plunged into ice water. By now, Giguzi's brow was furrowed tightly, his ethereal visage betraying a sense of gravity, as flickers of dark, profound light danced at his brow. His spiritual essence surged forth, wrapping Han Chen completely, and then, under Giguzi's control, his essence transformed into delicate threads that penetrated Han Chen's bones and flesh. Giguzi aimed to utilize his spiritual essence to gather the strands of ice-blue liquid for resolution. However, in the next moment, the gravity on Giguzi's face deepened considerably, in merely a few breaths. Through his spiritual essence's scrutiny, he discovered that the strands of ice-blue liquid had entirely merged into Han Chen's bones and flesh. Becoming inseparable to that moment, the ice-blue spirit crystal within Han Chen's dantian finally ceased its violent trembling, returning to a steady rotation, continuing to absorb the spiritual energy from Han Chen's surroundings to strengthen itself. It was as if the recent upheaval had never occurred, yet the strands of ice-blue liquid within Han Chen's body bore testament to the truth of the event. Just then, Han Chen, still in slumber, suddenly opened his eyes wide, his robust form curling tightly, as intense pain surged in his dark eyes, his previously rosy complexion now pale, with lips tinged a shade of blue. Han Chen was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Merely a moment ago, he had felt perfectly fine, and yet after a brief nap, he found himself in this state. He felt excruciating pain coursing through his entire being. Far more intense than the torment he had experienced when applying volcanic red on his back, the two sensations entirely incomparable. Volcanic red felt akin to being scorched by flames, as if immersed in volcanic magma, every part of him seemingly ablaze. Yet now, this new pain was the polar opposite. It felt as though he were trapped in a 1,000-year-old icy pond, every inch of him experiencing bone-chilling agony that spread from within. As moments passed, rather than becoming numb from the unbearable cold, the sensation deepened, intensifying the suffering that seemed to freeze his very marrow and sinew. That it felt as though he would freeze in the next moment, transforming into a statue of ice. That moment, Han Chen's delicate and pale visage was tightly contorted, appearing exceedingly grim. The whites of his eyes were streaked with crimson, and beads of sweat, the size of peas, emerged rapidly on his forehead. Strangely, as soon as the beads appeared, they immediately froze, turning into glistening tiny ice crystals that fell to the ground. Although the excruciating chill that penetrated to his very marrow instilled in Han Chen a desperate urge for finality. The arduous training he had undergone had long since forged his will into an indomitable force that he gritted his teeth, stifling the agonizing pain that surged within him like a tumultuous wave. With great difficulty, he managed to extract a few words through the clenched gap of his teeth. "Master, what is happening? I can barely hold on." Moments ago, the cold ice spirit crystal within you erupted, releasing numerous droplets of icy spirit liquid. These droplets have entirely fused with the sinews and flesh of your body. The icy spirit liquid is the very essence of the ice spirit crystal, remarkably pure. However, your physique is of the fire attribute, which stands in opposition to it. Moreover, your physical strength is insufficient to withstand the corrosive invasion of this icy spirit liquid, which is why you find yourself in such dire circumstances. At this juncture, Guzi emerged from Han Chen's consciousness, standing beside him and observing the flickering azure points of light on Han Chen's skin. His ethereal brows were tightly knitted as he spoke swiftly. "What should I do?" Upon hearing Guzi's explanation, Han Chen grasped the situation immediately and inwardly cursed, realizing that it was indeed the malevolent influence of the cursed ice spirit crystal. Yet, this was not the time for such thoughts. The pressing matter was how to resolve the predicament of the wretched icy spirit liquid within him. Gritting his teeth, he asked with great difficulty, "Let us return to the woods and enter the Thousand Layers formation." Guzi replied solemnly. Hearing this, Han Chen nodded with strained endurance, for he lacked the strength to converse further. The increasingly intense pain, as though it would freeze him to the core in the next moment, rendered him breathless. With his teeth clenched and arms braced against the ground, he attempted to rise. Yet, the agony within him made it utterly impossible to muster any strength that a low, thunderous roar erupted from his throat. Harnessing this outburst to focus his mind, he trembled as a surge of energy coursed through his muscles, propelling him toward the earth beneath him. Bang! With a muffled thud, Han Chen sprang to his feet. Although he had only utilized a fraction of his strength, the mere movement of his muscles inflicted excruciating pain upon him, and his already pale face turned a sickly white. His body trembled uncontrollably, as if it would collapse at any moment. "I, Han Chen, shall never yield so easily. I absolutely refuse." Feeling the intensifying pain within him, Han Chen gritted his teeth and growled defiantly. Bang! He propelled himself backward with powerful thrusts of his legs, creating a resounding thump as the ground beneath him exploded into a pit a foot deep. Under this explosive force, Han Chen's body shot forward like an arrow, covering a distance of 5 or 6 meters before beginning to descend. Just as his legs were about to touch the ground, he exerted his legs once more, driving them downward. Bang! Another resounding thump echoed as Han Chen, leveraging this downward force, surged forward again. With each leap, Han Chen traversed 5 to 6 meters. Though the energy within him waned rapidly, he could no longer afford to dwell on such matters. His gaze was fixed ahead. Damn it, move faster. Even faster. Though the waterfall was not far from the clearing in the woods, it felt agonizingly distant in Han Chen's urgent mind, and he could not help but roar internally. Chapter 0064. Breakthrough to the 5th layer. Over the past few months, enduring the astounding pressure within the Thousand Layers formation every day had not only greatly enhanced Han Chen's strength, but also significantly increased his speed, far surpassing that of his peers. Now, disregarding the depletion of his energy, he unleashed a speed even greater than before, akin to a bolt of lightning as he darted toward the mountain. The excruciating pain and rapid loss of energy caused beads of sweat to pour from his forehead like rain. Yet as soon as they appeared, they swiftly froze into glistening ice crystals, cascading down to the ground with each of Han Chen's rapid movements. Finally, just as Han Shen felt his strength waning. He reached the clearing within the woods. Upon arriving, he exhaled a breath he had been holding, and the tense focus of his mind relaxed. In an instant, the excruciating pain that had been suppressed within him erupted forth like a volcano. At that moment, Han Shen could no longer withstand the torment. He collapsed to the ground, hugging his knees and curling his body tightly. The unbearable pain crashed against his nerves like a tempestuous wave. A scream of anguish erupted from his throat. At this juncture, Gui Guzi appeared in the clearing like a specter, his hands clasped together as he formed seals, rapidly shifting his hands and creating layers of afterimages. 36 seals fell in succession. Gui Guzi exclaimed softly, and then, from his form, 10 black threads of spirit surged forth, quickly dispersing into the void. But that was not all. Gui Guzi's hands shifted once more, and he unleashed 9 more seals, followed by another exclamation, "Gather!" Instantly, torrents of deep yellow earth attribute spirit energy surged from the ground, enveloping the clearing in a thick haze. The spirit energy, rich and profound, gradually enveloped the area like a deep yellow mist. Quickly, operate the 5th layer of the Spirit Absorption 9 techniques to refine your body. Dispelling the seals, Gui Guzi commanded Han Shen, who remained curled on the ground. In mere moments, Han Shen's exposed skin turned an ominous shade of purple. Frost began to form in his hair and on his brows due to the overwhelming chill within him, and even his eyelashes were coated in white. At that moment, Han Shen's consciousness began to waver, plunging him into a semi-conscious state. Even if someone shouted nearby, he might not hear them. Fortunately, Gui Guzi's voice penetrated directly into Han Shen's mind, jolting him awake. Though he did not fully comprehend Gui Guzi's intentions, Han Shen acted without hesitation, gritting his teeth against the pain within and slowly rising to position his body in accordance with the 5th layer of the Spirit Absorption 9 techniques, activating the technique within him. In an instant, the spirit energy that surrounded him like a dense fog was rapidly drawn into his body. This fog-like spirit energy was the result of Gui Guzi's powerful soul force, which had gathered earth attribute spirit energy from a radius of 100 miles. The icy spirit liquid raging within Han Shen, though of the ice attribute, still possessed a water essence. Earth and water are inherently adversarial. By absorbing sufficient earth attribute spirit energy, he could counteract this threat and resolve his current crisis entirely. Although the energy in the clearing was merely in mist form and could not be converted into true spirit liquid, the sheer volume was sufficient to compensate for its qualitative deficiency. The mist-like spirit energy flowed into Han Shen through his mouth, nose, and pores. He finally sensed the severity of his internal condition. In just a short while, the icy spirit liquid had ravaged his meridians to the point of devastation. The operation of the technique to transport the spirit energy felt nearly insurmountable. Each fraction of movement through his veins intensified the agonizing pain, causing Han Shen to convulse involuntarily. Yet he did not relent in the face of such torment. To give up now would be tantamount to surrendering his life, for the sake of not being trapped in the cycle of reincarnation a century hence. Han Shen persevered through his arduous struggle. The path ahead was long and fraught with hardship, challenges, and dangers, but Han Shen would grit his teeth and continue forward step by step, that he would not allow himself to falter midway. With determination, he clenched his teeth and gradually activated the technique, advancing the spirit energy inch by inch. After a brief interval, the technique finally completed a full cycle, partially repairing some of the ravaged meridians. At this point, Han Shen exhaled in relief. As long as the first cycle was completed, the subsequent ones would be considerably easier. Gathering his focus, he continued to absorb spirit energy and operate the cycle again. This time, while operating the cycle, Han Shen controlled the refined spirit energy to nourish and mend his severely injured sinews and flesh. Quickly, use your soul force to envelop the icy spirit liquid with the earth attribute spirit energy and transfer it into your meridians for refinement. At that moment, Gui Guzi's voice echoed in Han Shen's mind. Upon hearing this, Han Shen gritted his teeth and allocated a sliver of his focus, controlling the technique to operate and absorb the spirit energy for refinement and bodily repair. Then, he directed his soul force from his consciousness into his body. The soul force gradually seeped into his sinews and flesh, enveloping the icy blue liquid within that a sense of impending crisis enveloped him. And in that moment, the strands of icy spiritual essence began to writhe violently, darting about in a desperate attempt to escape. Yet, the surrounding area was already saturated with earth attribute spiritual energy, leaving no avenue for retreat. Instantly, it was engulfed by the surging energy that converged upon it. His soul force exerted control, gradually guiding the icy essence into his meridians. However, Han Chen's soul force was not sufficiently robust. Unlike the legendary Giguzi, who could transform his soul force into countless ethereal threads, he could only concentrate his energy in one place, slowly extracting the icy essence from his body. After a considerable time, the enveloping icy spiritual essence was transferred into his meridians, where it began to circulate with the aid of his technique. As the technique progressed, the chill within the icy essence was gradually refined. After the completion of 9 cycles, the frigid energy was completely dissipated, leaving behind a pure spiritual essence, no thicker than a strand of hair. As soon as this refined essence emerged, it was voraciously absorbed by the sinews, bones, and flesh within Han Chen's body, that he immediately felt that the area which had absorbed the pure essence was significantly stronger than the rest of his physique, although he was still racked with excruciating pain. A flicker of joy ignited within him, that he tightened his focus, meticulously controlling the energy to envelop the remaining icy essence within his body and guide it into his meridians for further refinement. At that moment, Han Chen grasped Giguzi's intention. Although the disturbance caused by the icy spiritual crystal had thrust him into peril, it also presented an opportunity. Earth conquers water. By extracting the icy essence with earth energy and refining it, he would be left with an incredibly pure spiritual essence. Han Chen sensed that if he could absorb this refined essence, he might very well break through to the pinnacle of the 4th level and ascend to the 5th level, equivalent to the 8-star realm. As time elapsed, the icy essence within Han Chen was enveloped and extracted by the earth energy. With the ongoing circulation of his technique, the chill was gradually refined into strands of pure spiritual essence. Each drop of this exquisite essence was immediately absorbed by his sinews and flesh. Time slipped away quietly, and the faint frost upon his brows began to melt, forming droplets that fell to the ground. With each trace of icy essence eliminated, Han Chen's suffering diminished proportionately, and his physical strength correspondingly increased. Before he knew it, dusk had fallen, and the sun began to sink on the horizon. Han Chen remained steadfast in his cultivation posture, surrounded by a mist-like earth energy that had significantly diminished compared to before. Suddenly, the fog-like energy swirling around him began to surge, and in mere moments, it formed into a vortex, drawing all the energy in the vicinity toward its center, Han Chen. Almost there, Giguzi's eyes snapped open as he observed the phenomenon in the clearing, murmuring to himself. In the next instant, Han Chen, who had been in a meditative state for nearly a day, abruptly opened his eyes. That a flicker of deep amber light flashed within his dark pupils. Han Chen sprang to his feet, tilting his head back to emit a resounding roar. The sound soared melodiously, reverberating through the forest, and startling countless birds and beasts. As his roar echoed, the vortex of energy intensified, surging toward him until, in just a few breaths, it was entirely absorbed into his being, leaving the clearing devoid of energy. That moment, Han Chen ceased his roar. Swiftly moving to a nearby tree, he raised his right arm and struck down upon it with tremendous force. Great stone palm. With a resounding thud, a deep impression of approximately 15 or 16 centimeters appeared on the tree trunk. Without hesitation, Han Chen withdrew his hand and transformed it into a fist, striking the tree once more. Ice-shattering strike. Another deep thud echoed as a fist-shaped indentation, nearly 17 or 18 centimeters deep, emerged beside the previous palm mark. Suddenly, a more profound thud resonated from the trunk. Cracks radiated from the center of Han Chen's fist imprint, rapidly expanding until the tree exploded outward. With a crash, splinters flew, forming a massive cavity centered around the fist imprint, leaving half of the tree trunk precariously teetering. Chapter 0065. Ambiguity. Standing with his fist retracted, Han Chen gazed at the destruction he had wrought upon the tree. Releasing a soft exhale, he closed his eyes, feeling the surging power within him, murmuring to himself, "I never anticipated that this misfortune would turn into a blessing. Not only did I safely navigate this peril, but I also managed to break through the stagnation of my cultivation for over a month, advancing to the 5th level. That moment, Giguzi appeared behind Han Xuan, surveying the damage to the tree with a slight nod. He then spoke slowly. You have indeed been fortunate this time that I suspect that the chilling energy from the deep pool beneath the waterfall resonated with the icy spiritual crystal within you, thrusting you into danger. Fortunately, the amount of icy essence that erupted from the crystal was not overwhelming. Otherwise, even I would have been powerless to assist you and could only watch as you turned into an ice sculpture. Han Xuan nodded in agreement with Giguzi's words, reflecting on the dire situation he had faced, feeling a shudder of fear. After a pause, Giguzi continued, the deep pool has been shaped by the waterfall's impact over the years, rendering it unfathomably deep. The icy water accumulated at the bottom is bone-chilling, and with winter's arrival, its coldness has intensified. However, after months of arduous cultivation, your sinews, bones, and flesh have been purified and strengthened by spiritual energy. The chilling essence, while lethal to an ordinary person, poses little threat to you. Yet, a minor impact is still an impact. Do not forget that the icy spiritual crystal within you is constantly absorbing external energy to fortify itself. What is perilous for others is a boon for the icy crystal that I sensed the anomaly of your icy spiritual crystal within your dantian yesterday, but my investigations yielded no results. I never anticipated it would erupt so explosively today. Upon hearing this, Han Xuan finally comprehended that the entire situation stemmed from his own indulgence. He immediately dismissed any thoughts of using the icy essence for further cultivation, recognizing the recklessness of such an endeavor. Just recalling the excruciating sensation of having his very marrow freeze sent a shiver down his spine. Yet, unexpectedly, this perilous situation not only spared him harm, but also aided him in shattering his bottleneck, propelling him into the 5th level. Giguzi sensed the immense power now surging within Han Xuan, significantly greater than before. He let out a peaceful sigh. With a smile, he turned to Han Xuan and spoke. The refined spiritual essence derived from the icy energy alone is more than sufficient for you to break through to the 5th level. Additionally, I have gathered earth attribute energy from a 100-mile radius to form a dense fog of spiritual energy. Absorbing such a vast quantity should elevate you beyond the initial stages of the 5th level. Han Xuan shrugged, a slight smile crossing his face. Although he feigned indifference, the excitement in his eyes betrayed the calm facade he tried to maintain. Let us return. There are still 15 days left. I shall consolidate my strength and see if I can break through to the latter stages of the 5th level in this remaining time. If I can contend for a position in the Sword Pavilion with power akin to the pinnacle of the 8 stars, my chances will surely be greater. Giguzi nodded, a glimmer of satisfaction crossing his gaze. He gently instructed Han Xuan, indeed, focus on strengthening your body. With a firm grip on his palm, Han Xuan felt the immense power coalescing within, with his current strength comparable to the mid-8 stars. Combined with 2 advanced martial techniques, he felt confident in his ability to triumph even against a late-stage 8-star swordsman, that if he could further break through to the latter stages of the 5th level. As this thought crossed his mind, a surge of unwavering confidence flashed in Han Xuan's dark eyes. Half a month passed swiftly, and in the tranquil confines of a small room, Han Xuan sat within a tub, absorbing the primordial spirit liquid to refine his body. Slowly, he opened his eyes, sensing the power within him, tantalizingly close to breaking into the latter stages of the 5th level. Unlike 2 weeks prior, he now exuded a calm demeanor. A fleeting hint of regret flickered in his dark eyes before he regained his composure. With a light exhale, he expelled the stagnant air from his chest, rising from the tub. The crystalline water cascaded down his streamlined muscles, splashing back into the tub with a series of rhythmic droplets that he picked up a towel from the table, drying off the water from his body, and donned a fresh black robe that in merely 3 days. The year-end festivities will commence, and on the following day, the official proceedings of the selection of the assessment will begin. This event aims to identify the top 10 disciples from the younger generation within the family, who will be granted entry into the esteemed Sword Pavilion. Prior to this, all young members of the clan must participate in a prediction exercise. The purpose of this exercise is twofold. Firstly, it serves to assess the growth in strength of the disciples over the past year, allowing for the identification of those with exceptional talent for focused training. Secondly, it acts as a preliminary filter for the year-end selection of the assessment, eliminating those who do not meet the required standards. Compared to previous years, This prediction will be considerably more stringent. Only those who have attained the rank of 7-star sword servant or above will be eligible to participate in the selection, vying for one of the limited 10 spots in the sword pavilion. Those who do not meet the criteria will be relegated to mere spectators, awaiting the next year's assessment at this moment. Han Chen's keen spiritual awareness sensed someone approaching his room, his brow furrowed. Who could possibly be visiting at such an early hour? Suddenly, the image of an exquisite young woman flickered in his mind. A warmth spread through his heart, and a mischievous smile crept onto his lips as he swiftly buttoned his clothing and tidied up the remnants of his overnight training that he approached the door, grasped the doorknob, hesitated momentarily, then yanked it open with a sudden motion. Immediately, a startled cry escaped the lips of a girl as she stumbled into him. Han Chen was momentarily taken aback, but instinctively. He opened his arms and embraced the slender figure, pulling her into his chest. The door creaked open, allowing the gentle morning light to flood the room, illuminating the space brightly. In his arms was a breathtakingly beautiful girl, clad in a delicate lavender dress that accentuated her noble and ethereal demeanor. A deep purple ribbon casually cinched her tiny waist, enhancing her grace. This girl was none other than Han Linger, whom he had not seen for several months. Previously, Han Linger had arranged to come and summon Han Xuan to attend the prediction together. Just as she reached his door, ready to knock, it swung open unexpectedly, causing her to lose her balance and tumble into the room. Now, ensconced in Han Chen's embrace, the strong and steady rhythm of his heartbeat resonated in her ears, the warmth emanating from his hand. Resting on her waist, seeped through her dress and onto her skin, leaving her feeling slightly weak. A rosy flush rapidly spread across her exquisite face, and her large, bright eyes fluttered closed in shyness, her long lashes quivering. Han Xuan, still somewhat dazed, had initially intended to surprise Han Linger by suddenly opening the door. Yet he had not anticipated her loss of balance. Acting on instinct, he had caught her, drawing her close. The fragrant scent wafting from Han Linger enveloped him as he held her delicate form, captivated by her slenderness and softness, lingering in the embrace for a prolonged moment. "Brother Han Xuan, let go of me," Han Linger murmured softly, gently struggling against him, her voice barely audible. As Han Xuan registered her timid words, his face flushed with embarrassment, particularly upon sensing the tremor in her voice. He hastily released her, stepping back as he freed himself from the embrace. A sigh of relief escaped him. Although the sensation of holding her was delightful, it also felt torturous. "Ahem, Linger, you've arrived quite early. I am ready. So let us proceed together." Feeling awkward, Han Xuan avoided looking at Han Linger, clearing his throat to change the subject. Stepping away from Han Chen's strong embrace, a fleeting sense of loss washed over Han Linger. Yet she soon exhaled softly, regaining her composure. Reflecting on their intimate moment, her beautiful cheeks flushed crimson once more. When Han Xuan spoke, she responded softly, Chapter 66. The Training Grounds Within the Expansive Training Grounds. Hundreds of young men and women stood gathered, all members of the Han family's younger generation who had arrived early to participate in the prediction the prediction had yet to commence. The youth clustered together in small groups, engaged in hushed conversations. Although each voice was quiet, the collective murmurs created a cacophony that filled the the center of the training grounds stood a massive black circular stone, its surface smooth as a mirror, adorned with 30 purple crystals arranged in concentric circles. This was the assessment tool known as the testing stone. Each of the 30 purple crystals represented a star level. When struck with full force, the crystals would illuminate according to the power unleashed upon them. The center of the innermost circle, 10 amethyst stones symbolize the 10-star ranks of the Sword Knights. Arranged from the innermost to the outermost circles, which represent the Sword Knights, Sword Guardians, and Sword Masters respectively. The testing stone can withstand a full force strike from a pinnacle 9-star Sword Master. Such testing stones are exceedingly costly, available only to a select few powerful families. Even the Han family possesses but a single one to the left of the training ground. A high platform has been established, where several internal members of the Han family are seated, with the 5 elders and the clan leader, Han Tian, positioned at the forefront. Within the training ground, the young men and women awaiting their impending tests cast varied expressions upon the central testing stone, each displaying their own demeanor. Those who do not meet the testing standards were faces of despair and resignation, while those of higher talent, particularly those who have already achieved 7 stars or above, exhibit little anxiety, engaging in casual banter with familiar clan members. Occasionally, when glancing at the despondent individuals, the youthful faces of the talented reveal a hint of disdain, their eyes shimmering with arrogance. Meanwhile, on the high platform, the family members engage in hushed conversations. Even the 5 elders are not exempt from the customary gossip. Elder Han Mu, pointing at a striking young man in white within the training ground, expresses astonishment to the second elder, Han Lei. Has that rascal Han Yu also broken through to 8 stars? It seems he has a solid chance in this competition for the inner cabinet's position. Following Han Mu's gaze, one can see that the dashing young man in white is indeed Han Yu, the grandson of the second elder, who is currently mingling and laughing with those around him. That this little brat may not possess exceptional talent, yet he fortuitously broke through to 8 stars just a few months ago. Elder Han Lei exclaims with a hearty laugh, though couched in humility. His words betray an undeniable sense of pride. The other 4 elders offer a few compliments in response, yet their gazes toward Han Lei carry a subtle hint of disdain. Recently, Han Lei had procured an essence-enhancing powder from the Weir auction house. A fact well known among them that if Han Yu's achievement were genuinely his own, why would Han Lei expend such considerable resources on the powder? Despite their mutual understanding, none are inclined to undermine one another openly. Although the whispers reach Han Tian's ears, he remains silent, casting a fleeting glance at the exuberant Han Lei that a trace of mockery flickers in Han Tian's calm eyes. Han Lei's eagerness to assist Han Yu's breakthrough is twofold. Not only does he seek to secure a place in the inner cabinet, but he is also driven by fear. Several months prior, during the duel between Han Xuan and Han Yu, all present heard the proceedings clearly, while Han Xuan barely managed to defeat a 6-star sword knight back then. 4 months have passed, and none can ascertain the current extent of Han Xuan's strength. Even Han Tian is uncertain of Han Xuan's present capabilities. Nevertheless, Han Tian remains unperturbed. Months ago, Han Xuan had already reached the 7-star level. Given Han Xuan's rapid progress, it is likely that only a few side-branch disciples and Han Linger among the younger generation can rival him. Clan leader, will Han Xuan be coming today? At that moment, the usually taciturn 5th elder, Han Jun, suddenly inquired of Han Tian. Upon hearing Han Jun's question, the other 4 elders ceased their discussions and turned their attention to Han Tian, while the remaining internal members also fell silent, straining to hear the conversation. Indeed, Han Tian replied, casting a glance at Han Jun and observing the expressions of the crowd, before giving a slight nod. What is Han Xuan's current strength? Han Lei suddenly asked, his voice tinged with urgency. The question elicited peculiar glances from the others directed at Han Lei. They thought to themselves, is he not being a tad too impatient? While his concern for his grandson is understandable. Han Xuan is the clan leader's son, and he is yet to arrive. His eagerness to probe into another's strength seems rather dismissive of the clan leader's authority. At this moment, Han Lei felt quite embarrassed, having blurted out his question in a moment of anxiety, and now he could only brace himself for Han Tian's response. Shall we not discover the answer after the testing? Han Tian remarked coolly, casting a sidelong glance at Han Lei. Faced with such a retort, Han Lei managed an awkward smile and refrained from speaking further. Just then, 2 figures approached leisurely from the corridor outside the training ground, their unhurried pace betraying no sign of the impending tests. Observing the calm and composed smile on the youthful face of one of the boys, Han Tian couldn't help but smile gently.